Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Road to the International, the SEA Qualifiers. TI returns for its 13th edition later this year in early September for Copenhagen. We have already quite a few invited teams. We need to get 2 more C representatives there for the C region. I am C Construction. Joining me is Winter. Winter, hello. How's it going this morning? How you doing?
Great. It's good to wake up and get to watch some SEA Dota. And obviously getting to watch it with you, that's even better.
Oh, well, way to butter me up this morning, Winter. Just a nice buttered roll with my coffee as we kick things off here today. We can take a look, of course, at already invited teams, Winter. This is the first international since 2017. That's TI7, where Liquid won, where we have had direct invites. We obviously a change to the formats of the Dota Pro circuit, at least the Valve run one. Means that we have a different format again. This is and just like back then, by the way, Winter, no direct C invitees. So we have, once again, 2 slots. Do you remember the 2 C teams that went for TI7? You were there in Seattle.
Definitely was one of it was Fnatic. I think Fnatic, and was it MVP? The other one?
It was Fnatic, and I believe the other one was TNC Pro Team, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe I'm confusing that with TI6. I was in Seattle for TI6, but in the fans and in that kind of area. But yeah, I mean, we have plenty of teams already. We can go ahead and just take a quick look at our bracket just to get familiar with the teams that will be seen in our qualifier runs here. Of course, now we have 2 slots, and because of the extra slots, or because of the competition that we do have the 2 teams from each open qualifier starting in that lower bracket already. Everything is a BO3 here, Winter, so that's good news. It's not like TI3 for you, where you fell down to the lower bracket. You had a BO1 versus LGD. No. Here, it's at least going to be a BO3 series for you. So that's something a little bit better, but we can see here the top 8 teams directly invited in that upper bracket, and then the open qualifier teams awaiting them. But keep a close eye on that TNC Predator stack, though. They didn't make it all the way for the Riyadh Masters qualifiers, but they did go pretty far. My question for you, Winter, is we had Aurora and Blacklist Rivalry as our 2 teams qualify from C to the Riyadh event. Are you expecting anything different? We've had, a patch in between now and then, but where are you at here as far as the power rankings for these teams?
I feel like Talon's probably second in my list. Head of Blacklist, I feel. I think with the addition of Mikoto, they should on paper be a lot stronger than before. I mean, no offense to Xuan, but I think Mikoto kind of fits the team a lot better, like the way he plays the game, and I'm kind of looking for Talon to do really well in this qualifier.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening. Yeah, and we'll see how things work out. I think for us, I don't want to bring this up because taking a look at our schedule today, we do have Aurora up first for our schedule on the day. We've got a packed schedule, so don't you worry, Dota fans. We have plenty for you here as well in the SEA region, starting off with Aurora versus Manta Esports. So still in that upper bracket, Manta, the final team to get qualified here, or sorry, the final team to be directly invited. So getting that 8th seed, having a battle off versus Aurora. Next, we go into Bleed and Neon, Blacklist Rivalry, and Execration for a good old Rambulan. And then Salvation versus Talon Esports is going to be the matches that round us up for today. Winter, focusing on our first match, this Aurora versus Manta match. It's a tough opponents in your first series, isn't it? Having to go up against 23 Savage, Ollie Q. I mean, this team has been together almost since last TI, you know, where they did play as Talon Esports, of course, with the difference being that Armel instead of Lordoff was in the mid lane. This team, Winter, we casted kind of the rise of them in Dream League Season 22, I believe, when Lordoff was fresh on the team. They haven't looked so great versus international competition then, though. How would you kind of describe their journey as a team so far this year?
I think the patch kind of made it really rocky for them because they are pretty well known for having like a secondary carry from the offlane. Like Jabs is kind of really greedy, and at the moment, it's difficult to replicate that type of play style, right? You need your offlaner to be kind of more sacrificial. You need to play more for your mid laner. And the last couple of patches, especially you said in the previous Dream League, they didn't really look so hot. Sometimes they are doing okay, sometimes they are not. So it really depends on what they are able to cook up. You know, are they able to, you know, allow Jabs to play his own thing, do his own thing, or do they have to try to prioritize to focus on the mid laner, which is what mostly every team is doing at the moment. Try to help your mid laner secure every single rune. Your off laner just has to kind of play on his own. You know, make your own stacks and try to jungle.
Yeah. And for Manta, I think the goal for them is going to kind of try and be, obviously get this upset win, but put Aurora off balance and see if they can try and take a win that way, as our first draft is now live on your screen. You can see here, I believe Manta Esports choosing this Radiant side, Aurora with first pick. I have to assume then Aurora won the toss. Winter, most teams these days still opting for the strength of this first pick because of how many strong heroes there are. Among them, my favorite, the Witch Doctor. Just kind of funny to see him tear the stuff up with the Voodoo Restoration facet, but we won't see him here in game 1.
Was it called Festoration? Voodoo Festoration? The second one. I mean, it's pretty broken right now. I think the AoE is like a little bit too large. Very strong in the lane, you can't really trade into it. And later in the game, when you get your carry items, so to speak, even if you're playing as a support, you get your Bloodstone, you get your Radiance. I ran into a couple of those position 5 or 4 Witch Doctors doing that.
Yeah, same, honestly. And it's always really surprising to see how this hero
how can it
comes
be
into
the
the
same
fold
for you when you are the person doing that?
No, I don't really. I'm a little bit of a hater of the meta. When Witch Doctor's been really good, I don't really pick him. I don't go out of my way. I'm not really too impressed by that here, as we do have our first pick overall, Storm Spirit Winter. We have the Templar ban. Anything else? I mean, I guess the DK is also banned. SF also a very strong mid laner these days, and the Earth Spirit, which has been a bit more of a mid. What kind of other hero can you look for, or are you more looking to counter this Lornoff Storm with a support pick, perhaps?
Dark Below, I guess. I think Below is one of the stronger ones. It's very hard for the Storm to zip in because you don't really get BKB early. And you just place all the brambles with the facet. You have a lot of brambles on the ground. Okay, they're gonna go for the Ember, the so and so counter to his brother, the chains. Okay, a little bit
counter.
Yeah, a little bit surprising this early on. I mean, this hero still, I'm pretty sure he still struggles against Storm in the lane. Like, Storm should be having an advantageous matchup. I mean, maybe the lane has changed, I'm not sure, but based on what I knew before, this lane is pretty Storm favored, so Storm should have a pretty good time. I guess they just want to have like some sort of lockdown so that they can actually catch the Storm, you know. And usually if you're thinking about killing the Storm pre-level 6, Amber can set up
10
for a
seconds
rotation for the
remaining.
support. Like some arrow, some Enchantress with the creep coming in, you know.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I could see that being kind of more of a setup type of a hero. And I'm trying to think of more setup type heroes. I mean, the Kunkka is probably the best one. He's kind of unpickable material these days
He
after
is the
dominating for so long.
he's like the worst hero, right? At the moment. I remember
Yeah,
seeing a
no,
stat.
he doesn't feel great. He doesn't feel great. So we'll see a couple of other Storm
10
solutions
seconds
banned out. Particularly, I like that Night Stalker ban. I think a hero that's starting to see a
5
little bit
seconds
more
remaining.
play.
Mm-hmm.
I think the reverse daytime facet as well is rather interesting. And you know, I don't know. We used to talk about how, you know, this day versus night Roshan, whether or not you were going to be able to take Roshan that, you know, 15 to 20-minute window, and that could affect your side pick. You know, now with this facet introduced, that obviously changes things a little bit because the day-night cycle affects Roshan's placement as well. But we won't see him here in this game one, banned out by Aurora.
Yeah, another hero
Kinda,
that's under the radar at the moment is Pango. Like Pango has been one of the stronger picks at the moment. I think it's one of the most imbalanced heroes at the moment with the change to actually with the buffs that he received in the current patch. The Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash damage, and then he has excellent Terrans that you can take with the Shield Crash. So you kind of can't die in the team fights if you actually land a couple of really nice Shield Crash.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
because it's universal, right, you're pretty much impervious in the team fight.
yeah, and it's just insane how relevant this hero has been for so long. But I agree. I mean, his damage is still very high. Is really no joke in the lane. Can be easy. I think we're starting to see him a
Physical.
little bit more off lane, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's kind of, I think, moved towards more to an offlane hero at the moment. I think he's probably still viable as a mid, but I think as an offlaner, he does feel like he gives you a lot of survivability. It's very hard to kill him in the lane. You don't really build diffuser anymore, so you kind of have a lot of stat items early to make you tanky. I see people going for either Vessel or Echo Saber on the offlane, so those seem viable. You start with like braces, and then you play around your Shield Crash, so very hard to kill you in the lane. But here we're gonna see the setup from Ember into the Dark Willow Bramble, so good at killing the Storm in the early game if you see a chance to make a rotation on the support. And they're gonna go with Phoenix, another big team fighter that I think works really well with the Storm Spirit, because Storm Spirit is a single target focus hero. I think it's ideal to have supports that kind of help you solve your team fight department, like a Phoenix.
10 seconds remaining.
That's going to be the solution here. I also really like Storm when he's a little bit more not the number one priority in these team fights. I think there are a few other big targets in the game of Dota 2, such as a Phoenix Supernova. I think up there, something like an Enigma BKB Black Hole is something that it always draws your attention, right? It's always something that you're going to end up focusing on. So, yeah, giving the Storm a little bit of space to play in the fights, I think. As well as the AoE damage you're talking about can always be strong. As Winter, we will once again see the carry Tiny. I believe the carry Tiny ultimately can be flexed. Did not have a good win rate in the Chinese qualifiers. Sorry, in the South American qualifiers. Picked up 17 times with a 30% win rate. But did much better in Eastern Europe, where he was picked 13 times with a 70% win rate. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I think I'm not so sure whether the hero is that strong anymore on the carry position. But like you say, you can just swap it on the support, and Q is just notoriously famous on being really good on this hero. I think this is probably his best hero, like overall. I think apart from Takis, he's Tiny is his best hero. I mean, it works really well with Phoenix. Whenever you have a position 5 that just wants to sit in the back line, cast your spells, be a team fighter, you want a position 4 that can do all the dirty work for you, go in, set up the fight, put their body on the line, tank for you. Tiny's kind of perfect for that.
Yeah, true. Gives you that nice bit of initiation as well, right? Can kind of blink in for the vision, as that can be a powerful solution.
This is so much all in on the early game. I mean, not to say all in, but it's very early game centric focus where they're just trying to play on all the small little rotation because they have a lot of small spells right
10
now.
seconds
Slide
remaining.
into chains, then you have the CM Frostbite, Dark Willow Bramble,
5
all on
seconds
really low
remaining.
cooldown. So they are very good at small little skirmishes at the rune in particular. But when it comes to the team fight, they kind of lack a lot of like a head-on fight, like a supernova. You know, what are you gonna do
Team pick.
against the egg? You know, you're gonna have to come up with some solutions. I mean, the arena can kind of be a soft solution, I would say. You can maybe isolate the egg and try to bring it down, but the more I think about it, the more I feel like it's also not gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult for the Mars. If you go on
10
anyone else but
seconds
the Phoenix just needs to step next to the arena, put the egg there,
5 seconds
and just drop your sunray on top. Even though you don't have vision, because you can get the what's it
Dire
called?
team
What's the
battle.
facet called? Like you don't have the vision on your teammates.
Yeah, the Mars one. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I actually kind of like that one in this sort of a game where you do have a key objective to play around. Storm as well, really relying on vision from his team to be able to find the right positioning in his fights, to have any
Yeah, but
kind
still,
of impact.
the Phoenix doesn't need to see whatever in the arena. You go on her teammate.
5 seconds
She just needs
remaining.
to egg beside the arena. That's it, and drop the sunray whatever in the middle of the
Radiant
arena.
team ban.
Interesting. You called Phoenix a she. Is it because she lays
Okay, yeah,
eggs?
I don't know. I
Radiant
just
team ban.
why do you
Darkseer
have to?
pick coming out here, Winter. You can vacuum a Storm Spirit out from his.
Yeah, but they're
his
on the
ball
same
lightning.
team, yeah, Richie.
But yes, but I don't believe you can vacuum an Ember Spirit out of his Remnant animation. I don't believe so. I could be wrong on that, but I think it only works with Storm. What's the strength of this Darkseer pick? Is it kind of just a focus on lane, a good combo here with the Tiny potentially?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, he's I think he's a good carry as well. I've seen a couple of games Darkseer being played as a
true.
carry. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna be a thing here, but I imagine it's gonna be the pairing with Tiny, Darkseer plus Tiny. I mean, you kind of set up everything for the Tiny. You're a good team fighter with the Phoenix and Tiny. You build. I don't know if you're gonna build all the aura items or you're gonna try to build a little bit more for yourself. Go for the axe, because I feel like if he gets a pipe here, he's gonna block all the damage from the first 4 picks, right? From Manta, Esports,
Dire team
Amber, Dark Widow, CM, Mars. They kind of like do majority magic damage, so a pipe would nullify that. And then you add a sunray on top of things. The people on your team are not gonna die, Yeah, they're gonna. I think this is a classic hero with the Phoenix where you want a carry that can stand and fight, so that you can abuse the sunray and your egg on the carry. And I think Gyro is kind of really, really good for that. I mean, you can make the argument that the arena will
10
block out
seconds
some of his DPS in the team fight, but overall, I think it's a very good
5
pick
seconds
that fits with
remaining.
their lineup. It's a strong lane as well, which Phoenix needs. Phoenix Gyro against a Mars plus Dark Widow. And what
10
is the
seconds for
carry to
reserve
carry?
time. What kind of hero are Manta looking for, Winter?
They need like a frontliner. I think the CK and Lifestealer are banned. Those are the 2 prominent ones here. Okay, they go for the next one, which is the Sven. Gives you some armor against the Gyro. I think I kind of like that solution against Gyrocopter in particular. But the lane CM Sven against Darkseer Tiny, I feel like they could get pressured by the Darkseer a little bit, because you don't have your strength from your what's it called, the Great Cleave anymore. So you're not as tanky as before in the lane. And Tiny and Darkseer, whenever they get level 2, they're gonna have a chance to kill, especially as CM. CM, if you get caught in a stun toss, you're dead. Double Iron Shell. There's nothing more you can do. And once you get level 3 on this lane, you just go behind the creeps. You pull it to the jungle camps and you just farm everything. And I doubt that the CM can do much to
10
stop that.
seconds remaining.
I feel like CM
Right.
can be a very, very big liability in this lane.
I'm also slightly concerned for the strength of the Phoenix Supernova in this type of a game. I think Sven is got a very acceptable attack speed. There's nothing really wrong with the hero itself.
He's a melee hero, so
True.
I
And
feel like
you
it's not
cannot
easy.
cleave off of Supernova because it's a ward
Ha.
type unit and you don't cleave off of wards. And that's going to really hurt his DPS in fights, especially when he's fighting into this, flak cannon, ion shell, vacuum, storm. Like,
Yeah, but is
you
he
know,
supposed to hit the egg though? I'm not sure though. If
true.
he's-
I mean, I don't know who else hits it though, right? Like, who else hits an egg if it comes down to it?
Level 20 CM, bro.
Okay, well, what about from minute
Attack
0 to
speed.
35?
Aghanim's Dark below with minus, just kidding.
Are you also a little bit worried about this early Darkseer itemization? Like you mentioned this earlier, right? When the Darkseer pick came through.
Yeah,
for
I
Aurora?
think he just needs to play like a team aura build, like get a mech, get a pipe, play around the Phoenix and the Tiny. Nobody dies, and I think the game is going to be pretty straightforward for them, you know. Whereas for Manta, they're going to have to do really well in the lanes, go for the small little pickoffs with their Dark Willow, CM, and Mars, and try to get to their BKB timings, you know. Because without BKB, they're going to have trouble running into this Phoenix damage, Storm, Magic damage, Darkseer as well. And it's going to be very important that they hit those timings early, especially with the Sven.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what my concern was with the Darkseer. I think his itemization's pretty easy, going for that pipe, mech, Greaves, whatever, right? Just kind of blocking a lot of this early damage and potentially winning a lot of fights on top of that heal that you did bring up earlier, Winter. We'll see how things get going now as we get underway with game number 1 between Aurora and Manta Esports for the road to the International SCA qualifiers. Winter in the upper bracket here would be a big victory, really, for Manta, if they could kind of upset and take down the probably one of the favorites. I think for most people, the favorite team to qualify up from C.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a quick D ward for them just to prove their point. So they'll come
They
out better
should
here from the
know
early trades.
There's a ward there. I wonder if Aurora is going to de-ward their own ward here. Okay, never mind. They're going to leave it for now. I guess one thing to use the vision there to secure the runes. Like you see a lot of like teams, you know, having very interesting level 1 rune ops placements to just secure the runes.
Yeah, speaking of obs placement, you have both teams ending up with an observer ward watching the bottom Radiance bounty rune area. So that might come into play for the rotations eventually. For the minute 0 bounty runes, of course, no one will be making any aggressive moves after the D ward. We'll go even at 2 apiece to kick things off. Now, Winter, we always like to focus on our fun lane. Is there a fun lane here? Isn't the Darkseer lane always the fun lane?
The Gyro Phoenix lane can be fun. I think we might see some kills happening as well on this lane. He actually didn't go for Dying Light on the Phoenix, only went for the hot spot. So I guess he just wants to prioritize saving into the arena. And usually I see people go Dying Light for the better laning phase. It's stronger in the lane. You dive in, you deal the mini radiance damage, you know. You get closer up to them with the fire spirits. I think both
I
the
still
silence
like
are...
the I still like the hotspot as well. I think it's the better choice, especially when you have this kind of a lane. Is particularly into the Willow. I don't know. I think if you really wanted to, I mean, I guess the Witch Doctor is going to be banned constantly, but who knows? We'll see how things go here. Wondering how Kui is going to be able to lane this now into the Ember Spirit. Again, we were kind of talking about this matchup, how he does into his brother. You do have this innate Flame Guard now. Of course, it is a bit weaker without putting more points into it. Lornoff doesn't have to get so close with these remnants with the static slide facet either.
Yeah, that is actually so nice for Storm Spirit nowadays in the lane when you're playing into a melee hero matchup. Just get to bully them a lot more. I think it should be still fine, you know, for the Ember to get its levels and just make sure that, I say he's fine, he's getting really low. He has to use all his bottle. I mean, he has to use his bottle and he got interrupted by the right click there. So that is no bueno. No good.
Let's see if Lornoff can really bully him away from these minute 2 runes. And it looks pretty easy, especially with that Observer Ward online here for Lornoff. But I don't think he's going to be able to completely stop him. So, all right, it's okay for now. Kui will survive. He's not going to go down this easily, but he is going to be bullied away from that first creep wave, from this next creep wave, I should say, where they had to be going relatively even so far. Lornoff now with a bit of a bubbling lead. Let's check in on this potentially fun lane, Winter. What's potentially fun about a Phoenix Gyrocopter?
I guess it's more fun for the Mars and Dark Willow. You can spear the target into a couple of brambles if you do it right. The gyro, probably. But at the same time, the gyro can do this too. You know, Rocket Barrage, he has the afterburn, so he's really fast whenever he does damage on heroes. I think level 3 should be the power spike for the Mars and the Dark Willow. Below is still level 2. I think once you get the second point in the Bramble, that's when you can maybe try to make a play.
Yeah, and Eris making, you know, small plays that end up mattering. He's blocked the hard camp. It looks like the small camp as well was blocked for
CM
a while.
Tossed.
Oh, yeah, there they go. There's that level 2 spike we were talking about, and I was about to try and jump over to this lane, but First Blood is a good opportunity to see Grims fall to Jabs, who's already starting to cut waves, Winter.
Yep, Daxia thinks, you know, drag the wave into the camps, and you have a lot of braces right now because how the hero works. Everybody just buys like 2 to 3 braces. I guess 2 is probably the one that he's gonna go for, and then you can just get your mana item and proceed to your core items, which is going to be, which I assume, you know, the pipe and Mac built this game.
Look at Q. He's going to get a toss. Founds the Sven. Probably much easier kill onto the Maiden, but they're going to try all the same. Because even the Blood Grenade gets tossed to keep Aurora at bay. Just see how fast that entire creep wave melted there. Grims does not want to become victim of another toss back here. Things are looking dicey down there.
I mean, they're out of mana, Richie, so he's going to be okay for now. Until the Mangoes and Clarities arrive.
I mean, you say that. Yeah, that's true. 125 mana for the toss here for Q. You can see them just starting to walk down the waves.
CM can't do much in this type of setup. And the enemy script skipping. You don't really have the luxury to run up and just force them, you know, to trade against you, because you can just die when they have mana. And you're kind of just having to sit next to your carry because you need the Sven to protect you with the stun, so you can't really make an aggressive play. I think this is a lane where he should look to probably leave whenever he feels like the Sven is going to be able to jungle, and probably try to look to pressure the gyro on top. I think that's what he's going to do now. He's going to go through the gate, nighttime. Mars is level 4. He needs the Dark Willow back in the lane. They're going to make a play here soon.
Willow's
23.
still level 2, by the way. They still have a spear to play with, level 2 spear. They're going to maybe look to turn now.
Oh, he missed the Bramble.
Brambles, though. That's not how you
good.
want things to go. 23 trying to fight through this one with the Afterburner. Oh my goodness, he's going to get at least a kill here. Fire Spirit and Blood Grenade thrown here, connecting onto the Willow, but she's going to be able to still walk away from this engagement. But that is not
really
how you
bad.
wanted things to play out.
Yeah, that is really, really bad, you know, bringing in so many heroes. And you miss your
Grims?
spell, CM TP's back bot.
He's gonna TP back bottom. They do have an Ion Shell applied here. Double Ion Shell. Grims, or Gohan, sorry, needs to get out of here. Will do so just fine, as they'll defend at least from the first wagon wave. But this is a troubling start right now for Manta.
6-minute rune. If Aurora gets the rune, this is gonna add into more problems, you know, for Manta right now. Oh no. Shield rune for Lorna.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so much time and space. I mean, they just know Grims is not going to be able to contest either. There's another toss back onto the Sven. The vacuum back. They've caught him now, just trying to get away with the war cry, but the Ion Shell tickling him down. Grims at least able to delay. Maybe. Okay, the Sven's still going to end up dropping here.
Oh no. They don't even get the kill on Tiny.
No, they tried. Q is safe and sound, gets out of the Nova range. Jab's going to cut yet another wave. And like we were talking about, because the Maiden had no TP, couldn't really rotate mid, Lornoff easily gets his hands on that first power rune. It's a shield rune. He's got these first 5 galvanized charges as well. Winter, this is a snowball that's already rolling for the side of Aurora.
Yep, if Manta doesn't do anything to stop it, it's gonna be looking really bad in the next couple of minutes. Your Sven is gonna have very little room to play on the map. It's gonna be up to the Ember, CM, and Dark Willow, the trio, you know. But Dark Willow, he's only level 3.5 right now after picking up that Wisdom Rune. It's behind for sure.
2 before.
Lorna finds a stack.
Here.
Okay, this is bad. Really, really bad. There goes your recover mechanism for the Ember.
He's up to level 6. Seems to be wanting to go into the Mage Slayer, which is a pretty common build here for the Ember Spirit. No longer as strong as it used to be. There's a big reason why this item fell off. And that's because they really nerfed the
If you don't
DPS
buy
of it.
Shroud, you get Mage Slayer. That's what people do nowadays. Those are
A
the
strong
2
item
early
in
game
theory on the
items.
Ember Spirit, but it's just not that strong of an item in general, I think, right now. I mean, I could be wrong. Who knows? Maybe it'll be the item of the tournament.
It's still pretty decent against their heroes.
Careful here.
Phoenix, Tiny, Stormwall do a bunch of magic damage. So placing the debuff on them are going to be very, very useful in the team fight.
That's a good point.
an 8-minute rune. We see Grims and Ares here. Ares is going to pick up the Arcane rune.
Might cost him his own life. He's going to jump on over with the Flame Remnant. They've got Grims here as well, doing lots of damage to Lorinoff, who's still going to leap up to the high ground here. Ollie TPing out, however. Lorinoff, he's going to be just fine. Had a big old wand here ready to use. Oh, they catch him again with the Syrian Chains. The bite not in range here. We all know Crystal Maiden, you know, these wolves don't move like they used to. Oh, and they tried down bottom here, even dropping that wall of replica. Just failing to get the kill onto Gohan's here, as you can see his own illusion trying to chase him down.
I mean, he's still getting pushed out of the lane, you know. This is still good for Aurora. They're gonna try to open up the bottom area, kill the tower. And once they push down this tower, it's gonna be very easy to invade Sven's jungling patterns right now, wherever he's jungling right now here.
Look at Q.
Q.
Look at Q.
Oh
He's
my
trying
God.
to find him.
That was so close.
Just a couple seconds too
He
late.
read him. He knew he was gonna clear that camp before he returned to base. That's exactly what most people would do.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Read
under
him like a
attack.
book. Just a little bit slow, you know, a little bit late on the
Dire's
timing
top
there.
tower is under attack.
Still gonna see him.
Yeah, he's going to be able to cause a bit of harass. Q. There's a TP coming here as the Ember Spirit looking to get involved. Unlucky there. The stun from the Centaur Conqueror. And you're going to lose vision. Q gets the the Watcher on the way out. He does have jabs joining with a full mech. They could turn here, but against 3 heroes, Winter, this is starting to look a little bit unlikely. Jabs needs to get in range for the mech. Will be able to do so now as he has got his Ion Shell running. Out comes the mech heal for Q. He's now safe and sound as Kui is going to be forced to turn away. Jabs was so unbothered there. He even uses the trusty shovel, and they're still looking to bully this Ven.
This mech timing is just too much for them to handle. The support's already low level, you know, on the Manta esports, like level 3 team on the Dark Row, 10 minutes in. This is not a hero you want to be behind with, you know.
And look, the Ember is unable to contest here for the 10-minute runes because of kind of the tomfoolery down bottom. So it's going to be a regen rune in the bottle for Lorinoff. They've denied away 1 rune. Was it the Invis rune, Winter? It was the Arcane rune, which is a powerful one to keep away from the Storm Spirit. But this regen, if he can finish farming up this Orchid with it, that'd be quite a nice timing here alongside that mech.
Yeah, if you kill the Ember Spirit, I think the game is going to be too hard for them to come back, you know. I mean, with this Orchid timing. So Manta, they have to do something quick. You know, they have to try to make something happen. I think ideally with the arena, you try to go to the Mars lane.
Moves coming their way, though. In goes Cute, surged up. They don't quite catch the stun onto the Ember Spirit, so he's safely away. Grims, not as lucky. Does pop the wand charges, letting go with the freezing field. Pretty good damage before he's canceled by the vacuum. Eventually will drop as Q caught by the arena onto 2. They finally get the kill there as Jab's caught by a root here. Has already popped the mechanism, and they're going to catch him with the Curse Crown stun. Can they even kill him, though? He's so tanky. Finally, he goes down. 23 Savage joining the fight with that Afterburner. Will be able to chase down for the Mars as Lorinoff, with this regen rune still running, takes down the Willow. A 3-for-2 trade. A fairly decent fight, all things considering, for Manta, Winter, but they will still come off worse.
Yeah, that's what the runes will do for you, you know. And 23 getting rooted up, but a little bit too tanky right now. Not enough heroes here for Manta to set up anything. But Aurora definitely bringing the numbers there, like even the Gyro kept coming in to just make sure that his team can actually take the fight with the Storm.
Yeah. Crucially, we didn't have a Phoenix in that fight. He was top lane, securing, I believe, his level 6, so Ollie didn't have much to offer. But now he does have the Supernova.
He's going to have the egg now on the arena, so they're going to need to figure out how to start the fights. I think if you don't get the Phoenix, it's going to be hard for you to just drop a good arena. I think you need to be able to initiate, catch the Phoenix, together with the Bedlam combo, and make sure you kill him before he gets the egg off. If you can actually do that, maybe you have a chance in a team fight if you're Manta.
So Lorinoff will get his 3rd power rune of the game at the 12-minute mark. It is this amplified damage. And Aurora, they're going to try to make something of it now with this freshly completed Orchid. I don't know how successful this should be. I believe they did smoke underneath this ward that Grimm's put down above this tier 1 tower. So that's why Manta are holding such a strong position right now. And they've even chopped, well, I guess that's from the arena, isn't it? But all the trees chopped down as well, make this a very difficult invade from Aurora, despite their net worth lead. They might still try. I mean, they still are very strong here, honestly.
Yeah, with the Greaves and the egg this time, they should be able to bulldoze it if they find a good initiation, like on the backliners. The Dark Willow's not level 6 yet. He needs like
Oh,
a couple of
goodness.
creeps.
Yeah. Maybe these range creeps
Give
will do
the
it. Look, he's gonna get in
man-
range.
His range creep.
There it is. Level 6 ready to go. Bedlam. And of course the Terrorize ready to use. So Aurora, their smoke is not going to find anything. They'll get back to continuing to apply pressure and farming
Radiant's bottom
a lot
tower
more of the
is under
map than
attack.
Manta are able to find. However, Manta on their smoke might try and, pardon me, connect. They know we're 23's farming, but he's maybe just a bridge too far for them.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah,
under
she's
attack.
also moving towards the other side already. He's gonna clear this couple of camps. He's probably gonna move to the Ancients. Okay, never mind. Laurelov is actually taking the Ancients, so never mind.
He is pretty strong. He stacked them. He's going to farm on Winter with his amplified damage rune.
I mean, the Storm Spirit farming Ancients, not the fastest, I would say.
Now Kui is going to get his first rune. It's the Illusion at 14 minutes. So it's kind of a nice one to have when you
Yeah,
dispel
against
this.
the
I guess you could
Orchid.
dispel the Orchid. That's pretty big.
Yeah. Oli. He's gonna run into a CM. Well, they're
Yep,
even
that
gonna
he is.
terrorize for that. It's a lot of spells being used.
Couldn't really get away from that one, to be honest. HP cost of 15%. On the Icarus dive, of course, you can't die to your own spell damage, but really just no way out there. So Manta getting something as they start to push their positioning advantage. They've got pretty good wards down here. Has Grimm's managed to at least plant? So just trying to recover this game and stabilize, and we have at least paused around this 6 to 5k net worth lead for Aurora, but Winter, they still seem pretty comfortable with this kind of a game right now.
Yeah, just wait till the pipe comes online, When Darkseid gets the pipe, you're gonna see the lack of damage from Manta. But right now, I think they are still looking in a pretty decent position if they can get a good jump with the arena onto the Phoenix or onto the Storm. They have enough damage to kill the hero.
All right. Well, that pipe will come after probably this Mars Blink, which is about 1,000 gold away. Mid lane, though, Q gets an Avatos onto Kui, who has the Illusion Rune, which he's going to use now, actually.
Okay, so no more protection against the Orchid.
No, I think it was going to time out. It might have timed out by itself. They only last, 90 seconds in the bottle these days, right? Probably just timed out, auto-activated.
Dyer's top
Yeah, just
tower
imagine if a hero has a innate that allows the runes to stay in his bottle for a longer time.
Ooh, Alchemist might be able to do that, He can just bottle up the runes. That kind of makes
There he
sense
is.
for me. Zip into the trees as Q has his own Blink Dagger even before the Mars does. Gives him the vision there for Lorenoff to find the kill. This tier 1 tower likely to fall now, Winter, in the mid lane, as Aurora really starting to push their advantage just this much more.
Radiant's middle tower has
Would that be too OP if a hero can actually have runes?
He's going to get caught. Wow, that was... Yeah,
That was a
he
CM,
got stepped
just
on.
a freebie CM, on a ward. Yeah, but as I was saying, would it be too OP if you can actually have the runes in your bottle for a longer time?
If you could let the runes percolate. Maybe. Could you imagine just, you get a little DD rune, just keep that in your back pocket for a rainy day in the late game scenario,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna be there like forever,
I think it should be there forever.
Dire are scanning.
Or maybe like they go bad,
Just wait
maybe.
until the next rune, right? You keep the DD in your pocket. Oh, there's a haze again.
Yeah, I mean,
DD.
actually, that sounds pretty bad because then you can get 2 runes at once. Yeah, you got a point. Well, what I was gonna say, Winter, is like every 2 minutes they they kind of expire. You distill them into another rune. At first they start off as like a DD rune, and then it turns into shield. They get weaker and
Kibizu.
weaker. Lorenoff here. Lorenoff,
Arena.
the blink. Oh, a blink reveal for the Mars could
Right,
have been a
that
big
was,
opportunity.
That was some quick fingers there by Lorena.
Nice reaction time for him.
There goes
As
your
he-
timing with the dagger, because the Darkseid is gonna have his pipe. Storm is gonna have BKB in
Mhm.
2 minutes or so.
Yeah, pretty much for Lorenoff. I think that's about all he needs with his
I feel
GPM.
like the game is just gonna be too difficult once they have the pipe and the BKB on the Storm. Like once Aurora gets these 2 items, they're gonna be free to just run at the Manta lineup, without fearing like anyone will die. I mean, at that point, the only thing that can kill them is the Sven with God Strength. But
Okay,
he doesn't have
he's getting
BKB.
farmed, isn't he? He's
I
got
think
his
he has no
mask command,
BKB,
he
you
gets
know,
S and Y. He
he's
does
not
not
gonna
have a
be able-
BKB. That's
He's not going to
true.
be able to run into the fights and do damage without a BKB. And if you look at the vision of Aurora, I think they have very, very good vision around the middle area, the mid
Yeah.
section. 3 wards down, 1 ward top, so they see exactly when the Sven is entering the Ancients area to farm.
That is really fantastic vision. Just out of range of all the dewarding that this Maiden has been trying to
I mean,
do.
they basically see it everywhere because they have
Uh-oh.
1 ward on the top lane
Uh-oh,
and 1 on the
Grims.
bot lane.
Oh, Grims. Oh, okay. He's at least going to get the D-ward from the low ground. Very well played. Did not lose his life here to the tiny
Every
Phoenix.
time a CM killing a ward against a Storm Spirit on the enemy team makes you nervous here.
Yeah, honestly. So it's a little tense. Nails on chalkboard moment for fellow support players.
Yeah, it kind of
Let's-
sucks, to be CM in this type of game. CM is a little bit like Disruptor. It's not fun playing the game from behind. You want to be running at the opponents all the time with this type of heroes.
That's true. I think a Maiden when her team is up, 5 or 10k at this point is a lot scary when compared to a Maiden who's down, 8 to 3 with a 9k
By the
network
way,
lead.
Pipe is online, so
Yeah.
Jabs is literally unkillable, I think, right now.
Okay, but we are smoking as well from Manta Esports.
They
I
need
guess
the
it's just-
gyro. They need to kill the
Looking for
gyro.
something. Oh no. Oh, but they're going to lose the Ember. That's not the trade that they wanted. Instead, Aurora Smoke will pan out first. They just get a free pickoff.
Okay. Where is this smoke going? They're gonna gate and try to fight top? What's going on?
No, it's too... You can't go through the gate like that. It's too scary, Winter.
Are they
Not when
anticipating
you've just
that
lost
Aurora
your
is gonna
Ember like
gate?
that.
Yeah, I think they are probably waiting for the enemy to gate. I think that's what they're trying to do here.
Yeah, or they're waiting for Aurora to show. Either way, they don't want to be caught on the wrong side of the gate here. Here we go. The
Amplified
runes have
damage.
reset. We're back at an amplified damage rune into the bottle for Lauren off. So the pain train, I think, right now has no brakes for Manta. As this BKB, amplified damage, and Orchid Embers, or sorry, Storm Spirit are battling basically into an Ember who really only has a Mage Slayer. And to be fair, almost this Maelstrom.
Can't believe he's actually building a Maelstrom. So he has no way of removing the silence, like no yields, nothing. He's gonna be
And no
completely reliant
dispels
on
for
his
his team.
Yeah, he's gonna be completely reliant on his team to protect him.
They have to make the counter initiation work, don't they? Sven's closing in on a BKB eventually. It's about another 1,500 off at this point. And then you're just going to have to make this Mars Blink arena work. It's the only way. What do you do against this pipe? What do you do against the Supernova? What do you do against a flat cannon? Look, I don't know. These are all very valid questions, but I think Manta just kind of have to stop
There
on
is
the face
one
the
more
music.
question, Richie. What do you do against the Crimson? Darkseid's
No
gonna
way,
have
he's going Crimson?
Yeah,
Wow. I love Crimson Guard personally.
it's gonna
Maiden almost died to
mean that
Tormentor, by the
Sven
way.
is
Oh, they
going
can't.
to-
They can't take it. They can't take Tormentor here. Certainly, Mars can do it. No, they can't. Can't be done.
Yeah,
Unlucky.
They needed more people. They needed like another hero there.
Radiant's bottom tower.
What
Oh,
do you
boy.
do against a Crimson Guard? Well, that doesn't feel so good,
Nullify,
does it?
Nullify Richie.
Yeah. After the Daedalus overwhelming blink, BKB Sven, right?
Let's do it. Sven doesn't-
Oh, Hans, get us out of this game. We're in trouble. You're our only hope. I don't know, brother. It's looking tough right now. And Aurora are playing it very clean, we have to say. Now, stopping for Roche, 22 minutes in, 23 Savage now with the Aegis to back him up. We might see a high ground push here relatively quickly, especially as Eris is going to be under vision. They know pretty much where he is. They're just going to let Q go first. Haven't quite caught him there with the Avalanche. Chasing him down. And just kind of removing his last infused raindrop charge, but otherwise unable to find the kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Man, so they've got to find one good fight.
I mean, this
One
is,
good
this
fight,
is good.
Winter.
This is probably gonna be a high ground push very soon. Gyro has BKB done. I mean, they need one good fight on Manta, but they need to be able to burst the hero. They have to go through the Samurai. They have to go through
Oh,
the Mag
Lauren off.
Increase.
He scans the mid. He's not going to rush into that one. Right now, though, It's instead going to be action down bottom where they have caught Q here potentially. That's going to be a nice out of position Tiny, but there's a Supernova now to keep him safe. And Q is so tanky. Arena of Blood is going to be set up, but Q inside continue to fight, and Lorelov zips to the other side. Q is alive. 23 Savage puts down Kui. As it's a 2 for none, they're onto the high ground here already. 23 Savage still has Aegis, still has BKB. He's got so much damage here with this Ags and Crystallis build. The Fortify is going to be forced out. Aurora, they back up their man. They show that Q is the original and Kui, he's just an imposter.
Yeah, I mean, Meg and Pipe, you know, nobody dies. Basically, in the Sunray.
Yeah, and here's the Sunrise for the sustain. Now, you won't get another Fortify until you lose your first melee racks, which is now. Don't believe they're going to use it here for the range racks. Those seem quite doomed. Manta, they're just going to have to wait. At the very least, their buyback. Sorry, their death timers aren't too long, but of course, yeah. And now you're down a bot lane of Barracks, 23 minutes in. And the net worth lead really starting to feel painful. 14K. Sorry, 17K, my goodness. 24 minutes in.
Okay, this has to work. They're trying to wrap around with the Sven. BKB,
Yeah, the Storm's not here. He's taking a rune in the mid lane as Q gets a toss out there. That's actually under the Hellbear Smasher. The Sunray heal from Ollie's pretty good. As in goes Kimizu, just jumping on in, but he's not just doing enough damage. And now the BKB extra 23-7. He's just running them down. He's running them down for once. He's just dead. 23-7 with the triple kill.
Radiant's
And that might just be it. Q gets the toss in place. That's enough damage for him to take down the Willow. Tier 2 tower will drop. Shield rune active for Lorenoff. BKB still ready to go. And, well, Winter, you still have 2 minutes on this Aegis. I think that's just about all you had here for game number 1 if you're Manta.
Yeah, I mean, they had to try something. They just didn't have enough in the tank. Not enough damage at this point. Just can't go through the mech, the pipe, the Sunray. Just way too much sustain, you know, from the side of Aurora. And they even have the solar press on Phoenix.
Now there's going to be a Crimson Guard up for Jabs as well. It's just too much. I mean, even Q is not an easy target to kill, right, at this point. Level 2 grow.
No. With the armor and everything.
Mm-hmm. Craggy, right, as well, being just very annoying. We'll see here, as that's going to be the mid lane of Barracks down. Manta not calling this one yet. Kimizu's done the next best thing, pardon me, and that's going to be push top all the way to the tier 2 tower to at least give themselves the maximum amount of time. But now, Winter, we're at the point of the game where Q has a BKB, and the Mars is still attempting to finish his, which he has now. So they're just about even in terms of net worth. Basically an extra core right now.
Yeah, I don't know how much it's going to do this BKB. I mean, at this point, they need to get some amazing shot. I mean, not shot, but spear into arena play with the Dark Widow, Fear, Terrorize. And even then, you know, if you think about it, if they land their spells perfectly onto the Gyro, because Gyro is the only one that's going to be on the front line, realistically, hitting on towers, so he's the only target. Can you get through the Pipe, Crimson, Solar Crest, and everything else back on the Gyro?
Yeah. Look, honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe
you know what they have to maybe try to smoke and try to surprise attack.
Yep.
Get the Phoenix,
maybe catch
go
the
through
Phoenix.
The backline. Yeah.
I think a Phoenix is a very easy kill. Maybe Jabs will question whether or not Ollie deserves to be pipe mech'd and Crimson Guarded.
Do I deserve
play
that pipe and mech? You know, when I'm in your game, please tell me. I know you like your Darkseers, you know.
That's true, I do. He's one of the best. He's one of the most fun aura carriers. Other than that, it's like Underlord, but the hero just doesn't feel all that amazing right now, especially if you don't win your lane.
He is good right now, Yuji. What are you talking about? Underlord is strong, man.
I know, but it's just a bit of a... Oh, hold on. There you go. This could be the jump. They have found themselves a couple of heroes here, but look at the heals. Look at the sustain. They're not doing enough damage. Even though the control is excellent, they will get through Lord at the very least. May they lose the Ember Spirit. He's going to leap forward. No. He gets the kill onto Ollie, in fact. That's Manta. They find the perfect backstab Q. His BKB now wearing off, thinking about heading in to try and find more heroes will be forced back. It's only the Ember for 2. That is a phenomenal trade at this stage of the game, but is there still an... Oh, okay, Q has gone hunting.
Yep, and you have a gyro on your high ground.
Yeah,
Please say tag.
and this is your last lane of barracks. I mean, you've got to defend. You got to throw everything you have at it. But you don't have a BKB on your Sven. You don't have a God Strength for 50 seconds. And 23, yeah, you avoided him in that last jump, but that means he still has his BKB ready to go. Jabs is ready to go as well with his own Crimson Guard. His Q, he wants to go fishing. He's got toss at the ready. Look at that attack range. My goodness. What a big tree he has there. That is megas.
At this point, you can toss the gyro into the enemy and still wouldn't die.
Look at this. Solar Crest immediately ready to go.
Go on, Q. Toss him. Toss the gyro into the enemy.
Honestly, I don't know if they had vision of him. I think they're thinking about it, but no, they don't want to throw this game. And why not? When Lauren up can just make the jump in, immediately get through air with BKB active. They got control on him more. The vacuum on Tattoo with the Supernova dropped. Grims at the very least is going to be able to provide the damage for Q, who's speared back to die. That's 750 gold as Lauren up gets off a channel of the Meteor Hammer. But Winter, I think this one, yeah, it's all over here. What a dominating game one out from Aurora Esports to kick off their first game for the road to the international qualifiers. Well played.
Well played indeed. I mean, it all started with how they drafted their lineup, right? Like just having all this like heroes behind the Storm. They open the draft with the Storm, and they have this Tiny and Phoenix setup that gives you strong team fight, strong pickoff, allowing you to play around it. I mean, obviously the CM Sven didn't do well against the Darkseer plus Tiny. I think that was probably the biggest issue in this game for Manta, because they needed the lanes to go a little bit better so they can play a fast-paced tempo in the next couple of minutes after the laning phase. But that just didn't happen for them. When you have CM Dark Hero, they're both very under level, and you're not able to support your Amber in the early game. So they didn't get the runes, right? The Storm basically got almost every single rune. And that was kind of like the downfall for them, after the poor laning phase. The Storm getting all the runes, running around, ganking heroes, and you just can't fight. And when can you fight? Once the Darkseer even comes into the picture with the mech, the pipe, the Crimson. Your strength just feels like he's never going to have enough damage.
Things are feeling a bit too hard. Like you said, I believe it's not until the 14-minute mark where Ember found his first power rune, and it was an illusion rune, which is not which is not the worst rune to have in a game like this, but it's also not the amplified damage, maybe haste that you're looking for to really make a difference. I mean, by this stage already, the game's so far out of control. I think Manta get a handful more kills. They end up with I believe a score line of 5-6, make that to 21. But that really, not sure if it quite spells the entire story of just how in control Aurora felt. Like you said, Winter, that early game draft, not really getting the launch it needs. And, well, you can see the launch that Eris had there. Kind of describes the game. I mean, in a strong fight here, honestly, the control was phenomenal. You could definitely see the mechanics coming into play.
The double stun, double bramble, the double fear. That was as good as it would get, for Manta, with that double hero storm jump, but just couldn't really do anything to the gyro. After they used everything to kill the storm plus the Phoenix, they didn't have anything in the tank, to deal with the gyro. And that was it, the gyro just reigned supreme.
Honestly, in the post game cams, Aurora looked. Who was that? Was it Q or Ollie kind of stretching out as if they just woke up? Kind of early for us gamers.
Warm up, it's a warm up game, Like you had your warm up by getting some chicken rice. They have some warm up by playing some extra Dota game on easy mode. Nobody's gonna die with your Darkseer pipe mech. Everyone is just like, okay, we're just gonna run in. I mean, Jabs is definitely, the player the MVP, the last game with all the aura items, just basically mitigating all the damage that can come out from Manta Esports lineup.
Look at that, 95% kill participation of 21 kills. I believe that means probably he was in 20.
Yeah, he's like, I heard you guys talking about me being a greedy ass player. I'm not gonna play for the team. Here you go. I'm playing for the team. I buy mech, I buy pipe, I buy Crimson.
He didn't go for the blink Ags punch, He didn't want to go for the greedy build. He didn't go Manta style. We didn't see the Jabs Naga Siren, which means we might see it Winter in game number 2. We'll see how things are looking then, as we are going to be heading to a quick break. But when we return, we're going to have Aurora versus Manta, game number 2. We'll catch you then.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the Road to the International. The SCA qualifiers now continue in our first day here, as it's Aurora who lead 1-0 over Manta Esports in the first round of the upper brackets. You can Strike and Winter bringing you the action. Thank you guys for joining us. Winter, a very fast-paced game number one, basically, but not for the draft that needed it, is basically how I would wrap that one up. Things for Manta to do differently, I don't know. It always feels a little tough, right? I mean, you know, don't lose the side lane so hard, right? You gotta be able to lend some support to your mid laner.
Yeah, they just kind of got outskilled in the lane, and game got really difficult after that.
Do you think it has
that's not even like a cheese strat nowadays that like you can try to, like, Dota has evolved so much where you just have to play much better straight up in order to have a chance, or at least break even from the lanes. There's very little stuff that you can do to surprise your opponents in the early game. I think you need to maybe be able to anticipate that the Darkseer was going to do that, because they pretty much opened their draft with that, you know. So you have to be able to see it coming, and you have to try to, I think ideally what you need to do is get the support from the other lane, your off lane, to move to maybe set up, TP to set up a kill on the Darkseer. Those are the things that you need to be able to achieve when the Darkseer is doing this. You have to punish him. If you're not punishing the Darkseer and he's just pulling the waves back and forth, he's taking the wave and taking a jungle camp at the same time.
Too efficient.
It's gonna be very bad, you know, because his timings are gonna hit quickly with the mech and the pipe, and you're not gonna be able to deal with it. So they need to have better solutions to what their opponents are doing. You know, they can't just let Aurora do whatever they want in the game. So hopefully in the next game they'll be able to sort it out, you know, if the Darkseer does appear again.
Well, I wanted to ask, as we will head into our draft very shortly, and something I wanted to note is that we have the exact same sides and picks. Last time this time Aurora had priority and they chose first pick. So last time Manta, they must have won the toss and chosen Radiant, because Aurora will have first pick yet again on the Dire side. Which is really fascinating. I thought for sure teams were going to be taking first pick. But my question has to do more with Winter, how Manta responded to that first pick Storm Spirit, right? They replied immediately with the Ember, and maybe the Ember would have had a game, you know, if the supports were able to rotate on through. But do you think there's maybe something that can change around there to kind of help that matchup go a bit more evenly and not require so much assistance? Or, you know, do you think it's just you have to just kind of get a better draft going overall?
It's tough, you know, because they're lacking in a lot of departments as a team compared to Aurora. Obviously, Aurora, they are probably the best team in the SEA right now, and you're going to have to bring out your A game, you know. I think you start with the lane. You just have to be able to play the lane, draft strong side lanes, and hope for the best, you know. I mean, matchup, I think most matchups are 50-50. Just depends on the runes and how your supports are going to rotate around you. Yeah, I think that's the best you can hope for. Hope your side lanes can at least break even.
Okay. We'll see as we get into our second draft now. The first ban phase, Winter looks pretty much identical, if not identical, to game one. And dare I say the draft is exactly the same. Maybe a little bit of a deviation. I think Witch Doctor was technically first ban last time, but looks exactly the same to me.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they have to kind of figure out a solution for the Storm. I mean, the last game, it definitely didn't really work out that well. The supports, you know, not able to control the runes for the Ember Spirit, and this time around, they have to try to find better supports.
Yeah. We'll see what they're going to be able to pull up. Just looking at our previous draft, it is pretty much 1-for-1, the exact same draft as we had in game number one. So here last time, Manta decided to reply with the Ember. That's maybe something that can still work. Maybe they even want to go with the Willow again. But really, I think it's the Darkseer lane that got out of control so quickly. Instead, it's going to be a stolen Tiny pick now, as Manta will change things up and pick up the Tiny. See what kind of pick this ends up being. I suspect it'll end up being a flex. Last time, of course, picked up by Aurora and ran as a support by Q, who played that thing fantastic as usual in what was a very strong and dominating lane. So perhaps this is kind of a block pick, Winter, making sure that the lane doesn't go too poorly from the get-go.
It's very good at snatching the runes. I think one of the better supports are doing that. I think they're already figuring out what they have to change, what went wrong in the first game. First game, they couldn't secure any power runes for the Ember Spirit, so this time around, they figured that they need better supports. I think Dark Willow is fine, it's just the CM plus Dark Willow combination just doesn't really work if your early game is not going perfectly. Because they both kind of want to do the same thing, right? If you think about how they want to play the rune fights, they're standing behind, casting their spells, they're not really going in like a tiny, right? So you're like waiting for your Ember Spirit to kind of slight change setup, and then you can go in with your Bramble or Frostbite.
Yeah, and the Mars initiation felt kind of impossible because by the time he had Blink BKB, Tiny had BKB as well, so... And he still has to worry about the Sunray. Sunray, but more importantly, the Phoenix as a whole. As through our second banning phase we go, with different bans this time. The Weaver, notably, Winter, has gotten through, but Aurora have not deviated from their bans at all. Instead of the Weaver ban, we have a Timber ban now.
10 seconds remaining.
That's the only difference from game one. And of course, the Chen pick, who was ignored in a lot of the other regions, I believe, unpicked.
Yeah, this hero doesn't feel very good at the moment, at least for me. But Manta deciding they want to throw in a curveball, they have to try to upset the balance in the game. Try to do something that your opponents don't really understand.
Yeah,
Tiny
running...
Chen, if you get the ball rolling early, in theory, it can be very, very strong together. But Chen kind of wants your whole team to group up together. You're like getting all the aura items. You're making it impossible for the opponents to deal with you, and then you have the Tiny to kind of make sure that when the Chen is strong enough, the enemy doesn't want to run into you. They're going to split push, right? They're going to try to play the map, and Tiny is going to be there to catch them.
Now, this is not the first Chen pick of all of the regional qualifiers, but it is the first we've seen since China wrapped up 10 days ago. Sorry, to make that 7 days ago. Where G2IG did pick it in a win. Team Zero, Azure Array, and G2IG really ended up liking the Chen. And I think it had a pretty good win rate in China overall. But unpicked in South America, North America, Eastern Europe. So here it is in C. We'll get to see him a bit more. You brought up the auras, Winter. I always like to bring up kind of the creeps and, of course, the control and the domination you can have. Here's the Spirit Breaker to kill those creeps. And what was that reaction to the Wisp? What was that? Can you explain?
It's classic, bro. IO Spirit Breaker, relocate into the charge, and you have the mana battery for the Storm. So they're already trying to play really split up with this IO Spirit Breaker Storm against the Chen. Or maybe they are just going to finish their draft up with some heroes that can kind of take the fight head on. There's still an option there. You basically can pick like a tank, off-lane heroes, like some Underlord. I think Underlord would be great here. Underlord into Chen, Tiny. And then you have an IO Spirit Breaker around you. They're going to snag up the Darkseer. So they have their own Darkseer Tiny on Manta. Like who's going to build the aura items? I guess the Darkseer can kind of be a little bit more selfish this time with the Chen in the game. Chen buys Mech, Darkseer buys Pipe. Or maybe Chen buys everything, all these Darkseer players, they want to get their own Echo, Saber, Manta, Aghanim's build, Dagger.
Not Jabs, not last game. He proved you this. He proved us wrong. Well, I mean, we'll see.
But come on, let's be real. Let's be real, Richie. If you give them a choice, do you think the Darkseer players want to buy, especially the ones that are greedy? They have the carry flame inside their heart. If you tell them, hey, buy me a Pipe and Mech, please. How do you think they would react?
If you qualify the statement to that regard, then yes, obviously that they're going to want to play. That's like saying, if Miracle is picking offlane, do you think he wants Naga Siren? I'm going to be like, yeah, I think he wants Naga Siren. It's Miracle. Of course. If it's any other offlaner, I don't really think they want to play the Naga. as Aurora they're going to keep working. Sorry, they're going to keep running with what's worked, and that is Gyrocopter, another kind of frontliner fighter, and especially amped up.
They need team fight with SB and Storm as your other two
10
heroes.
seconds.
Those two heroes are not the best at team fight, so Gyro kind of solves some of the issues, and Flag Cannon deals with all the Chen creeps. You deal with Darkseer in the lane as well.
Mm-hmm.
You have Sustain from the IO, which is always nice.
Manta have decided to run back the Ember Spirit matchup mid lane, Winter. Now, this time we're playing with a Chen and a Tiny as your supports into the Spirit Breaker Wisp. How do you foresee this going so far with the information we have? Do you like this?
Yeah, I mean, Chen, Tiny compared to the IO SB, I think early game, you're definitely going to be a lot stronger. One Avalanche, I guess you secure the rune basically, because SB you can't charge into that, IO you can't walk into that. So early game, I think Manta has the strongest support duo, just by the looks of things on paper at the moment. And for Aurora, they're gonna have to, like I said, look for offlane that can delay the game. Some Underlord, I mean, there's no Timber, there's no Darkseer.
No Pango
what
now?
else? Dawnbreaker. I think Dawnbreaker is good against Chen. You can deal with the creeps.
A
But I
lot
don't
of
think I've
global
seen-
mobility as well.
Yeah, but I don't think I've seen him play this hero, so I'm not sure if he's actually going to do it. But I think it's one of the heroes that you can pick on the offlane to deal with the creeps from the Chen, because your spells are very good at clearing out the army of Chen.
Could this Tiny be flexed between support and core? Or are you thinking this is more locked in as a support Tiny right now?
Probably support Tiny most
Okay.
likely with the Darkseer.
What kind
most
of
likely.
hero then is Manta looking for? Actually, I'm sorry, it's going to be Aurora who's going to pick first. Let's focus on that. They're looking, like you said, for their offlaner. No Brewmaster, no Pango, no Timber, no DK. So yeah, I mean
Underlord.
Underlord, DB. What else have you been picking, Mr. Jabs? Show me the
I don't think he's
secrets.
played Underlord and DB in his pubs.
You know what he
Let
has
me
been
check.
playing? Who is not good here,
Ranger.
but I'll bring it up. It's a Visage.
Oh, Visage. Visage is... I mean, it works with SB. It's okay. It's okay, I think.
That's true.
It gives them team fight. They kind of need an offlaner that has team fight now. He would make the choice of playing Visage over the Underlord any day. I tell you that.
Why do you assume Jabs is a changed man now, Winter?
Ah.
We've talked to him, and you're like, wow, he's really mature. Don't you remember in these interviews? And you're like, that's not what the old Jabs would say. He's changed, and he's gonna play
Okay.
the greediest off lane hero. I'm the superstar. Blink, black hole, Enigma, refresher. No, I'm not buying an aura item. What the heck is that?
Helm of Dom is an aura item.
10 seconds
Helm of
remaining.
Dom is an aura item. That is correct now. As Manta will be
5
looking
seconds
for the last pick into this Enigma. You don't really have a BKB black hole solution at this moment. Carry into the Enigma. This might be trouble now for Manta Esports. Trying to see what they might end up wanting to run. You have to deal with those Eidolons in the lane with on top of the Spirit Breaker, so plenty of kill potential. You've got percentage-based damage. If this global mobility as well on side for Aurora, and something that's going to deal with your tower push as well. And honestly, these heroes are not great at defending towers. The support's Tiny and Darkseer. They're going to go with the Troll. The classic just win your lane kind of carry. Might be enough to get through this kind of global initiation because the lockdown is... I mean, I guess it's silly to say this, but with Black Hole, the lockdown's pretty good. But other than Black Hole, the lockdown maybe is not going to be pitch perfect here as the Troll sneaks through and he'll get picked up.
I mean, that's the thing with Enigma. You don't see your lane matchup. Sometimes you can run into matchups like this. Troll is, I think, overall a pretty good matchup against Enigma in the lane. You can deal with the Eidolons. And you have Chen, Darkseer. I think this Troll, if he gets a good start, you can be really, really hard to kill. I feel like Aurora's lineup, like you said, Jabs is kind of being like, I want to be the superstar here. I mean, it's a good setup with the SB, I think, Enigma SB, but just the part that you don't know your lane makes it a little bit iffy, and also you run into a Troll. I feel like the lane can still be okay for them. Yeah, but it's not going to be as straightforward.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit more tough there for them. Yeah, I mean, especially for how straightforward these lanes are going to be for Manta, honestly. Just fairly strong lanes. A Troll Chen, who is probably going to be able to be a bit more independent in the lane compared to the Sven, will free up Grims to get his items online. That might allow you to get even like, double up auras if you can go for a mech on the Chen. Something like a pipe on your Darkseer seems very strong here. But we have to remember just how strong of a team that Aurora have proven to be, especially in a game. Number one, we'll see. We have the exact same matchup here in the mid lane. Winter, any predictions, either draft that you're liking a little bit better here as we are just about to get underway with our second game?
Yeah, probably Manta draft. I think they have a pretty good setup here with the Troll, Chen, Darkseer combo. I think they might be able to just take the whole map away from Aurora if they can get past the lane and you play behind the Troll, he takes the towers and you have the Chen creeps and all the sustain from the aura items from Chen and Darkseer. I think this could work, for the Meta esports lineup.
It's a pretty big if there, but I do agree it can work. This would have been quite the catch as well. But Jabs, his smoke breaks first up on the high ground, and he is going to get out of the way of this smoke coming. Nicely done here. It is a big if, but I actually do quite like this Manta draft.
30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Somebody gets bashed. Yeah, but they buff the helm a lot, the helm of Dom. That's why a lot of the players, the offlane players especially, they are kind of going back to the helm of Dom heroes. Because now you get the gold and XP for converting the creep. And Enigma is like I think also with one of the better innates in the game. It's called Gravity Well. So you have the damage reduction if everybody's near you, your teammates around you. 500 AoE. 500
within
distance.
500 distance. It's not really that special. It's less than half of Vlad's range if you can kind of imagine it that way.
It adds up, when you have all the team items, you have the auras and you're kind of grouping up the push, like especially with a Gyro on your lineup. Gyro kind of likes this innate.
But it's about the cast range of demonic summoning, which is not, nothing that special. Either way. We'll see how things get going here for game number 2 of the SEA quals. You can see already early, Lorinov this time taking a little bit more of a bruising as he is racing his way towards the bottle. Didn't quite get it on this wave, but so far doing well and has more tangos to play with to get a little bit more HP regen.
Darkseer is kind of also getting pushed out by the Gyro. So not as easy as a lane compared to the last time when Jabs had to just lane with a Sven CM. This time a Gyro IO. Pushing him out with Rocket Barrage, spam, back cannons, and now almost down to half health.
Yeah, ends up being tricky here. This kind of a lane not really too strong until the Tiny, or at least until the Darkseer hits a second level. Maybe even third in this lane, honestly, with as much sustain as they have. As you can see, Eris, he might be getting caught out here. They don't have the point in homing missile. Oh, but they do have a blood grenade. And, of course, with this Afterburner active, seems like an easy kill now onto the Tiny, who's trying to go to the neutrals, but is going to die.
Yeah, I mean, good kill there. First bird. It's gonna snowball the Gyro a lot. And I think the Gyro kind of has to be the one moving around since you have a Enigma. Enigma is gonna be sitting and farming a lot more. So the Gyro has to kind of pick up the slack, try to help the team. When you have call down, try to rotate, go to the mid lane if there's a mid fight. Those type of things.
It's a little bit of space for Darkseer, right? I mean, it wasn't just a complete feed. He blocks the camp. And now he reblocks it after respawning, and he makes sure that Darkseer gets up to level 3. So now we do have level 2 Ion Shell ready to go, but we don't have a toss back yet.
I mean, it's still a tiny level 1 with a tree throw. At last game, Q actually completely forgo tree throw. He just went to max the stun and the toss. I mean, maxing the toss first. I think it's always very nice to max toss now because you have the slow. So you don't play so much on the avalanche toss combo with the damage anymore. You try to use the slow.
Mid lane's also looking a bit different here, not going to lie. We have our Ember Spirit off to a much better start than last time. I think we got a little bit unlucky, you might call it, on the way that the bottle came out last time for Lorinov, and he kind of wasn't really able to keep up the harass early, never got a support rotation, and we saw how that game quickly devolved. This game already off to a bit of a different start, much closer of a mid lane matchup this early on. So that's at least one lane going far better now for Manta.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Chen is sending the Satyr to mana, but the Storm in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, I forgot this is a thing you can just do.
So annoying. And Q is like charging over to help get the
Yeah, and they're going to connect
here
with
as well.
Ollie. Oh, Searing Chains didn't come through. They get the kill top lane first on the 23 Savage, though. That's quite the jump. And now Ember, he will die mid lane.
Oh, that's actually, I think, a way bigger kill than the Gyro.
Wow.
That's a better trade for Aurora, I think. They're going to be... They picked up both the Water Runes, right, on Lorinov?
Yep,
Yeah,
indeed,
he got both the Water Runes.
Back to full HP. Oh, gets a little bit more of his mana burned by this damn Chen creep, but he's hiding in the tree. It's so funny, actually. I've got to start doing this in my pubs. I love playing me some Chen. Careful up top lane, though. Good toss. Back to the creep wave. Will stop 23 Savage from picking up the kill, but will it stop Ollie? Yes, absolutely no move speed. It's going to be Private Tiny sacrificing himself so the pointy-headed general can escape. But hey, at least it's going to be another death avoided now for the Darkseer.
I didn't know Darkseer is the general.
He's of the two of them, he's certainly more likely the general than not, I think.
Yeah, but what if the Tiny tosses the Darkseer? Tiny looks more like the general then, yeah?
Maybe. Tiny's more logistics, I think. I don't know. Darkseer's always talking about battles and, you know, oh, I have a battle plan, my shiny head, or whatever the heck he says. So,
Okay, fine. That's true. Oh, jabs? 1v3?
yeah.
1v3?
He might be in for a tough time this time around. There's a charge incoming from the jungle and the reload. Sorry, the TP in from Ollie, who does not have nearly enough healing here just with that level 1 tether. Grimm's still alive for now, but the bash from Q condemns him. A 1-for-1 trade. Lane's off to a much better start this time for Manta Winter. We've got ourselves a game.
Yeah, we've definitely got ourselves a game much better than the last game. And now 6-minute rune. Ares on the Tinies is going towards the bottom area.
Yeah, Lorna's
Might be
already up
able
to
to
level
steal
6.
it away.
Let's see what'll happen. Where will the rune spawn? Seems like it spawns top into the bottle now for the Ember Spirit. It's going to be fortunate for him.
Wow, even Jab's TPing made to make sure that the Storm needs some help.
Yeah, still.
I mean, Lorinov is a little bit ahead in terms of levels now. Ember's going to get his level 6 with the haste.
Whoa, look at 23 go.
Whoa,
He's so
whoa.
fast. He's so fast. Diving the tower. He can barely even control himself. My goodness. Max move speed. Down goes Kimizu. Very different kind of a Darkseer game that we're starting to now see, Winter. That is death number 3 in this lane. Not for him, but, you know, the Tinies died twice. So even though you have managed to find a kill on the Gyrocopter, it seems like this lane has not gotten out of control.
7-minute Wisdom Runes, so it's going to be 1 apiece. I mean, Jabs is the one that's suffering right at the moment, comparing him to all the cores, which is probably the, I guess, the result of just picking the Enigma blind. You know, you're not knowing your lane, so you're into a throw. He can deal with your summons. So now this is the type of game.
Really suffering, by the way. After Q picks up the Wisdom, he is the lowest XP hero in the game right now on this Enigma. Quickly, it changes. He's hit level 5, but very briefly there. He was not
Ember top.
not sitting pretty.
23 needs help.
Wait. Oh, Lorinov's going to TP in. Gets the zip. Oh, but doesn't have the point in Vortex, so this Surge is very effective, at least at burning the rest of the mana that Lorinov has. rotations come through as Aurora, so they still end up getting the trade there, taking down the Darkseer.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Way back into the mid lane. Once again, it is going to be this Mage Slayer build up for him. Oh, careful though. 8-minute runes. They're ready to contest for these top. Very nice avalanche. Does connect onto 3 out from Eris. The rune is going to spawn bottom. It's going to go into the bottom. Or sorry, just activated here by Jabs. Steals that one away. In the meantime, Lorinov puts down Eris. They might try and chase for more here, but no, they don't have the vision. So this Ember Spirit, despite low HP and mana, will be able to evade death here. So really, I think the big comparison points is going to be between Gohan's and 23. 23 Savage still off to a fantastic start here. Has the Falcon Blade and the full treads, as well as decent progress here on the Crystallis compared to the double Wraith Bands and treads that's right now the Troll has. So despite Jabs having a very poor start, this Troll hasn't really gotten online as fast as the Gyro has.
Yeah, I mean, the Gyro has 3 kills, and you have a lot more tools to be able to help your team early, right? Troll is a little bit more greedier. After you win your lane, you're going to go into like a couple of minutes of farming. You're going to need to farm either your Battle Fury or you get your Maelstrom, which is he's going to go for the Maelstrom build this game. Less greedy, which is kind of, I think, good with the Darkseer and Ember timing and the Chen. You want to fight alongside those timings when you get the auras on those heroes. But I do think that the Gyro can kind of match it with the start that he's gotten so far.
Yeah, he's very strong. They might consider going diving here onto this Tiny. Level 4. Yeah, they're going to chase after the homing missile. In goes the call down. There is TP's coming, but Lorinov with the connection there. Black Hole in the meantime is going to be used to solo kill onto the Chen. He goes down. Kimizu Vakwall onto 2. Makes a little bit of space, but not nearly enough. As 1 Savage, will he go down? The heals off from Ollie, they're pretty darn good. And he's out of damage, gets the Remnant away. Gohan's needs a little bit more damage for the kill, but it's going to be Kui chasing with the last little bit of mana he has. A sleight of fist kill and a big one there on a 23 Savage as the chains also cancel Ollie's TP away. Is this going to be a revenge kill from Q now? Charging on in, Tiny rotating, TPing on in with the avalanche in time, and it is going to be Q still alive, chasing, looking for the Nether Strike, but not having the time to cast it. My goodness, what a crazy sequence of events here, but I think overall it's Manta who come out on top. They lose the Chen, they lose the Darkseer, but that's a big kill here onto 23.
Yeah, I mean, killing 23 and just getting out with the Ember Spirit, that's definitely very, very good for Manta Esports. And at the moment, game is kind of looking to stabilize, for them. 23 coming in again.
23 go. It's so hard to run for this guy. Reload also incoming as the vacuum connects. No surge for another 15 seconds as they'll even bring in Q, who seems a little bit lost as to where he is, but eventually will find his way as the siege begins on this bottom tier 1 tower. Nice kill. And you know, even if Jabs is having a bad game, he's not having as bad a game as this Darkseer right now, Winter. So Aurora at least applying pressure very strategically here, pardon me, to try and make sure that Jabs still has relevance in this kind of a game. Oh, goodbye Grims. Also killed off here.
Yep, the power of SB and Storm. You know, if they see someone out of position, very, very easily picking the Chen off.
Have we seen Tweety chop anything yet? Oh, he's going to. Is he going to disassemble Falcon Blade? I assume.
Yep. I mean, he already has his blades on attack.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
I kind of thought it would be a thing. You buy Falcon Blade, then you disassemble it for the Crystallis.
Me too. But he's going to decide against it. He's got both now. Maybe he values the mana regen on a full Falcon Blade. Will help him farm a lot, honestly. But either way, I don't know if we've seen Chop be abused too much here. That's a very nice rune security for Lorinov. Amplify damage rune into the bottle with an Orchid as well. But they do manage to get Kui away in time. That was Hand of God used for that now. What do you have left to defend this tier 1 tower? Seems like not much, honestly. Fortify is going to buy a little bit of time, but Darkseer is just so far behind where he doesn't even have a mech yet.
Yeah, this is bad news, you know. I mean, Jabs is showing up with the potential threat of the Black Hole with the mech.
And look, they're going to try and kill Kimizu. I think he TP'd away. Yeah, just in the nick of time. That homing missile, not fast enough. Yeah, I think Jab's last game had a mechanism at 9 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, on his Darkseer. And we saw how impotent that really made the Ember Spirit feel when they rotated in. But now, well, it's the lack of the mechanism that is really causing Manta to suffer here a bit as they lose their second tier 1 tower of the game. They do pick up the tier 1 tower up top, so it's more space for this Troll Warlord to continue farming. He's doing pretty decent, but it's over in the river where it seems like Aurora, they found make that their 13th pick off. Lorinoff is going to finally be able to collect a kill using this Orchid. So 5-13, 13 minutes in with a 5k net worth lead for Aurora in game number 2. Winter Lanes did start off a lot better, a lot more even compared to game 1 for Manta Esports, but out of the laning stage, it has just been constant pressure onto the Darkseer, constant pressure around the map, utilizing this Wisp and this rotating Spirit Breaker. How are Manta supposed to break this cycle and, get a foothold back in this game?
Yeah, they have to involve the Troll. I mean, the Gyro is a big deal in the early game fights that kind of made it easy for Aurora to take the team fights when they were not doing so good against the Manta lineup in the early game. And now the Troll kind of has to do the same thing, right? He's not really been participating as much as the Gyro. And now he has the Maelstrom and Yasha done soon. And bot lane, relocate.
Oh, yeah, then they go. They're going to try and look for some big kills. It's Q. He's going to actually charge through one. Black Hole does catch Tiny, and Eris has already used the Avalanche. Jab, phenomenal spellcasting here, utilizing another strike as well. They've got a Remnant on back. But is he actually going to die here? The reload back from Ali. You've got to run from the Battle Wisp and the auto attacks. They're enough from Jabs. They chase him down. The Remnants do not disjoint projectiles. And Jabs with a flashy double kill here across the lanes. What a sequence of events there for Aurora. A fantastic fight.
Yep, top lane Gohans is trying to maybe set up a kill here, but with a Chen probably not going to have enough disables to get the SB here. But yeah, like you said, Aurora just winning across all the corners on the map, pushing out the top lane, winning the bot fight. And Jabs, despite not having a good laning phase right now, has a dagger plus mech completed. So the next black hole is going to be huge.
You could just see how quickly the hero portraits or the arrows for us, close the gap onto that poor little Chen. That will complete death number 4 for Chen. And probably more relevant and important for Lorinoff, kill number 7. 7-0-3 is they're going to try for this mid lane kill onto Kui. They baited him on the wave. And they've killed him on the wave. Eris, you might not be out of this one either as he tosses back Lorinoff, who zips right back on top of him. Q connects from the top lane, digs up a nice little snack as well. But another great pickoff here. Just as he's completed this Mage Slayer as well, things are... like you say, Winter, they just have to get this Troll involved at some stage. And it seems like he's going to want to do it with at least an Aegis. As Troll heads directly into the Roche pit, they're going to try and start this one up.
Yeah, they need to try to, shuffle out the dangerous farm with either the Chen Pit or the Darkseer Iron Shell and then try to involve everyone on the same location. Now, the Roche is a good start with the Blades plus the Troll. So this is going to start something for...
well, hold on. That's a pretty promising start to the fight as well. Maybe they can get through the Wisp. No, he's got a full Holy Locket. And now trouble incoming. Q, he's going to charge on through. Good control onto Eris, but they really want to take down this Ember Spirit. They found him. They've killed him. That's a very good vac one, but the reload out. Getting 23 Savage out of harm's way. The Troll Warlord ulti active. Gohans, he's dead already. That's Aegis gone. Surrounded by 5 enemy heroes. They can't offer him anything. He's just going to die a second time. Aurora looking for more. Lorinoff utilizing the rest of this arcane rune. Does manage to at least give vision for the jump onto Eris. Jabs with the blink dagger, catching up to him, puts him down. What a phenomenal fight. That wasn't even with a black hole.
That was such a clutch play from Io there, just getting the Gyro out of harm's way, Just making sure that he popped him up with the Holy Locket, the heals, and just at the last moment, just bringing him out so the Troll doesn't finish the kill there. That was supposed to be a fight that I think with the Aegis, Manta could maybe use it to turn slowly but surely turn the game around. But now they're in a much deeper hole after getting the Aegis.
Indeed.
And that was without the black hole being used.
Seriously. I mean, that was just Blink only for level 1 Midnight Pulse, Mechanism, and Malefice. I mean, even the Wisp getting this Holy Lock online, keeping himself alive. What a play. I thought maybe that was the fight where Manta were going to be able to take it, because that's always a dangerous spot to be fighting, and a dangerous spot for a hero as vulnerable and as key to your fights. Like a Wisp, to get caught right next to the enemy tier 1 tower, but just no chance to make things happen here. As 23, another kill onto the support Tiny. Fantastic fights now from Aurora, who they just seem a class above Manta right now in the way that they're playing this series.
But at least they got the dagger before he died, so Tiny is gonna have dagger in the next engagement. I think they have to try to take a fight, not just farm, because you're gonna die against a Storm plus relocate plus SB charging you with Shadow Blade. Nowhere is safe on the map.
I think you know, something that really highlights the way that this series has gone overall. You know, if I'm a doctor right now for this Ember Spirit, I'm diagnosing him with a lack of vitamin power runes. And look at this fight. Gohan is just immediately deleted. There's no running for this Ember Spirit. They don't even need a Black Hole for him. Jabs, he's chasing after his next mark, and that's the Dark Seer. Guardian Greaves active for him, but he can run only a bit further before he's chased down and killed by Lornoff. Unrelenting pressure, and just with the relocate 23, he's right back to sieging this tier 2 tower. This game has sped away out of control for Manta. I don't know if there's a way back in it. I think Aurora have to make some pretty big mistakes at this stage.
Yeah, unfortunately, their lineup has kind of already reached the point where if you're not having a lead with the Chen and Troll, it's going to be difficult for you to play the map against the Charge, Shadow Blade, Relocate, and a Storm flying around the map. I felt like the last push on the bottom tier 1 tower, if they had 5 heroes there was a chance they can still take the team fight, you know. But Tiny, he was kind of late because he died, and his team kind of didn't.
Oh, hold on. This is a catch. Mechanism heal for Jabs is not enough. 5 heroes there to kill him.
Now he's gonna know there's a ward there.
True.
But that's a start. You know, they have to get a lot of all these pickoffs to slowly but surely come back into the game.
That was almost that was 1,300 gold, 1299 technically, but that was a big old kill streak as well over to Gohan, who's exactly the hero you want to get something going on, right? In the meantime, I mean, it still costs you a lot. You lost your tier 2 mid, you lost your tier 2 top, so you know the pressure is going to continue to build, but at least a little bit of breathing, even if just for a few seconds. Now I say that, but let's keep our eyes down bottom where Gohan's is currently being charged. We have a relocate ready to go. Seems like, yeah, Spirit Breaker able to get to the tier 2 tower, will complete the charge. In comes the relocate now into the Nether Strike. Lornoff is here with the silence. And what a hit squad there. Lornoff now beyond godlike on that kill, Winter. He's going to break the tether. This does make it a 2 versus 3. You have Jabs who's taking to the tier 2 tower, rushing on in. He's got Blink, Black Hole ready to go. As look at Lornoff breaking ankles here with the Arcane Rune active. In comes Jabs now. Black Hole. It's only going to catch 1. I think they pulled Eris out there with the Vortex, but it doesn't matter because you got the lockdown there on the Dark Seer. You get the kill. Lornoff's on the triple kill now, chasing after the last one. Chen, no way out for you. That's the team wipe, the GG. You're into the lower bracket, Vanta. Aurora have just 2-0'd them. Wow, what a series for them.
Yeah, what a last couple of minutes, you know, from Aurora. So basically from the bottom lane, we were talking about how Enigma kind of didn't have a good start, and then they just won off an early mech from the Enigma. Like, so Jab's like showing, I don't need a good start, you know, I don't need to be prioritized. My team can draft around the Storm, even though I'm an Enigma. Maybe I'm greedier, but I can take a hit in the early game.
Yeah, honestly,
I mean, still have the same amount of impact. I mean, the unsung hero is probably Gyro. You know, I think he did probably a lot of the heavy lifting when the Enigma was poor, kind of allowing his team to get back into the game.
This fight, everything. It felt like this was the fight that they were going to be able to come back on, and then all of a sudden, no, just stolen away from them, like a thief, Ollie. How dare you?
Yeah, this was the Roche, right? When they got the Aegis and they were kind of counting on this Aegis turning into something fruitful for them, but just getting outplayed, you know, once again by Aurora. This is what happens when you're up against a relocate Storm charging SB around the map and you if you can't get a ball going, like if you can't group up on one location on the map and siege the towers, you're gonna get picked off time and time again. I mean, here's a fight where I think this was their last ditch effort, right? They just got blamed on the Tiny. They were trying to group up and push the tower, but Tiny wasn't there. They were sieging the tower and just got caught with their pants down.
I mean, this was basically the coup de grace here. This kind of sequence of events, and it turns into a full team wipe after this kill here. I mean, and with how quickly Aurora disconnected from the cams following the series, it's like they played this game too, especially like they had somewhere else to be. Guys, where are you going? It's not even noon yet. You're gamers. What, you got a 1 o'clock scrim or something? Come on, lads, take your time here. But Aurora really just getting through this game. They do it cleanly, and they do it in a dominating style. That's a hell of a game for Lorna. 15-0-8. And that's a hero that I think, like I was saying, Winter, kind of really tells the story of this series. The way that Aurora were able to play around the Storm specifically in this kind of a game compared to the last, they were just balling out of control. You can see here, just comparing the two mid laners, 14 minutes in, this was at the really start of the snowball, really, when it started rolling. Just kind of the performance that you had, right? And really the problem that Ember kept running into, just basically no items into already this Orchid online. Lornoff able to connect with the Wisp and the Spirit Breaker, and they just had more moves to make.
Yeah, I think they just couldn't really get their lineup together to push a lane, because you have this Chen Ember. I think with the first couple of items, the Mac on the Darkseer, when the Chen had Vlads, I think ideally you want to be playing around those timings with your Mage Slayer. So those are the small items that you get to, but you want to immediately use it in the game to get something in return. But they just couldn't really make that happen, because heroes are dying on the map against the Relocate, against the Charge, against the Storm.
Right. And that is a very fast first series, especially a very fast game too, as Aurora will proceed into the next round, the upper bracket semifinals. They await the victor of our next series starting in just around another 15-20 minutes, folks. We are going to go to a quick break, but make sure you stay tuned. After the break, we've got Neon Esports taking on Bleed. See you shortly.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the Road to the International C Qualifiers, folks. Winter and I, Seek and Stripe, bringing you through the action here for our now second series of the day as we prepare to get underway with Bleed Esports versus Neon Esports. Winter, we have another Filipino team. Well, not full Filipino team, actually, right? Neon Esports making a couple of changes here, but taking on the only team here in the SCA region that has a player from, I mean, I guess, how do I say this? No player with a repeated nationality, which is kind of rare in the C region. Normally you have a lot of same nationality teams, and that's not the case here whatsoever for them. Exactly. Yeah. We can see here the bracket now that we have. And our match now, of course, being Bleed Esports versus Neon. Like we said earlier, the winner of this series goes on to face Aurora in that upper bracket semis. Now, remember, because we have two teams that are qualifying, if you get into that upper bracket round 3, that's a very powerful position to be in. You got 2 chances and 2 BO3s for your qualification chance. Otherwise, I believe you drop down and face TNC or IHC here. So that's going to be, you know, the team that you'll go on to face. That's already waiting in the lower bracket. Winter, are you giving either of these teams an edge? Before we even see the drafts, before we start talking about what pick here, which doctor that, which facet this, let's talk about the players, the player difference. Which team do you think here would you give an edge to?
It's tough though. I think based on personal skill, I would say probably Bleed. But as a team, I'm not sure where they are right now as a unit of 5, and Neon kind of feels like they're probably the ones that are more accustomed to each other. I mean, they also made a change recently, replacing Chidori for CJ. So I mean, they also have their own roster changes, but unlike Bleed had a couple, right? They replaced
two.
They replace DJ. They replace their mid laner, so they have two replacements. I mean, Zero is also kind of new to the team.
That's true.
It just feels like it takes a longer time for them to adapt. You know, I know some of the changes are not new, but they have made a lot of adjustments in terms of the team the last couple of months, whereas Neon just made pretty much just one.
Yep. Winter, one player you didn't bring up on Bleed Esports is Paulison. Now, the last time you were playing in a TI qualifiers was on Team Animal, I believe, for TI9 back in 2019. Could you believe that was already 5 years ago? By the way, isn't that kind of messed up? It's kind of messed up when you think about that. Anyway, you played with Paulison on Team Animal. You guys lost to Reality Rift in the opens. The reason I ask, of course, is not to pick at old wounds here, Winter, but it's more to ask you, like, what kind of a player is he? What do you think he brings to this team that has, you know, a lot of different nationalities coming in? SE, you know, as the 5, Jackie, the sole Laotian player, I believe, of the quals, and Paulison, the sole Singaporean player. You know, what can you tell me about this kind of a player?
You need one of this type of player on your team. I think he's very good at bringing people together. You need like a people person on the team. Like everyone is doing their own thing. It's not good, right? But if somebody's on the team trying to get everybody, let's go dinner together. Let's do the replay session together. Let's do this. Let's do that. I think it's important to have someone like this, just making sure that everyone hangs out together or works together. I think he's that type of people person, I would say.
Do you think that can be a little bit harder to kind of activate that kind of, you know, chemistry building when the team is not going to be boot camping together? Bleed, I believe, for the Riyadh Masters as well. I'm not sure. I know for this one, as we'll see shortly on their cams as our draft now just getting started, they are not boot camping together, so they're kind of doing some work from home. How do you think that kind of affects the newness, like you talked about, of this team?
Well, it's definitely not ideal, you know, if you're not together playing an important tournament like this, and it makes it difficult to solve problems as a team. Some of the issues that you face as a team, it's just better to be said in front, you know, face to face. It's just easier to discuss. Some words can, I mean, let's put it this way, you know, it means different it can mean different if you don't see the person's expression, you know, when they're saying certain things about the game. And sometimes it can be really harsh. And if you don't have eye contact, then it can it can be bad, you know, for a team. But I mean, let's just see how they're able to try to solve those issues. I know they've been having issues based on their previous games that I've watched them play as a team. They're not really connected as a unit. I think especially SE, the position 5 player that they have right now, he just feels like he's not really sure what he needs to do in the games. You know, sometimes he just feels like he's out of place. And I think that if you don't rectify that, your supports can't play together in the early game, as we saw in the previous series where how the Aurora supports are able to just secure runes, make plays, and set up a lot of kills. If you don't do that as a support duo in this type of level, you're going to lose control of the game very, very quickly.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I could very well see that happening. I've also heard on just continuing to move on to Bleed right before we talk about Neon a little bit more, is that Emo tends to be a little bit more of the vocal player. But again, as the sole Chinese player and SC supposedly the captain of this team, according to Wikipedia, you know, you might have kind of two different communication styles, right? So that might also, you know, be adding a little bit to the challenge as Bleed potentially pick up Emo's hero, which is going to be this first big Pango. But you know, I've heard that regarding the team. That's good though, to have your cores be talkative.
He speaks a lot in the game. At least from my experience when I played with him in pubs, he tends to talk a lot. Tells you what you need to do. I mean, his English is overall, I think, pretty good for a Chinese player. And if he wants something, he's gonna tell you to do it. You know, and if you don't do it, then you might get into a little bit of trouble with him. You know, so he's that type of person. And I think it's important, you know, to have, like I said, you know, if you want to have a people person, but you also want to have right now a person that dictates the game. You want a person that's speaking, the voice of the team.
Right.
If you don't have a voice of the team, it can be very difficult to play as a unit because people are unsure of what they need to do. And whereas for Neon, I think their voice should be their pause 5, Castaway.
Castaway.
I know he speaks a lot in the game, and he tends to have a lot of ideas on the game. So I assume that he should be the primary voice of the team. I think he's also doing the drafting. So he definitely has his own ideas on what needs to be done in the game. And he switched to a position 5 from a core role, you know, so he kind of knows what the core players want in the game. So when you do that, you can better help them in the early game, mid game, and you can understand their item timings a lot better, you know, if you play a core role and then you move to a support. I think that's the benefit of moving to support from a core role. If you're like a traditional support, you're only been playing your support your whole life, then it might mean that you can sometimes find it difficult to understand specific matchup timings of your teammates' heroes.
He's a mid laner too, right? Or he used to be, I should say, is Castaway. So he especially knows how important it is, the timings, the inflection points of those mid lane matchups, especially for a hero in this kind of meta, especially with that galvanized innate, can be kind of snowball heavy like the Storm Spirit. So I do like that. I believe standing next to him in his camera for Castaway is CJ. So he is the new Indonesian core player, replacing Chidori. Has replaced Chidori, I should say, ahead of the Riyadh Masters quals, which they didn't go too poorly for Neon. They didn't get eliminated in the first round, but they did still get eliminated by Blacklist Rivalry in round 2, finishing 5th and 6th in the lower bracket. So not exactly where they wanted to be, but we can, you know, kind of take a look at how things are going to be going for them later. They've been doing okay. Go ahead.
So Meanwhile, like Pango's the hero that we didn't get to see the last game, which is I felt like a really, really strong hero. I would say maybe the best hero right now, Pango, of the patch. I think the hero just maybe okay. You can probably make an argument for which of the I think Pango's up there. It's basically unkillable, and they're already, you know, you see trying to draft support around the Pango, CM. With the aura, with the small little spells, the damage you can unleash with the Frostbite, Nova. I think all those things are very, very good with the Pango there. And they're going to pick a Tiny to pair it up with a CM. I would say CM with Tiny much better than what we've seen in the previous series, but CM with Dark Widow, that didn't really work out so well. And obviously Pango kind of still a flex pick. You can do it on the off lane or mid. And I know that both the players played, but I feel like it actually on Bleed it might just be an off lane hero. I think it's more of a zero hero than a emo hero. The emo likes to play the, how should I put this, more greedy, doesn't want to move type of mid laner. He wants to farm and connect. Whereas Pango is more like you need to really move around your team. So I think it fits more of a off lane space or Zeal, on off lane.
Yeah. I wonder if we might see a Visage out from Zeal as well. It's a hero that kind of feels okay these days, honestly, especially because...
Yeah. Both of them kind of like to play the lane holding type of heroes. He likes to play Enigma, Visage on the off lane for Zeal, and Emo also kind of likes to play like the Zeus sniper type of hero to sit in the lane and farm, So they're going to have to find a balance somewhere. And we're going to see a Beastmaster, which is also a hero that I've seen rise in popularity recently in high-level pubs. Very, very strong with the Aghanim's Rush. Good counter to the Pango role in the team fights. You can just stop him in his tracks. And I think it's a good combination with the Weaver as well. You ball up together, you do a lot of physical damage with the Midas armor from Weaver. You right click. Because when you're rushing Aghanims, you're actually running into the team fight, you're hitting people. So the Weaver bugs are actually very good with the Beastmaster. And also good against the Pango as well, the Weaver bugs. Because your role doesn't really dispel the Weaver bugs.
We should say, in case we haven't already, that Weaver is very commonly flexed to a support role these days as well, isn't he? So this isn't necessarily the carry Weaver. We might still see a last pick. I'm in fact expecting it to be flexed, to be honest.
On the Weaver?
Yeah, it's played support a ton in Immortal pubs. I've seen it.
Probably they're gonna find another carry to deal with the CK. But Bleed has to kind of round things up with the draft first, so they have a CK which kind of enables their team's playstyle. Because like I mentioned, their off laner and their mid laner, Emo and Zeo, they kind of like to play, sit and farm in their lane. They like to hold their positions on the map to farm. Whereas their carry, Jackie, he likes to move around. I think whether he likes it or not, he needs to be able to run around and basically play like Daracho. You need to enable your teammates. I think that's what the CK is designed to do here. He's going to have to do well in his lane, rotate, help the mid laner, help the off laner, and try to make space on the map.
Okay. What kind of hero do you want then for Emo, who, if is not going to be on the Pango, which I agree with you, it seems like if you're going to have a Duracho like carry CK, totally viable, right? Maybe even like a Skitter type one. Who is your greedy core? Like, what kind of hero do you want to play carry from the mid lane these days into the Storm?
Some Razor OD type of hero. DP.
Oh, OD. Into Rubik? I hate OD into Rubik, though. That's got to be...
there's a Lash.
Okay.
Okay, Lash is also not good into Rubik because the speed of steel is quite annoying. But it can work. I think Lash can actually work with their lineup because they are trying to play around the CM and Tiny. I think CM Tiny works really well with Lash. Like the thing about figuring out your final mid hero is also thinking about what works with your support duo. So you already have CM Tiny. So they give you some lockdown, they give you some catch, they have a lot of damage. So you need a frontline mid laner, something like a Lash DK type of hero.
Okay, I was going to suggest something that's not a frontliner, but it is very much a carry from the mid lane. I was going to suggest an Arc Warden, actually. I don't know if that's within Nemo's wheelhouse.
10 seconds remaining.
It's not exactly the one that I was thinking about against the Storm Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
But you do fight very well around the rune spots. I'll give you that.
You fight well around runes. I mean, you kind of pile on more pressure here in terms of making them find an anti-illusion hero or something with more CC. So I think that's still a pretty big weakness right now of Neon's lineup. Of course, they still have to pick their carry, but we'll see. Dark Seer is the final ban. Wait, hold on. So if Neon have banned Lycan and Dark Seer, then they fully expect this to be a Pango mid, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Both of those heroes are Zeo's heroes. I think Zeo likes Lycan more than Darkseer. I mean, he kind of likes Darkseer too, but... Okay.
What do you think? You know Zeo. He's a fellow Malaysian. Is he like, what's this emote that he's making?
I feel like he's gonna play the Pango. That's what I feel.
I agree. I think he's doing the, the little chin on finger or finger on chin kind of being like, they're banning my heroes. They don't know I've already first picked Pango. They don't know, guys. They don't know. Well, let's see. What'll it be here for Bleed then into their last pick? A mid or an off? Is there something they can maybe potentially flex here? I think it's going to be an emo hero, though. I agree with you. I don't think it'll be the Pango. At least I hope not. Yeah,
Yep.
there it is.
Invoker. So he's gonna sit in the lane. It works really well with CK. CK stun into Sunstrike, and then you have Frostbite, stun toss from Tiny. So those are very good setups for Sunstrike. I mean, this hero seems strong in some of the games that I ran into him, because now you get what's it called, the XP from denying.
5
Mhm.
seconds
In
remaining.
it-
I forgot
with
what
his
they call
innate.
the
So
sweaty
he-
innate. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, he gets a lot of levels from the lane, and he can easily snowball the game with Sunstrike kills. So if you're getting kills on top of the denies, then you'll be really, really high level in the game.
Mm-hmm. Emo's got a pretty consistent build. I'll just mention it really quick. Usually one Bracer, one Null Tally, Brown Boots, Midas into Gleipnir, and then kind of depends from there. So that's what you can kind of be expecting from this Invoker. As for a
So-
carry pick now, Winter, 15 seconds
Ursa,
left.
I guess. Okay, lifesteal. There's still lifesteal in the game. Very, very, I think, good pick with their lineup. They needed like someone to frontline, tank for them. And lifesteal works with the Storm Spirit. You get the ball, go into the ball and just initiate into the CM, into the Tiny. You get a Radiance on this hero, so you kind of nullify the CK illusions in the team fight. I think overall this Neon lineup looks I think a little bit better than what Bleed has. Bleed has a lineup where they need to execute on a higher level. They have a much greedier tri-core composition. There's no like really clear timings that they are strong. So I think that Neon's lineup is just much more simplistic to play. And it's simple, it's easy, and it's very clear, okay, you're supposed to play around the beast when he has raw, and then after that, the storm, you control the room, and Storm's going to rotate around the beast, Lifesteal is going to be farming until he has Radiance. Once he has Radiance, he's going to join the party. Everything is very straightforward. Whereas for Bleed, you're kind of needing, okay, everybody needs their time to farm. CK is going to need to move first to play with the Pango. You set up some Sunstrike kills, and then you allow the Pango to get his, I'm not sure what do you buy this in. Maybe do you actually go just Echo into Manta or something like that?
I
you're gonna
have one
need,
counterpoint.
You're going to need
Just one small counterpoint here that I want to give some resistance is that this is an Exort Invoker. It usually is kind of quas Exort these days, especially for Emo. That's what he prefers to play. And I like these side lanes actually for setting up Sunstrike kills. You have a bite into the Chaos Strike, and then your other lane has what? It has Tiny Pango.
Tiny.
Lots of damage. Avalanche, not the best setup,
Yeah.
I would have to say. But I mean,
Yeah.
they might be able to snowball that a little bit, from some Sunstrikes.
Yeah, but you look at the heroes on the lane, right? It's a Lifesteal, Beastmaster side lane. Those are not easy kills to get in the lane. I feel like it's not like gonna be as straightforward as you think it would. Okay, they have stun, they set up Sunstrike, you gotta kill. It's not gonna be that simple for them.
Okay. By the way, Zeal's build, he likes to go for an Urn Rush into Vessel and then Blink after boots. That's what he tends to prefer.
This game, I guess the
Pretty
Vessel will be
consistent
good
on that.
against,
I would say he's consistent on that build. He might consider a Diffusal this game into a Storm, potentially, is what you're thinking?
I mean, the Vessel is good against the Aghanim's from the Beastmaster. You can kill him, stop him from regenning. Against Lifestealer is decent. If you wait out the Rage. I mean, it's one of the items where it allows you to fight early because you have a very greedy mid hero. So on the offlaner, you can be greedy, but not too greedy. And the Vessel helps you. You farm for the Vessel. Okay, maybe if you're getting a good game, 10, 12, 30 minutes, you get it. You run around, you play around. Like I said, the Sunstrike is going to be very, very key. They have to play around it, get pickoffs, make sure that the map's all pushed out. And then once you get the snowball going, you get your dagger on Tiny, then the game becomes very easy for you to set up kills, once you get to the point where the Tiny has dagger. But before that, I think you're going to have to play around the CK rotations plus the Pango. You're going to move around the map, and you have to kind of also at the same time deal with the runes, right? Invoker doesn't need the runes, but you don't want to give the runes away to the Storm Spirit because we've already seen, what a Storm can do when he gets all the runes. So there's a lot of things you need to do correctly as Bleed. Whereas for Neon, sure, maybe the side lanes might not go so well because of the Sunstrike, but as long as you get some runes for your Storm can kind of upset the balance on the side lanes, So the Storm should be the focal point for Neon.
Just taking a look at all the facets, I think everything is fairly as you'd expect. Elitist
anyone
Invoker, I
taking-
think this is maybe the most
Is
interesting.
anyone taking anything out of the ordinary?
No, not really. Not at least for Bleed. I believe in Elitist Invoker is the most common, although, again, the hero's not really all that picked these days. Yeah, everything else seems okay.
He is
This
kind of
game-
getting some attention from the at least for the high MMR pubs. You know, I've seen players kind of experimenting with the hero. I've seen a Gleipnir build. You know, you kind of felt
Invoker.
good at least for my game. Yeah, you get a
Yeah.
Gleipnir, so you can set up for your own Sunstrike. I think that felt good in the games that I ran into it, and I think that overall the hero does provide you with a lot of CC damage. It scales really well, and he always feels like he's very high level after the laning phase, you know, because of the deny.
Bit of a pause, by the way, for screen issue. I don't know if we caught the original reason on stream, but hopefully we'll get going here momentarily. Yeah, Emo actually has, the best win rate on this hero right now on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. 7
The
matches
best
in
win
the
rate?
last 8 days. He's won all 7 of those matches on the mid Invoker.
Holy-
Hasn't lost a single game yet.
He must have figured out something. The best.
I told you
win rate.
he likes Midas into Gleipnir. That's his build.
I can't remember who I ran into. He basically did the same build with the Gleipnir. I felt like it was really, really strong in the game.
Are you okay? You're not on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I was gonna try and find your games. Oh yeah,
Maybe
seems
I was
good.
watching a game. It wasn't in my play, but I saw the build. It just felt strong, you know. And you
Yeah,
have,
I remember
I think the perfect lineup with I think CM and Tiny. If you think about all the supports that are in play right now, CM and Tiny are probably the best supports out there to pair with the Sunstrike.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
generally speaking,
Clockwork,
that's true.
maybe Clockwork. You can make an argument for.
No,
it, but
I wouldn't say
think
Clockwork anymore. Not with expanded armature. It's not as reliable. I would say. I think
Yeah.
you give him too much time. I think Bane is the obvious winner here, just because Nightmare makes it so easy. But in general,
not if you take the moving one.
Okay, well, I see you like to troll your invoke. Hey, Sunstrike here. I'm not gonna move him, and then you move him the wrong way. Is that what you do? Oh, it's
No,
like-
I don't play Bane nowadays. I think the hero is not as strong as the previous pack.
I see. Well, we'll see how Emo gets to work here for his Invoker. First level into the Sunstrike, ready to go. He did not Sunstrike the enemy fountain, but they will, both teams now smoke up. And we might get ourselves a little bit of a fight for this first rune by the looks of things. Blood Grenade on Castaway and on Bombi. Blood Grenade on
Who has
Maiden
the stronger
and
level
Tiny.
one? Who has the stronger level one?
I have to think.
You
I
have
have
a
to think it's Neon.
CM Nova plus Tiny Stun. Those are really strong. But you have an Evoker, which is kind of useless at level 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've got an Invoker, and CK is great damage if you can catch him.
I mean, Life Stealer is also kind of useless at level 1. What are you going to do? Open wounds.
Yeah, and they come to land with open wounds. My Ghoul Frenzy is okay. I don't know. I get what you
I
mean.
think,
I think it's Neon hands down, if only just because of the strength of Weaver these days.
I mean, that's
honestly.
because of the Rubik and the Beast in the level 1 fight, Fate Bolt with your axe.
Yeah.
That's probably their strongest tool in the level 1 engagements.
And Weaver, Sakuchi, Skitter Step.
Yes, Shukochi. Slow everybody.
Mm-hmm. You didn't
I
bring
swear,
that
you know,
one up.
when they first made this change, I fed a couple of first bloods because I see a viewer, I'm like, I'm fine. You know. Then I'm like, oh shit, that's a slow.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Oh shit, Weaver's got hands. He's got 6. In fact, it's just going to try and quickly work through our second pause now of the game. I believe they were both neon-sided ones. Of course, teams usually allotted only 10 minutes, I believe, of pause time. Neon playing together at a team boot camp facility somewhere. So that's probably why they are starting to feel the kind of delay, whatever there is or might be on Discord. Hopefully things get settled for them here.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, you know. And sometimes it can be annoying when you're making split-second decisions with a. I'm not sure how much delay you have, but it can be very bad for the team.
Look at that, he's so happy.
Singapore server, it's back.
All right, server, C server, best server, hooray! Yeah, well, yeah, you know what they should do is they should give the server clusters innate abilities. You know, it should be like
What?
so like in NA, it should be like if you buy a shadow amulet, like you know, in different servers for pubs, like the different items and heroes do different things, right? So
No,
like,
no, no. In NA, when you do the hi-fi, there's going to be salt falling out of the hands.
oh, that's good. That's good. But that doesn't affect gameplay. I was going to say where in NA, they need one where like if you shadow amulet, it applies a radiance debuff to yourself. So you can't stay in there forever. So people don't, you know, grief games. I think is a good one. I think
How about
in C, you get one extra fortify. It's like a little secret Easter egg, but only if you type GG straight mid, you get a fortify refreshed. I think that's a good one. For China, it just connects you to the C server. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think?
Give me
Thoughts?
one for South America.
For South America, I don't know. South America is kind of tough. Not a whole lot of players on the South American servers. Usually they end up using a VPN to get through to Western Europe. Honestly, holy moly, have I been impressed. Lelis plays, I think, with like 115 to 150 ping usually. I think the highest I've seen him was 165. And he's playing heroes like Slarter and just blinking in and absolutely murdering heroes. I don't know how he does it. It's the most impressive thing. Maybe if you play from
tell
SA
your
server,
mid players. No, tell your mid players to do that. I don't
wish.
think I've ever seen a mid player not complain about ping ever. I mean, with good reason, you know. The mid matchup, it's a 1v1. It's all about like taking creeps at the right time, CSing, outmaneuvering your opponents. The ping can be a big deal.
What about back in the day on the Orange Cafe Winter? You know, were you like, this PC bad ping?
It's not the PC, it's the server.
The local server. Yeah, who's hosting? Who set it up? Did Winter? He didn't do dash AP, huh?
I'm in your debt.
I will tell you, it wasn't my fault. You know, I'll give you that much.
I see.
I was just a mere spectator in the whole scenario, just sitting in my
believe it.
chair, keeping quiet, just hoping it'll be resolved on its own, so that I don't have to get in trouble.
You order another noodles from the cafe while your teammates are come PC7, come PC7, I fight you in Winter. Oh no.
There was this one time I smashed a keyboard.
Oh, I
it.
can't believe that. How did Mr. Frank react to that?
Well, he actually didn't know.
It comes out the 15-year delayed reaction now, Winter. I can't believe it. You smashed a keyboard.
I fixed the keyboard, you know. But
Begins.
We'll see how things get going here. Bleed, they will bring the numbers here, and will be a bit scarier here to boot as Jackie
he got the
secures his
ball.
first CS of the game there with the Chaos Bolt.
yeah, 30 XP. It's gonna come into play, I kid you not. Especially for a hero like CK with CM, you get level 2. Well, for CM, I'm an advocate of not learning frostbite level 2. I think you almost always want to get aura, so you just play a stable way of spamming your spell. Because the moment you try to play aggressive, you go for the kill, you're gonna feed SCM.
Yeah. Oh, Sunstrike to secure CS here for Emo. Making sure he gets off to a strong start. We'll keep an eye on his denies now, Winter. Speaking about experience, you can start to see, you know, this go a little bit more his way. You get 25% of the experience.
Yeah,
How
it's
much?
a pretty
How
big
much did we
hero,
used to get
25%.
back when Dota gave experience on deny? Was it 50%?
Yeah, half. It was half. Oh, actually, maybe it was a half to the enemy that got denied, but you get like... Oh, do you ever get XP? I'm pretty sure you don't ever get XP. You're just denying it away
No.
from your
Back
opponents.
in the, I mean, I don't know how back in the day, but maybe 3-4 years ago, you remember heroes would get denies. You would get, if you denied a creep, you would get like 35% of the experience. Everyone had this. Am I crazy? You don't remember this?
See,
Maybe I'm
it was
crazy.
probably for a short while, right? Because it was so broken.
It lasted. I feel like it lasted a while, honestly. I feel like it lasted. I feel like we
Top
played a
lane,
TI on
Jackie
it.
getting level 2 because of the
Oh,
ball kill.
Look at that. The boar straight onto
was the ball.
Bombi. Down he
Oh
goes.
my god. It was the ball kill. I kid you not. That 30 XP.
Yeah, I mean it's 60, right? 30 to SC and 30 to Jackie really ends up making a bit of a difference. He gets caught off guard. Now he's going to come to lane. An even worse position here, Winter.
He's like, how did he get level 2 faster than me? How? Because usually when you play support in this sort of lane, you're kind of also taking a notice of how many denies is happening, especially the range creep, and then you kind of get a feeling about who's going to get level 2 first. I'm pretty sure he did not expect that.
Now caught off guard. Now he is playing into 2 level 2s. Not a deny to his name yet here for Emo. But I'm sure we're going to start seeing this mastermind get to work. There it is. Look at the experience start to tick up for Emo. Bottom. Toss does go back to the range creep as Castaway. Very long cooldown here on the Sakuchi, but Paulson realizing that it's about time he's got another ready to go and must back off.
I mean, they're doing really well at controlling the creeps at bottom, you know, like getting the wave. Like, as long as Pango can farm safety, you get, especially to your level 2 shield crash. When you're level 3, the lane becomes so much easier because then it's gonna allow the Tiny to rotate around, just get runes for the invoker, or actually denying the runes away from the storm. You know, then you can basically do whatever you want on the Tiny. Zeus again pulling the wave. So I think they're doing the right thing here, just making sure that they avoid confrontation against the Lifestealer. And obviously the Weaver, which is probably the strongest hero at level 1, level 2 now.
Weaver, who is going to be able to get his hands on the Lotus. The top Lotus goes into the inventory of SC. As Jackie now hits level 3, Bumpy really needed to keep his distance here, but has 10 wand charges, so is not really too squishy as he gets a free courier kill there. Will he pay the price for that one? It seems like he just might. Axe coming in trying to offer him whatever they can. Jackie with another Chaos Strike here, reaching, another stun, in a second will secure things here as Jackie's going to be able to save the mana. Meanwhile, mid lane, Paulson. He is going to end up dying. Those very early rotations out from both supports here, preempting even the water runes. It'll end up working out very well for Neon as they secure both water runes here. Well, just the one basically here for Ken, who I think is going to get another refill courtesy of the TP. This is a lot of support rotations early on.
Yeah, like I said, you know, Neon needs to really prioritize the storm.
And it comes with a cost, and that cost is 1 Beastmaster life. As Bleed realize that the Rubik's TP'd mid and they make a move immediately onto the Beast.
Just punishing the supports for babysitting your mid laner. But I think all in all, it's more important to secure your mid laner's bottle refill and his resources compared to the side lanes right now. I just feel like it's just going to have a lot more impact in the game.
Makes sense to me, honestly, especially considering the kind of matchup that you are looking at with this Storm Spirit, the Galvanized, right? With this Invoker who may end up being pretty pivotal here. Rotations top as they're connecting some stuns. Paulson as well through the gate. There's going to be that Sunstrike coming in handy as Jackie secures it with that Chaos Strike. Really nice kill there. That's the Sunstrike, you know, doing a little bit, getting involved.
That was like a TP, like die, TP back until he die again, you know, for the Beastmaster.
True.
That's going to hurt him a lot right now.
Walk of shame time. And most importantly,
this is the power of the CK in the lane, you know, with the Sunstrike. You're just going to be able to set up a lot of all these kills, you know, and it's going to give you a very, very strong head start, and it's going to allow you to dictate play on the map, you know. And Zeal, in the meantime, he's doing okay, you know, alone. Just trying to survive with the braces and the shield crash.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're not rotating
so you just try to survive.
Lane.
I think it's normal for him to be playing in this type of scenario because the Pango doesn't really need help. You just need solo XP. As long as you have braces, you have your shield crash to survive in the lane. I don't think you need anything else. You know, now 6-minute rune, power rune.
It's a big one. It'll go to the bottle of Ken. You had a lot of supports rotate from Bleed, even the Forge Spirit trying to deny the rune, but Ken will ultimately snag it. He may rotate down bottom now for a kill on a Zeal, who has no shield crash but has a swashbuckle. It's a bit far, so instead he's just gonna maybe he's thinking about it, Ken. Oh, now he's gonna go for it. Yeah, for sure. You swashbuckle like that, Zeal, you're gonna be in for some trouble. Now he does have himself a Lotus, just picked it up from the 6-minute pool, but he's gonna go ahead and save that for his next life. In the meantime, though, there is a bit of a dive now as Jackie gets the kill onto Bombi. They may go into the triangle here as SC chasing after more. No, is only gonna be able to watch the boar die.
Yeah, JG is just getting bullied left, right, and center here. Can't go to the lane. When he goes to the camps to try to clear a stack, there's a ward. They come and steal, and now 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Storm has to come. Oh, Storm has no mana. He can't come to this fight.
Paulson is here. Okay, he's going to preempt at least the toss, the avalanche. Very nice telekinesis stun, as it's at least going to be Castaway who steals up that Wisdom Rune, secures it. But Jackie, he might go diving this tier 2 tower. They will go diving this tier 2 tower with the Phantasm to tank. They are going to be able to get away safe and sound. 2 kills there for Bleed. Even if they don't steal away the enemy Wisdom Rune, that is another, what is that, a 5th kill? A 3rd kill. My goodness, it felt like a 5th kill though onto JG, didn't it? Oh my goodness, this game is rough for our Beastmaster.
Yeah, the power of the Chaos Knight the early game, especially with a Sunstrike behind him. And now it's not over. Paulson finds another kill. He's going to toss him out of the Sunstrike.
That's fine. He tossed him into range of Jackie, who is not going to have enough damage to kill him. A little bit unlucky there. That was a level 4 Sunstrike.
Yeah. Guess they kind of need to set up the Sunstrike with the Frostbite. It's more reliable that way. And Bombi going to get the D-Ward. He knows there's wards here. So he's going to be able to remove it.
8-minute
reclaim
ring.
that area. Yep. Ken looking for it at the bottom side. Nope. Okay, that's good for Bleed. You know, as long as the Storm doesn't get a ball refill, that's good for the Invoker.
Absolutely. The only lane that's not looking so great right now is this bottom lane, where Zeal, he's holding on. He's doing better than JG. He's only taken the 1 death, but he only has 30 CS to his name.
Yeah, but he's level 6 now.
True.
I mean, Beastmaster's level 5, you know, he's 1 level behind, which is a pretty big deal for the Pango at the moment.
I guess like you were saying, though, it's like my concern with this Pango is what exactly is his timing going to be, as he's going to be forced to use, he's going to pump fake the Rolling Thunder at least and get away here. Because what is his timing? When does he start rotating? Because even early on, if JG, eventually he'll get level 6, and he'll just kind of show up and roar him mid-roll.
I think he's only going to react towards the other lanes whenever Neon is diving them. But for now, I think his playstyle, he likes to just sit in the lane and farm and get his items. Maybe when you get Vessel, I think once you get the Vessel, then you feel like, okay, now is the time that I move to a lane and kill off, like especially maybe if you get a kill on the Storm, you know. But before you hit that type of timing, I don't think he's going to be moving a lot.
Yeah, he's just
CJ is trying to force out the roll. Yeah, just a shield crash, you know. He's just trying to force out the roll.
Yeah, and I mean, eventually he will. Zeal gets another jump away and is going to simply TP mid lane. Emo putting in some tower pressure now, utilizing these Forge Spirits. He's actually almost let his hand to Midas now, Winter. Pretty respectable timing. Might get it just around 10 minutes, as you can see constantly Bleed, led by Jackie's Phantasm Illusions, pardon me, just heading into the triangle and ruining JG's life, basically. Emo, he might be able to turn. He might be able to turn with the freezing field of damage onto Ken. He gets at least another ball lightning away. They didn't have this chain lockdown they were looking for there.
Oh, the tree troll.
Oh, the tree. Ken just enough mana thanks to the clarity and tread swapping over to Int. He will live. Oh, just by the skin of his teeth, even with that fairy's trinket, everything coming in handy there for him. Ultimately, they didn't get the jump right onto Emo. That level 1 Vortex pull duration is not really, you know...
Yeah, I mean, they didn't also expect the CM to be level 6 there, so they couldn't fight.
True.
The freezing field just made it really difficult for them.
Dude, Jackie's huge, by the way. Power Tread showing up to these fights with a Power Treads and Armlet.
Oh, top lane, he's TPing.
Yeah.
Okay, JG just backs off at the right time.
Would have been a quick death for him, as you can see him kill more of those boars. And like you say, Zeal just in this lane, continuing to be a bit annoying. CJ does catch up to him now even easier with the phase boots. There's going to be open wounds. We have another shield crash for a little bit more survivability. Zeal does have a TP scroll. Is he just going to get walked to death here? Okay, consumes at least a little bit more HP. gets to the other side of the tower, and now he's safe and sound. But that was a... that always feels a little bit sketchy when the Lifestealer is able to just do that to you. Fortunately, he is still not going to take a death to him solo.
Yeah, he just doesn't really want to use the TP scroll because he knows that his job is to just sit here and react to what Neon is doing by TPing over. The Lifestealer knows that. He's trying to force out the... Because he has no boots, right? So he's just taking full advantage of the Penguin trying to rush a vessel. I think that was overall really good play by CJ.
Radiant's top tower is under
And now
attack.
Now
Seal,
12-minute rune.
he's had enough of that, so he's got boots ready to go. Bleed, they're smoking to the rune. So are Neon, though, as we are 6 seconds from the power rune. Last one was top, I want to say. Ken eager to get his hands on another one, but doesn't know what waits for him in the fog. Rune spawns top. It's a regen rune. Emo, he's going to show on it. And, well, with that scan, Ken's going to know it's not safe for him to leap down and try and snag it.
It just feels like they need to, I mean, try to maybe go from behind the tower. I think the smoke was fine, but they needed to be more aggressive after not finding a fight at the rune. I think the CK, like you mentioned already, he's really rich, he's very strong. And if he finds any hero, I don't think anyone can actually stand up to the might of the CK at this point. He's going to have an Orchid very, very soon as well, you know, so that he has a tool to kill the Lifestealer, he has a tool to kill the Storm, even the Reaper, you know.
Yeah, Ken's closing in a little bit on his Orchid, but his game has not exactly sped up yet. Neon haven't been too successful with their rotations. Ken has been involved in 100% of the kills so far, but we haven't really seen anything out from Neon too recently. This changes, though, as they do smoke and at least get Ken with his supporting cast into the jungle where they see SE. Jackie nearby, thinking about maybe trying to turn here. SE holding on to Freezing Field as they steal Bite. Will commit that onto SE. Rolling Thunder incoming, though, as the rotations from Zeal is here. But where are they making this jump onto? Bombi, he's the target for now as they bump him and take him down there. Jackie credited with the kill. Just a 1-for-1 trade then. Oh, is it? Emo, mid? Yeah, he's got Ghost Walk. He's fine. Or is he? Actually, no, he's not fine. He's dead.
That's the sentry in the lane, you know. Alright, that's a huge kill there, getting the kill on Invoker. Probably had to use the Tornado instead of like the Ghost Walk, you know. Just need to make sure. I think if he just Tornadoes and he just keeps on running, he's probably gonna be fine there. Now 14-minute Wisdom Runes, feels like CJ can just walk up and take the rune. I think he should. There's nothing stopping him.
Oh, hold on, Jackie. Jackie with that Orchid reveal. Look at the damage. They just murdered Ken. Rolled on up with the Orchid, and he pulls Bombi back down into the hands of the Sunstrike Emo. He will respawn in style. As with the heroes gathered here, Bleed might just have themselves a tier 1 tower. What? Jackie, what a baller.
And he needs to be a baller for this team. He's just such a key player. All his rotations, all his item timings, they're just making full use of it. They did, however, lose the Wisdom Rune, so CJ got the rune, and they are probably going to also get the other Wisdom Rune on the other side of the map, so at least they were able to trade that off for something. You know, losing the Storm there for the rune.
And the tier 1 tower mid, which is always a nice little benefit. But yeah, they will lose on the 2 Wisdoms here, almost certainly. A decent reveal now. So far, Ken is not going to change up his item build. I mean, he's in too deep now for the Orchid. I don't think he should change it now. But after that, he's going to go immediately into the Kaya. So no immediate save, Winter, for this Orchid.
The Radiance is coming.
Oh, yeah.
For the Lifestealer. I think the Radiance Lifestealer coming to the fight can be considered as a save because you can invest into the Storm or whoever gets targeted by the CK.
I could see
that's
that.
That's the way of doing things in the fights.
Yeah, I could see that. They only have the 1 silence on this team.
As long as the Lifestealer joins the fight, I think Neon has a pretty good chance of winning them when he has Radiance. It's pretty close. 600 go off. Needs another 2 minutes.
We are also just about 600 gold off from JG's Ag Scepter. So that is going to be another big item here for Neon Esports to join the fight with alongside this Radiance. And ideally this Storm... Pardon me, the Storm Orchid. I mean, that was something that you did prefer about this Neon lineup, is that they have pretty clear item timings. It looks like we're heading towards a triple item timing now, And Bleed, you know, not really sure what they'll have at that moment. I mean, Emo's got pretty good experience overall, and with the Midas is starting to recover this armlet for Jackie, allowing him to put in some good work on top of the Orchid.
Yeah, feels like the CK is going to reach a point where he can't do it alone, you know, and that's when you're going to need the, I think, Pango primarily to join the fights to help him with the role. He's going for a dagger next, which is going to help him control the team fights, but at the same time, I'm asking myself the question, who's going to deal with Lifesteal? Like, I feel like when Lifesteal has Radiance, he's running into a team fight, he's dealing with the CK illusions, then it means that nothing can kill the Lifesteal. Castaway, he's going to be the taxi for the Lifesteal here, so Shukuchi in.
Well, they see him. They don't really like what they see. He's tanky, but they're blowing through him. Does get off that time lapse, and thus will just be able to tank a ton of spells.
Not sure what they expected there. They tried to run up the ramp.
He walked up the cliff, immediately realized he was in too deep. And
I mean, what else, you know? Like, what do you think would happen there? They didn't have any vision.
They've just unlit the Watcher. Certainly they know. They're not really reacting like they know, though. Winter, oh my goodness, another kill onto Ken. And they're going to close the door onto Bombi in this mid lane. Good spell steals here, though, honestly. But that stolen Avalanche won't matter much, though. Polison able to find the kill.
That was kind of like Neon just not knowing what to do. They just needed to... I think Rubik pushing out the lane was fine. They didn't need two heroes to do that, and Storm could be somewhere else on the map, you know, either jungling or just doing his thing, because he needed to just keep farming, you know. I think even with the Orchid on the Storm, you just need to keep farming because you need BKB. And CJ has Radiance. He's going to get caught here, but Radiance in time.
Rage TP away. Easy peasy. Zeal top lane. He's more the one getting caught now, especially with the Ags. The drums of Slam Winter. They beat once again.
It's back, the drums of Slum. Remember when this was, I think, every single game?
I remember PLs joining the fight and then the drums of Slam making Beastmaster unkillable. That was some of my favorite.
Yeah. You have to get a pipe to pipe the PL illusions. Then on top of that, you need a mage there to place the debuff on the Beastmaster to kill him. I remember those times, man. It's really
pipe the PL illusions.
Yeah. Imagine the same Beastmaster with Bloodstone and Radiance now.
Ooh, that sounds pretty fun. Hold on. We have another infest target. This time, though, it's going to be onto the Tiny, and he's just too tanky. Ken.
Jackie's in trouble.
He goes down, but CJ, he's in on the Jackie. Jackie gets off a good armlet toggle here, but the control, it's too overwhelming for him. He goes down. They get the kill on the Paulison. Emo, he's got to turn and tail and run. Zeal clears out this wave mid at the very least, but there's a fight that Neon get right.
Yeah, that was the biggest kill they could have gotten on the map, the CK. I mean, this is the power of the Lifesteal with Radiance. Like, he's just that much strong. I mean, he may be lower in terms of net worth compared to the CK, but he's doing a lot just by infesting him with the Radiance and just making sure that his team has that extra bit of tankiness, you know, when he's infested in. And now Bleed, they have to be realizing that the Lifestealer's timing has already entered the game, you know, they have to be careful not to lose another team fight, especially the CK. The CK can't afford to die again like this.
Yeah, I mean, the CJ's almost just equalized the net worth with that single kill. I mean, he ended a 6-time killing streak. It was 1,000, 1,100 gold total, 600 to himself, basically.
Yeah, and once CJ has Manta style, then your Orchid on the CK is not going to do anything against Lifesteal.
True. Still dangerous for the Storm, but, you know, at that point, there will be Lifestealer problems, as you say. Either way, Bleed not eager to give up pressure here this early on as they are contesting the 20-minute runes. They're going to make the jump now onto the Weaver, who's trying to sneak through the river. Does manage to actually get off his Lotus, reflecting tons of spells. He's difficult to take down, but eventually he will still die.
Yeah, that was still a good play there by him trying to get the rune. Did he get the rune?
Nah, it's spawn bottom. It's a shield rune.
Okay, sure. I mean, either way, I guess it could have meant that the Storm died, you know, if the VO wasn't there. So, dying for your cause, that's what you should do as a support.
Radiant are scanning.
Just keep scaling. I think eventually the Neon lineup is just going to be too strong in the team fights, you know. For Bleed, I'm not sure after the early stages, you know, when your CK is strong, sure, it's easy to play around the soundtrack, but you're going to have to figure something else right now. You're going to need BKBs on your CK and Invoker. You're gonna need a lot more items, maybe AC for the, you know, all the physical damage coming out from the Weaver, the Lifestealer.
Bombi. Oh, what a steal here. And I think he's gonna be able to get us. No, doesn't get out. as he is going to be hit by that Sunstrike as well. Zeal picking up the kill, but once again, that is going to be the second straight Wisdom Rune that Bleed lose out on their
Woof.
side.
I call that
Winter,
hashtag
it
woof.
feels a little bit like, I like the way that Bleed are playing this, don't get me wrong, but they're just constantly skirmishing, constantly fighting, and having Jackie in the mix, which means that, you know, compared to Neon, who have Storm farming some part of the map, Lifestealer farming some other part of the map, Drums of Slamming, you know, JG is farming as well. Like, they will, and they are getting outscaled.
Indeed. Eventually, you're going to have to, I guess, farm a lot more on your Invoker. I think Invoker has a timing, but it's very long, right? It takes a long time to get to your super late game timing, level 25, you have your Agrims and whatnot. There's going to be a time in the middle game, I guess around now, until minute 30, where Radiant lineup is just way stronger, right? Neon is going to be way superior across the board. They're going to get Roche, they're going to take full control of the map. Their heroes are unkillable. Beastmaster is BKB, Storm. I think once the Storm Spirit gets BKB, then I think Neon can just basically take any fight they want to.
I don't know if this is a fight that Bleed want to take, by the way. We don't quite have those BOTs online for Emo, so at best this is a 4v5, 4v6, by the way, if they manage to finish off this Roche.
Yeah, but at the same time, they feel like they can't afford to give up the Roche because of the state of the game as well. You know, if you give up Roche, it means that the next, 5 minutes, you're going to be dodging and
They're just
spitting
too
across
slow,
the map.
though. Look at the Swarm Beetles. I mean, the minus armor, it's too fast. Bots are about to get delivered now to Emo, but they just couldn't take the fight. They didn't have the time.
Yeah, this is really, really bad news for them. And now Storm has an Aegis, so you have to go through the Storm twice. And Bleed had the lead throughout the early game, even till the Roche. You know, they had like 3k lead, 4k lead, but it just feels like it doesn't really matter as much in the team fight. Once the Lifestealer enters and you have the Radiance and Manta, his timings are just a lot stronger than the CK. And Bleed, they just have to try to split the map, look for the pickoffs, you know, try to delay the game, and hopefully wait for your Invoker to get to a point where he's going to be able to solo carry the game, which is going to be a long time.
He's going to be going for that Lincoln Sphere first for Emo. I think he needs a Scythe. He might even need an Ags in this kind of a game. I don't know.
Refresher. Maybe not the... I'm not sure if he gets Axe next. I guess you need, like you said, you know, you need the Hex to catch the Storm. And then you probably want to consider getting a Refresher. Double BKB, I mean double Hex.
Double meatball. Hold on, mid. Careful. Ken. That is going to be I was going to say a very aggressive TP, especially for someone like a Maiden, but SC will cancel as soon as he realizes he didn't have much of a chance there.
Maiden TPing into the front lines, you know, just like that.
Battle Maiden, man. She doesn't even have the 20 talent yet. Just wait till she has her 20 talent. She's going to be laying down suppressive fire.
Double, AC plus level 20 talent, so you have armor as well with the attack speed.
With a Mjolnir and a Witchblade. Just kidding, she has terrible ins gain. Probably don't want that. I mean, it's not that bad, but it's also not that good for Intiros. What else do you want? Give her a Brooch. You know what? Give her a Revenant's Brooch.
No, Richie. Give her a shot so that she can set up the Aghanim Sunstrike of Evoker. How do you like that?
Yeah, so she blinks in. She gets her bongo boots with Ags. Yeah, that's true. That'd be some good setup here. Zeal, he's being set up onto the mid lane now as he makes an effort for what had to have been a rune. No, he was just trying to escape. He dies in the river, falls victim to the Ken.
He's gonna
Storm
have
Spirit.
to get some defensive item against this OP. He's been like dying to it a few times.
He's going for
Maybe like
Ags, though.
use Lotus or Manta. I don't know about going Aghanims. I think you need something to remove the Orchid, because there's nobody building a Lotus, right? Pretty sure no one else is getting a Lotus on the support.
The closest we have
I mean,
is a Lincoln
the
Sphere
CM is getting
for-
one, but he's gonna get there at like minute 40.
No, come on. Like 38.
He doesn't have the Philosopher's Stone.
No Philistone, man. That's problematic. And I mean, look at the way that they're sieging here. Hold on. They're setting the trap now. They're going to try and take down Bombi. Oh, wait, no, just kidding. It's the Maiden who instead has sprung the trap. She's pretty tanky, but not tanky enough by the looks of things. Bombi, he lives a little bit, but is going to actually get killed by the neutrals. Goes to the Ancients. He's pausing, TPing away in their face. Emo, though, he is going to get swept up, not by his tornado, but by that Primal Roar. JG rotates on over, puts him down. Basically a 1 for none thanks to the deny.
That was probably the last person you want dead on Bleed. Right? They could have just sacrificed the CM, they could have sacrificed someone else, the Tiny, but they didn't want the Evoker to die there. No way, man. That was not worth it. He is the only person that can kind of have a chance to deal with the lifesteal again.
Well, that's not happening now. Lifestealer now with a Basher. Got this Over Corrosion, Manta style, so he's no longer, and hasn't been for a while, vulnerable to the silence. Soon to get a BKB online.
I don't like the Basher though. I think he just needs to buy tank AC Academics.
You like the Axe?
So he doesn't die. Yeah, I mean, the Axe is just inbound, you know? You need to hide because you rage in, and then when your rage is about to end, you hide in one of the other enemy heroes, and then you run around, and then when your rage is up again, you come back out and you rage and you hit again. Basher is like a kind of hoping that you can stick on a target, which I feel like he doesn't need to. You know, they have more than enough damage from Beast and Storm. It's a tri-core lineup. You have lockdown for Beast Raw, you have the Live, you have Storm Pull. So not sure you need the Basher's lockdown, and you're not playing into like some BKB Black Hole or some Juggernaut that can spin and TP away. You know, so you don't need the Basher.
Yeah, that's a good point. Kind of curious. Maybe he thinks he can fight the Pango Ball. I don't know.
What?
You know, you can just start slapping the Rolling Thunder.
I mean, rage and hit the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
How is that a good idea? Dude, you know you can't keep up with the ball, right? The ball is going to be moving faster than you, right?
I mean, yeah, look, but the ball moves at 0 move speed if it gets bashed.
You know, it's like you're telling me you see a car on the street and you're riding a bicycle and you're trying to keep up with the car, and no way the hell it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, my legs cannot keep up with the energy output of an internal combustion engine. I'm not gonna lie there, but you know, that's like saying, all right, you know, give me like a baseball bat with a spike on it. Let me try and take a swing at one of its wheels. You know, then maybe I've got a chance. That's what this guy's got. Average American cyclist, by the way. CJ is. I mean, he is tanky. He's pushing nearly 3,000 HP now that he has. Here we go. I should get it here relatively soon with the Corpse Eater facet. But Polito doing well to avoid fights now, Winter. They're closing the gap here as far as net worth goes. Emo's about to get his Lincolns online.
Yeah, that's going to help against the Raw for sure, but I think it's not an item where, okay, you get the item, it's go time to fight, you know?
Oof. Yeah, I mean, it's not go time to fight there for Zeal. Once again, caught and killed, and no way out. Still continuing down the path for the Ag Scepter for the Pango.
I mean, you were right about the doctor. He was just trying to right-click the ball.
I told you.
He can't run away.
Can't run away. See, the car not winning this time, as that's a 3-second stun. Set up beautifully for that Sunstrike Hemo collecting the kills there. I always forget these ultimate orbs are more expensive these days, so Emo's going to need to wait a bit more.
Have I ever told you about my ultimate orb item builds back in the day? I just like to,
no.
Where I just like to get like a couple of ultimate orbs on Medusa, like just casually. I don't even like to finish a Skadi. I just stack the stats on the hero. That was my thing. Storm. He's trying to look for a target here.
Jason, and he's going to miss out on a few heroes, though. Bleed, able to get out of harm's way here this time. It's a big opportunity for them. I mean, okay.
I kind of regret a little bit telling you about the story because you're just going to use it against me next time.
Yeah, just stacking ultimate orbs on Medusa.
Oh, no, it wasn't ultimate orbs, actually. I stacked point boosters on Medusa because it was just so much value on the hero back then. And I would get double Skadi on the hero. Okay, no, let's not go into that. I don't want to give you ammunition, you know, for the next tasks we have together.
Double Eye of Scotty, huh? Well, you know what I was particularly a big fan of back in the day? Oh, I see just...
Oh, checking just to see if it works.
Yeah, it works. A little freezing field. That might come into play here, though. We are looking for a fight now. Bleed. They see at least a decent target on Castaway. There's going to be the initiation. Nice job tossing place onto the Sunstrike. Into the stun. He goes down. Another kill here for Bleed.
I mean,
They're even thinking about trying to set up for Roche now, Winter, but careful. Oh, maybe careful for you, JG. Gets off the BKB, looking for the opportunity to find a roar as there's the infested Storm jumping in with the amplified damage rune onto 3. Surrounded is Jackie. Can he get out of here? Does manage to Phantasm. He's up to the high ground, actually, and Neon, they've lost sight of him. JG, he might just go down to this, but no. Ken, he has too much damage. Makes the jump down onto Seal. CJ with a double kill throughout all this. Oh, Winter. I hate to say it, but I think not having freezing field actually made a difference.
Yeah, I know. He could have actually did some damage there, that team fight around the Twin Gate area if he actually had freezing field. And now Neon gets the Roche, and that was a really, really good way of starting the fight. It's just running in, and then they got a buyback on the Weaver. The Beastmaster just knowing that he can't die with the jumps of Storm. I mean, he died in the end, but he bought enough time for his team, especially the Storm to clean everyone up. And now you have the Aegis on Lifestealer. Oh, okay. How are you going to kill this Lifestealer? Even once, you know. Killing him one time is a problem. Now you have to kill him twice. Actually, quite a bit surprised that they didn't give it to the Storm, yeah? The Aegis. I think the Lifestealer can't die.
Well, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
he
really
was going into
it,
BKB.
but he's not exactly dying in the team fight, right?
Look, CJ, he wants to have a perfect game, you know? 6-0-2. He's not giving that up. Storm,
So
you've
are you
already died
saying
twice.
He's a KBA type of carry?
Look, I don't know the man, but for the purposes of the bit, yeah, absolutely he is.
Are you a KBA person?
Only when I lose. Like any good support player, only when I lose.
So when the game's going bad, you just try not to beat because it'll make your score bad? Is that what you're trying to...
Yeah. You can't give any ammunition, you know, at that point. You have to remain blameless. I believe that they don't have the option in this game. I commend them for taking that fight and trying to move into the Roche pit, and it started off decent for them, but things are getting mighty difficult for them now at this stage. Can they take down this Tormy? Ooh, pretty close, but they get it. And not a second too soon, because CJ's already up to your high ground. Finally, he's broken, 3,200 HP now with the full and completed Abyssal Blade. Good. I was worried that CJ was going to go for that BKB. Oh, what the heck was that? Polison, did he get hit by the... What did he get? Silence just immediately orchided, no toss back, but CJ, he might be in a little bit too deep now. Oh, but Bombi, he's stolen a Rolling Thunder. He's cubing around this fight. CJ, he's gone down at least the once, and they've already used the Primal Roar. Bombi doing a good job at just delaying this fight, holding down all of the backliners before he's pulled in and killed off. That might just be enough time for his team to get on back, as Zeal jumping on in, trying to delay this fight, taking a bit longer. He's going to be killed. That's a buyback now, at least from Bombi, as he TP's back into the fight, but Ken with his BKB action takes down one support, looking for the second as Jackie pops the Phantasm, but doesn't last another second. Neon Esports bursting into the high ground now. Will probably force all the buybacks here. This is it.
Let's do 2 more buybacks. I mean, they already got the Lifesteal once. I think they kind of have to do something here again. You know, CM
there they go.
Probably has to buyback first.
Another Orchid on the Polison. Emo, nice job on that Deafening Blast. They actually almost get through the Storm Spirit, but he's going to be able to live just barely as Polison. He's going to die. Does have buyback as well. JG left behind. He is killed as Seal, having just bought back, chasing after more. They get on top of the Rubik. This is at least a valuable dieback for them. Ideally, they'd like more, and they're just not going to find it. Huge commitment here from Bleed.
Lifesteal got out. That's what matters for them. I mean, he's still 8-0 on the Lifesteal. You know, he's just playing the perfect KDA game. You know, not dying even once yet. He's going to build a BKB next. I mean, once he gets this BKB, I feel like sure, you know, it's a little bit like the Agadims, but you get to just right click with your hero instead of hiding in an enemy hero. So you have a double rage timing. Double rage, you hit the tower, then you BKB, you hit the tower, then you have rage again.
Yeah, makes the siege feel incredibly easy and powerful. By then, you might have 25 seconds for your +1 second rage. Brings that downtime down to 10. Almost fully covers you with the BKB. What's going on here? Hold on, Jackie. What are you looking for? You're looking for a fight you
He's
might not be
looking
able
for
to
a kill.
cash.
He's just looking for any kill. He's going for a BKB now.
Storm, zip mid. Almost catching Emo here. Now he's going for the Scythe of Ice after the full Bloodstone. Okay, so what is that? That affects on Invoker. Does that affect Tornado, I wonder? I guess it does. It has a radius. So now he's got wide Tornado, EF6 Tornado for Emo. In addition to big EMP Meatball?
I mean, is this the item though?
That's
feel
what I'm
like it needs
confused.
Hex.
Maybe the balls are increased by the Bloodstone AoE, do you think?
Yeah, but they can't kill the lifesteal because they can't get the jump on him, right? So
That's true, yeah.
that's what the Hex is gonna give him.
Yeah, I
don't know,
also
we'll
thought it
see.
would be Scythe.
I'm not sure. Let's see whether the AoE increase helps them win the team fight.
Only time will tell. I'm excited to see it anyway. I don't know if I've seen an Invoker with a Bloodstone, not for some time. But Emo decides it's the build. He's won 7 of 7 in the last 8 days in his Dota 2 Pro Tracker pubs. Here they go. That's a fantastic toss back. That's just how you want to start things off. But CJ did get off the rage, and you're going to lose the Tiny. That's going to be a dieback there. But look at the jump in now from Seal onto 2. They're trying to get through Bombi, but he's infested. He's safe and sound. Pulled back inside now and killed off the triple. Meatball's doing good damage, doing work on a JG. He's killed off now, and now they can try and focus on a CJ. He's brought back in by that Reality Rift. Pierce's spell immunity talent. CJ trying to fight through this one, Paulson who fought back. Still able to control him, lock him down, and what an initiation there. Paulison MVP, Winter, my goodness.
They brought the raid boss down finally. They tossed him into the clutches of his old team. And with the Reality Rift Pierce's magic immunity, that's enough, for them to bring down the lifesteal through the raid, double rage and the BKB, That was how much it took.
That 20 talent just in the nick of time now for Jackie. We'll take another look at that one in the replay. What a toss, Winter. I can't believe it.
It felt like the fight was okay, at this point, like CJ decides to infest into the Rubik, trying to save the Rubik. Probably not a very good idea because he had to put himself in a very bad position here. Maybe
Right.
if he had just abandoned the Rubik and ran, I felt like that would have been the ideal choice for him.
He ended up getting...
But I like it, not leaving your supports behind. You try to save everybody.
Oh, I agree. I mean, I completely agree there. Surprised that Bombi couldn't get out either with the telekinesis shard and a force staff, but still didn't work out for him there. And especially Bombi eating a reality rift, which ends up also pulling in the lifestealer. It seems like he tried to bail out of the fight when he saw the reality rift coming through. He knew Rubik was going to get pulled too deep. And, well, he ended up popping out on the wrong side of that reality rift. Really strong fight here from Bleed. Holy moly. I can't believe
That's why I feel like the ad games will give you over the BKB, right? Because if you are BKB, you're right-clicking and everyone's right-clicking you, you're not really able to stand and do much, But with the ad games, because you're hiding inside someone, you're still doing damage with Radiance and you're healing. That's the difference between the ad and the BKB.
Also, this shouldn't surprise me, but Emo's kind of kicking ass with right-clicks by himself. I mean, he did more right-click damage than spell damage in that last fight, which is pretty ridiculous. This hero is pretty badass
that's
right now.
That's what the Gleipnir does for you. Gives you some form of attack speed. And you have alacrity on top of your own hero. You want to do a lot. Calculate the Forge Spirit as well because he has the Forge Spirit talent. Forge Spirit attack speed. It probably should, right?
I'm not sure. It might. That's a good question, actually. It might. That also seems pretty good here, especially with the minus armor that stacks up. Alrighty. Yeah. Well, Winter, have we gotten through the darkness that was this mid game for Bleed Esports? Are Neon kind of back to equal footing here, or what's your read on this game now as we hit the 40-minute mark and we prep for a third Roche fight?
We might actually enter the focus territory. Maybe one lane of Rax down, but it's hardly anything at this point of the game. Roche is going to be the next thing Neon is going to claim here. Refresher shot on Beastmaster? Who's going to get it? Storm? I guess Storm with the budget
BKB.
black hole.
Oh, right. Double meteor hammer, right?
Not sure.
No, I don't think he's getting it, honestly. Probably to the Beastmaster. Hold on. Believe this time they're in position ready to fight here. Winter, this is going to be big. Bleed, they managed to sneak around the cliff ward. But Neon, with pretty good positioning here, have set up a second cliff ward here to protect themselves. This is not going to be an easy fight for Bleed to approach. Maybe they'd just be best trying to take it up on the high ground. They're starting to pushing these lanes here significantly as well.
Elias Steelers TPing in, but
He did. Hold on, smoke breaks. Ken, he's going to be scouted, silenced up, sight the Vice as well. Can they take him down 100-0? No, he gets
He's alive.
the heal off. He's just fine. My goodness, Zeal, he's in a little bit too deep now. JG releases the roar here, which does catch Zeal. Did get off at least a shield crash back there. As you can see, CJ keeping the rest of the enemy team at bay. Zeal, he's going to die without buyback now as the chase is on. Neon looking for more. The blink forward, JG refreshing as well. Needs vision for the roar. The tornado by Emo in time will deny the efficient play. Allows Jackie and Emo both to TP back home safely. The mistake there,
That's so
Winter,
clutch.
not a second BKB. JG didn't activate it.
He passed the refresher shot onto the Beastmaster, so Beastmaster had another dagger and another roll, but it was again, Emo putting the Lincolns onto the CK, saving Jackie's life there.
Wow.
Clutch plays after clutch plays.
Indeed.
I mean, the game's getting serious
Hold on,
right now.
a toss
with all
back,
these
a
plays.
toss back. It's on to CJ. It's on to CJ. This is just the Aegis gone. Look how big that EMP was, by the way. Okay, but he's going to come back now with a BKB on cooldown for 50 seconds. Hold on, he might not be out of this one. They get the first rage out. Doesn't have the 25 talent quite yet. Careful here, no vision. And Life's too otherwise too speedy. I'd be careful for this Mind Breaker as well. They just got online on the hero, but that is the confidence, I think, just gone, Winter. They've just taken out the Aegis.
Arcane Rune Storm, Richie.
And
wants to
careful
go.
here, Zeal has buyback again. It's come off cooldown here during his death timer. Neon making a pretty serious push here. They're not one to back down. They may not be ready for what awaits, though. The buyback ready to go as they're getting baited here by these illusions. So he even uses the BKB here on the first life.
Oh, that's not
They
good.
got baited by the illusions. Bomb
left.
initiating, but they do get one now. G brought back in, Hex, and now killed off. No way out for him, but they jumped the Weaver first. Now they're going to take JG, a little bit of an ant snack here for the course of the Beastmaster. It's going to be the rest of the Neon cores who turn tail and run this game. Winter for Neon. They've gone up to high ground twice, and they've been rebuked. And look at Zeal forcing CJ to TP away. No Basher on this Pangolier, so no chance to cancel that TP there. No Basher yet, I should say. He's about to get that online for Zeal.
Yeah. They saw some candy on the ground. And they saw the CK, they thought it was a real one, and they jump on the illusions. And wasted their BKBs and they got punished, That's why they tell you do not just pick up food on the ground every time you see food,
No.
Might not be good for you.
It's no good. You don't want to eat the bathroom Skittles there that were that CK. That was a bold move. And now look, he's got an amplify damage rune. You're gonna get a fortify here. But this is going to at least be one set of barracks, I believe. CJ gets silenced here real quick, but has the rage. Quick little bash out from Zeal now, who does buy out for the bash, but doesn't have the buyback. Emo, you can do a little bit more damage here as the Swarm Beetles come on through, apply to all the illusions. Tornado following suit will at least clear the path for an escape now for Bleed, who do not trigger any buybacks, but also do not re-give the glyph.
I mean, at this point, I
4K
think
now.
that the Lifestealer is actually not going to be able to do it on his own. He needs the Storm to get air games. I think they need more AoE control in the team fights. The CK illusions are just doing way too much right now. And not just the CK, the Invoker with his spells. Like you said, the EMP is absolutely huge with the Bloodstone. So they need their own budget black hole to win the team fights right now on the Storm. He has to just sit back, farm. I guess he already has it. Yeah, he already has it. Farm his buyback next.
Yeah, he's got that ready to go. That is, I think, the last shards finally coming through. No, CJ still doesn't have his, but everyone else in the game besides Castaway has theirs now. Castaway, who by the way has an Ags and a Lotus, so it's a support Weaver, which is nothing too new. And he has finally items into this late game period now to become very relevant. Paulison with an Aeon Disc now on the Tiny. Got a Lotus for SE. Anything else major now? The Bloodthorn fully upgraded for the Chaos Knight now. I think nothing else too major here. I'm curious as to what Emo's going to decide to build next. He's got a stockpile of 6,000 gold. Has gone for a Radial Deafening Blast.
Can't imagine anything else but Refresher.
Radiant's
Like,
bottom
what
tower
else do we need?
is under attack.
You still
Feels
don't
like-
consider an Ags in this kind of game, you think?
Is under attack.
I mean, not really though. I think if you have Faceless Void, sure. I mean, I guess you
I
still
agree.
could. You are counting on the Pango hero on the field heroes, then you can get your Aghanim's Sunstrike off.
For sure. Well, here they go. Super creeps or not, bot lane has shoved in completely, forcing back CJ to make sure that they can clear the illusions without taking too much damage. That Mjolnir will certainly help with the illusion clear a
He
little
has
bit.
chosen to go for a BKB instead. Sorry, no. On the Invoker.
Okay. Doesn't want to afford to get caught. Thanks for the shout out. So he's got the Midas in the backpack, so holding on to that. Doesn't have money for buyback at the moment, Winter. He would if he sells the Midas.
Oh yeah, it's
of
pretty
course.
big deal that he has to farm it. But which mid player will tell you, I'm selling my Midas, I'm going to keep it for value. No one
Of
sells it.
course. Look, it's coming off cooldown right now. Look at that. Continues to take in the backpack, of course, at twice the speed. As they say JG, at least they see his axes in lane. We've got Dagans now as well to try and take down these illusions to make sure they don't get baited like they just did on that previous siege. That's Neon Esports. They know that there are enemies in the forest, not willing to make a power jump here. Look at Jackie. He's just leaving his illusions out to play. Oh, and there's the jump in. Zeo, he wants to find a target. There's the bash and the roar down with the Zeo. He's completely alone and he's just dead. He is just 100 to 0 dead, but he does have buyback this time around and does force a little bit of utility. In goes Ken. He finds Paulison, but that is going to proc now the Aeon Disc. He leaps over to the other side of the fight. Now out of mana.
Oh, Emo's here.
SC still
Hex.
looking for a jump, but Emo,
Life stealer.
he's on in. The Scythe device onto CJ, but he's too tanky. He's tanked through it now, but doesn't have any detection for the Invoker. He ghost walks away. SC trying to release the freezing field, caught on the wrong side of the fight. Bobby steals it and will kill him with it. Two dead there for
Holy
bleed.
crap. He
He's
almost
taking
did it alone on the
He
Invoker.
did it wrong.
You saw the power of the sorry, not the Agans, the Bloodstone with the Meteor AoE, with the EMP, the Deafening Blast. Just insane.
4,200 gold. Sorry, 4,200 damage done by the Invoker in that fight.
Yeah, I think he's actually at the point where he can kind of carry the fight on his own.
But Winter, Bleed decided to take a fight in what was a Roshan respawn window. Roche could be respawning here as soon as in 10 seconds. They haven't had to use any buybacks yet on the side of Bleed as Neon continue to push onto their side of the map now.
Radiant's bottom
Here go
tower
the Jackie illusions. They need to clear this ginormous wave. Top is also going to shove in here momentarily. CJ still has his BKB ready. It's a 7-second duration.
This is not
And as well-
not looking good for Bleed. They might have to use the buyback on CM here. Have to use
I think
it.
so. They just might. Ken leaps in. They dispatch of the illusions as they look for their second lane of barracks here. There's another toss back. The silence is not in fast enough. The Scythe device, but no. In they go with the time lapse as they save the day here on Castaway. Paulison, he's dropping low as they jump onto Jackie now. They do at least get through Bombi. He dies. Paulison is going to go down as well. As they do still manage to TP and escape. They trigger 2 buybacks from the supports as they kill the supports of Neon. But it's Castaway who is left without buyback at the moment.
Yeah, that was well worth it. They're getting the 2 kills, defending her racks. And now do they decide to go back the other way? Or they should actually
we
check
got a
Roche
barrel.
first. They need to check
They should
the
check Roche. Yeah, he's moving to his summer home now, which means, I think unfortunately for them, he's got a refresher shard. I don't know, do they want the eggs? Hold on,
Oh, no,
hold on.
they're not
They're
checking the
going
Roche.
mid. They're barreling Winter. Roll out the barrel. Look at it go. Here goes Bleed. Back up to the high ground. Looking for their first lane of barracks. There's going to be another fortify after this, which is why Neon use it as soon as those melee barracks go down. But then that is going to be the last fortify here now. That's Neon have for some time. Mid barracks will fall. Bleed not looking to try and force the game. Instead, they look bottom. That will trigger the glyph. 30 seconds until the Weaver respawns. As Bleed clear another wave bottom and seem to head towards the Roche pit.
Okay, they're gonna go now. It's gonna be a refresher shot on. Oh, Invoker refresher shot. Please.
That's pretty tasty.
I just want to see like one team fight. Double Deafening Blast, double Meteor, double Tornado, double EMP.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
2 Sunstrikes with the Deafening Blast. I remember my friends flexing on the combos. And Roshi just goes down too fast. There's just not a chance right now for Neon to try and initiate here. They would need a Storm to zip in all the way, but that's just so risky without any lick of vision here. And careful here, the Jackie illusion doesn't spook him this time. The smoke doesn't break. CJ showing on the wave, showing aggressively on the wave. Jackie throws the stun, but he hits it actually onto a creep. CJ running in now is going to get involved. There's the Aegis here on Jackie. He's already down. He's already lost the Aegis now as JG looking for these backliners, trying to prevent the counter initiation. In goes even a Raging Fury Invoker. He gets through one. He almost gets a second kill onto Ken, but now Jackie on his second life. He's going to blow up JG. Rolling Thunder not doing too much here as Zeal's leaping on through, but it's going to be CJ losing the mono a mono. Jackie takes him down as Bombi trying to escape this fight, trying to escape this game, is going to be killed off. The Storm, he buys back, but Bleed only trade the Aegis for the full wipe.
Welcome to the Invoker show, says Emo. Just double Tornado, double Deafening Blast, and double Meatball. Just absolutely wrecking havoc in the fights.
Ridiculous stuff there. Invoker
And
dealing
the
2,000 spell damage.
And not to forget the million illusions of CK walking around. There's
Well,
too
yeah,
many
making things certainly
things on the
troublesome
field
here.
fight.
And now Winter, for the first time, Bleed. They go convincingly up to the enemy high ground. No fortifies remain. There's going to be another fortify refreshed in nearly 3 minutes here, essentially, for Neon as they buy back now on the Weaver. I don't think he got a time lapse off in that last fight. And he can't use it on the structures. Down go the bottom barracks. Now it is Bleed who hold a structure advantage, and they're looking now to try and claim the Megas. 53 minutes into the game. Castaway is going to throw down the vision. There's the buyback from CJ, but they're going to have to do it for 20 seconds. 20 seconds now without the Beastmaster. He does not have the buyback on gold cooldown by 500 gold. Ken clearing the waves. Has done enough now to spoof Bleed away. They will lose the tier 3 tower to the last wagon shot, but they will not have to face against the Megas.
I mean, I like it how the Beastmaster's getting Dagon to deal with the legions now.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't deal with this.
He needs something. But ever since he's bought Refresher, he hasn't had buyback, so he needs that urgently. His Storm bought back.
He kind of needs armor item, don't you think? And he needs like a Shiva against the CK illusions. Why isn't he getting a Shiva?
You know, you got a point there, honestly. He did take 3,000 damage to CK illusions in the last fight.
Yeah, he has no armor item with his build. Which is rather strange.
I guess the drums of Slam aren't keeping him alive long enough, are they?
Yeah, I mean, you're walking out of the house naked and you're expecting to not feel the cold under the snow. Where's your plate meal?
Neon.
It's the last hurrah.
Posture
They have to get
look for a fight.
They have to get the best pull they can get on Ken.
Bleed did not retain the Aegis. They did use that in the last fight. Jackie is about to get his buyback here. Has it now ready to go. That is the trio of course for Bleed now with buyback at the ready. And no one, make that no one on the side of Neon with buyback ready to go. Instead, JG is going to upgrade his Dagon twice from a level 1 to a level 3 Dagon. Winter, thoughts?
Why? Has it lower cooldown or something? No, right? Why?
Gives you more of a heal.
What the hell?
Look, that's the decision he's made.
So he's just using this to kill people instead of clearing illusions? Why are you upgrading it? I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure either, honestly. Emo's starting to really level up quite a bit now. Approaching the second level 20 talent, I should say. As soon as he's 29, Wait, hold on. Careful top. Castaway. Leading him into battle. He gets the ward set up. SC, though, connecting the stun as Pulsion. He jumps him on through. The Scythe of Vice. It's there on top of the Weaver. They need to take him down. He does get off that time lapse. At least the Bombi able to escape easily now. But Castaway, he has no way out. He's trapped inside of the Scythe wall and dies.
No buyback. It's a huge window.
There's no
100
buyback.
seconds.
Neon, they go looking for a fight up top, but they find 5 enemy heroes ready to take him down.
I mean, Evoker had to use his refresher, so that's like at least something.
Well, true. Look at the item macro that Emo is having to do now, by the way. He's got this in Refresher, BKB, Hand of Midas. He's like, dude, 9 spells aren't enough.
That's why this
I need to
hero,
have 9 items.
This hero is not for everybody. CJ? He's trying to fight everybody here.
CJ! He's dying, he needs help, he needs someone to save him, CJ! Trying to fight through this one now. He's got 1,000 HP on Corpse Eater as he's fighting through Jackie. The damage on the Jackie, but they reflected the stun, they reflected the roar, and that allows Jackie to live to fight another day. He takes down CJ, he's gonna take down Ken as well.
Alive!
As Jackie stands his ground and he kills them all! Bleed! They win game number 1. What a comeback over the side of Neon. Holy moly.
I mean, Jackie is definitely the hero of the early game, and Emo is the hero of the late game. And the rest, they're just like side characters, you know, supporting the Invoker and the CK, but Bleed definitely made it count when it matters in the late game with the Invoker.
I can't believe how chill these guys look. They look like just another day in the office for them, Winter.
Did you see like their games, you know, in their pubs, you know? It's like every day we have to deal with 60, 70-minute games, you know? What is this, you know? One game, you know? Hardly even moves their brain in muscle, you know? It's like just one game out of 10 potential long games that they've played every day.
Yeah, I mean, kind of ridiculous. I was thinking there for a moment that Emo was going to end up losing his Invoker win streak, and well, I was mistaken. And here's the first of the miracle holds, really, from Bleed. It was what, 3 consecutive high ground holds, 2 tossbacks from Tiny. I mean, just a ridiculous sequence of events.
He just
here
had to
that
be a little
out.
bit more ready with the tiny toss. You know, I think the Rubik just needs to. You have your mouse hover with the lift over the hero that's sieging the building, which is probably the Lifestealer or the Beastmaster, and then you just stop him. You know, I feel like it's not like entirely impossible. You know, it's pretty easy for Rubik to stop him. You just have to read the team fights, know what you are supposed to do. You have to anticipate what the enemy has to do to win the team fight, and just make sure they don't do it and you win the team fights. You know, and I just felt like when it came down to the team fights that mattered, Neon just got outplayed by Bleed, and eventually they couldn't end the game.
Yeah.
The evil geniuses, the evil genius Emo strikes again.
I can't believe it. It's like the Invoker. Sorry, it's the Lifestealer who gets pulled back by the infested Rubik, basically, or he's infested Rubik, and he gets pulled back by the reality, which is more accurate description. Oh, I just can't believe it. SCA
he just ran out of steam with the Lifestealer, you know, and without the Agams means that he can't really hide around.
And look at this.
The Invoker.
Look at this Lotus. Just in the nick of time. Not on this first roar, but on the second roar. Yule sceptered up. Lotus reflects it, and he pushes everyone away.
Yeah, he kind of also needed to. I guess he needed to roar the Invoker, right? Because the Invoker was dead if he actually roared the Invoker there. But instead, he roared Jackie and it pushed the Invoker out, so the Lifestealer couldn't kill the Invoker, you know. So he kind of messed them up there. But it was already at the point of the time in the game where your fate is no longer in your hands if you're Neon.
Just a very fun game here, at least for us casters. I think stressful for the players and even more so for the fans. But it is going to be a win here for the side of Bleed Esports. This Invoker, I mean, who's your MVP here? It has to be Paulison,
Jackie.
Emo?
No, Jackie. Jackie is the MVP because he did all the dirty work in the early game, the first 25 minutes of the game. Nobody could have kept their hopes alive, you know, in the early game if the CK didn't make. He made so many good moves. He was running around. He was setting up kills for his team. When Pango and Invoker they just needed to farm, right? And Pango was like spending the first 15 minutes of the game having a Lifestealer right click his ass throughout the tower, throughout the lane. So he couldn't really offer his team much, you know. So Jackie kind of stepped up on the plate. He had a really good landing phase. He was using the Sunstrikes from Emo really well. and he was dictating play. He was making aggressive plays. He got an early orchid. I think those are the things that enable Bleed to get to the stage where they could actually win the game with Evoker.
Yeah, I mean, his illusions were certainly problematic till the very end. No matter how many times that Dagon got upgraded there. I mean, absolute barn burner of a game.
Yeah,
winter.
no, you're right. The Shivas was definitely a missing piece, in his item. Like there was no way he didn't have Shivas that game against CK Illusions. No way. Now that I think of it.
Yeah. Tough game. A tough game, but you got to put it behind you now as it's only game 1 in our second BO3 series here for the road to the International SCA closed qualifiers. That was just one heck of a game, guys, as Bleed go up 1-0 versus Nyan Esports. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our second draft ready to go. See you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the Road to the International, folks. The SCA qualifiers continue now as we are in our second match, our second series between Bleed Esports and Neon Esports. Winter, how do you even recap a game like that? I mean, what happened?
They got Invoker, Haven't you played one of those games? It's like you're playing against Invoker, and then late game you just realize, oh my god, I can't do shit against this hero, man. He just carries the game on his own. That's the type of game Neon ran into the last.
The
last
mastermind
game.
emo, you might even call it, who is able to turn on the Raging Fury Invoker, right?
The genius, the genius Invoker emo. Probably one of those few players that still plays the hero a lot. I imagine like it's either him or a Miracle, like those two players that they know the strengths and the power of the hero in the late game. What you need to do, Bloodstone, if Bloodstone's the build in the late game, kind of feels like it is the build late game Bloodstone on Invoker.
All right. I mean, I maybe so, right? I was kind of talking about his Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Let me pull it up again, but I don't believe. Okay, you know what? He does go for the late game Bloodstone. I was incorrect. So seems like he believes that's the choice pretty consistently. Is he likes this Bloodstone extension after Gleipnir BOTs and of course that early Midas.
The only weakness with this build is that you don't build armor items on Invoker, so you're gonna be an easy target if the enemy can actually jump on you, because you're building basically all offensive items. I guess you can consider Lincoln's like defensive, but he doesn't really have any armor items in his pool. So if you can actually find him, I feel like that would actually solve the problem. In the last game, I just think that it's just too difficult for the Lifestealer to find him on his own. He kind of needed help from either the Beast or the Storm, or maybe the Academics on the Lifestealer that would eventually help him. Because you can always break the Lincolns with the open wounds on Lifestealer. Then you use your Infest onto the Invoker, so you can actually just kill him. But because you don't have that, you're kind of just waiting for the Storm to zip in, get a Godly Pull or Beastmaster to get a Raw off, and then you kill the hero. That's
So
why
it
I feel
sounds like
late game Lifestealer, you kind of need Aghanim's to play the late game team fights, because it's all about a very long team fight, and how are you going to move around the team fight, and who are you going to focus on, and how can you go in and go out. With the Aghanim's you can kind of go in and go out while disabling and following the enemy team.
Talk to me a little bit more about how you feel like this Invoker, like what's his place in this meta, if at all? Was this just kind of like a lucky game for him? Because I agree, I think there are more things that Neon could have done a little bit more effectively to kind of nullify the problem. But I'm curious, like what you think about this Invoker a little bit more in a vacuum in this kind of a meta. Do you think he has a place? Is this a hero you think can compete, that we'll see more? Or you think it's kind of like a one-off thing?
I think we need more data. The hero definitely feels strong in the early game because he has a very good laning phase now that you get XP from denying creeps. You're going to be able to get levels faster, and that definitely accelerates his game because he's always a slow hero, right? Your laning phase is okay-ish. Then you get to a point where you get a Midas or you don't get a Midas, but there's going to be a point where from minute 10 until minute 25, 30, you're going to be just hitting creeps AFKing. Sure, you're soundstriking, but you're not exactly dictating play on the map. You're not going to a position where you're going to start something. You're always going to just be waiting. You're like another carry in the game. You're waiting for your team to do something, and then you soundstrike, you get a kill. And I feel like right now, the games are very, very fast-paced. Sure, it got a little bit slower, but I still think that Invoker might not see play every single game. But if it's a good game for it, sure, go ahead. If you think you can survive the early game, and it's also something that I think you need to draft for it. You need to draft carry and off lane where they don't really need so much resource, so you allow something so greedy like a mid lane Invoker to be able to come into the game.
Yeah, they got to cover the mid game for you. Definitely understand. We'll see if we are going to see it again here for our second game as we are about to get underway. And I do see I think this is a level 2 draft penalty also applied to Bleed.
Draft penalty? Oh, they were late, right? Okay.
It could be. I think we did start a little bit later than for this one than we perhaps were supposed to. I didn't read the lobby chat. I was I also get a level 2 draft penalty myself. But
they are not boot capping together like you mentioned. So people might not realize the time is up. Because when you're together, there's always going to be somebody yelling at the rest, hey, get your ass back here, the manager's usually doing that. Well, get here. What is the time? Stop. Drop your cigarette.
Right. Corralling the
Come
team.
back in. Yeah, come back in here.
10 seconds.
It's okay.
remaining.
They are 1-0 up, some draft penalty is not going to
5 seconds
annoy them so
remaining.
much. Imagine if you're down, and then you get a draft penalty. You're
Radiant
like, oh
team
my
back.
god.
Yeah, a
You have to
little
come
bit
up
more
with some
stress
strat.
here.
Dire team
Well, I mean,
back.
they look pretty comfortable, honestly. I mean, again, I think these are things that are hard to tell over, especially of a remote
10
setting. But
seconds remaining.
you see Zeal kind of smiling, laughing, Emo as stoic as ever.
I
Right,
mean, if
SC a little bit harder to
if
read.
Wilson is happy, then yeah, I guess they're happy. Wilson looks like he's having a good time with that Tiny after carrying the team
Dire
final.
team, Radiant
Seriously,
team
yeah. I mean, those high ground defenses, they've got to feel good. They've got to feel good here. As there's going to be our first pick. Neon did have first pick. They won the. Yes, I believe they won the toss, so they chose first pick, and they'll go with the Clockwork. Bleed now with second pick on the Dire side, which is what they chose, if I
10
read that
seconds
correctly.
remaining.
Our
Let me
first
see.
stage of Bands Winter, fairly standard, actually, but we see a little bit of a break here with the Darkseer, and especially the Pango is not something I'm too used to seeing in the first phase.
You're gonna get used to it. Pango is strong. I mean, maybe the last game wasn't the best interpretation. I felt like he didn't really get to do what he was supposed to
10
do.
seconds remaining.
He was really poor. But I think you kind of get some
5
idea of
seconds
how he can
remaining.
sit in the off lane alone, right? Because you saw him with the double bracer. But I think it was a mistake that he didn't get boots. Like he was trying to just rush the vessel. I think he needed the double bracer and then the boots to survive the lane. Then he would actually been fine. So the lifesteal can't, remember how the lifesteal just kept running.
Yeah,
at him?
just walked him down.
Yeah, if he had boots, that would have been avoidable, and he would have been able to TP and help the other lanes and eventually get more goal for himself, right? So I think that was the main
Dire
problem
team
last game.
back.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of heroes where you can get away with that, but it feels like a Lifestealer is very similar to like an Ursa.
No boots.
Where
A
it's
hero
like,
with
yeah,
no,
he's
you're saying there's a couple of heroes with no boots. I mean, apart from Centaur, I don't see how many offlaners can get away without a boots.
I meant against certain safe laners, right? Like I
Oh,
think against
okay.
certain safe laners, you're less afraid of them. But like against a
Okay.
monkey,
Yeah,
against like a
yeah.
Slarter, a Lifesteal, like they're gonna run you down, So yeah, I agree. But other than that, I think Zeal also
Yeah.
played a pretty good,
A
decent
good
late game.
example if you are leaning into a hero that can kill like a faceless void, right? So maybe you feel like you don't need the boots, then I
Mm-hmm.
guess you're allowed to rush the vessel in those type
Yeah.
of scenarios.
Yeah. Or if you're playing something like a Weaver, right, who obviously is a hero that doesn't need boots. Likely, again, I believe to be a support. This time, Bleed will snag him after the Clockwork is the first pick overall. Timing
Radiant team
is
back.
also going to be banned out here alongside the CK. That is what? 3 repeat bans from game 1 out from the side of Neon here.
If you can't beat it, just ban it.
I
I mean, if you
suppose
don't know
so.
what to do against it. I think CK is also a legit strong carry right now.
10
CK and
seconds
Ursa,
remaining.
those two are my top 2 carries at the moment.
5 seconds.
Dude, that's
But
what I
those
was
are also-
telling you. Don't you remember when what did we do? We did the Riyadh quals, and I was like, why don't we see more CK? And you're like, what changed? What changed your mind? Besides more
from
data.
Riyadh until now, I played a lot more pubs, so I lost
Fair
a lot
enough.
of
More
games
data.
against-
More data. You just didn't believe me, huh?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This man.
You know
decides to-
why?
10
You know why? Because you
seconds
keep
remaining.
telling me some fairy tale item builds with your Darkseer. That's why I can't believe
Seconds
you.
remaining.
Yeah, well, you know what? Everyone's going for, well, not everyone, but some Darkseers are going for Crimsons now. So what do you have to say to that here as, let's see, a puck ban as well? As we get into the
Yep.
second phase of picks, Bleed moving with the Rubik. I think this is going to be the support duo. I have to say, Rubik, the pick kind of fell flat for me last game. I'm not going to lie. Didn't really,
10 seconds
you know,
It's
he could have been a
useful.
lion.
It's useful this game with the
5
clockwork in
seconds
play.
remaining.
It's always good to lift the clockwork out of the cogs. I think stealing power chords has never been more fun on Rubik. And it's also kind of like a block pick, right? Because you have Weaver. You don't want the enemy to have Rubik against Weaver. In a way, So I think that's 2 reasons why the Rubik is good here.
So both teams stealing a couple picks from each other.
I just
I
can't
don't
wait
bel-
to see Rubik pushing cogs into clockwork and clockwork doing the same and Rubik steals the power chords.
I wonder how that works actually. Now, but not you know, I
What
wonder
do
if
you
it's
mean?
like, well, because you know how whenever Rubik steals a Chronosphere, Faceless Void can always move in his Chronosphere, right? I'm wondering, can Clockwork just walk up and also hit Rubik cogs? Does Rubik even is he
Oh.
allowed if he steals cogs?
Oh.
Can he hit them correctly? You know,
Yeah, how does he actually push them? Yeah, because he's range. So how do
I don't
you-
know. I don't know. It's so that's what I'm curious. But I'm sure we might get to see that at some stage as we do finally get a core pick out. Winter, it's one of the heroes. He's got horsepower. He doesn't need boot power. With another beast rider that is going to be the Disruptor. I like Disruptor a lot. Honestly, I think Kinetic Fence is highly slept on. It doesn't let you do the brainless kinetic field static storm combo when you get jumped, but that formation time, it is snappy.
Do not mislead the audience into doing one of your funny builds, please. Please. So what's the combo? Clockwork with power cogs, and then you have the fence on top of it, so they're stuck.
I just think you need to be a little bit more imaginative on
Okay.
the on the
How
playstyle.
about you
Seconds
being a
remaining.
little bit more logical?
Look, just because you know, guys, don't listen to this. Pros love circles. Do you remember back in the day where you would get like Disruptor, Enigma, Naga Siren, like oh guys, and then a Mars, and then they would just all put their circles on top of each other, and they're like, guys, we get it, we built the circles. Winter is from that day and age. Okay, he doesn't understand any of these vector casts. He doesn't know about straight lines. Everything needs to be a circle, otherwise he gets very upset. I'm sorry, Winter, but. We've talked about this in private many times, but it is time we finally air our grievances. Lines are okay too sometimes.
But you tell me I cross the line always. You're not supposed to do this. You know, in a social setting, you're supposed to do this. You're supposed to do that. You shouldn't say this in front of that particular person. You know, he doesn't like it, you know?
Well, you know, I do think it was a bad idea to steal candy from that baby, but now I think we're getting a little bit beyond the point, Winter, here, as we can focus on these picks that are flying on through now. Again, bleed with the penalty time, and should we go to a map 3, by the way, they will also have the same penalty applied to map 3. But we see the Enchantress and the Beastmaster, yet again, another stolen pick, which is kind of crazy. But the Gyro is going to be first for this series. I saw plenty of Gyro before for 23
So-
Savage.
We was carry, right? We were carry into Disruptor.
Ooh.
I mean,
That's a good point.
I don't like that. I feel like it's Disruptor, Slada, Faceless Void. Those are the 3 heroes I don't like to play Weaver Core into, because they can just kill you. Because Weaver's strength is very difficult for the opponents to catch you. You're elusive. But against Disruptor, Faceless Void, and Slada, you don't have that advantage over your opponents because they can catch you with those heroes.
Team ban.
Yeah, agreed. And the Glimpse as well is a very powerful tool. They have Vision as well, thanks to homing missile and rocket flares. Phenomenal.
I mean, you have to play such a fast-paced game, you know, for that not to matter. If you're like steamrolling the early game, snowballing with the
10 seconds
Beastmaster
remaining.
X timing, then yeah, sure, you know. And you have Enchantress Weaver lane, so that's
seconds
a very
remaining.
powerful lane into which I assume would it be Clockwork Centaur? I guess you would have Clockwork lane with the Gyro and Disruptor with the Centaur. So it's a Disruptor Centaur lane. Range melee, range
Team
melee.
ban.
I see. You crave for the balance again. I actually think this clock, well, into a Weaver.
I mean,
yeah.
you ask, have you ever asked your Gyro? Does he want a Clockwork or a Disruptor in a lane? Do you know the answer?
He says, I don't care. I'm Gyrocopter. I'll kill him anyway. He says, Rocket Barrage, go burn.
Yeah, Clockwork's gonna trap the guy, right? So he's gonna
Yeah.
help you kill the guy. Disruptor is gonna be hiding cowardly behind you.
Oh, we're finally going to get to see a different lane. I mean, I like a Storm Spirit, don't get me wrong, but we're going to get to see a different hero here as the final mid bands coming in out. Bleed should get the better matchup here, as we can see Ken and Emo getting ready to lock in their heroes. Bleed with last pick. Final ban of the Queen of Pain. One of your favorite heroes, Winter.
My favorite hero, Queen of Pain.
Yeah, you
Is
always
that
want to
based
see
on
Queen of
my?
Pain.
Is that based on my Dota profile? Because I have a ton of games with her.
Yeah.
I mean, back in the day,
Indeed.
it was a totally different hero. You rush Orchid.
Yeah, a
That
bit of a
was,
different build now.
Yeah,
Battle
very
Spirit's not going to be rushing Orchid. He's going to be rushing
5
into combat,
seconds
though,
remaining.
rolling in plenty of damage now
Is there,
on
is
the
there a
kick.
Timber Saw in the game? Like Timber Saw could be good here. In
Timber
Centaur and
mid?
Earth Spirit. Yeah.
Mm,
I mean, it fits
yeah.
their type of playstyle with Weaver, Beastmaster. Oh my
Now
god!
select your heroes.
It's the Bleed special.
Look how excited Zeal is, man. He's pumping them up. He's pogged out of his mind to see some emo Meepo. It's a little bit of a
The
tongue
enemy
twister.
kind of has a lot of AoE to deal with. It was I wouldn't say that it's oh I see Meepo and then the enemy has nothing to deal with him, right? Like Disruptor, Centaur, Gyrocopter, Earth Spirit.
Gyrocopter, Clockwork.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But maybe they don't have enough single target because I think Meepo's greatest weakness is actually single target. Because you need to be able to kill off one of the separate one, kill off before he stacks them together. When he stacks them together, nothing you have can kill them.
10 seconds remaining.
And then imagine the supports building a pipe. I
5
think
seconds
Ench
remaining.
probably gets a pipe. Rubik might be able to get a mech. So once you get pipe and mech and you buff the Meepo, nobody's dying.
That's true. I mean, Meepo is a little bit of a different beast these days. He's not really like the AoE dependent kind of guy. He's really much more like, do you have the burst for him? Or do you just have the damage output that you need? Because he tanks up during Mega Meepo. If Emo decides to go for the shard and he gets dig, you know, he can regen up a lot in these fights. I'm still a little bit surprised to also see it into an Earth Spirit and a Disruptor. I mean, it's a lot of silence, ultimately. It's a lot of lockdown and slows and controls. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. You sell me on this Meepo pick. Isn't that your job? What do you like about the Meepo? What stands out to you about it?
The hero is just very annoying to deal with, but in this game, I feel like it's not like a free Meepo game. You know? I think he needs to be able to weave in and out. They have to execute. I have to snowball. I think with their lineup, snowballing is going to be very, very key. The last game, it was Neon's lineup. They need to snowball, but this time Bleed has to kind of snowball because you have a Weaver carry. You can't afford to be behind, you know, in the early game. I think if you're behind in the early game, it's going to be tough with Weaver, Beastmaster, and Meepo Tricore.
Okay. You've got.
Am I selling it the wrong way? Am I supposed to?
No, I mean, I think you're doing a good job selling it. It's just I'm looking at the goods that you're selling, and I'm looking at the guy across the street, and he's got, you know, an Earth Spirit.
I'll give you a
Centaur,
discount,
a Gyro.
Richie. I'll give you a discount.
All right, with a
all right?
discount, you have me. I'm all in for Bleed on this game. Then with the discount, that's all you needed to say, boss. No, but I mean, I actually really like this Neon draft as well. I think it's aggressive. It's well-rounded. You play well around Vision. You have Disruptor, who I think is very strong. Particularly against two of your cores. Not so much maybe perhaps against Zeal, but yeah.
I guess Meepo. I mean, Meepo can kind of go both ways, right? If you don't have your silence, you don't have AoE, then the Glimpse is like not exactly the best, you know, against Meepo. I mean, he can kind of catch, but he can also run away with the poof.
Where is
I
Castaway
will just have to
going?
see. Yeah, where is he going? Actually,
Huh?
he's blocking the cam against
30
Beast. All right.
seconds to battle.
Oh, I see. So he doesn't stack it and clear it with axes. Oh, that's a sneaky little move.
Is it on the line or am I crazy?
I'm sure he's blocked it. Come on, I'm sure he's blocked it.
In my screen, it looks a little bit out of the line.
Yeah. Well, have you ever
Whatever,
considered once again, Winter? You're out of line.
Yeah. I've been
Game number
told that a
2
lot,
kicking
yeah.
off now.
The
We'll see how things go as Bleed up 1-0 after a bit of a nail biter of a game. This is a very closely contested series. I expect we'll have another fun game ahead of us, folks. Thanks for tuning in for the SCA Road to TI Qualifiers. We are going to start off with 3 runes, though, for Neon, which is a fantastic start for them.
You know what?
Meepo
It's
mid
a
versus Earth Spirit.
fantastic recipe for game 3. You know, 3 runes.
True. Mm-hmm. Facts and logic there. Yeah, there's that. I'm pretty sure that can't be blocked. So we'll see if that gets dewarded, if it'll make a difference. I think they'll just have to. I mean, maybe, right? I could very well see Neon invading and getting off some pretty good contesting.
Yep. So the lane is different. It's Disruptor Gyro, not the Clockwork Gyro that I was talking about. I mean, still strong. Good vision with the Thunder Strike, then Flat Cannon, you hit the Rubik. But it's not gonna be, I think, as stable as like having a Clockwork with a Gyro. I think the Gyro is still gonna eat a lot of harass in this lane with the axe and the Rubik table.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot. Meepo's doing very well as in this first couple of waves, too. A lot of harass damage onto Ken. Actually, onto Jackie now, who's being forced away as we see Bombi stealing over one of the creep waves. Jackie underneath his tower, rather unhappy that the Centaur is going to be able to, yeah, just get off a couple of denies easily. Did he go for horsepower? He did go for horsepower. This isn't even Counter-Strike. As we do
Yeah, wait till he gets
now.
the blade meal.
Now that's
He's
more like
retarded.
it.
I don't
Ken is
think this lane.
struggling in this
I
mid
don't,
lane. By the
I
way,
don't think this matchup is actually good for the Weaver.
that scared me. Yeah, no, I don't think it's good for the Weaver either. And again, this was a first pick Weaver, fourth pick Centaur. If you kind of go by that order, although I don't know the new draft order off the top of my head like the old one. But I guess maybe seventh. But it's a tough start here, and I don't know if it'll get much easier. Let's see what SE is going to be able to do here as far as relieving a little bit of the pressure of the Grandmaster Ench player. Passed away up top. Did not go for kinetic fence. Most pros still really like this Thunderstrike one. I just don't think it really adds that much. But I've been wrong many times before, and that's not the last time I'll ever be wrong in a cast of Dota, I'm sure. But this mid lane is, again, it started off a bit
Disruptor.
rough. Oh,
Level
yeah,
2.
glimpse onto
They
Zeal
got
up
this.
top. Blood grenade thrown. Zeal. Oh, unable to escape there. Flat cannon, and really it's Castaway who lands the killing blow. That's a big one, actually. That is, I think, going to be troublesome for Zeal's lane. They've blocked one of his camps. They've killed him here early on. Here go the Meepo clones mid lane, though. Ken really starting to take a beating in this lane. This must be a much worse matchup than I imagined. I thought Earth Spirit would do fine in this lane, but he's going to be denied of any water refills. Very perfect split there by Emo.
Yeah, this
I
is
know
what
Emo
Meepo does to you.
to be a Spirits player. I didn't know he was quite the Meepo extraordinaire here, but he even has the chicken skin.
I think he's a very polarizing mid player. He likes to play the win condition heroes in mid, you know.
Oh my
So I think this hero
goodness.
definitely fits him well.
He's getting ransacked right now, Ken. Just
Yeah,
Yeah,
he didn't
pen-
expect the lane to actually go that bad for him. I guess it's not like he's unable to play the lane and all, but he's just like taking a lot of very bad trades. And like you said, he can't get the runes because Meepo's gonna split one top, one bot. You have to go
I don't
early,
know.
I think.
He's out of
He has
bottle
to be able
charges.
to refill one.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. But I mean, worst case, he can get his bounty rune. So that's something. Obviously, it has him away from the lane for a while, but I think it's something he can sustain. Oh my goodness, look at this. He's lucky that he at least did not allow the Meepo to get level 4. Oh, I thought Emo was gonna go and steal the wisdom or the bounty. Look at him. Look at him. He's where are you going? He's like, where are you going, Ken? Huh? So Ken's gonna have to just like stack the wave, I guess, and yeah, kick stones in. Nice job. He at least got the flag bearer there. Okay. Oh, the boar. The boar killed the rune. Zeal, you rat, and killed as CJ is going to just run him down. Lots of creep wave skipping here. And there's Emo. Also collects his own bounty rune in the jungle. CSing under
set
the
up
tower
bot.
while he's harassing here. Look at him go. Look at him go. Hold on. He's going to avoid the kickback there. Is going to be eventually sent back now as he does poof back one of the Meepos for the extra Earthbind. Connects there. One little auto attack out from the Ench to assist Emo in picking up the kill. And he doesn't really even miss anything mid because Ken had to run all the way back home to regen.
Yeah, this Meepo is just absolutely putting on a clinic. Ganking, picking out runes, just doing everything for his team.
Pushing
And
tower.
Beastmaster
Is under attack.
is gonna need help. He's not
Yes.
having a good time.
Yeah, he is. Emo has 11 denies, by the way. This is fun to watch.
Yeah,
I don't
he
know
still
what it
thinks
is
he's
about
playing
Winter, but-
Invoker, you know,
Oh,
getting
true.
XP from denying games.
These days,
Awesome.
I'm a big fan of watching the mids dominate. But yeah, top lane is where there's action. CJ, he's just too fast, honestly, with the afterburner, giving him the move speed he needs to be able to get out of range for that last wild axes, which might have been the lethal ones. Jackie, in the meantime, has recovered from a very difficult early start to his lane. Although I don't know if he's going to be able, to really do much against JG from just pulling waves into camps and killing them. And with Bombi always nearby, it's a bit dangerous here.
Yep.
Speaking of danger, SC.
Top
Looking
CJ.
top lane. Yeah, going diving now. Let's see how Neon react. Emo canking from the middle lane. They still have the Centaur Conqueror War Stomp to pick up the kill. And they're looking for the +1 now on a Castaway, pushing them back with the electromagnetic repulsion. But it only pulls the Meatbows in closer. As Castaway goes down. Okay, hold on. Rotation through from Bombi. SC trying to live up here, but he's going to die. Emo pushed back by the Cogs once, but now he's going to be able to poof in another Meepo here. This is going to be a kill. Look at him. He's just murdering Bombi. Ken, he rotates through, wants this kill onto Polison. Will likely get it, although it is a little bit of an effort, and Ken actually has to use the ultimate just to secure it. Rotation
Yeah,
coming
now they
back
have no
now.
tools to kill the Meepo.
Oh, yeah, he got the poof off just in the nick of time into the river and into safety for Emo. His tower's taking a little bit of damage, but nothing that's, I think he can overcome. He cannot overcome, sorry, as the rune does spawn bottom and away and out of reach here for Ken. So first shield rune activated now for Emo.
And he's going bot. I mean, this Meepo is just everywhere. If he gets the kill onto JG here, this is going to be huge. You know, the Centaur is getting to be a huge problem in the lane for the viewer. With the triple braces and the 3 points retaliate.
They do have a Swarm Beetles as well ready to go. They just need to connect it. Here they go. Swarm perfectly in line now thanks to the Earthbind. I think this is just going to be too much damage here. Emo, he's not even poofing in another Meepo here. Doesn't need to. He has this kill easy. This is all going to result in Zeal just taking overwhelming amounts of pressure. There's not really much Paulison can do here as a lone
going for the
rune
runes.
Winter. He might
They
not
get
even
the
be able to
wisdom
secure
rune.
his own rune.
Radiant's top
Oh, maybe.
It's
They
gonna
missed
be huge.
the Boulder Smash. But he doesn't feel confident. And fair enough. The Clockwork's going to be able to body him out. And Bleed are going to be able to secure the Wisdom on the other side of the map. Okay. A fun start to this game, Winter. As lanes now begin to break down a little bit more. Seems like Neon...
He's in trouble again.
Oh, yeah. Actually, they will go again for him. And look at this. Out from getting the Wisdom Rune, they are going to collect a little horse as well. He will drop tier 2 tower. Oh my goodness, what a dive there. They're going to go even further. Polison, he lives here though. They have a fortify here if they want to auto attack the tower or multi-attack the tower. They'll try, but Ken is very careful not to dive too far, and Bombi even makes it out alive. Okay, so both offlaners are being heavily sacrificed right now. You're looking at Zeal start on a Beastmaster versus JG start on a Centaur. JG is almost a full level up. Who's this work out better for you, Winter? How's your math here?
I feel like it's better for Neon. I think Centaur,
Okay.
a poor Centaur is more useful than a poor
I mean, especially if
Beastmaster.
they get another kill onto Zeal.
Beastmaster is not like an offlaner that you can afford to sack. He needs to farm a lot, he skills, and Centaur, you're poor, at least you click your R button, you're going to save your teammate on the other side of the map. So you're going to be useful no matter what.
Yeah,
Beastmaster, not so much.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah, as for Zeal, especially with his tower gone now. I mean, I don't know what build Zeal intended to go for this game, but he's going to have to settle for what he has now because he's not going to be given the space to farm even more.
Does he
You
have
can see here
stacks?
in the comparison. Yeah, he's got some stacks, but even Neon applying pressure in his own jungle. The GPM lackluster. He's got good damage, at least from being able to harass in lane, but the farm is going to be lackluster compared to what JG is going to be able to muster up now.
Yeah, JG's level 6, so he's definitely also ahead in terms of XP. And now it's all about like how can they break apart the game, right? Like, hopefully they are going to be counting on the Meepo. He has the dagger now, so he wants to get even more pickoffs into maybe potentially a Roshan at some
No
point.
way.
He's going to get a
JG.
root. Nice.
Yeah, they've got this ward down in the lane. Good stomp here. He's going to need to avoid probably another Earthbind, and does. That should see him to safety, even with that skitter step facet. And then top lane,
Top
look,
lane.
oh, you go for our offlaner, we go for yours. Zeal, he's got a homing missile on him. He's also underneath the ward, but Power Ranger TPs are here, and Emo, he's going to be able to hold down at least Castaway. Finds now one onto Ken, who did kick his buddy to safety. That means he doesn't have a Boulder Smash to try and get out of this one. They block him in now. Call down is going to do good to slow down everyone to a crawl, but Jackie, he's made it to the other side.
Oh, he got
Emo,
out.
or sorry, Ken, he finds an angle to try and escape, but there's a blink tag already on Emo. He's right on top of him. He finds the kill. Lead. They relieve the pressure. They finally come to the aid of the ailing Beastmaster. They put down the Earth Spirit. Great rotations from them.
Neon, on the other hand, they're using the bot, they're using the mid, they're using the jungle. You know? It's not like it was a free kill on the Earth Spirit. And now Beastmaster's level 6, he really, really needed that help from his team.
Yeah, he was starting to get desperate, honestly. And he's still under a ward, but at least he's going to be able to farm up a bit more. Yeah, straight Ag Scepter for him, pardon me, is going to be the build of choice for Zeal. I'm sure he yearns for the Zoo days again. But not this kind of game, I think, for him.
He's going to be sitting in this corner for quite a bit.
Yeah.
Juggling the left Ancients, juggling the right Ancients, and now Neon, they're ready to strike with Disruptor Earth Spirit and the Clockwork.
I've got all the ultis ready to go, as you say. We have Max Rolling Boulder, so mostly lots of lockdown eye mobility. This would be a good target. Emo! Oh, he gets to poof away just in time. And there's the Centaur Conqueror. They're not even going to get a kill of the Ench. All they see is the Centaur Conqueror.
Wow, saving lives.
And SE to both escape. And they might try and set up here for CJ. You can see through the gate, they will send both Jackie and SE on through. CJ is going to be scouted now. Zeal needs to try and close the gap for the Primal Roar, but now the TPs are going to be rotating in, this time from Neon. Will make this a bit of a tricky venture. And so Bleed are going to have to put a pause to their murderous plans and let the Gyro live for now.
Oh, he's just following them. Okay,
Yeah,
he's gating.
He is. Doesn't feel too comfortable top. The supports are they're gonna chase, even though they just literally TP'd. They are going to come through here now. You can see the Ench has sent the Boulder Golem through as well, the Stone Golem. Okay,
They're gonna get the
supports are
tower. Okay, they got the tower.
Oh, it's the courier going through the gate. I'm sorry, I was so confused. Oh, he's forget couriers can go through gates. It's so cute.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Elder Titan Spirit can go through carriers.
sure.
The gates, the illusions.
Roche, who could forget?
Tower is under attack.
I mean, the Elder Titan one is, I think, the most fun one. where you can
It's fun,
pot-
but I also think it's a bit of a grief.
pot
Okay,
them.
here we go. We did have a little bit of a break of the try and kill Zeal, train out from Neon.
Off laners.
Yeah,
Off laners,
I guess off
not
laners.
just you.
that's true. But we're back on schedule, basically. And JG, he's feeling strong. Max Retaliate build, Winter.
Jungle with the Blade Mail, it's good against Weaver. It's kind of good against Weaver too. He's right kicking game, so
Yeah, that's true.
I think this build is the better build on Centaur now because it helps you jungle. Especially if you're going for the Blade Mail build. Like if some games you feel like you can snowball and you want to get early Shivas, so you're building a build, then you can probably get more points in Double Edge and stun in those games. But I think if it's a game where you're falling behind and you need to just recover in the jungle, maxing Retaliate is usually the correct thing to do.
I see. And basically the two deaths and the way they've chased him out of lane, you think kind of allow this
Yeah.
build to be
I think he was
reasonable?
also going to go this build no matter what. Because when you're going with a Blade Mail, if you're having that in mind, actually he changed his mind. Okay, he has Crimson Guard Q out now, so it's totally different. But I think in general, even if you're having a good game, sometimes I feel like it's also good to max Retaliate. Because if you're having a good game, right, if you're maxing your stun and double edge and you're playing aggressive, you're going for those kills. And if you don't get those kills, it hurts you so much. And it also encourages you to dive and overextend because you have a very aggressive build. But if you have Retaliate max, you have a good lane, you're winning your lane, but you continue to farm, right? Because your mindset is I have Retaliate, 4 points Retaliate, so I want to jungle, I want to just farm. So you keep your advantage, you keep building on it, and you scale much better. And I think it helps you grow into a more stable player if you see Dota in a way where you just want something that can be reliable every game instead of just trying to make the plays all the time.
Poor Neon Esports, man. Pausing because of screen, keyboard. Everything's going wrong, man. But, I mean, this game...
They ran out of pause time, right? If I
No, you get 10 minutes per game, if I'm not mistaken.
so that
I'm
was
not
the
an admin,
last
so
game?
don't quote me. Well, I don't think they ran out of... They were close. They were less than 3 minutes at the start of last game, but I believe every game, the clock resets. It's just 10 minutes each time, should you need it. So I'm sure the admin is diligently tracking the pause time and will chime in whenever appropriate to inform us. But until then, where they just have pause time, they're fine. So hopefully that's the last
Okay.
little issue that they've had.
What's happening? What's happening, Richie? So the Weaver and Enchantress is running down to kill the Gyro when Neon is taking the mid tower.
They can't kill this Gyro, can they?
Well, he has a center on Ench.
Yeah, maybe they
Why
can
not?
kill this Gyro.
He's
Fair
dead.
enough. Yeah, he's just dead.
But he's fast.
He's fast, but you cannot run that impetus. Hold on, but into the jungle. Look at this. Look at this. They're looking now for the chicken, and they have caught him. Do we have a kinetic field? We don't have a kinetic field. If he could just walk away. Emo trying to get out of this one, but no. They focus down the Meepo. They kill him off, and Paulison, he is bound to be next. Look at this bonus attack damage as well from Ken's Facet, as he is going to be killed.
Oh boy, that's a big kill onto Emo. Big kill there.
Middle tower is under
It's
attack.
definitely worth it to trade your Gyro for that kill.
I think they're finally going to get this tower as well, which feels amazing. Okay, but if they kill CJ again, this is going to be slightly more problem. No, certainly
no
they don't kill
Centaur
CJ
creep.
twice,
No
right?
Centaur creep.
Do they need a Centaur creep? They don't have Swarm either this time. Yeah, Winter,
Oh, no.
what do you know about your creeps, huh? They don't need it. CJ, you're taking the walk of shame. They get the mid-tier 1 tower. Oh no, but look who they left behind. Ken doesn't have a way out of this one. Even with the blade mail, Emo's going to beat the crap out of him. Beat the pebbles off of that Earth Spirit. Holy moly.
Oh my god.
What is going on over here? Bombi died too? I can't even keep up.
Enchantress killed him. He was trying to take the rune, the wisdom rune. He got the wisdom rune, but he has to pay a heavy price for it. I mean, that's a 4-point Enchantress. 4-point impetus Enchantress.
Okay, so yeah, no points in Untouchable, by the way. Okay, so what have we seen so far? We've seen in this last sequence of events, we've seen the Gyro die once, the Meepo and the Rubik die once, the mid-tier 1 tower is taken by Neon, but we've seen the Gyro die again, on top of then also the Earth Spirit and the Clockwork. I think that's good for Bleed. I think that they're coming out on top here, right? Because
They're
they
looking to
want
get-
these fast kills.
Yeah, they're looking to get kills into a Roshan right now, if they can actually create enough time. Because the Meepo wants to get Rosh to snowball. He has Aghanims very soon.
Talk to me about what Neon want. Will Neon contest a Roche? Do they have a choice?
Yeah, they have to. I think they have the tools, you know?
Oh,
here
hold
we
on.
go.
It's time to kill Zeal again. Don't worry about it. Yeah,
That
this time no way out
of the
for
game
him.
again. Killing the offlaners never gets old.
Never gets old. Let's just continue to bully the poor man. They're leaving him absolutely no quarter here. And Paulison, he might just be next. He's stolen Boulder Smash, which is going to be useful to kick back the rock that Ken kicks at him. However, no way out of this, and Ken is going to get the kill with the Blade Mail there.
Still
It's a little
waiting
funny.
for him to steal the power cogs and see what happens.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, me too. We haven't seen it yet. I also, will you get his facet? Will you get expanded armature? Probably not, right? You don't steal facets. You're not a hero. I see. He
Kudos.
does have his 1 point in Untouchable. Also has maxed Enchant. So he's got a lot of damage here potentially, but doesn't have any healing for the Nature's Attendants. What is the play for him now?
He's
He's
killing
going to
the
try
clock.
and kill Bombi. he just wants to kill. Bombi's hiding behind a tree before he hook shots back in and kills him. Okay. Well, that's the blink reveal from JG then. This is, why does this feel like a pub? Am I crazy?
It is kind of feeling like a pub right now. Oh boy. So Santa is building. What did he go for? Is he buying Crimson? Oh, yeah, he has a
I
Crimson.
think he's going to start Vanguard. yeah,
Crim-
just- oh, no, full
against
Crimson,
Meepo.
pardon.
Yeah, Meepo against the Meepo.
Yeah, full
That's
Crimson. Yeah. He's got the rest of the Crimson Guard in the courier. I didn't expect that. So he's finished that up. Oh, Seal finally has an item. He's got Ags. I don't know if that changes much for him, but it is an item. Maybe they take an extra couple seconds to kill him now. 0, 5, and 4. A game to forget here for Zeal as Bleed start up Roshan number 1. 17 minutes in. Winter having quite a few kills a minute now. 23 kills, in fact, in 17 minutes. But Bombi, he's going to head up and try and interrupt this. And do try and block it. And seems like now allies are coming through, but not fast enough. Bombi, he's going to be in some trouble. Does get a hook shot back on over to some jungle camps. Stampede as well to see him to safety. Wow, a lot of commitment here just to keep alive you know, the clockwork, but they don't want him dying again.
Radiant's bottom
Oh, it was
hold on,
I think it was a nice attempt for him. But here, CJ,
Mid?
he needs help.
Yeah, in trouble. Or maybe it's Emo. Oh, he's got Ags, the Mega Meepo, and you're not taking him down. All right, he's not doing a lot of damage either through this Crimson Guard. And in fact, now that he's jumped one Meepo down from the Mega Meepo, he's in trouble with that Static Storm getting dropped. That'll put down at least this Aegis life. It seems like Neon happy to disengage now, having reclaimed that Aegis or pulling it away from under Emo. That was something. Okay, so there's Crimson Guard coming into effect.
Yeah, that was
It's
the
like
damage.
A lot of damage.
I mean, this is the downside of not having a pipe on the Enchantress. I think they needed, like I said earlier, one of the support to buy mech, the other to buy pipe, because it's a meeple. I think you need pipe against their heroes. Disruptor, Earth Spirit, even the call down, it's going to be blocking a lot of that. I mean, this is the thing where whenever I have a meeple type of hero in the game, as a support, I feel like you need to just itemize to allow that particular hero to succeed in the game.
That damage block, by the way, because they did rework the damage block calculation on Crimson Guard. It's now 2.5% of your max HP.
Yeah, but doesn't it
It's
feel the same? Or is it better?
it gets better. It scales better
Late-
now.
late
Yeah,
game is
absolutely. Yeah, because there's a lot of items that give HP but don't give HP. They're sorry,
Oh,
strength. and
Centaur.
this is an insane fight. What is going on? Heal, Zeal. He's not dying. The drums are Slom. Drums are Slom, baby. He's going to get out of that one. Castaway, he is just trapped between a Meepo and another Meepo and now another Meepo. So there's no way out for him as Ken at least able to roll away to somewhat safety here. There's just 3 dead just like that.
They can't fight without their ultis. They didn't have Disruptor ulti. They didn't have Magnetize. They didn't have Cooldown. They have to really, really be patient and play around the ultimates.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now they're gonna have to learn it the hard way, giving away 3 kills, and they're gonna realize that they can't afford to let it happen again. Oh, Meepo's going for BKB.
I think he needs it, right?
That's what you do.
I think it
guess,
kinda makes
against-
sense.
against Disruptor. I
I
think I've
mean, look,
never
who's
seen one.
building a pipe? Not Zeal. He's too poor. Ench is a core. Jackie
Dude,
is...
it's the-
look,
I-
it does work. Did you see that? Paulson just kicked the cog. It works.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Great to know. Can't wait to pick Rubik into Clockwork.
And then not be able to use telekinesis because you're getting battery assaulted.
It's not exactly a kick, right? Because he's like right clicking with his wand.
Yeah, but you know, I still call it Walrus Punch when I right click someone and my auto attack connects and somehow sends them 80 feet into the air as a Rubik. Still counts.
Rules and exceptions, yeah.
Yeah, Dodo's a game of rules, but mostly a game of exceptions. Ken. Smoked up. They want the Disruptor to lead so they can land a Glimpse Kinetic Field Static Storm. Really good cast range as well on this Disruptor with the Eye of the Vizier as Jackie. They've got vision, they've got range, and they've got the spells at the ready. No way out for him. He is dead.
That was very, very nice. They were patient. They were looking for the big piece of meat, not Enchantress. They avoided her, and they got the prize.
Patience pays off.
Yeah.
For Zeal, this has been a game of testing his patience, but his items are slowly but surely now starting to come online a bit more consistently, Winter. On top of this Ag Scepter, he finally at least has a blink, so he can look to get a little bit more involved with the ultimate now, potentially against an Earth Spirit, maybe just locking down this Disruptor and trying to kill him at the start of a fight. Something like that could work pretty well. I think we're going to have 2 Blade Mails, by the way. I thought JG also would maybe consider going back for a Blade Mail, but no. JG,
Raw,
he
mid
is
lane,
going to buck
Richie.
Ken. Well, we'll come back to that in a second because Ken, oh, wow. Ken is just absolutely murdered. Somehow they applied like a million silences here to all the Meepos, and Zeal, he is just going to get melted here. The buyback, Ken is back in on his second life. He wants to try and take down the Meepo here without the ultimates, without all of them anyway. They still managed to outfight pretty well. A quick little dig now, and the blink out in time. Emo. All the Meepos stack up. Ken, he might be in too deep here. He's going to use the kick actually to slowly support even further as Emo, he is still under vision, getting killed off, focused, and now dead.
Dude, imagine
incredibly
if they
aggressive
had a
fight.
pipe there. if the Eng had a pipe, she pipes like everyone in that fight. I feel like they would have won that fight.
Let's see. Oh, okay. He's actually going to be able to get out here. What is
going on?
What are we doing here? What is going on? Essie, all right, finally, they've killed him. Okay, they knew they had that, but now Jackie's in. All right, Jackie with a full Gleipnir he didn't show up to the previous fight. Paulison is going to get glimpsed back. Seal, he's completely in by himself. He's like, guys, no, kill me. Don't you like killing me? Remember when we used to kill me? Stick around, guys. I've got Jackie now. All right, they get JG. He's going to die as well as Ken at the start of that fight. What is going on? This is messy. This is a messy game.
It's a pub, like you said. Feels like a pub, right? Everyone's just running towards a location when they see a hero. Chasing a hero down. In this case, it was the Edge. And then you realize, oh my god, why am I chasing the Edge? Can't even kill her.
That's too late. We're on the high ground. Kill her. Use Static Storm. Castaway. Oh no.
Oh no, they stole glimpse.
He gave them glimpse.
Oh
no. Oh, I think he realized his mistake there as well.
That is like
that is
the
not
worst
what you want to give him.
On Rubik to steal. It has to be like Glimpse and Fissure. Those are the two biggest spells, like non-ulti spells to steal.
Ice Path is pretty bad. LSA.
Yeah, but Glimpse and I think Glimpse and Fissure trumps Light Strike Array, Ice Path, and probably the split
honestly, with Shard, I think Split Earth is up there too. Better than Ice Path for sure.
That's a bit unfair because it's with the Shard.
You don't want to give Glimpse. That's very true. Oh boy. And so the game continues at its breakneck pace, Winter. I don't think we're not going to slow this roll anytime soon. I mean, despite the fight, it's a 2K, it's a 2 kill difference, but it's an 8K net worth difference between the two teams. And
it's not much. It's the supports. These supports are just richer because of all the objective taking the towers, the Roshan.
Yeah, that's actually fairly accurate. It's a little bit now on Jackie and Emo as they're still kind of leading by a fair amount. Only the gyro is able to keep pace as Ken is starting to fall off a little bit more. But yeah, I'm starting to wonder when will Bleed start to sweat? When will they start to kind of get forced into fights they really don't want to be taking? Is this one of them here, honestly?
Oh, here we go. Bleed, they're waiting on the high ground.
Yeah, they have the Ench up front. The Meepo is ready to go. Drums of Slom, Blink Dagger, so close to the BKB. They see a mark. They're going to try and take through Ken, but they only force him to roll back, and that's Swarm used for now. There is a BKB on this Weaver, though. And without this Ag Scepter, still 3 components away for Castaway. This is a strong timing here. We have double BKB, actually, now, as Emo also has completed his. So we might not have the pipe aura or the active, but we do have double BKB timings.
Hey, guess what?
And soon to be triple.
Guess what, Richie? Aghanim Center. Who is he gonna put on the card?
Right. Yeah, I wanted to come back to this. Is he really gonna put Gyrocopter inside of the cart here? I've never seen this used.
I mean, you get roared by beasts and then you put him on the cart. Let's drag him to safety. Why not?
You could now blink, by the way, and TP with Workhorse.
Yeah, but he's right kicking. I mean, I guess he's stunned. Okay, fine. But you save him first and then you reposition him.
But it doesn't matter. He's still right-clicking because of the Ags, right?
Yeah, true.
And now you are completely untargetable inside the cart. I don't know how, but you just are. You have to get through Centaur. He's the bodyguard. Quite literally. Last 8 seconds.
To be fair, Centaur is like kind of like dragging you. Actually, it doesn't make sense. You should be able to hit the person on the cut.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can give him some damage, but who knows? I mean, you can't nerf this thing anymore. People barely buy it as it is for some reason.
I mean, isn't it like too strong now? Okay, we'll see. It is fight.
We'll see. We'll see.
Oh,
here it is.
Cart him in.
Oh, he's going to need the cart. There, put him in the cart. No. Put him in the cart. He's in the cart. He's alive. He's actually freaking alive.
Rubik stole the cart.
Rubik did steal it. Who is he going to put in his cart? Polison. He's looking for his target. He needs to find a save. There's Polison's cart now. He's looking for his own target, but most importantly, CJ lived because of Workhorse. And look at Polison. He's rolling around with a cart following him. Ken is going to die. The Workhorse is down. But CJ, the Emperor, lived.
He did his job, right? He kept the king alive. What's the reward, Richie, for the workhorse?
Oh my god. That
10,000 pounds of silver.
yeah,
That?
man, he gets a farm. Oh, look at this. Look at this farm. I'm so glad we have a replay. Yeah, well, of course we have a pause now. Wait, what is going on? Oh, you can see they're like, what the hell?
You can't touch him, you know. That's so good.
I mean, credit to CJ. He did not panic. If I got thrown into a cart and my HP bar disappeared from the screen, I'd be like, what? I'd be like, I'm dead. I'm dead, and open Facebook, you know?
I panicked when I got into a game against Mars for the first time, and then I can't see my teammates when he ulted. I was like, huh?
True.
My PC, is something wrong with my PC? I can't see them. What the hell? I didn't read the change.
Of course. Yeah. That's crazy. Oh, man. I cannot.
Yeah, so that
believe
has to be the counter, right? Mars Arena, so you can't save with the card because we can't see them.
Yeah, true, because you can't see them. I mean, it wasn't enough, though. But also, I don't know. Maybe no. CJ just needs more damage, and then that has a chance of working. Between flat cannon, he just needs more damage. I mean, and I think to me, Winter, this is a deceptively tanky team. Everyone knows that Weaver is already kind of deceptively tanky, but
I think he has the damage. He just needs to.
No, he doesn't. I don't think so. This is kind of the point I'm making. Mega Meepo is tanky. He's so tanky.
So you're saying it's rapier territory?
I don't think it's rapier territory. I think he just needs more stats to crit on. Or a butterfly even? With the Crimson Guard buff?
Sure.
So, I mean,
Level
none of these
20.
heroes really want to be MKB.
Level 20, flat cannon attack.
Yeah, I think that's a big deal too. It's just a damage issue because right now you don't have any percentage based damage on this team. There's the pause time notice for you, Winter. I mean, Magnetize is decent, especially with the talent taken. It's pretty good DPS, honestly, but you just need way more. You need to have this disruptor ags as well. And I don't even know. I guess Clockwork can get in there and do what? Get on top of some of these supports, making sure that they're not doing the damage that they're able to get off in these fights. I can't believe Pulse is still freaking workhorse.
I think he doesn't have the Stampede buff, right? When you're still on Rubik.
It didn't look like it. It didn't look
Yeah, because
like
he was slow. I remember seeing him run around slow. But he was able to drag the cart when he was rolling. He stole the roll.
No, now you can drag cart. I don't think he really wanted to put anyone inside the cart either, honestly.
Why not?
Steam
You put the
locking.
Ench. Ench has 4-point imp. Right-clicking on the cart. Why not?
Yeah. You know, she also has specialist array, so she looks like a... I mean, she already kind of looks like a Roman mythological, gladiator of some
She
sort.
looks like an Amazonian.
Yeah, true. Attacks like one. I mean, okay. Ridiculous fight. I'm glad we had this pause to kind of digest that. And okay, we saw the ridiculous fight. We saw it. We saw the... What do you call it? We saw the proof of concept there, right? It can work. Will it work?
Did it
right?
did it work though? They lost the team fight. I mean, they saved the
They
gyro.
lost the team fight, but the gyro didn't die. Gyro didn't die. I don't know. That's what I mean. I think it's proof of concept. I mean, you can't deny that it saved the gyro counter.
I mean,
I think
the more I think about it, ideally you have to use it when the gyro is not stunned, so the gyro can also do damage. Because if he's stunned, then you use it, you're not winning the team fight anyway, because you have to run away with your carry.
Yeah, I mean, they killed the centaur just too quickly. I think it's. Can you? I always forget because you can dispel either barrier from pipe or guard from crimson. I don't remember which is dispellable.
You can.
Is it? Can you dispel both or only one?
Yes, you can dispel everything.
Okay,
That's why
so that's
Brewmaster
problematic.
was like a counter to this crimson pipe.
Right. I mean, that's problematic because I actually think Because here's the issue with this build for JG, right? And you know, he's no stranger to experimenting with his builds. It's something I actually really admire about him. Like, he went for the Dagans in the last game, right? But this build is unorthodox to say the least, right? Blink Crimson Ags after triple bracer. I'm not saying it can't work, but you know, I just think he's not able to do kind of centaur
Dude,
things.
isn't that my job to dub all the new builds, and your job to tell me, oh, Winter, have some creativity. Oh, Winter,
I guess.
why do you
I
want
guess,
the
yeah.
old stuff? Why do you want the old builds, you know? Why can't you have some form of novelty? Have some fun.
That's true. That is kind of my job. I don't know. I just wish he would buy. Okay, he is going to buy the shard now, because maybe this is unlocked a bit more with the shard, and he gets that bonus HP, that bonus strength. But as of this point,
I mean, how much does
I mean, he's
does
just
it
he's
change?
melting.
I feel like it doesn't change much, right? I mean, the shard. I feel like Shivas would be more important in the team fight.
There's the Winter we know and love. No, just shut up with your new ag up there. Just buy Shiva's offlaners. That's what Winter wants. But I kind of agree. He
Just
needs armor.
go 1v3 offlaners. Remember?
He needs armor. I think the attack speed slow is very valuable here in this kind of a game. Yeah. Because I think the issue is Ransack being pure damage. I don't think you diminish at all with a Crimson Guard, right? Because it only blocks physical, doesn't it? I'm actually not sure.
Dire structures are
Each incoming
we'll
attack.
see.
I'm not sure. Either way,
They're running
you're
in.
probably still life-stealing for the full amount on this Meepo, and that's more of my concern. Hold on. Meepo, he just
CJ.
blinks in. Meepo, he just blinks in. He's going to blink in a
Where's
4
your
heroes.
workhorse?
We need the workhorse. We need the workhorse. Or do we? There's the workhorse. In he goes. They have the roar. Zeal's like, God damn it, I have to kill this guy again. But it's the gyrocopter who's in trouble. Now he comes out of the cart, but he is completely surrounded by enemies. Gets the BKB TPU away.
So, verdict, workhorse works. He saved the gyro again.
He did. He definitely saved the gyro again, honestly.
I think this time he used it in a much better way, because the gyro was right clicking, but they just couldn't win
Yep.
the fight.
7,000 damage. I don't know. It's just, even with the save, it just seems like Gyro just cannot pump out the damage as fast as he needs to, which is
It's
insane. It's
rapier
just-
territory. You said no, it's not rapier territory yet.
Maybe it is. Maybe you're right, and then they just have to workhorse him every single time. I mean, that could work. It's the only thing that's like terrible is this dig. 3 seconds of your 8-second workhorse. That's like when the contractors take a 3-hour lunch, you know, redoing your kitchen, come in at 8 a.m. and then they leave 2 hours later and come back at 2.
You know they're allowed to take a maximum amount of 2 hours lunch.
And good for them. They deserve it. We're all working hard. I'm just saying, you know, in this kind of a game where you really need to crunch the numbers, it's not going to work out on your side here.
Oh, CJ.
Hold on.
Workhorse.
Oh, another workhorse save. Look at him. Look at him go. Look at he's he's like, yeah, I don't think he can believe it. Look at JG looks as serious as ever. And I imagine CJ's like, this is ridiculous. Put me down.
Oh, he's gonna
He is.
perma-root him.
He's trying. They need to interrupt him. Someone. Okay. Emo's just having a nice time showing off his micro there. Holy.
I mean, imagine if JG is relegated to do that the whole game right now. Workhorse the gyro and just do nothing.
I think
Wait.
he is. I think he is.
How sad.
Or maybe
That's not what you want your mighty centaur to do. He wants to run in.
maybe they should also hard dispel you when you get tossed into the cart. And then it'll be good.
It is
Oh,
good.
the force
do you
step
mean?
forward.
Oh,
Look at this. They're going to try and blow up Meepo.
There's
They
Aegis.
have the damage. No, they don't. Look, he blinks in. The Mega Meepo. The dig. What the world is this, Michael? This guy cracked Winter the hook shot. The force staff out. There's the Stampede.
Oh,
JG
dig.
holding on to the workhorse as they force the BKB at the very least. Oh, what an effort by Neon.
it's Meepo players, man. I swear, every time I see them, every time they make plays like this.
Mm-hmm. Emo locked in as ever. You know, just another day at the office for him here playing Meepo, his favorite hero in Dota 2.
That's not
Doesn't
true.
understand why he
Pretty
always
sure
gets reported at the end
Meepo
of the
is
game.
not his favorite hero.
No, of course, but it is if he's a Meepo player, right? That's the bit.
You think all the Meepo
I think
spammers like to play the Meepo? They play the hero because it helps them win game. They don't like the hero.
That's true. You know, that's true.
People who like playing their hero don't win games. You realize? Because there are certain amount of heroes
I
that
don't
you
win a lot
like
of
to.
my games.
Yeah, there are certain amount of heroes that you like to play or you enjoy to play, but they just don't win you the games. And people who play Meepo are not the type that would play the heroes that they like to play, enjoy, and lose the game.
Winter, how in the world are we at a 21k net worth lead for Bleed, but this game still feels like winnable? Hold on. This is maybe an opportunity. I don't believe
They found Meepo.
Yeah, he does not have the BKB for the Mega Meepo, but he does have Mega Meepo itself, but he cannot get
He's
out of the
tanky.
Static Storm now. But do they have the damage? I'm telling you, Winter, this guy's damn tanky. He just gets on top of the cliff. He's cooked now. JG trying to sneak around, gives the team the vision. He gets the dig off, though. Ken's now stuck up on the high ground. Gets blocked now by Zio, who's drums of slamming all over this fight. But look at CJ. Look at CJ. Pull us in. Pull us in.
Workhorse.
With the workhorse.
Oh my god!
Oh, I don't believe it.
Neither do I, man. This is crazy. I'm not
That was
the
like
only
a
Centaur.
super-
I'm also a Centaur since Rubik. Holy
was
crap,
like a-
that's just a gaming play right there.
It's like a Super Mario play right there. He just workhorse the Meepo. The Mega Meepo is all stacked up.
The
All these
value.
chickens just on top of Meepo. I'm telling you, this Meepo, he is so hard to kill. He's such a little cheeky bugger, you know? You think he's dead, and then he flips upside down like a little cockroach, and then he gets back up, and then he calls in his friends, and they all get on top of each other. It's ridiculous, this guy. I don't know what more Neon have to do, honestly.
I mean, they've
I'm
already
not sure they
gave
know
it-
either, but
They've already
they've
given
got
it
a
their
hold.
all. The last fight glimpse. They're gonna get one. Dig.
Look at this. Look at that.
Is
That's,
that
I
fair?
mean,
You can dodge with the dig.
I don't think so. Is that balance?
Okay.
I actually think Neon are going to lose this game. Against
Oh,
this,
right. Mr. Obvious, right? They are 27k behind. Obviously, they look like they're gonna lose this game.
I think they're going to... All right, well, hold on. Well, I mean, look, we got the Satanic now for CJ. But they can't. They've got Workhorse. Certainly they're going to live. Unless somehow the Workhorse Rubik saves the day again. But certainly that wouldn't happen 3 times in one game.
So he needs to. What do you need to do? You just need to spam your stun when you go in. Workhorse stun. That's probably the fastest spell to use.
Yeah, I think so. You also don't want to give him Stampede is the problem.
Yeah,
it's
Stampede
so
is actually
hard.
the fastest one.
It is, but it makes them fast too, doesn't it? Oh my
Live by the
goodness, this-
speed or die by the speed.
I don't think I've ever seen this, by the way. Look at this guy. He's got freaking 6 abilities on his
Oh, where's the
health bar right
workhorse? CJ's alone.
Uh-oh, okay, good.
Uh-oh.
Hook shot in. That at least stuns up the Rubik CJ. He's got the Satanic active, but he's already lost the Disruptor. In goes JG. Workhorse is at the ready, but CJ, BKB, man up. He's fighting, but he's not doing a lick of damage. He is doing negative damage, and now he needs a hero. He needs a Workhorse. JG, where are you? Your buddy, he needs a lift. JG, he
Help.
lands the stun.
Where's
He's
my
gonna
Uber?
sacrifice himself. The telekinesis out. There they go. The Workhorse is out. But it's just not doing anything, Winter. CJ, he somehow TPs away in the middle of the fight. JG lives. He had to use the Workhorse just for that mini stampede.
Oh no. The Uber missed the passenger. He didn't pick up the passenger. He left. That's like a 0-star comment at the end.
All abandoned, left by the roadside. I just
Look at his big light double rate here, dude.
yeah, I mean,
I don't think he needed
I-
the Satanic. He just needed the low damage.
I kind of
Satanic.
agree. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think maybe he didn't really buy into the Workhorse. You know, he was like, nah, this isn't. You know, this isn't a real game. JG's trolling me.
Yeah, now
Now-
he realizes he can get away with a rapier earlier.
Mm-hmm. I think
Too
he
late.
has to. I accept her now for Polison. But you can just steal Workhorse straight up. It's just an ability you can steal because I guess it's tied to. I guess it's just its own ability. Okay. Oh, CJ. Oh, CJ. BKB in 3 seconds. BKB in 3 seconds. Satanic in 30.
Workhorse,
Oh, the Workhorse. No. He
Stolen.
tried to put an
GG.
empty corpse in there, Winter. And worst of all, Polison stole Workhorse again. That's it. That has to be it.
Yep, I'm afraid so. Richie would arrive at the end of the line.
For the Workhorse.
All they
They're going
need
to take him
to-
back out beyond the barn.
Yeah, all they need to do, Richie, is to cross the line right now. Finally, the finish line.
Cross the Rainbow Bridge with the Workhorse. Take it. Oh, sorry, little Workhorse. Don't look. I mean, the buildings, they're going to get absolutely ransacked here. This is the base. Open for the taking. 40 seconds left. Look at the way that they're destroying the buildings. Finally, they've given them the fortify back as they are going to gather the troops. There's a Weaver in this game, by the way. We feel like I mean, he's 8-1 and 15. Jackie is having a hell of a game. No disrespect meant, but it's just been the Meepo show, honestly. Once again, Emo usurping the carry role out from under Jackie as this is it. The hold for the Megas. Emo with the Marine split. Sorry, the Meepo split. Making sure that he's not going to get cleaved up now. The Crimson Guard buff does buy good time now. 6 seconds until the gyrocopter respawns.
Yep, Marine split, dodging the Baneling connections. Classic one.
Yeah, be careful of those Baneling run-throughs.
Look at your mineral line.
Nah.
Oh
Not
no,
me, though. Not if
Baneling-
you're silver.
Baneling dropped GG. I lost 20 SCVs.
Yeah, I mean, if my SCVs could dig and then also stand on top of each other, I think Emo he'd never lose a single SCV all game, man. This guy, I mean, the Meepo players, they make it look so easy. They make it look so easy, don't they? Stampede? Okay, that was for Ken. He's going to be able to get behind the Roche pit now and TP back home. All or nothing now for this last pair of Brax. Top -1 second poof duration, by the way, or poof channel. So Emo's going to be even more mobile in these fights somehow, as if he wasn't already. 2 minutes left of this Aegis. Still holding on to this value people's gift,
CJ.
of course.
They're going on
Yeah,
him.
there's the jump in. There's the jump in. Where's the workhorse? Where's the workhorse? We might need it. He's holding on to it. He's holding on to it. Look at the damage. Look at the damage we took. Okay,
Good shot.
they're immediately going to Mega Meepo now early on. His Zeal's going to be held in place.
Oh,
the workhorse
Run.
is a thing of beauty. He might be roared up, but he's going to be back on the high ground. But now JG, they're locking down the Uber. They've roadblocked him up, but they've saved the day. Hold on. We're
Glimpse.
not out of this game just yet.
Nope, we are not. Gyro lives to fight another day.
And he didn't even use BKB there. He couldn't. He was stunned.
I mean, he
Winter,
come
they're
on,
starting
bro.
to believe.
Bro, he knows the drill now with the workhorse. He's just not clicking any buttons.
It's, you know,
I mean, he has
chariots of
the
fire.
he has the Ancient Guardian now, and he's standing in his base, so he has more damage.
Dire's turret has been
That's actually a really good point. He's got a lot more damage now, this Ancient
Yeah.
Guardian.
Felt like he,
And I mean, honestly,
he
for
didn't have
Gyro,
enough
it's easy.
before.
All you
No.
do is, whenever you get put in workhorse, you just flat cannon and click the ground. Then you kind of kick up your, you kick up your feet and yell at your team.
No, you yell
This
at the Centaur
is-
in particular. Do you even know how to drive? Stop driving me the wrong way.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Once again, a little bit of a bait play here. Careful.
He's going
Careful.
top. He's going for the Megas. Look at the Meepo
He's
top.
just going to go for the Megas, the Meepo, going for the Mega Meepo. In the
Oh, it's a
meantime, look at
scam!
this, the team fight breaking off. Okay, they have got it is a scam. There was a bait all along at Emo. He's killed JG. No more workhorse CJ. He still has his BKB ready to use. He's dying to the supports, as in goes Jackie now.
Holy
Forces out a
crap.
bad static storm.
Emo,
Oh.
you would have a future in salesman. And he sold that so well, you know. Earthspirit TP top. He's the best salesman ever. Earthspirit
That
TP
was
top, and then his
incredible. And
team-
now nothing left to save him here.
Yeah, CJ goes down. He's got buyback Winter, but he has not one member. Well, he's got one member of his team left. No, just kidding. SC does the damage. I don't believe it. It's a bleed 2-0 after the way this series started, Winter. I thought not a chance. We're here at least for 3 or 4 hours today. But no, look at them. Bleed Esports with a 2-0 win in style with confidence against the workhorse. They move on and will face Aurora in the next round of the upper bracket here.
I mean, this has got to be one of the best Meepo performances I've seen in a while. Like the way he utilizes his clones in the early game to gank the side lanes, control the water runes, help his team. Like he just did so much in the game. Like he took a lot of literally flag cannon hits in the team fight. He tanked everything. He was also his front line. He was also initiating for his team. He just did basically so much for his team. You know, like eventually Zeal, both the offlaner Zeal and JD, they got bullied so much in the early game. But when it came to the team fights that mattered, I think we saw how the Raw onto the Gyro made a big difference, and also the workhorse, you know, on the center. So both offlaners, despite having a difficult start, still managed to have a pretty big impact in the team fights. But at the end of the day, the Meepo just reigned supreme, you know, in the late game.
Yeah. And I think ultimately, for as much fun as we had, it didn't really seem like this Earth Spirit was going to be able to scale in this kind of a game into this lineup in particular. And with JG kind of relegating himself to a save machine, it kind of felt like a 4 protect 1 or some sort of...
Yeah, that's why he needed to get Rapier. Like, even it might come at a cost of risking his own life, but he just needs to do that because no one else is doing enough damage outside of the Gyro right clicks with Black Cannon. So he actually just needed to go all in with the Rapier, and I felt like that would have given them at least a chance, you know, to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, even by then, I mean, you look at Bleed, I mean, everyone is doing damage here, save for the Rubik, who is like the last true support in this game. SC gets a couple kills in that last fight. You had to still contend with Jackie. I mean, it wasn't just a Meepo problem. It was a whole big problem there for Neon. And I mean, other than that, like a well-played series for them, especially game 1, I think what was theirs to win. Ultimately, a few missteps going up high ground, and you know, you end up here in game 2 versus Bleed, where you do end up or you get Meepo'd like this. But hey, I mean, very well played to Bleed. I think Jackie with a flawless, a very solid game. But ultimately, I think this entire day, this series, it's just the emo show. Here he is on the Meepo. What do you even say about this guy? 71% kill participation in this high kill of a game is outstanding. What a day for him.
Don't forget about his Invoker. He played Invoker, he played Meepo. He showed off both games. I think he had an excellent performance overall. Like, overall, obviously the MVP, you know, like Jackie did shine the last game, but this game I felt like Emo kind of did a lot more than Jackie, and on top of that, he kind of set up a lot of like really good early game movements for his team to succeed, allow the Beastmaster to recover, allow the supports room to farm, because we saw like a lot of the lead that they accumulated in the early game, it was on the Edge and on the Rubik. You know, both of the supports got really farm because of the Meepo's movements in the game.
Yeah. Indeed. And I mean, I guess for us, that is going to be a 2-0 and a way to wrap up our second series here. We can go ahead and get caught up. That's our second 2-0 already on the day, as Aurora dispatching of Manta Esports rather quickly here in a 2-0 fashion. Bleed taking their time a little bit more with Neon, but also getting through 2-0 in an especially convincing game number 2. We are going to be continuing, of course, with some more SCA close qualifier action for the road to the International. Up next is going to be our third match here in the upper bracket. That's Blacklist Rivalry versus Execration. And of course, later on, stay tuned for Talent versus Salvation. That is going to be all for Winter and I for today, folks. We're going to be back tomorrow, but make sure you stay tuned, because up next is going to be Blacklist Rivalry versus Execration, the Rambulan, with John X Fire and I'm with P Dota. We'll catch you tomorrow.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the Road to the International for the SCA qualifiers, and it is MLP Dota and John Xfire joining you for the third series of the day. Jonathan, welcome, sir. Your first series of the whole qualifier. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. You know, we had some good 2 matches already earlier. We just saw Bleed versus Neon, going a little bit more back and forth despite the scoreline going 2-0. But this one's special. Blacklist versus Execration, the all-Filipino fight. The Rumble in the Jungle is here, and it should be fun. We were having some good fun as well, of course, in the Road to the International Open Qualifiers. We did get to hear a little bit from Gabby, Zhao, Armel, so have some insights there. Of course, the team they're all waiting for is TNC at the bottom, but that's not going to be relevant for a long time, especially if Blacklist wants to have a smooth ride to that road to the International. They would want to win this one up against Exa. It should be fun. Execration's been a little bit more up and down, arguably more down than it has been, and Blacklist has been on the up and up. The motivational punches, Mike, sure are working out there for Blacklist.
There's never going to be an SCA qualifier or any kind of SCA game we can cast with Blacklist without mentioning that quote-unquote incident or whatever happened. Anyway, we'll go into game number 1 here between Execration and Blacklist rivalry and see exactly what does happen with their drafts, Jonathan, because there is a draft officially underway here now for game number 1. Can only imagine exactly what these two teams are going to be up to, because the patch has, of course, changed, and we are still trying to figure things out as to who's the best hero and what's strong and what's not. But I think we're in for a lot of fun, Jonathan. I think the heroes are coming out. You can already see the bands being made. Your broken clockworks, your witch doctors, all these heroes are broken, Jonathan. Literally all of them. Every single one.
That they are. It's kind of funny to see Witch Doctor getting pushed there just because of the sub patch where they changed Voodoo Festoration to actually have some self-healing. I think that really broke the hero to insane bounds. It's still, you still have SF, T8 at the first phase band. You tend to see a lot more Axe LC let through, but not really priority picks as it does feel like from the offlane. Centaur is still probably one of the better heroes that slides through in the offlane, so I'm keen to see what options will fly out here. And it's going to be interesting to see Execration up against Blacklist. You can see Blacklist, Abed's looking pretty happy. They start with a Monkey King pickup. And there is a lot of flex on this for the side of Blacklist. This is a Natsumi special, but we know Tim's loves to play it on 4, and no, Abed can run it mid. So it's very open as to what they'd want to do with the Monkey King. Leaves a lot of flexibility. It's an interesting hero with the facets as well. I think the Wukong's command ring having a 3-second window is actually pretty big for the hero. To not worry too much about instantly just losing it from like a swap or a skewer back or a hook. So there's a lot more play potential for the monkey. And as a core, and of course as support, you can just dance around the tree line all you want now as well. So there's a lot of ways you can go with this Monkey King here.
I've got to point something out, John. Tim's is the only one with the background blur going on. Everybody else is just nobody cares. It's only Tim's that goes with the background blur. I don't know why he's done that. Because you look at Arbit's camera, Jonathan, well, hold on a minute. There's a beautiful figure in Arbit's camera right back there. Look at that mullet, Jonathan. My goodness, I've got multiple angles of the mullet here. 3 angles of a mullet going on. It's amazing.
5 seconds remaining.
That it is. It's always good to see. I think the reason why Tim's go is blurring out the backgrounds. He wants to focus on him, Mike. He's the star. Especially when he first picked Monkey King, potentially onto that support role. All eyes on Tim's, I suppose, is the mindset there.
Well, notice as well.
For the side of
notice as well, Gabby and Arbet are probably right behind him. So we'll blur out the camera just in case. You never know.
Yeah, for sure. And my mistake as well, this is Execration going with a Monkey King, so it's not going to be Tim's going crazy with it. Potentially, maybe. I don't know if it feels as good for Shanks. It does feel like on the side of Exa, it could just be locked into mid or safe a little bit more. Blacklist, of course, with a Weaver pickup does have that flexibility to, again, just run the support Weaver, which I believe we have seen all day. In the open qualifiers for the Road to the International 2024, we did see a lot more core Weaver coming out. So I'm curious as to which way Blacklist kind of sees this one working out. Again, today it's been all support Weaver. It's been on the rise. So it would make sense. They go with the Dark Willow pickup as well. And that's something we've seen Tim's play rather comfortably in the past few qualifiers he's played into the Esports World Cup and all of that. And the hero does still feel really strong with the Brambles, of course. Just provides you a lot. So I do like this coming out from Blacklist.
I hate the support.
It is so annoying.
It's It's unbelievable how obnoxious those extra brambles are, man. It's unbelievable. As a Spirit Breaker enjoyer myself, Jonathan, you know how much I enjoy spamming that hero. This Dark Willow here has been ruining my games over and over again. I feel like I can't play Spirit Breaker without seeing Dark Willow picked up. And speaking of heroes being picked up non-stop, Pangali comes out again. Well, when does this hero disappear?
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because again, in some of the other qualifiers we've seen, Pango wasn't picked up as much. In the open qualifiers, wasn't picked up as much. But people are recognizing now just how strong his facets are. The double jump is great. We saw Abed play with the faster roll, and that felt really amazing as well when Abed brought it out. So I'm wondering how much Lewis can get out from this Pangolier. We have been seeing some potential flux onto the off lane from Bleed, particularly. I feel like that's basically just Zeal. I don't know if off-lane Pango really takes that high value for Execration. At the same time, they don't know their mid matchup. So you could have some options here for Abed to play into, like, say, I think typically he likes something like Primal Beast. He goes with the Earth Spirit, so
Are you kidding?
that should be our mid for Abed very early on, I would assume, onto the mid lane. I mean, you could run like a Tim's Earth Spirit. I don't see the necessity. That would lock in your Weaver to pause 1 as well. Earth Spirit versus Pango lane doesn't sound amazing. It's also not, I suppose, not the worst thing in the world. This will also go into the Centaur now as well. So a lot of mobility out for the side of Blacklist. Lots of ways to weave in and out of these fights. And lots of durability up front as well, just with the Earth Spirit and Centaur. I'm just really curious what Abed can do on that mid up against the Pangolier of Lewis, more than likely here.
I mean,
I don't think you're flexing it to support.
I don't think it's a good support. I think core Earth Spirit's the only way to play it right now. Just with the way it is. You really can't afford to play support Earth Spirit, I don't think. The thing is, with Resonance as a facet, like, once you get to, like, say, the level 2 Magnetize, that's plus 80 damage on your right clicks. So it does scale, this core Earth Spirit. In fact, Lal himself from Team Spirit did actually do a tier list of mid heroes, and I think he actually put Earth Spirit in the A tier for himself. So as much as I'd like to say support Earth Spirit's dead, and I will confidently say that every time, I do believe mid Earth Spirit can work. But against Pango, I don't know how that matchup goes. It doesn't sound that great.
Yeah, no, the laning matchup is definitely not that great for Earth Spirit, but I do feel like it's playable to a certain extent. Rune control is going to be a big aspect of that one. Do you see the Lycan being picked up for Execration as well? So that should be our Tino off lane lining up now. Potentially safe lane, I suppose, with Lycan. I don't know if you're going to go for the Spirit Wolves. It is a little bit silly how much HP that gets, how well it scales up. If you do go that route, it is a lot. To be fair, it's a universal type. You can go strength, some weird stat hybrid builds with a harpoon. It can work. I don't know if it's that high value, but the Lycan does provide a lot of pressure now in terms of push. And I suppose it's a good way to just keep up that chase with a Monkey King, kind of run in when you have a wolf form, shapeshift with your Pango Monkey initiation. So there is that. It can still be pretty annoying in the off lane with Howl. So that is one way to cut off all of this right-click damage that you are looking to line up here from Blacklist with your Weaver and with your Earth Spirit. I mean, just Howl alone taking away some of that bonus damage, taking a little bit of that bite away potentially from the Resonance here can be nice.
10 seconds remaining.
It certainly can. I don't mind the Lycan pick at all. I think Lycan's actually very, very strong at the moment. So it's just the classic thing. Like, once you get into that Harpoon build-up, it's kind of obnoxious how much damage Lycan can do to you at the moment. So I don't really doubt that this hero is actually quite potent in this current meta. So we'll see some more bans to come out before we can continue. Of course, it seems as though the side of Blacklist Rivalry are lacking their position 1 at the moment. And on the other end of things, of course, we are lacking a mid lane here for Execration. You do, I say mid lane, Pango is there, so maybe not. Yeah, I don't even know what Execration are lacking at the moment, John. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe another support to come, maybe a position 1 of their own. It seems though Blacklist Rivalry do believe it is a carry to come, and perhaps a support Monkey King is what we're looking at. I'll tell you what though, from this point, as we stand right now, I am kind of liking where Blacklist have gone with their draft. As much as I'd love to talk about how bad Earth Spirit is, I actually think it does look kind of nice in this draft.
That it is. It's fairly straightforward to execute. Again, 2 beefy frontliners with Centaur and Earth Spirit. Decent enough area control with the Dark Willow. The Weaver
5
could get
seconds remaining.
knocked out a little bit quicker with the CM on hand and some chain stunning on hand as well. I'm curious what the scaling solution will be from Blacklist, because I think there could be a lack of output here, as we have seen from basically the Neon Bleed match. Basically had almost the same combination of Centaur and Earth Spirit on their game 2. So
Yeah.
I would want to see something that scales up really nicely here for Natsumi on the safe. Same thing kind of goes for Execration, although there's a little bit less pressure to have a heavy scaling core here for Abat. Mind you, again, Abat has been doing pretty damn good, especially in a lot of the open qualifier games that we were watching him when he was on Team Darling for a while. Did look spectacular. They will go to Razor pickup. So, really good solution for the Centaur lane. You've got the static link to play with. The Razor can still feel great. His facets are pretty damn nice as well. Both of them feel pretty viable, although I do believe the Spell Amp one from attack speed is certainly, I think, the preferred one, as we've seen from some of the games of the Razor. What's your solution now on
5
Blacklist?
seconds
What's your Natsumi hero that can come out? There's a Jug option if you wanted, but doesn't feel great. Not particularly amazing. Laning into a Lycan potentially. They'll go with the Terrorblade pickup.
Your heroes.
So that's a Natsumi special we haven't seen in a long time.
But we
Does make its way out.
We haven't been seeing this hero though, have we, John?
No.
I could have
No.
sworn. You correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn a lot of pros have been talking about how bad TB is at the moment.
Yeah, it's harder to flash farm with his illusions. That's the one thing. The damage reduction when you're away from range does make it pretty hellish for him to just carelessly free farm waves. So that will impact Natsumi's farming pace. And it's going to be interesting to see how much Natsumi can get out, or if that changes the playstyle of the TB. We are ending up with the offlane Tino Lycan. So again, this is something Tino loves. He loves his micro heroes. He has gone for Pack Leader instead of Spirit Wolves. So it should be a normal standard Lycan, maybe a Dominator or Overlord build up. Try to pressure early on. I will say that Blacklist draft still looks pretty good. Like Terrorblade as a scaling solution is nice. You've got potentially down the line an Ags build up from Gabby that can bail out Natsumi in some tough circumstances. The magic damage coming in from Execration isn't particularly amazing to deal with Natsumi. So it is manageable for Natsumi to just play that. And I think in the lane, Lycan versus Terrorblade shouldn't be too awful for TB. You're gonna have to juggle around with your Metamorphosis. I think the one thing for the Terrorblade, at least, it doesn't change how fast he clears out jungle. You just lack that bonus gold from farming the lanes now, but your jungle farming pace is still pretty good, so I suppose there is that to play with. We'll have to see. I do agree overall with your thoughts, though. Blacklist, much more straightforward to play out, despite having this Terrorblade. They do have enough to kind of buy its space to scale up.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it does go. I don't really have much faith in it, John, but I do have faith in the rest of the team. You know, I think that the rest of the team are going to have a good time. I don't know, though, Execration, you know, they're one of those teams that I want to say over the history of us casting Execration, every time there's a new patch, these guys look amazing. I feel like Execration's one of those teams where they just find the broken stuff a lot faster than other teams. And I want to say that because I think it might be a closer game than we expect initially, John.
I mean, you're seeing it from Shanks now, right? He goes for the tree dance, Simian Stride. He's already just jumping around like a maniac all the way.
How is this
on
balanced?
his top jungle.
How is this balanced?
Yeah, it's really funny. It's so fun.
Funny to
I know
who,
a lot
John?
of my Monkey Paws 4 players, the Monkey Paws 4 players love it. Look what they can do.
Oh,
Just
the
jump
sickos.
across the map willy-nilly. Yeah,
30
it's hilarious.
seconds to battle.
Can snipe a courier or two as well.
This is so stupid. I mean, I'm not talking. I get
It's
the tree
amazing.
part, but the tree jumping crowd, that's too much. Oh, that's a deep ward. I mean,
It's
he really does
amazing.
want those couriers. He really. I mean, he's going for the couriers, John. He's got the ward out already.
Yeah, and he's still setting up for maybe a bounty rune snag as well, although it does look like he might be a little bit too late, still in position.
The battle begins.
See if they can fully commit. No, they're going to be able to get away with it. Still a 2 for 2. See if that value comes in for Shanks. I mean, if you commit that early ward, you've got to snipe these couriers. There's no two ways about it. And a stalled out timing, maybe a rotation onto when Abed gets enough gold for the bottle. That could be really impactful on that mid matchup.
Oh, it's
We'll have to
huge.
see.
I think you hit
at
the nail
the
on the head there,
least.
John. I think it literally. Oh, look at this, John. bottom lane. He's got the courier already, but I think you made a good point. I think it literally is all about the Earth Spirit bottle that you're really looking for. Though, in fairness, he just left Gabby with 0 regen, so that's pretty impactful in and of its own right.
That it is. And that bot lane, again, is not going to be the simplest process for Gabby. Centaur versus Razor matchup doesn't feel great. A bot already has a static link up. And Gabby, you know, he's just going to have to cop it out. Wait until maybe level 2, level 3, until maybe at least 1 null. It does look like he's bypassing the null build-up altogether. He has gone for Counter-Strike facet as well. So I think this is the first time you and I have casted a game with a Centaur without the horsepower.
Oh.
So he is going to need boots. But that double-edge damage is really bursty, especially once the shard is up. So I do like seeing this from Gabby.
Oh, it's a lot of damage. You can't underestimate it at all, and Gabby's going to actually move in right away. Onto Den's Zanity, though Den's is going to turn back around on Tims, who might just be going down here. Tims, 1 hit away, eats the Fairy Fire. Den's, oh, he can't get enough, but CML's got him. CML barely securing the kill on the Crystal Maiden. Does get away with the first blood gold, and poor old Den's, he was like 1 HP away from securing that himself, but nevertheless, Execration still do get.
And that is the troubles of this lane for Blacklist. Not much you can really do to shove the Razor fully away unless he overcommits. Let's see how Gabby tries to repair that. You still have Shanks just camping top.
He missed the
He
bottle.
sniped 2 couriers now. He's missed the bottle, but he's making this offlane hellish for Gabby, which I like as a play from Shanks, because it does feel like with Blacklist, Gabby's lane has been important. Up top, they have sacked Tino's lane, though.
Tino going down, a very big kill there for Natsumi. Happy days already for the position 1 TB. He will find the courier eventually, so he does get it. But I think had you got an Arbet's bottle, that would have really just ruined the early game of the Earth Spirit, because bottle's just so important when you're playing roaming Earth Spirit from the mid lane. But it's luckily for Arbet, he'll get away with it. Again, had he denied it for a few minutes, like at that level 6 marks the 6 mark per se, then you probably could get a lot more impact out of the rotations of this Monkey King. But you know, for now, I guess he's doing a good job. Problem is, John, he's just not lane. Like, he's just still stuck at level 1 here on this MK.
Stuck at level 1. He's set top lane. Tino one time at all. The pressure from is overwhelming as long as they have this metamorphosis up. There's really no play for Tino whatsoever. So that is the sacrifice you're making for all of these courier snipes. At the very least, again, you didn't manage to find a bottle mid, but by its nature of the Pangolier versus Earth Spirit, Lewis is having a great time up against Abed. Just pressuring nicely, did go for the double jump on the shield crash as well, so has a little bit more to pump out when Abed does go within range. And is managing it quite nicely. Maybe a rotation down the line, but no, Shanks is still just hunting couriers.
What is he doing? Can we look
all
at
the couriers?
Abed's about to die. Shanks, in the meantime, still in the base, looking for that TV courier. Is eventually going to get it. Here's my thing. Like, you get the couriers, okay, fair enough. But at what point does this MK just not be a hero? Like what is this? Well, what's he doing? But the couriers can't be
economic impact. I mean, it's like 25, 30, 35 gold each to everyone. It's pretty impactful. Right? So you're saying
it's just allowed. Like, there's a tree in the fountain and nothing happens.
I don't know if you're supposed to spend 4 minutes in this position, but if he's not, he might get this boots of Abed. No, it's going back. Shit.
What did I tell you? It's always execration. They always find the dumbest things.
Unfortunately for Shanks, he's less than 90% HP, so the tree dance is going to be a lot slower. But hey, sniping couriers, it's doing its job.
He's got a ring of regen just in case this happens, John. Don't worry. 1.25 HP regen. You'll be back at any moment. But bot lane, Tims is dedicated. No, we're going to have a secondary kill coming out. I don't know what to tell you, John. All we've done is talk about this Monkey King this whole game. That's all we've done.
That's all that matters at this point. I mean, once Shanks has trampled, this will last forever. I don't know to stop this guy.
He hasn't got 1 point of XP.
How do you think Tino feels right now? It's like, oh, my Monkey King sniping curse. I'm in lane being shoved between tier 1, tier 2 by a Terrorblade and a Weaver, and I can't do anything. But my Monkey King sniping couriers.
Oh, dude, if he comes back to the lane, I would lose my crap. You can't come back at level 1. CML, he can't get a frostbite out. He'll eventually get one onto Natsumi, and Natsumi just absolutely melts. That's a big kill. Execration doing great work finding the Terrorblade. I'll tell you what, don't go, Shanks, you can't come back. Get out of here.
He's here.
No, you can't.
He's here.
Get out. If that was my Monkey King, I'd be on the mic straight away. Michelle's gonna be okay. Shanks cannot come back. He's almost level 2 of being there for about a second.
Tino?
Tino?
He should just stay level 1, see how long it can last.
Tino's gonna TP away, back to the fountain, walk of shame for the Lycan. Tino's having a great old time here as bottom lane, Gabby almost dying to Dens, though Dens is dropping quite low himself on the Razor, but he's going to be alright to back his way out. It's like Shanks is going to have a look and see if Arbed wants to donate some XP, but Arbed says, no sir, you can get the hell out of there. Let's roll in. Lewis, he'll find a regen room for himself in this Pangali. We're going to run into CML now. So they're grouping up down a bottom lane here, Jonathan. Shanks is here with his level 1 tree dance available whenever. Is going to commit it onto Tims. Tims is not about to die, but yes, he is. He's gone.
What? He
Shanks will take it. He dies to Shanks.
And he's still level 1. He's still level 1. I can't. I mean, to be fair, Shanks is doing a lot, right? Like, it's a lot of resources wasted. He's making Abed roll back just to get his courier still dies. How many couriers? I wish we could track this. It's a lot of couriers. It's 7 couriers. It's at least like.
Oh, Tims!
That is so much. That's so much gold.
Tims is dead again, I think, here, John. Gabby's caught down. Tims is in trouble. Execration so far being very aggressive as CML ignores Tims altogether. Will rush the Wisdom Rune instead, but Arbed's going to be there to cut him off. So now CML going to find himself in danger because Arbed's around the corner. Sadly, though, Rolling Boulder's on cooldown, so he will not be able to keep up. Does at least get the Wisdom Rune for himself. Even gets a nice little bottle.
That's actually huge.
From Gabby. It is.
No Wisdom Rune between Shanks. Well, he finally hits level 2. Soaking up mid, but they actually needed those Wisdom Runes on Execration just to have this Monkey King have more than just 3 dance. Still, I love the impact of Shanks, right? It's forcing all of these more awkward rolls from Abed just to stop this Monkey King. It's forcing them to kind of watch their top, watch their base for a tree walking around. It cuts off some region. The bot lane goes a lot better for Dens than it would without these courier snipes as it keeps going. My god. Gabby?
He's going to break a record. Gabby bottom lane, going to go down again. So now this safe lane Razor Dry, then Zanity's having an amazing game. 1-0-4 already as mid lane. Arbed will go down. 7-1 already for the side of Execration. 8 minutes in, 7-1. Maybe the courier's dying this often. Maybe it's made that big of a difference. I mean, they're already 3k ahead.
I think it has. It really has. I mean, cutting off all these resources down bot again just allows all of this winning for a bot. And just 7, 10, once you hit 10 couriers, right, that's 350 gold each.
What?
That you're getting at around that ballpark, right? It's 35 gold at the higher level couriers. Earlier on, it's like 25 per courier for everyone, right? So it's a ton of gold to feed out onto everybody. And... or at least to feed out into the Monkey King, so he's scaling up. Yes, Tranks, he can keep this game going forever now. And you're basically playing, what, 4v5 in lanes? And you're still having a good time outside of Tino?
Oh, Tims! Oh, Tims! He's gotten the Lycan treatment, Jonathan. My favorite. Just died of the creep waves as Arbed, trying to roll away, runs right into the creeps, and, well, there's no escape for him, I don't think. Arbed just going to melt to the damage output. Shanks, don't you dare try to take that kill. Xiao's going to go for the kill onto the MK. Shanks should be dead, but we'll try for a TP play out. Oh, and he's made it. They can't kill him. They can't kill this Monkey King. I can't believe it.
He's 101. He's sniped A lot of couriers, and oh my god, he's having so much impact. You're starting to come back now as well to Tino because of all the movement across the map. He's managed to at least buy out the full Dominator. He's microing his wolves well to find these kills. I think 9-2 start for Execration, 10 minutes in. It's a really strong start, especially with how early on these heroes scale. Like, talking about Razor, talking to Pango, who just needs a couple of items up. It's going to feel pretty overwhelming for Blacklist, especially since Natsumi, again, his farming pace is going to be held back just by virtue of how terribly it works now.
I mean, the state of the game is, it just feels so bad for Blacklist. Like, Arbit's just not taking off at all. He's 0-2-0 right now on the Earth Spirit. Like, this is just a horrendous start for Blacklist Rivalry. Lewis is almost 2 levels ahead of that mid-Earth Spirit, by the way. And speaking of Lewis, they are rotating down bottom, just trying to shut down Gabby on the Centaur once again. Gabby does have Stampede, so he should be able to find a way out. But they'll pop the Frostbite, they'll pop all the spells, and never mind what I said. Never mind. They've got plenty of damage. Gabby will die for the 3rd time already.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Execration are just very coordinated to play around their strongest here on that Razor. They take tier 1. A bit of a smoke play out from Blacklist, trying to abuse this weaker lane. Right to find Tino. Doesn't have mana to really get anything done here.
Gonna try for the Lycan. He's not the easiest target to take down, but they will give it a crack as Tino's running right towards him, in fact, into the Brambles maze. And eventually, Tino, he will die. You saw how long that took, though. You know, it's kind of the thing, like, that was a long time for 3 heroes to deal with a Lycan.
And it is. And Tino is still microing well. Sends the Wolves down mid, along with the Dark Troll Summoner. Siege another tower in the span of a minute and a half. Execration have opened up the map quite well. And again, this is going to be a big challenge for Natsumi in terms of just his farming pace. You know, he can't just push out these waves. He is going to have to stick in the jungle. It's going to be a lot slower for the Terrorblade in comparison to the illusion spam for free pushes. You're, again, hitting this early spike now for Execration. You've got the Echo Saber fully done on Lewis. A little bit more of a nice build-up, I think, in terms of chasing. Like, the Echo Strike is going to play quite nicely and just getting some burst damage off. You've got the early Yasha for a bot into a BKB, into a Manta. Going to be fully set to frontline for his team once that's done. They are starting to collapse onto this location, though, even dragging Natsumi in for a bot.
Why the hell not? You've got to kill this Razor. The bot getting caught out eventually should just drop and will. Natsumi to take the kill on the TB is going to feel very good. Meanwhile, Abed is going to find Shanks. Shanks still dropping through the tree line. Should be able to get away just in a moment. As Abed has to...
He did get damage.
That's your mid-Earth Spirit, by the way, against the Monkey King who didn't even lane in this game 1. So, yeah, that's something, huh, John? What a great hero Earth Spirit is.
I'm loving this. I'm loving this. I'm loving what Shanks is doing to Execration. They still find a big kill. Don't get me wrong. Killing off the bot, killing off the Insanity is huge, but they might be able to get decent punish. They can catch someone out, not going to be able to catch Zhao, a little bit too slippery. And they're not able to fully push. They did take top tier 1. But again, Tino's lane was always weaker. The bot tier 1 still hanging on. Does mean you still have all of this free space for everyone to still farm up. You still have some catch-up room to go. Tino, Overlord, already has the recipe. Just needs a little bit more. And does have the full Overlord up. So your Lycan is still at a decent timing, despite that slower start. In fact, it's Gabby and Abed that really have suffered from all of these shenanigans. They're at least 2k behind, and that's Tino in a solo lane up against 2, dying twice in lane. Like, that is not good news for Blacklist, but excellent news for Execration, who again have played this early game to perfection. Like, I don't know what Shank's been doing in the past few months, but this Monkey King, this is the most perfect Monkey King game we've seen.
It's a lot of couriers. He's done a lot of work. I mean, as much as you and I laughed about it for the last 10 minutes, he's done a lot of work here for this team. It works. This is literally peak Dota right now. You might not like it, but this is what peak Dota looks like right here. A tree being moved around on the map is all we have now in Dota 2. Love to see it.
Yeah, you've got a rock that can't hit a moving tree, Mike.
That's true.
It just doesn't work.
No. Wouldn't work in nature, John. Doesn't work in Dota 2. You know, we're very accurate here. I mean, Arbit's been trying his best to put the impact in, but he is literally just a rock. That's all he can do. Look at
Again, this is concerning for Blacklist because you could consider it's a space for Natsumi, but look at this farming pace. Normally at this point, you'd see the Terrorblade start to inch away a little bit further. This damage penalty on the illusions just, it doesn't feel great, even with the Manta. They'll still take the penalty. So again, like this fast ramp up for Natsumi, it's not really there. He's barely 900 gold ahead of Lewis. Lewis
lane.
is rushing into the Ags.
They're going onto a bot, but he's a bit too tanky, and Abed, I mean, he's the one who gets left behind. He would at least get to roll away, just barely. I could have sworn Shanks blocked him with that tree dance and Primal Spring in, but apparently not quite. So Abed does get away just barely. But man, that's just so sad to watch. Like, that's your mid player, just getting absolutely wrecked as soon as he rolls in.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, it's rough for Abed, at least with a Blade Mail. Maybe he can reflect some of that burst damage back. Still, the avenues of play for Blacklist are limited. Like, they've got this double Blade Mail timing up. It does feel like they'll need the blink on Gabby before anything else can really proceed. You're very close to finishing up the full Spirit Vessel and Zhao, at the least. So you will have some ways to just kind of mitigate some of the healing or some of the tankiness that these heroes have, soften them up a little bit more for the burst. They are starting to make inways down bot. They are cutting off this farming spot, but Nexa hasn't really played here in a while.
Poor old CML. Just doesn't get caught out. It's something Blacklist desperately do need, is some easy pickoffs here, and they do get it. Natsumi able to pick off another one here on the TB, and it is going to open up that bottom tier 2 tower for the side of Blacklist Rivalry. But they are still playing ultra cautiously here, Blacklist. They won't commit all the way. Metamorphosis still had a long duration for Natsumi, but they decide better of it. They'll just let some illusions and a siege creep do the work. It will be defended eventually here by Execration, but it seems as though Blacklist, they kind of understand, they just don't want the fight at the moment. You know, they're taking the free tower damage while they can, but in terms of fighting, they are well and truly going to fall behind. So there's just no worth in it.
Yeah, I think this is a fine style for Blacklist. Hit and run, find a freebie support kill, considering how far behind you are early. I mean, just killing off CML gave them 294 plus 420 gold. It's a significant amount, considering that's just literally a pos 5 Crystal Maiden. So you are catching up slowly but surely, and you're still at a 4k deficit, but you've cleared out the map. You've pressured a tier 2 down to 660 HP. You can keep this invasion down bot, and you can try to just avoid the wider pick-off game that Execration has been playing. They are still about to hit their spikes here on Execration, of course. The BKB for Densanti isn't too far off, and so is the Ags for Lewis. So they will have better tools to stand up front now, although CML again.
Gonna get the Earth Spirit treatment here as the Crystal Maiden. The one thing Abed can do is kill off CML at the moment, so that's about all he can do right now, and that's exactly what he will do. So he will get the tip here from Gabby. Mid tier 1 tower is going to remain protected by Execration, but Blacklist, I think, are doing a very good job of just taking all the attention away of Natsumi, and Natsumi is still top of the net worth board, so it's kind of one of those full protect 1 situations where every other lane's gone really badly, and so it's all up to Natsumi on this TB to make the big fight work. And quite frankly, considering how fast his net worth is going up, John, I don't think Natsumi's going to have too many issues.
He is getting enough room to get that scaling up, for sure. Again, it's not as fast as you'd normally expect, but it's still coming online for Natsumi, no problems. As the side of Execration aren't really able to cross the river now. They do have those forward wards. I will say one thing about Blacklist right now. Their vision game has been on point. Like, instant pings out from CML for the ward by the tier 1 ramp on mid. There was that earlier ward as well by Lotus Pool down bot. Logs.
Log and L4G. Why did Gabby feel
Gabby's just... He's got the
cool.
hairstyle, you know, back in the day, you know, he's cool again. He's a cool kid.
But the hairstyle isn't cool, Joe. I was about to bring up the hairstyle. I didn't want to be too rude about it, but I don't know how he gets away with that hairstyle, John. Look, who's doing that? Zhao? Being chased down by Lewis, he'll be alright. I just don't understand how he has more beautiful hair than my wife does, John. That's all I'm saying.
Thank goodness the wifey doesn't watch us, Mike.
she
wouldn't
can
like
probably
hearing
hear,
that,
but
for sure.
She turns her ears off when I'm around John, I'll tell you. Oh, Zhao. Boundless did actually connect. Bit of a slow there as Zhao will get frostbitten on the way out. Be a nice easy pick off here for Execration. Not too much to write home about. But can you force Roshan? And I think the answer is probably yes.
Yeah, they should be able to. They've got the damage output. And they've got Tino around. They've got the Wolves. They've got... I don't see any Dominate for creep, unfortunately. But it should still be... not the quickest process, but it should still get done in a reasonable amount of time. They will commit the freezing field just to ensure Blacklist not in position to contest. They will find a tier 2 off the back of this for sure. Down bot, as it's only a shove away now with Natsumi. Although the Fortify will stall. But you are set up for this quite nicely. You've got the ward to protect by the ramp now for Execration, if anyone does want to rotate from Blacklist. And a tier 2 for a secondary life on a bot while he gets his BKB up. It's a pretty big spike now for Exe. Like this Razor should, again, be able to just stand up front in a wider team fight, start to get that damage going. You've got the full Ags up on Lewis fully done. So, more utility coming out from the role as well. They just need to find that angle. And I think for the big part for Execration now is to try to mitigate these losses from your supports. You've still got the network lead. It's a decent amount, but all these pickoffs they've found on CML has allowed a little bit of leeway for these other cores. It has allowed some scaling to pour in for Blacklist while they're buying space out for Natsumi.
I feel like Natsumi's becoming too much of an issue at this point. Like, it's just too much free farm for the Terrorblade. As much as Execration might have an idea as to what they're planning to do to try and win out this game, I do feel as though Natsumi, like, if he doesn't get static linked in the middle of a fight by a Bart, like, you're in huge trouble. We'll see how it goes. Execration, they are going to try and force something. On the counterpoint to that is, John, if you do get the static link, or you do just kill off Natsumi, Blacklist just have no fight. Like, their net worth just plummets. And suddenly you have a 20k advantage for Execration.
Yeah, it gets really dicey, which is, again, it's down to this core combination as well, right? Like, you've got Earth Spirit Centaur, which, again, we saw in our last series of Neon and Bleed. This duo just doesn't do damage. They are tanky. You do need your Terrorblade to actually burst heroes down. Like, your supports don't have damage either. Not too much output on Zhao and on Tim's. So it's really on how well can Natsumi angle himself. And he does have a Hurricane Pike just to get that force back on Denz. So it's not going to be as easy for the Razor to get a long duration link. We shall see. Shanks scouting out again by the Tormentor here.
I'm so confused now, John. Is it Denz or is it Denzanity or a bot? What do we call it?
Both are legal, but I like throwing you for a curveball.
You sure do.
Yeah.
At the start, I started saying Denzanity. You say a bot. I go, okay, I'll follow John. I'll say a bot. And then he says Denzel. So, well, why do you do this to me, John? What did I do to deserve this?
You know, I blame Shanks. All that jumping around's made me dizzy. It is what it is. I can't think too well. Very small brain here, Mike. Not much spinal fluid as they go in.
Well, they are jumping in. A big hoop stomp coming up from Gabby, locking down too. They've got a Bart locked down, though he does have his BKB to pop. He'll try to fight this one out, but he is completely surrounded, and a Bart will drop, at least for the first life, as Tino's going to come back in, but Natsumi's got the Sunder. He'll Sunder the Lycan immediately as a Bart, now trapped between a rock and a hard place. He has got no chance of survival, and Tino's even melting here to the damage output of the Spirit Vessel, though he will barely survive. But still a fantastic fight for Blacklist Rivalry. It's Execration, even with the Aegis up on their Razor, they fall apart.
They forced that fight very hard onto that Wisdom Rune once again, and they still managed to snag it as well earlier on with Tim's. And taking the Tormentor is nice. The Shard on CML is some value, but they overstayed their welcome. Good set of vision there from Zhao early on to just kind of help snipe through as well, get that nice angle out for Abed to kind of roll in and get a huge magnetize. You have to be really cautious. Didn't feel like they were quite fully prepared on Execration to take the follow-through fight. We'll find another Tormentor for the trouble, which gives Lewis his free shard. So our Pangolier does have options for the roll-up now on top of everything else to try to angle himself in. But Blacklist, I'd say, off the back of that fight, off the back of this Aegis, are probably in a much stronger position. Again, the scaling factor for Execration isn't that great, right? Like, it's Razor, it can scale nicely with like a refresh and level 25, but that's a lot more farm that you're looking for, and Natsumi's still number 1. This Terrorblade's going straight into the Butterfly. You don't have any easy way to pierce through that evasion. You've got a good answer already from Gabby. who again, off the back of those support kills and the little bit of space they got when Execration laid back, has a Halberd now with a Blink Blade Mail. The answers are coming in from Blacklist, and for Exa, very strong start, but it doesn't feel like they capitalized enough to really get this game going their way fully.
It's an interesting scenario right now for Execration. Like,
Radiant's middle tower
it felt like the early game was going so damn well, but now it's just slowed to an absolute crawl, and I do believe Natsumi's just become too much of an issue now. Like, he's going to have his butterfly up in just a moment, and once he has the butterfly up, it does start to feel like he's kind of unkillable. You know, unless you catch him on his own with a big smoke, in the middle of a fight with the butterfly up, it really does start to feel very hard to see him going down to the side of Exa. In Execration, they might want to start with their shenanigans again, you know, finding some objectives across the map, maybe finding those tier 2 towers ASAP, because, you know, you lose the fight with an Aegis. Chances are your next fight isn't going to go too well for you. And for now, Blacklist Rivalry, I mean, they understand the gameplay. Just keep allowing Natsumi to farm. And if anything, get Abed and Gabby some fun. You know, chances are you're going to outscale the draft of Execration anyway.
Yeah, and that you will. The network gap has closed out. They do cut off Shanks as well.
Okay, Shanks finally will get punished here by Xiao and Abed. A lot of Rolling Thunder stuns coming out here for Abed. He's still just completely locked out and does actually die. So not a very worthwhile trade at all for Blacklist Rivalry. Though in absolute fairness, I think Abed may have really enjoyed that kill.
Radiant's middle tower has
I think he might have. He's been looking for that one on the monkey. He's been looking to pin down Shanks. Does manage to eventually find it. I think overall, you're still happy with that kind of move, Blacklist, right? Like, yes, you're mid, but you're up. You're preventing Execration from, again, trying to play this pick-off game, trying to look for isolated heroes catching up the map. And you just give a lot of free room out for Gabby and for Natsumi to keep the scaling game up, which are your big conditions. So you're more than happy to make that sacrifice on Abed. You're still working. The map is still pretty much in your favor.
Oh, Gabby.
It is equalized in terms of tier 2s, but again, although...
Yeah, but it's another nice pick up here on Gabby. The issue is, you can pick off Gabby, you can pick off Abed, but the big problem is still Natsumi. That's the big issue you're going to have here as Execration.
Yeah. It's still all about how do you handle Natsumi. Again, he already has a full butterfly. Doesn't feel like there's really feasible. He is going for the refresh. You don't have enough magical burst unless you get like a full duration freezing field off in the middle before the BKB comes on for Natsumi, which he is farming next as well. So I'm curious how much more the side of Execration can get. They respond to the bot pressure. A bot will just go down, clear out this creep wave for himself. They can still shove in onto the tier 3 just a little bit with the creeps, but they're not committing, like, say, the Lycan army to get that done. Maybe find Zhao?
Try, Xiao does get caught with the Rolling Thunder of Lewis. That is going to be another nice, easy pick-off here for Execration. A big 3-man smoke up, though. Blacklist Rivalry. They are going to group up. They'll head towards their own jungle. Running towards Tino, though Tino is going to back towards his own triangle now, so he'll be just okay. They could check the Roshan pit for Blacklist Rivalry, but the thing is Roshan is still about 37 seconds away. So not the longest Roshan. Shanks is going to find the courier of Natsumi, and Abed cannot pick him off.
That's not insignificant. It was a Chrysalis on the courier for Natsumi, so not insignificant for him to find. Just a little bit of a damage boon for Natsumi. And just kind of stall out some more. Stall out his presence at the very least in trying to burst someone up front. Does give some time for Execration to try to retake map space. Again, Roshan in a few seconds is going to be topside. Blacklist are in the general area of the map. So it's going to be a little bit harder for them to force this out. They will try for a smoke pickoff on X's part.
Oh,
if they do find a big one, let's say if you find Gabby or you find Abed here, that does open up Roshan big way for Execration.
Blacklist, they barely missed out on Roshan. They literally left the pit as it spawned. They have no idea it spawned up, and now Gabby's going to get jumped. In fact, they'll want Tim's first. The Dark Willow's still okay. The Stampede being popped. Gabby, though, he's in huge trouble. He'll try to survive on his own, but Gabby is down. So is Tim's. they'll at least take CML's life, but that's about all they found so far. As Zhao now in trouble. Zhao trying to run, but Zhao's dead. 3 down for the side of Blacklist Rivalry. And the worst part about all this is they could have been in the Roshan pit. Had they waited 1 second longer, that fight would have never happened.
Yeah, they just pulled back way too soon. Again, it's just bad timing overall for Blacklist. Again, they were set up right on a good spot by the gate. They were in position. And Execration, really good game sense, right? Like, they go hunting. They know it's going to be a nighttime Roche with a timer, but how long it's been. They set up smoke into that fight, and they find the pickoffs they need. Respawns are fairly short. Roshan is still open for Exa, and they can start setting up for it. Maybe, not sure if they have vision to kind of scout out. You could always just have Shank stand outside, I suppose. There's still a TP point, but without Stampede, process to get into that, but it's just too awkward. It's going to be another one for Exa, Aegis Cheese.
It's way too tough to try and counter out the Roshan now. Yeah, it's another big win for Execration. I mean, this is exactly what they needed here. If you're on the side of Execration, you're looking for that Aegis and Cheese up on your end of things, and now you can give that high ground a crack. Last team fight with the Aegis up was quite a few minutes ago, but Execration, they did lose that team fight. This time around, if you can win the team fight with the Aegis, that is high ground. At the very least, the high ground attempt is going to be yours.
I think the way these fights have to go for Execration, it has to come off of Lewis jumping in first with Tino charging in. Right? Use Shanks for vision. Try to get some D-wards out first before fully committing. And that's where the success for Execration has been. When Lewis can start with a roll, get the chain stuns off, allows the easiest link, sustained link for a bot, things can go smoothly for Execration when that happens. The issue is, with the way Blacklist are playing, you will take that kind of fight, but chances are you're not going to be finding Natsumi. Still, even again, just finding the two cores at this point with Aegis up should lead into some significant map gain, some pressure onto the last tier 2, a little bit of chip damage on to the tier 3s as well. And if they force Gabby to maybe pop that Stampede, and they do manage to clean them up, I think the high ground then is a possibility. Fully up on that too. This is the point going to come in. The chain side of Exa has to be perfect. Right, like with that debuff immunity up. If they are trying to gun down this Terrorblade, if that is the focus point, if that is the target they want to fully static link up, then it needs to be perfection from Lewis.
Oh, here we go. There's a 4-man smoke going into a 5-man smoke. Gabby is going to join his team here to try and force a team fight around this tier 2 bottom tower. Could be absolutely massive for either side, but Blacklist is desperate to get this win going for themselves here. Otherwise, it is again a high ground that's going to be set up for Execration. They'll get onto that dire triangle here. Blacklist Rivalry still looking to set up. Gabby looking for a jump in. They'll see Tino, but Tino's going to get the Wukong off in time. Instead, they'll go into CML, but the Wukong's command, they've caught out Gabby for a moment. He'll be able to back his way out as Den's now looking to retreat. Tino will rush back in. Who are they actually aiming? Looks like they're going to find Zhao on the Weaver. They'll lock him down with the Frostbite. Zhao is down. They'll go for a little bit more. Abed now being targeted. He's already less than half HP, and Tino's got him. They'll take down Gabby. Multiple heroes from Blacklist just going down as Natsumi's the big target. He'll go for the Sunder in his own teammate. He'll survive a little bit longer, but not for long enough. Natsumi is down. 4 down for the side of Blacklist. Only Tim's left, and it doesn't seem like he'll be left for too long as he does go down to boot. A full team wipe for Execration. I think now you must rush high ground.
This is your opening. You expended the Aegis, no problem there for a bot. You still have a lot of damage to pump into the tier 3s if you so wish. It looks like they might be setting up for the Tormentor first. They've got the refresh ready on a bot now as well. Very well protected now on this Razor. Lincoln's refresh only lacking maybe some sustain now, if that's something he wants. Something like a Satanic up front, another Dispelled Source with a Manta, with a BKB, but there's no play now. Again, you killed off Gabby, forcing out the Stampede. There's no easy angle, it's in. The roll is already back up as well for Lewis. They aren't going to fully commit. They do play it safe, but a lot of things happened in that last fight. Like, even just the positioning of CML, he blocked Abed's roll on the cliff, manages to use the Crystal Cyclone down and just cuts off that Rixper.
Oh, they found Abed! Abed gets caught again. He can't roll away either. He runs right into Densanity. Now Zhao being caught, a perfect rolling thunder by Lewis. Sets up onto 2. Oh boy, Blacklist Rivalry absolutely falling apart here in this game 1. And I'll tell you, I mean, their mid-game was a pretty big recovery for Blacklist Rivalry, but their late game is looking pretty horrific as they're going to try again with the Denzanity. Des dropping low, Abart might go down, but no, he walks away, finally dropping to Natsumi. They'll get the final right click just in the nick of time. So try to punish for even more. They'll go after Lewis, who does also drop. Nice defense. After that first lane of Barracks does go down, they manage to defend, taking down 2 of them. In fact, they'll find the 3rd now. Tino to also drop. A massive defense from Blacklist Rivalry. Only 1 racks down so far. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's still playable for the side of Blacklist. Execration overstaying their welcome, trying to go for that secondary set of racks without the full reset. Very forced movement out. Does get punished nicely. Again, you still have a lot of power in Natsumi. This Terrorblade hits like a truck with a butterfly and just the Crystallis into the full Daedalus as it's flying out now. It's even more output for Natsumi. The way these fights have to go, it's either you bait them in one by one, as we saw in that last fight, by the triangle, or it has to be off the back of a really strong initiation from Lewis. And they were just not in position to get either of those factors off in that last fight. Still Natsumi forcing hard, forces out the Fortify. Respawns aren't too far off though. Natsumi has to watch himself. He did buy out fully.
It's a massive turnaround for Blacklist Rivalry. I mean, they're trying their absolute best to even out the game. Midrax is gone. Sunder out from Natsumi just in case, but that's going to be about it. They'll even out the game quite nicely. In fact, they'll go for a T2 tower while they're still out of here. Blacklist trying to get away with as much as humanly possible. Hell, even finding Shanks' courier. Imagine that, John. That was a big courier to boot. Mystic Staff and the Tiara of Salamene going down for the Monkey King. Oh boy, that was his hex.
Recipe. Yeah, he had a recipe in his backpack. Would have been a huge tool for Execration to open these fights. Karma, it bites back. Oh, all those couriers, and for what? To lose yours when you need that side of Vice for these team fights. Because again, the initiation, it feels like, is the big issue for Execration. They need to get a jump before the BKBs pop up and get the chain stats. Or, again, break up these fights with CML's positioning, blocking off Abed's role, just fragmenting that fight in a very clustered area, preventing Blacklist from doing what they wanted on that triangle. Still, you maintain this 4K lead on Exe. And for Blacklist, Natsumi is delivering the goods. Satanic not too far off on the Terrorblade, still #1 in net worth by a mile. His farming pace hasn't slowed down despite the nerfs to the illusions. Still, Roche has to be the next big factor. Blacklist cannot miss out in this next one. They've got to be able to get in position to contest. We'll see in about a minute how long that timer is. You're also getting some solutions out from Tino. He is going for the Bloodtorn. That's one way to pierce through the evasion once the BKB and Manta are expended, I suppose. Does make it a little bit easier if they can hold out for that usage and in a longer fight here for Execration's part. Still, you are starting to hit that wall now, right? With the refresh up on a bot going into the Shivas, there's not much room left to grow for the Razor. Maybe a Ag's upgrade, an Ag's Blessing or Moonshard eaten up is the next step. It doesn't compare at that point to the Terrorblade unless you get that link. Blacklist trying for a smoke out here.
Oh, they absolutely are. Like, Natsumi's completely 6-slotted now, getting rid of his boots to boot, so there's no more farm to be had here for the TB. He needs to go. They're going to see Dens. He gets the plasma field from the high ground. The wards are there. Gabby, quick BKB out. Denzanity, he's fine for now. He'll go for the static link onto the Centaur. Rushing towards the Terrorblade Natsumi. He's going to be careful. He'll try to go after Denzanity. Looks like now with his BKB, but Tino's broken the gap. Natsumi's gone.
Wait,
Natsumi is gone. Oh, and now Abed's down a bird. Oh, that's terrible. That is horrible, horrible news for Blacklist Rivalry. Denzanity, did you see how quickly he reacted, John?
That was
the BKB,
that was a snap.
It came out instantly.
Not just his response, like the follow-up from Lewis instantly coming in, going for the rolls, taking that fight. They were in position. I don't think that was a planned move at all. They were just in position, and on a snap's notice, they coordinate for that fight really nicely on the side of Exe. Quite a few mistakes coming out there from Blacklist, right? Like, you do have the full Ags up on Gabby. He couldn't get in position to actually hitch a ride onto Natsumi. And Natsumi, he sundered something. Didn't really do much for his HP, unfortunately, and it leads to this awkward circumstance. Another set of racks for Tino to try to find. Mind you, the Crimson Guard, look at this damage block. Based on
Yeah,
the
it's a lot.
caster's HP, it is insane on the Centaur.
It is a ridiculous amount of damage block, especially when you're up against the Lycan, but they'll get through it eventually. So Zhao is making it very hard. He got rid of most of the creep wave, but it's not quite enough. There's another creep wave coming. They'll be fine to continue on for that final lane of barracks. Blacklist Rivalry, they are stuck waiting 20 seconds for Natsumi to respawn. Abed will be up once again, and it seems like that's going to be enough execration to actually find Zhao. So suddenly now there's a Weaver gone, though he does at least have buyback and does commit it as now Gabby does jump in. There's a two-man stun out. They will try for the Razor, but he's fine for now. Bart's going to back his way out with the BKB, looking to go back in onto Abed. Though Abed does roll away. Here comes Natsumi. Lewis is rolling his way out. They'll try for the chase with the swashbuckle. They've got Lewis connect. They've got him locked down. And Lewis should be dropping. That's one. Lewis does have buyback though. So not really too much to come out of this, but maybe you can force buyback out of the Pengli.
Good luck to do that. Maybe the safer play for Blacklist now is to try to, again, consider Roche, shove out these lanes, repair their map control, and set up for a secondary life to have that safety net for Natsumi. Still, Shanks keeping an eye on any movements across the map. Just kind of watching. Top is to go. They've got some good forward wards again here for Blacklist to set up for Darside Roshan, but with a respawn time, it will end up down south. That is something they can play around here for Execration. Still,
You know,
both sides
I gotta tell you
understanding this.
You know what really pisses me off though? Like, Shanks is actually the same level as the Dark Willow and Crystal Maiden in this game. Like, considering the first 15 minutes of the game, he did not, like, lane at all. He's actually still the same level as both those other supports.
It's looks perfectly balanced to me, Mikey.
That's
Perfectly
so
fine. Nothing wrong here.
The only thing that could make this draft better is a Spirit Breaker with his innate ability, the plus 50% XP. Could you imagine?
The Hex?
Here we go. They get a Hex out, Tims. Let's get caught for a moment. He'll get the Ogre Seal Totem onto the high ground. Problem is, you can pre-dance all the while. Gabby, though, coming in with a big hoop stop onto 2. Shanks will barely survive, but now as Abed's going to roll in with a big magnetize. They've taken down 2 of them. CMO and Shanks are both down. Abed, though, giving his life away for that. Still Natsumi. He'll try for Denzanity Dens. He's trying to run onto the high ground, but he's gone. What?
No buyback.
What is... Natsumi! Natsumi's gone! Shanks will kill him! Natsumi will die to Shanks on the Monkey King of all things. As now they'll find Zhao. Zhao will drop Zhao will drop to Shanks.
What?
Natsumi has buyback, but Blacklist, they've lost 3 without buyback now. They've only got 1 buyback, and that's Natsumi.
I'm a little bit shocked from both teams in that engagement. The fact that Execration forced that while Lewis is still respawning, and then the fact that Blacklist fall apart once Tino shows up and once the Wukong's flies on from the buybacks of the supports. It's rough. They do buy back on Natsumi from just Shanks shoving in with a threat of going onto the high ground. The gem is still left from when... The gem was left when Lewis died, so Execration get to take it back. That's...
Nice.
A lot of things are happening that aren't lining up for both sides. Still, it's the heat of the moment, right? There's a lot of effects flying out, a lot of things just happening. Can be a little bit hard to read. It's been a bit of a struggle for Gabby to try to get the picture right. To me, feels like that's been something that's not been connecting as well as it has in, again, the last series we were watching. Roshan is up. And Execration does get scouted out. They can hand this over to a bot, who again fully bought out the Shivas, so does not have buyback gold. Roche shouldn't take too long to clear out. That does give time for Blacklist to fully respawn, take one more fight on the high ground defense. We see the output of Natsumi. Just has to be cautious. Once the BKB fades away, and you get that blood torn on, it's an easy matter for the side of Execration to still pump that damage in. And this is a big tool as well. You've got the full Roshan's banner up. It's a little bit harder for the side of Blacklist to reach into that. 2 melee cores, Terrorblade with Metamorphosis, maybe can kind of deal with that banner if it doesn't put him in an awkward spot, but this should allow a much more secure high ground for Exis. Still, Blacklist trying to force this fight outside with smoke here.
Yeah, it's going to be a desperate fight, I think, here for Blacklist Rivalry. They've made it happen before. With the Aegis on the opposing side, they have won out these team fights, but they're going to have to do it again. They will roll towards the side of Execration, just running down south, though Execration seem to be very well aware this is coming. They are waiting in the tree line. This will be a very hard fight for Blacklist to try and initiate. They'll go for a counter smoke now, Execration. Gabby has been very good with the initial hoof stomps. But we need to see even more.
Tino?
They're going to find Tino. Tino's been caught out for Lycan. That's a big pickoff. And they may have just left Tino to die here as Tino's still running, still surviving. Maybe they can take the fight. Dent will move in, but it's just on the bridge. It's on this very narrow opening. You can't fight on that area. Somehow Tino doesn't die though. How does Tino survive that?
He is rather durable on this Lycan. That does expend some resources out from Execration. No Rolling Thunder out from Lewis, so not going to be able to force out any more. And that does kill off as well. I think they also expended the BKB up on Tino. Did manage to just BKB in the nick of time and run off. So, again, very tanky on the Lycan with a Howl. And that is enough to clear. Still, amplify damage rune for the side of Blacklist to find another smoke out. They're the ones who need this fight outside high ground. They've got to win outside, pressure on. They could look to end. Like, if they win this fight outside, if they manage to find all the lives on a bot, potentially you could just shove right in with Natsumi.
You've literally done it to me all game, you know. Denzanity, a bot, Denzanity, a bot, You know, if people are asking who a bot is in this game, you're the one who has to explain it. Because you've changed on me 20 times now. Every single fight, I don't know what to call him anymore. Well, what's the next one? What do you want for the next fight, John? Do you want Denzanity or a bot?
Look, it's a bad habit I had hanging out with Armel and the others. They always code switch the names. So I end up code switching as well. It's like a bot, Denz. Then they had another nickname that I forget now. They have like triple nicknames on everyone when you talk about someone, you know? It just melts your brain, Mikey. In a good way.
I'm not going to lie. I almost called him Denzel Washington the last fight. No, almost. Not quite. that would have been a compliment in all fairness, though. They do jump in. CML. He'll get caught by Gabby.
It's not
dead. Staff away. Those CMLs actually alive. They can't kill him off quick enough as the stampede away is there from Gabby, but the chase is on. They've got the harpoon out. Gabby, he is going to get locked down, and Gabby is down, but he'll buy it back. You've still got a 5v5 engagement here for both sides. Problem is the mid-rax is dying, but Abed, he's going to roll in. He'll try for the Pango. Problem is he's doing no damage here to Lewis. Lewis will be fine. In fact, Abed's the one that needs to roll out of there and does do so successfully. But Blacklist, they're popping all their spells for nothing, and Abed's down. Abed's dead.
They cut him off?
Yeah, I mean, Abed's learning the hard way not to pick Earth Spirit. This hero is absolute trash. I'm just going to say it again.
It's a weird one. No buyback for 3 minutes on Abed.
It's trash. Say it how it is, John. It is absolute trash.
Hey, at the least, you know, you're not Ricky. He's not Ricky, Mike. Ricky's garbaged here, for sure. So, you know, there's still some bright sides there, Mike. It's still semi-viable. And this high ground defense for Blacklist has to be more than semi-viable. At the least, no refresh on a bot. Did pop it in the last fight. Find themselves a nice Tormentor for a little bit more gold. They only have one Rax left to worry about to get the Megas up. It's just this problem of Natsumi, right? Like, as long as Natsumi hangs back and doesn't reveal himself, doesn't allow himself to get linked up, holds on to that BKB, has a refresh as well, then the solutions aren't there. You have to actually now kind of try to eat through 2 refresh charges. Double BKB is your bigger concern.
Oh, here we go.
And then try to go from there. They'll slowly shove in.
The mid-rax. I mean, just go for the mid-rax. That's all you need to get the Megas up, and they will fight. Megas on the way. Nice clap near out from Lewis. He'll catch a couple. Still rolling by the fountain now, trying to find himself a target, but everyone does get away. Well, how do you fight as Blacklist now with the Megas incoming? It feels like they are just lacking a bit too much on their end of things. They are going to make the jump in onto the Razor. They've locked him down for now, but he's still such a tanky boy. But he does go down. That's the first line. Terrorize will fly out, connecting the second time around, but with the 4-staff away, Abad is going to be just fine to turn around now with his BKB on a Gabby. They're looking for a dieback and they've got it. Gabby is gone and Natsumi gets caught with that Boundless Strike. He's going to find a Sunder target here, Natsumi. Oh, he doesn't even Sunder Shell. He just dies. Lewis does at least go down, but this is over. GG's called. A very sad last fight for Blacklist Rivalry, and props to Execration, John. I don't mean to say I told you so, but this team Every time there's a new patch, they figure it out quicker than every other team in SCA, and they've done it again, at least for game 1.
That they have. I think there's a couple of factors going into this matchup that makes it very interesting from the back end point of view, right? In terms of trying to read what Blacklist likes to do. JL, who is, I believe, coaching Execration now, used to coach Blacklist at the start of the year.
Oh,
and that does provide some, info as to how these players behave, how they like to play. It's also down to the fact that these guys play against each other a lot. They know each other very well, Execration and Blacklist, as long as it's always Philippine pros. This is the fight where CML copying the role actually ruined Abed's initiation angle, right? He was on that cliff, managed to Crystal Cyclone down, isolating that Earth Spirit inadvertently and opening up that fight for Blacklist. But big props to Execration. I don't think this is necessarily like a draft win. I think you and I agreed there was a straightforward process for Blacklist, but the execution from Execration was just so on point. Shanks being as disruptive as he was in the laning phase, giving a bot such a because he's like the bot career is thrice over. Having confidence that Tino can bounce back in, still get the farm for an early dominate for Overlord timing, and then just how they took these fights were all really smart. They were just managing to isolate the tanky heroes, and then Natsumi's not comfy to come in. When Natsumi is comfy enough, he has to eat through the BKB for so long, so you are durable as well on your side in Execration that suddenly the Blood Torrent's going to be a threat. The damage is there, the control is there, and it's just a little bit flat in terms of execution out from Blacklist. Like, again, Gabby couldn't quite get into the workhorse. CML cuts him off. Like, Execration played their hearts out here. And that's huge props for Execration, because, again, I think historically this matchup has been Blacklist favored. They only faced against each other in regional qualifiers one time in Birmingham. That was the only time Execration and Blacklist played against each other outside of APAC, I believe. And that did go 2-0 for Execration in a different line, of course, but this is a strong start, a strong message to send coming in for this Rambulan. I will say, before chat can get into this, there's a conspiracy theory brewing in my head, Mike. Who's waiting in the lower bracket from this matchup? It's TNC. Who wants to farm content?
Armel and the boys just licking their lips right now at the thought of it. Just like, here we go. Easy Twitch dollars, here we come. Easy Kick dollars, whatever the hell they're streaming on these days. Here we go, Jonathan. There's a scoreboard. You're not really... I know what you're thinking. I don't want to hear Shanks being the MVP. Are you going to tell me Shanks is the MVP?
I feel like he did so much early game. Yes, he has to be. He has to be. Look at that. Yeah. See, Sam, our producer knows. See, 60% kill participation. I wish we had the courier stat in here because that was just crazy early on. But legitimately, he won that bot lane for a bot. And he made the mid lane much more annoying for Abed than it might have been without some of those courier snipes. And him having to commit a role, trying to pick off a monkey, it did provide a lot for Execration to get that early start. And that early start was the foundation for Execration. So big props to Shanks. I don't know what that man has done, but his Monkey King was just beautiful. I'm pretty sure they're banning that out. There is no way you let that happen again.
Yeah, it was certainly a fantastic... there we go. There's the real... Thank you very much. The stand-up player. Thank you. We do have Tino, of course, on the like and did a fantastic job here, Jonathan. I thought Tino was doing fantastic work, considering this Lycan had to lane by himself for 15 minutes. So it was a... they just sacked Tino altogether. But Tino's used to it, all the way back from the Boom Esports days. He's used to just being left alone to get up to his own devices. And, well, props to the side of Execration. Love to see them taking out Game 1. We are going to head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Execration and Blacklist Rivalry. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our game 2 here between Execration and Blacklist Rivalry. Jonathan, in case you were watching game 1, in case the viewers weren't watching game 1, it was Execration is showing up here for game number 1, dominating the early game, maybe not so much the mid game, but then dominating the late game once again. Blacklist Rivalry is the one I really want to talk about here, John, because I can't imagine what went wrong here. What's happened?
It feels like they were outplayed, really, by Execration on multiple parts. There were a couple of tough situations for Natsumi, like some Sunders that weren't on like good targets for him to go fully back to HP. Some situations where Gabby's trying to come up with that hitch a ride, but gets cut off by the Crystal Maiden. Like, there was a lot of things to worry about there for Blacklist, and it felt like Execration covered all of their bases really nicely. And again, they played really well. I think that's the one takeaway there. It didn't feel like an outdraft. It didn't feel like any sort of cheese outside of, I guess, the Monkey King in the first 10, 15 minutes. But beyond that, like into the mid game, into the late game, it was all legitimate outplays from Execration. So their chemistry as a team is there. The hunger is there to kind of try to prove a point up against Blacklist. But Blacklist, they don't look too down. Zhao is walking around trying to motivate the team, I'm sure. Saw a little bit of a giggle from Gabby.
Zhao is so Australian. You have no idea. This guy is just so... It is unbelievable how Aussie Zhao is. It's incredible. We're going to see the sad, tense faces of Execration, by the way. John Blacklist Rivalry apparently very happy. Execration not so much. Execration, you guys won game 1. We won, boys. Let's smile a little bit.
But I do like this now. They're not feeling themselves. They're not hyping themselves up too much. I think it's always good to even out, have a steady state of mind coming into a game as pivotal as this, because hey, if Execration wins, they move on to the upper bracket. They have an easier ride to the road to the international 2024 slots for Southeast Asia here. And I think it's important to just be calm, not let it get to your head, still play a really strong game of Dota next. And for Blacklist, again, reset, kind of throw that game away. It's like, just blame it on the Earth Spirit. It's like, we gave Abed Earth Spirit. What were we thinking, guys? Have a laugh, pick something else mid, and try to go from there, I suppose.
I saw it. I saw them take it. I try to make up some garbage about Lal, putting it in A tier, like Lal's opinion matters. Like, who cares? I've told you guys, Earth Spirit is absolute trash. It's a trash hero. It's my favorite hero. If I tell you it's trash, Jonathan, believe me, it's trash. And right now, Abed found out the hard way. Game 1, it is absolute trash. I highly doubt we see it. Don't even bother banning. Just leave it. Nobody cares. Leave it.
Dire team bad.
We'll see if they leave it in. So
They
far,
banned the Monkey
Shadow Fiend, they ban out the Monkey King. They've got to respect what Shanks did there. I mean, you wouldn't want to lose your couriers that often. You wouldn't want your lanes to go to hell without regen or early stat items. So I respect that coming out here for Blacklist, along with the Phoenix Witch Doctor, which makes me sad. You talk about... It's funny, Mike. We're in opposite dimensions right now. Earth Spirit's not top tier. Witch Doctor is superbly top tier. So when I play games now, Mike, I'm always picking Witch Doctor. I feel like I've been doing that for at least 1 year. I'm happy. I'm just kind of tired, so I ban out Witch Doctor now. But hey, it's a great hero again, Mike.
It sure is.
I don't know where I was going with that, but it's great.
So, neither do I, John. Speaking of great heroes, I'll segue it for you. There's a Dragon Knight here. That's a great hero, Jonathan. Dragon Knight being proven to be very, very strong at the moment. Of course, Blacklist Rivalry not to be outdone. We'll go straight into a Darkseer, which apparently has also been very strong as of late.
That it is. We've seen a lot of it pop out. It's been up there in the contest across all regions, if I recall correctly. And it has been pretty impactful. Great team fight presence, still good laning push. The Ags build up, the facets are all nice, so I can't fault them. You already have some strong illusions to take here. DK in Dragon form is going to feel great, regardless of which facet the DK takes. I'm curious which way Execration goes with the DK. Do you want that for Tino off lane? Are you looking for it on mid for Lewis? Do you want to kind of have it safe lane for a bot, which I do believe a bot played quite a fair bit in some of the open qualifiers that I watched with Team Darling when he was on there. So it does fit each core position nicely, and you don't need to reveal too much going in, because again, lane matchup of DK into Darkseer doesn't feel the best, so maybe you now kind of have to flex it away, open enough for you to kind of contend with it, but it does look like Blacklist also, again, really consider what a bot can do, just make that lane uncomfy if they will force DK1 here.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
The thing with DK, I think it's just so flexible at the moment, is we do see a Tusk coming out. This is a hero we haven't really seen much of at all. What are you thinking, John?
No, because the last time, so when we were watching the Road to the International Open Qualifiers for Southeast Asia,
Yeah.
and I was sitting along with Gabby
10
watching the
seconds
games,
remaining.
every time I'd say Walrus Punch, he would like, hey, John, don't say punch. I'm surprised to
5
pick it.
seconds
You know?
remaining.
Did this actually happen, John?
Yeah, no, he was legit, John, why do you have to traumatize me? I'm like, it's Walrus Punch, what can I do, buddy? And they pick it. They're doing this to Gabby? No, don't torture the lad.
Abed's like, give me my hero.
What if,
Give me the
yeah, what
Tusk.
if Abed plays it mid?
There he is. So that's my hero, boys.
He's warming up that fist, Mikey. He's warming up that fist.
Zhao's like, I want to play the Tusk. No, give it to me, boys. I know what to do. We see the Weaver coming up for Execration at the very least. So Execration, not to be outdone, they will go for their own broken support here in the Weaver.
Radiant
And Weaver is very broken, I might add, even if it didn't look so much so in game number 1. As we will see as well the Crystal Maiden and the CK pickup. This CK is also pretty damn busted, I can't lie, Jonathan. I mean, you pick up an Orchid and suddenly you can just kill anyone.
Yeah, it is certainly still up there.
10 seconds
It does
remaining.
so much damage, it's hard to shove out. It's still a very tanky core,
5
so it
seconds
feeds off
remaining.
of just the tanky meta really nicely as well in the pause 1. It doesn't feel like you have the best solutions here to clear out these illusions as well from Execration, so I'm wondering what they'll look for as an answer to that. And the lanes are already looking pretty damn good here for the side of Blacklist, right? Like CK is very straightforward, stuns upon stuns. Level 3 spikes, huge for the CK to kind of look for a pick-off onto whatever Tino might want to pick up. And so I'm wondering what the answers will be here. Doesn't look like Coach Jail's worrying too much. Did see Shanks get a little bit of a giggle off as well, but they are taking their time on this next pickup. It's really tricky. It does feel like the CK just does way too much at this point. None of the natural CK matchups feel particularly amazing. They will go for the Beastmaster for Tino, so keeping the DK now open for a bot or for Lewis. Either one kind of works out. What?
Well, final banouts to come now for both sides.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm just mildly confused with what Tino's
Holding?
chewing.
5
Oh,
seconds
it is?
remaining.
Yeah,
Those
I thought
are-
it was like
those- That's medication, I think, John.
Yeah, I thought he was eating it. He placed it in his mouth. I'm like, you're not eating all those pills, Tino, are you?
Radiant team ban.
I mean,
I wouldn't
I don't know how
recommend
much
showing-
paracetamol will do for gameplay.
No, we don't know what it is, Jonathan. Let's take it easy. We can't assume what Tino's been taking. You know, I wouldn't recommend showing your meds on camera. You know, just in case. You never know.
10 seconds.
In some
remaining.
esports, Jonathan, they do some weird things. Some esports,
5
not Dota.
That they do.
seconds remaining.
No. We'll ban out the Storm, so taking away the Ovid special. What other options are left on mid? Something like
Ovid's-
Leshrac kind of works better for Execration. Some
His
sort
hero's
of
already there.
answer for the illusion spam that can come out. Now, of course,
Radiant
again, this is
team
assuming
back.
you'll just force the DK onto the Darkseer lane, which doesn't feel amazing. Looks like Blacklist are expecting that DK to be mid instead for Lewis. What else is there unsafe for a bot? Troll is still in pool. Troll with Battle Fury or even just a Mjolnir can somewhat
10
deal with the
seconds
illusions of the CK. Is fairly kiteable though. So I'm not sure if that's really the
5
solution here,
seconds
but that is
remaining.
something a bot loves to play. Could be something banned out by Blacklist as well.
Oh, yeah, they're having a heavy think about this one, Blacklist rivalry. Or rather, well, there it is, in fact, Blacklist trying to make this final ban out. Still the position ones of a bot. But I should ask you now, Jonathan, do you want to call him a bot or Denzanity this game? Which one?
Bot. Let's do a bot.
We'll do a
Let's stick to his old namesake. Yes, his
Okay.
old namesake.
If I hear you say Denz one time during this game,
You know
I'm
I
gonna
will.
I'm gonna call you out every time, I promise you.
Dire team
You know,
Oh, a Rubik ban. Interesting.
Interesting as well. Are they expecting a very weird flex with maybe the Weaver, or like I don't know if Lewis Lewis does strike me as a Rubik mid player. Maybe all the way back to like Grind Sky or Atomic, if I recall. But I don't think that falls like the biggest solution. There are good spells to steal, to be fair.
5 seconds remaining.
What is JL cooking up here? Bans the Primal Beast. So again, taking care of some mids for Abed. Techies!
Oh,
Techies comes in.
Wait, what? Oh, is
What
this
are they cooking?
This is a mid techies? This might be the mid techies.
Oh my
This-
god! If it is, that's cooking something up.
The ultimate
10 seconds
the
remaining.
ultimate cooking is going to be if it's a safe lane techies, obviously.
5 seconds
But I'm
remaining.
pretty sure we're looking at a mid techies because he does have that one facet. Let me look at the Spleen Secret Source,
Which one?
Jonathan. Plus 15% max HP is
Secret-
bonus damage on blast off, and so like
Mm,
plus
yeah.
15% max HP on blast off damage is a lot of damage.
It is. It is a lot of burst. I feel like all of Techie's facets are actually amazing. The backpack just allows you to start with like 9 branches and feel insane. The range facet is really interesting, but probably not something you'll ever see in a normal game. Can get a little bit crazy. This does put a spanner in the works for Blacklist to consider, because now potentially you could just run the more rational way to do it. It's maybe like a safe lane Weaver, a mid DK, and off lane Beastmaster. Then you run your Techies and Enchantress as supports. So that is still something that you can run. Weaver into a Darkseer lane, still pretty manageable for the Weaver, much more manageable than it would be for the DK. So I think that might be the way Execration flexes. If they will go for mid techies, I'd like to see that. They will go for the Pangolier pickup for Abed.
Come on, brother. What are you doing?
I mean,
you haven't had enough
he
of
made
this
it look
crap,
good
Abed?
in. He made it look good in the other qualifiers, right? So he made it look
Nice.
good for what the Riyadh Masters qualifier. So you can't really fault Abed. He will go for the double jump instead of the sped up Rolling Thunder facet, which I believe he made look really good. He made that look really busted when he played it. But we'll stick to the more standard one. It is going to be the Shanks Techies, and he is going Spoon Stash. So he will go for like 9 branches, maybe 8 branches plus a Tango or something to start off with. So nothing too exciting. They'll go with the Abbat Weaver instead, which to be fair to Abbat is also one of his best heroes on safe lane from the games we have seen on, again, some of these open qualifiers.
10
So I
seconds
do like
remaining.
that. Overall, I would say the draft-wise,
5
I'd still
seconds
lean
remaining.
towards a Blacklist just a bit more. I like their area control. It doesn't feel like your solutions for the CK is straightforward. It is there to an extent with all of the AoE damage Shanks has, but it's not straightforward. Like you've got Vac into Rolling Thunder here. You've got good single target hold with your CM and Punch. Like there's a lot of ways to play for Blacklist. For Exe, there is a lot of push. Like the big thing with Execration's draft is this early timing they have off the Beastmaster and off of the DK. And if they can pressure these towers quick, could reach a point where Natsumi's not able to get as much space as he'd want to really grow massive on that CK. But that's a lot of ifs and buts. You don't have that disruptiveness this time from Shanks sniping out couriers, so he's not going to be able to try to win out the lane of Abbat purely by, you know, little stat item advantages and cutting off some early spikes that Gabby can find. It should be much more manageable for Gabby. Should be a very interesting game too. I think if Execration can play to their strengths and push really quick, then this game can open up for them. Otherwise, if it drags on, I do believe that Blacklist has the line up to scale.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game, number 2 here, between Blacklist Rivalry and Execration. And, well, let's see how it all does break out, Jonathan. It should be a very fun one for this game number 2. Obviously, all the crazy busted stuff we talked about, you know, the mid-techies not coming out, the Abed Tusk not coming out. Jonathan, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it is what it is. We've got to go into game number 2 here between these two teams and see if Blacklist can force us to a game number 3, or whether Execration are going to be able to make this one work and get a 2-0 victory for themselves.
Yeah, I think, you know, I don't know which way the Filipino fans would lean for this one, because there's no losing here for a Filipino fan. Again, you know, when we closed out that last game, if Blacklist loses, guess who they face up against? TNC. So you get your content anyway, guys. So it's a win-win scenario, no matter who wins out on this series. You know, you've got something to be happy about, I suppose.
Look at this Beastmaster.
Oh,
Tino's got the Gomo Gomo no Mi going for himself on the Beastmaster here, Jonathan. I know you still don't get that joke, but
I really
Look at
don't.
it.
I do not understand. Oh,
Look at
this thing, yeah. Yeah, the capes.
what is that? The capes.
30
Well, what is
seconds.
it about capes?
Yeah,
There's
it's-
just no superheroes allowed.
I don't know. No, it's just been the capes have been bugging out in cosmetics. I do not know why.
Well,
There must be a
Lewis-
technical reason.
Dragon Knight's got a cape. Why isn't his cape doing that, John?
Yeah. No, his back item's not a full cape. I think it's the way these back items work. It feels like a physics issue with one of the strands on the rig just going to an origin point behind the hero's model. I don't know. That's a very technical way of saying it's something like that, but I'm not sure. Doesn't
Thank you
matter.
for that, John. It really does matter. Thank you, John. I appreciate you trying to take a crack at guessing what the problem is, but we couldn't care less. Thank you, sir. It's mid-racks. Excuse me, mid-lane, rather. We're not at the racks yet.
Mid-racks?
Lewis is going to be
Already?
up against... Shut up, John. Abed versus Lewis is here. The Pango versus DK. One of the most boring matchups in existence, and a matchup we've seen way too much in the last 2 to 3 years, Jonathan. Though, would you like to talk about it one more time?
That's such a fascinating matchup, Mike. You got the double jump for Abed, and you've got the breed fire for Lewis. Lewis shouldn't be under too much pressure, but Abed shouldn't be fully shut out of the lane either. Maybe once level 2 breed fire is up, it could get fairly annoying, but and this is a very stable farming lane for both sides. Shouldn't be as exciting. Rune control also not as important. Still somewhat important, the first power rune, but the water runes a little bit less so. Maybe more so for Abed with a bottle, but Lewis could probably care less. We'll see if that's something he even considers. So far, CS again going better for DK as you'd expect, but Abed should be able to take this creep wave with double range quite nicely once it's under his tower, so no pressure there. The other lanes are a little bit more exciting. Your top lane, you're already having Gabby having to pull away, down bot. You've got the axe spam and the damage that Shanks can pump out as well. On the Beastmaster Techies lane, Tino does go for the beast mode inner beast facet, so he can get some nice easy bonus damage on the axes flying out. It can stack up again. The old axe debuff can be a little bit painful for Zhao. Overall, this lane shouldn't be too bad for Natsumi, all things considered. The easier target will have to be that CM, and if they can land the sticky bomb into a blast off with a couple of axe stacks, they can eat off of Zhao, which is something that can start to go a little bit sideways for Blacklist. Zhao only has the one mango left as well, so not many spells to cast out. Big spike for Natsumi is that level 3. See how soon he can get it and if they can play off the back of it.
I mean, I might add, John, I wouldn't recommend eating off Xiao, but, you know, each to their own. Of course, top lane. We are going to have a Bart and CML up against Tim's on the Tusk. And where is our offlaner? There he is. The Darkseer, of course, of Gap. This seems like a pretty easy lane for a Bart. I don't really think there's too much in the way of shutting him down here. See, at the same time, chances are Gabby's going to have a fine time, as we are seeing Kim's just pull the creep wave away. CML trying to be as annoying as humanly possible, but again, there's not too much you can do about it. Nice little shards block there from Tim's. Does still get the creep wave. Very high level kind of play there from Tim's. And again, I think you are going to have Gabby finding his... Oh, nice enchant. Gabby does get his surge cancelled off here. Going to try to run. The chase is on from a Bart, and Gabby might actually just be dead. They have the Sakuchi in one. Tim's going to try and save the day with a snowball. Den still running. Does get him. Does get him in the end. As Tino will also drop across the map. They'll even lose a Crystal Maiden here for Blacklist.
Yeah. It's maybe a little bit better down bot, all things considered. Natsumi doesn't
Shanks?
fall. He's finding a secondary onto Shanks. So all that solo EXP for Natsumi, now level 4. Well past this early spike at 3. Gonna be feeling great in that lane, but you are slowing down Gabby quite nicely. And again, giving a bot a lot of farm as well. Does feel like the early impact of the Weaver might be a little bit greater. Would say a fast javelin timing. That's what they're going here for a bot. Overall, still fairly happy up top. They are doing the right things. They're making it awkward for Tims to just freely soak EXP. Gabby's going to need a lot of EXP as well to really play that lane. And that's going to be a good foundation for them to play off of. Considering Lewis's mid, again, is very straightforward against Abed. Not much outplay potential here for Abed. Lewis is going for the 2 points in the Worm's Rat. And is just holding that lane, not caring about the runes. They did commit quite a few wards here on mid as well for Blacklist, just to give Abed more control into the 6-minute mark. Not sure if that's going to be playing a big factor, but with a vision set up, you would want to see Blacklist get the space to play onto that mid. Not sure if you're going to be feeling too comfy, considering, again, how slow the top lane has been. And the fact that maybe Tim's... I mean, he's level 3, so it is playable, but could soak into 4, I suppose, by the time 6 minutes rolls around. And that could line up a little bit better.
It's just hard for Tims because there's nowhere for him to play. Like, if you go mid lane, you're not going to kill Lewis. If you go bottom, like, maybe you can set up, but Tino and Shanks are playing very, very, very carefully. In fact, they are going to rotate one over, and it's going to be the Pangolier coming down towards the bottom lane. So Abed, he's going to be around, but this is kind of the issue. Is Tino and Shanks are already very cautiously hanging by the large camp. They'll get a pull away with the creep wave, and Abed with his TP rotation, all he's going to get is a bounty room with the bottle refill. That's literally it.
Yeah. You're happy again with the space. You're soaking into 6 a little bit faster for Lewis. Can threaten the solo push. The Elder Dragon form and the Corrosive Dragon form. Once that level 6 is up, you're getting, again, fairly free lane for a bot up top. Everything's kind of lining up. I would say for Blacklist that Natsumi isn't farming too badly. Number 2 in terms of net worth. Has his power treads flying in. Already has 1 bracer up, so is very durable. Kind of eat through some of these axe spams that Tino is spamming out. I'm not sure when the play comes in either for the side of XA. I believe, again, it's kind of on this DK6. If you can maybe rotate off of that, get tower pressure even, that can open up the game more. But in an even farming game, in this game state, it does feel good for XA. If they can capitalize on this kind of start into the 15-minute mark, or again, just find some early tier 1s with Lewis, and can get a little bit challenging for Blacklist.
Abed's being chased down quite heavily here by Lewis. There's a lot of damage flying out from this Dragon Knight. Shanks is going to show up. He'll actually land the Sticky Bomb into the blast off, that the raindrops do save Abed from a lot of damage. The chase continues though, and Abed, he's going to be okay, but they are going to force him back towards the fountain. So it's not a very easy lane for Abed. Not only has he lost to the mid DK, which is pretty standard as the Pangolier, but he did also make that bottom rotation, which amounted to nothing. And now even the mid lane just being targeted by the side of Execration just makes it impossible for him to stick around. And John, they've got a siege creep and an Elder Dragon form going at the moment, so they just deal with this creep wave here in the mid lane. That T1 tower is going to lose half its HP.
Yeah, they're set up for it quite nicely in Exa. Again, just playing off this timing from Lewis, looking for the early objectives. Even a bot's getting some good damage off onto Gabby up top. Might be able to fully commit for that chase down as well if he so wishes. Gabby will just TP off from the back of the pause. Still free space for your Darkseer top. Your Tusk Tims, again, doesn't have anywhere to rotate to. You're getting that nice steady shove on mid. You are starting to interrupt Tino's farm, but Zhao,
he's going to find himself in danger. Tino in danger to boot, but Natsumi can't quite finish up the job. He'll leave the Phantasm Illusion to chase down the Beastmaster, but he's going to be okay to just outrun it. As Natsumi desperately needing a little bit of help, still trying to run away from Shanks, but he does have another Sticky Bomb. It won't land though. That's going to be enough for the Execration to decide better of it. They won't chase any further. I think just getting Tino away is going to be more than enough for them to be happy, as even CML barely able to walk away himself from this illusion. I think it does feel like Execration are getting away with quite a lot already here in this game number 2, though they do lose CML, as Abed does rotate and does find the kill.
they finally get some value from that ward, so Abed finds something for his trouble. That's something that the team does desperately need. It does feel like, considering how slow that lane has been, it's even a small kill like the Enchantress does amount to quite a fair bit. 3-3, a much more even scoreline early on in this game for the side of Exa and Blacklist. And you are still lining up for this early timing for the side of Execration though. You've already got the early Javelin up on Abad. He's doing a lot more damage now when he can just duel down Gabby. Gabby at least has Soul Ring, has level 3 Iron Shell, so can just farm up quite fine, but can't really contest the Weaver fully. Mid-tier 1 still standing at more than half HP. So push pace from Lewis, not as quick as you'd want it to be without the full commitment of some support bodies. I think the big thing for Blacklist is, again, they've got a little bit more forward vision, so they can try to invade. They know there are stacks being built up in the triangle. They can try to look for the pickoffs into clearance if they want. Execration has to be aware.
There's a pretty big group up here from Blacklist Rivalry, looking towards perhaps Tino. Tims is going to rush forward past the tier 1 tower and does reveal they were indeed looking for a kill, but here come the rotations. Rotate the Weaver over. Abat's going to be around to help out his team, and poor old Zhao is just going to cop so much damage because he does have the Javelin up on the Weaver. The damage output is pretty insane, and of course it will be a nice easy kill into Zhao. And ultimately, this bottom tier 1 tower amounts to nothing but forcing the rotations down from Execration. But that's really all you got out of that.
Yeah. It's not much. Still, that does secure triangle stacks, so it's not going to be invaded anytime soon here by the side of Blacklist. We should just be able to get some quick flash farm up, maybe into that Dominator Overlord that Tino does love. And even if a bot leaves, again, he finds a pickoff, he just walks back top with a Shikuchi, still free farming, still no pressure from the side of Blacklist. You're happy. This is still space for Natsumi. Armlet almost done on the CK. And you are going Echo on Abed, who will find CML another time. So again, very important small pickoffs to find for Blacklist. It's going to be the Ogre Axe for Abed, a little bit more stats up front into that Echo Saber. It just allows you to find some wins in the slower pace of game.
I mean, absolutely. You just got to take these small pickoffs where you can. CML certainly has been that small, easy pickoff that they can hope for every single time. So they are looking toward the tier 1 mid tower. They could try for Lewis, but Lewis has 21 charges. He's a Dragon Knight, so chances are he's just not going to die. And they will indeed just leave him alone and go for the power rune. And of course, Abed does pick up a nice regen rune for himself, so he'll head up towards the top lane. Perhaps see if they can set up onto the Weaver of Abat. Speaking of that Weaver, Abat is getting pretty close to the Maelstrom timing, but he may get caught. Tims will catch him with the shards. Abat does have time lapse to play with, so he's pretty calm at the moment. And he will just Sukuchi away anyway, so they can't really lock him down. The Weaver's fine.
No. They could group up for their own siege up top. And Gabby is shoving Green Wave quite nicely, has the siege creep, even Natsumi shows up. So we'll be able to find a tower trade at the least. And maybe look for stragglers, CML. Might be the sacrificial lamb, if ever.
Yeah, they may get him, maybe not even. Like, I mean, he might just scout out all these rotations. As Abat's still messing with them top lane, just going Sukuchiing right through Natsumi every 2 seconds. Tims has got the dust ready this time around, but it seems as though Natsumi is indeed going to have to back his way out. They still have a siege creep though, so that T1 tower is still going to go down top lane. Tims will go ahead and pick that one up for himself. I mean, both sides are more than happy with what's happening here. It doesn't seem like either one is under any form of pressure to try and find any kills against each other. Abat's going to find Gabby. Gabby will be okay to just surge his way out of there, so he's perfectly fine. And ultimately, it doesn't really feel like much is coming out of any of this. Just a tier 1 top tower to drop, that's about it.
I think, again, for the side of Blacklist, it's just free space for Natsumi. Going for the Orchid next on the CK. Selling some recovery out for Abed. Only one part away from full Echo Saber. Gabby, for his part, just working on sustain as well. Should have some of those ores come into play rather soon. I don't know. I feel like in this kind of game state, maybe it's a little bit too slow for Exe. It does feel like you want to get something out now that you have the blink up in Lewis. You want to be able to fully commit onto that tier 1 mid, although...
No, Gabby, they're going to end up finding a bot. A bot on that top lane is actually going to take Gabby down. And well, Gabby, he tried to set up with the wall as he was being chased by a bot already, but he just drops. And that mid tier 1 tower push from the side of Execration, it can start, or rather continue.
Yep. He managed to snag away the Invis rune away from Abed as well, so no bottle refill. Still not fully committing onto the siege, showing a lot of respect and restraint for what Blacklist could potentially bring out there. This is allowing a lot of free space for Tino, which we know Execration loves to do in all of their iterations, as they will catch out Shanks.
They do catch out Shanks again, but the blast-off is going to be there, and Abed, he's still going to go for the Rolling Thunder, but seeing Tino with the Roar ready won't even bother. No point. Just get roared within that Rolling Thunder, and you just probably end up dying, so they will back their way out. And going back to that point you just made about Tino, I mean, they certainly do like giving this man a lot of farm, but it really does usually pay off. You know, Tino does have very consistently good games.
And he does. He is rushing the Ags, as they will eventually find Shanks fully. So we do manage to get that kill for Abed. Again, that's the Echo Saber out, going for the Blink Ags. But yeah, going back to Tino, into the Ags buildup. And that is somewhat of a solution for the CK illusions, I suppose. Not the most common nowadays with all the nerfs that Drums of Slam has gotten. You know, it's not the good old funny days when Drums of Slam was new and you play into a PL, and that was Execration, if I recall right, that we were watching back then. Like, you where Tino would
It
not
was.
die for like a
Yeah.
solid 2 minutes there. Not
I
quite
think
the
that
same
was against
anymore.
Polaris.
Radiant structures.
I think it was
Oh, yeah.
Polaris that they were up against back then, but it was something, that's for sure. So we are going to see CML being spotted out by Tims. Tims will be... He'll think better of it. Obviously won't go for the attempt onto CML. And Drums of Slum has been something I've been seeing a lot in my games from these Beastmasters. So I gotta say, like, it seems like the way to go, especially if you can get yourself a bit of spell life still. Just the heal can get pretty ridiculous. Rather obnoxious to try and kill this Beastmaster off in the middle of a team fight, but even just the farming pace of this item, like how fast it lets you farm once you have it up, it's pretty ridiculous.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That it is. I'm not sure if that interacts with... I suppose it does
I'm not
interact
sure.
with the Inner Beast active. I feel like it should, but the wording is very vague. So... It feels like it should, right? Like the Whirling Axis debuff applies on his attack target outside of just Whirling Axis? Perhaps?
I can't confirm.
Dire's middle tower is under
I'd be guessing. Tier 1 tower bottom to go down, but they are trading the mid-tier 1 tower here for Blacklist, so this is a very worthwhile trade. If you are Blacklist Rivalry, problem is they're not going to be able to get away with all of it.
Dire's middle tower.
They'll get rid of half his HP. Execration, they will rotate a couple over, and that's going to be about it. Blacklist Rivalry, no interest in sticking around this area,
Is under attack.
but they do even out the map quite nicely. Like both top and bottom tier 1 towers are gone. Now you've got both mid towers sitting at around 1/3 HP. And so ultimately you are keeping on parity with the side of Execration, which I think is a good thing for Blacklist Rivalry, quite frankly, because it does feel like Execration have the more tempo setting style of draft. As bottom, Natsumi is looking at a Bart. Gets the Orchid off. A Bart had no idea this was coming. He'll go for a run. The snowball is incoming, but he gets a time lapse in time. A Bart is fine for now. He'll continue to run. They'll chase him down with a rift down, but a Bart is fine. In fact, he'll get a Gleipnir up. He'll turn around onto Natsumi, but oh, that was a mistake. That was too quick from a Bart. It doesn't matter too much though, because he gets Natsumi down, and now the chase is on for Tims. And Tino, he'll have no problem with this, I don't think. Snowball will make it a little bit more challenging. Shard's block is there, but they'll get the root with the birds out, and Tims will drop. And this is another thing I might add, John, is even if your Weaver Pos 1 does die, I'm telling you right now, these offlane Beastmasters, they do transition to carry roles. With this Drums, it's
I
so
can see it.
ridiculous how much damage they do. It really is.
I can see that. I can definitely see that. They get the space to clear out mid as well, so very good use of space out, trading the cores. Tino, his output's already just crazy standing up front. Did pop the Inner Beast as well. And again, it's such a good solution for the CK that I almost forgot. We rarely see the Drums of Slop come out up against these illusion heroes. Tino loves them, and it works out. 6-7, 1k lead coming out for Exa. You're not too far behind here in Blacklist, to be fair. You've got the blink up on Abed. He's got the roll ready. Going for the Harpoon. Gabby does at least have the full Guardian Greaves, so the Gleipnir won't hold him down fully. But it's been a slow game. I think this is the one thing. It almost feels like it's a bit of a mirror for both sides, right? We've seen games where Execration, when Tino has an awful, awful start, it feels like they can't get anything done. Same thing kind of goes with Blacklist. It feels like Gabby needs to kind of get things going for his team. He's been trying to get space solo up top, but
Is under attack.
the progression, the Guardian Greaves are nice. We just need to see its impact soon in some wider fights.
They're at least going to try and even out the map again. They'll find the mid-tier 1 tower. So again, Blacklist Rivalry, they're still doing a pretty good job of staying on parity in this game. CML kind of just stood his ground there for a moment and will donate his life to the side of Blacklist Rivalry, trying to get some D-wards off. That's all right. Big smoke up now from Blacklist. They want to go for a bit more. Problem is they run right into the mines.
Radiant's
So
top tower is under
there goes your
attack.
spot. I mean, maybe Tino sticks around.
Under attack.
But of course, he is looking to retreat, and he does have his blink up if he needs it, and does use it. So he's fine.
Get the scan off in the right spot, but the tier 1's still there to protect. So Blacklist can't really get too much off the back of this one. It does feel like they need Tims to have his own blink. Like, relying fully just on Abed for some of these single target pickoffs with his blink in isn't maybe the most safe way of them coming in, especially the Beastmaster threat. Just waiting out for Tim's blink, perhaps, to start to get more angles in. Could be the way. I love what CML's doing, though. On this Ench, He just walks up. He doesn't care. He's scouting. He's breaking smokes. He's giving some key info. He knows it takes a lot to kill him. The only reason they killed him last time that quick was because they had freezing field. Now they don't even bother contesting the Ench. It's like, with his facet, the overprotective Wisp just does so much work.
It's pretty dumb. It's actually really dumb how much killing they provide. It's kind of the thing as well, right? Like, everyone agreed that the facets of, or even the innate ability of, hold that thought, because they are going in onto the DK right now. The Dragonite actually melting to the damage output on Lewis, so Lewis is gone. Massive amounts of damage if you can find the DK by himself. Mind you, Lewis is very close to a BKB. So once that recipe is available for the BKB, you're not going to be able to do that again. But for now, Blacklist, they will find a very good kill.
That's a little bit disconnected from Lewis moving forward while Tino's already in the triangle. Does get punished, trying to get a little bit greedy, clearing out camps. They are setting up nicely around the bot jungle here on the side of Execration. Again, they've got this full Gleipnir up on a bot, so they could look to just burst him down once more. It does feel like Tino is necessary, though, for a lot of this early damage that you're looking for from Exe. Blacklist just playing on the top area. They've got good forward vision here. One in front of the tier 2, one by the ramp. In front of the top tier 2 as well. So they can feel safe just farming up. Both sides are dodging. Again, going back to what you said earlier, it is Execration that's a little bit more on a tempo draft. So off the stall time does work out nicely for Blacklist. Still, Roche does begin. With Tino around and with a bot around, this should not take too long.
I say tempo, but the thing is, John, I get kind of worried for Blacklist with Tino. I'm telling you, these Beastmasters, man, if they get the right team fights. And he's got that Vampire Fangs now as well, so he's got an extra plus 10% spell lifesteal. So, you know, he's got more healing coming. We'll see how it goes. This Blacklist rivalry, they've got a nice ward around this area. They can fight very well as a bot. Does think better of it, does Sakuchi back up, but Arbet's going to jump right back in, trying to go after CMO, but he's been drawn up immediately. They'll try to save him, but he's gone. Arbet just gets completely blown up. This team fight is completely wrecked for Blacklist. They need to run. It's 3 down already. Gabby will try and get out. He is set to fall to boot, and he is down. They literally laugh at them. Gabby will get tipped here by a butt. Fair enough. And I think they must have thought it was only CML. Because they jumped in, trying to take him down, and it was just like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't think they managed to get a glimpse of a bot. He didn't Shikuchi into anyone. And just that much commitment, again, onto CML is too much. That's why I figured they were waiting for Tims to get a blink, so they could start with Tims first. Give Abed a secondary blink follow-through. Instead, they do get punished nicely. They hang on to the Aegis, take a tier 2. Nice and simple for Execration. AT11, 6k lead up, BKB up on a bot. Now, you've got the BKB still ready to go on Lewis as well. Only Tino having to pop his.
Natsumi. Stuck around the tree line for some reason here. Natsumi in massive trouble. Will go for the Phantasm. They don't even need the Roar here. Natsumi trying to get out, will not be able to make it as Arbet does move in with a Rolling Thunder, but they've got the BKBs going, and now they've got the Roar out. Oh, Arbet's down again. I mean, he's running. He's still getting out of there, but they've got the Gleipnir to lock him down, and he is gone. Oh, Natsumi, he was literally sitting in the tree line, and they just, with the smoke rotation, once the smoke broke, they knew he was there. There's nowhere else he could have been. It just, it's not, Blacklist, they're not on the same page here, John.
No, this is one of the issues that we see from Blacklist when games get a little bit shaky. It can look a little bit directionless almost, or uncoordinated. And Execration are playing as a unit so damn well. Mid-tier 3 just faults, interacts, they go. Mind you, for Natsumi, it's not an easy game without a BKB on the CK. He does have the Manta, but to know which timing, to know when you want to pop the Manta, right, with a Techies on hand, with a reactive Taser, with a Gleipnir, there's a lot to worry about for the CK. Going again.
Oh, here we go again. Another Roar out. Who have they got? They've got Gabby this time around on the Darkseer, and Gabby is just down. No chance. They've even got Tims. Tims is gone. Natsumi, more importantly, is also gone. It might be time to call it here, boys, as this game is just getting worse and worse as time does go on here for the third of Blacklist rivalry. I mean, you talked about Gabby needing to have a good game for his team. I would agree with that sentiment, John. Gabby generally does have a hell of a lot of impact for his side. But on this Darkseid, he has had none of it as a part. We'll have a quick laugh here with his mate. They are friends, of course. This is not BM. But now the tier 3 bottom tower going down onto the racks. And, I mean, Blacklist Rivalry maybe have one more fight in them. They still have a tier 2 top tower, but this game is just so ugly for them at the moment.
They call it?
GG. Yeah, I agree.
Whoa.
So
I don't.
yeah.
I don't think this is the result anyone expected, right? Coming in, Blacklist
Well,
up against Execration, a 2-0 for Exe.
One person did. One person
didn't say it was. Nakai said didn't say it was. I'm about saying I got one over you, boss. At the end there, finally managing to find that win over Blacklist and Execration. Look at that. Avat nice and happy, smiling. Tino kills his camera too early. Oh, Tino, too keen to get off that camera, but still, well played from Execration. Just solid communication, solid teamwork there. CML acting as bait, forcing out that bot fight post Roshan was just awkward from Blacklist. It felt so desperate. And again, the full commitment only onto an inch that it just doesn't feel worthwhile. Again, the drafting from Execration was perfection as well. This techies to deal with a CK. Reactive Taser does a lot of work. Even just stopping the illusions is already a big boon to have that techies on. You have Tino with the Ags Rush. Like, they had everything lined up here. And for Blacklist, this came down to maybe this early pick for Gabby, right? Like, he goes Darkseer early. They expect a bot to go back into the DK. And, you know, instead of it being flexed as an option, Flex comes in, suddenly you have to deal with a Weaver lane, which is not as easy for the Darkseer, and, you know, it takes forever for him to find his farm. He has to deal with an Enchantress. Like, it gave so many options for Execration to find these counters. Just Ench and Techies were such big keys for them to find the answer to that CK and to the Darkseer in lane. Like, it didn't feel good for Blacklist in any of these lanes.
It certainly didn't, Jonathan, and I think Blacklist Rivalry, I mean, they might be having to have a bit of a chat to themselves as to what happened in this series, because this is another series that most people would have assumed they should have had underneath their belts 2-0 quite easily, but, you know, Execration, I did make that comment multiple times, John. You know, Execration, they are the best team on new patches. I still remember how great these guys are when it comes to a brand new patch, because nothing matters. Nobody knows what's happening anymore. So they just run all the wacky stuff. But, I mean, this is still a big organization in Blacklist. I would be very upset if I was those players in org at this result already. Like, you're already in the lower bracket against TNC Predator. Yeah, this is for TI, Jonathan. It's the road to TI. You can't have that.
No, you can't have that, Mikey. But you know what you can have? Your content. That's the content, baby. Cuckoo, he's rubbing his hands. The Grandmaster himself, the Peacemaker, gets to make peace once more with Blacklist Rivalry. That's.
Why don't you make me an MVP, John?
It's poetic. MVP for this game for Execration versus Blacklist. I'd say Tino. Honestly, I feel like Tino just played his cards right. Went into the Ags. Once the Ags was up, just started running down like a maniac. He also worked the lane really well, right? That you were mentioning so many times. Shanks and Tino were just holding back, just spamming out the axes, using the boars, but not overly committing to give an opening out to Jiao and Natsumi. And he just worked that lane to perfection. Heck, even the movement in the triangle when they were scouting out the stacks, just being able to come in, threaten back, secure his own stacks. He did everything right, and that was the foundation for the side of Execration in this case. I do feel like, again, Tino stands out, but it feels like all of Execration stands out in terms of just how coordinated they are, how they play these drafts. It's just so clean. And, you know, you are seeing the shortcomings in comparison to, like, Blacklist, who, you know, a top-tier team, big names. All of these players have a lot of experience in comparison to the relative experience on Execration. But if that teamwork falls apart in a game like Dota, you know, it's a team game. It's 5v5. You have to play as a unit. And Execration just plays as a unit so damn well.
I honestly think Execration could be one of the scarier teams here in this qualifier. Based off what we just saw, it certainly feels like they've got a better understanding of this patch currently, comparatively to maybe the bigger teams. I mean, we saw Blacklist; they were still running the older style of stuff, and Execration, they certainly were not. Jonathan, we do have another series on hand very, very soon. It's Talon Esports up against Salvation Gaming, so don't go anywhere. We're going to head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our final series of the night. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our final series of the night here between the side of Talon and, of course, the side of Salvation Gaming, and it is MLP Dota and X5. Jonathan, something bothers me every time I cast with you, and that's the fact that every player seems to want to say hello to you for some apparent reason. Why is that, John?
I don't know. I chat with everyone, Mike. When I'm bored, they just say hi.
Why don't they say hello to me, John? I mean, Akashi said hello to John X Fire in lobby, but he didn't say hello to me. Why is that, Jonathan?
You gotta chat with people, Mike. You're just there in the lobby. You never type anything. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You just gotta say hi. Maybe it's it helps that I'm a Filipino as well, Shout out to all the Pinoys there. You guys had a feast last time.
I think that might be it, Jonathan. I think you might have hit the nail on the head there. I don't think it's about me not saying hello. Anyway, we do have two new teams up for this series. Of course, Salvation Gaming up against Talon Esports. What are you thinking here, John? I mean, obviously Talon should be the heavy favorites going into this, but Salvation as a roster don't look too bad either, as we are actually going to have a look at the upper bracket and lower bracket, see what the hell's going on. Of course, a win for one of these teams is going to be able to secure them the upper bracket round of 2. So a very important series here between these two teams. Again, I would argue, John, Talon should be the favorites going into this, but Salvation Gaming as a roster doesn't seem too weak either.
Certainly not. It is a rather interesting matchup, especially for WS. He's playing up against former teammates. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out for him. I believe Wonder Boy, he was on a team with before. Lloyd as well was someone that he was on a team with before. And again, on those teams, I would rate WS the best part of those teams way back when. Like that was what? Team Summit, something like that, New Star, some of those kinds of teams, Team Atlantis or whatever. So it's going to be interesting. I don't think you can count out Salvation. They've been around for a while with this roster. They have stuck together for the most part with like Young God and all of that. So it should be a pretty decent matchup. Historically, has taken that in the past year in some third-party tournaments. And that was very recent as well in the RES series for C 2-0 for Talon back then. So we'll see if anything's changed for the side of Salvation. And I believe that was Talon with Mikado. There has been some growing pains for that. Again, in the actual playoff stage of that third-party tournament, I believe they did get knocked out by Prism in the end. So still some growing pains for Talon with Mikado coming in, replacing Chuen, who's been sitting in there for a long time. Does take some adjustment back, but this should be a rather interesting one to watch. Should be fun. And I know we just saw the brackets earlier, but you saw that content piece below, Mikey. You saw that Blacklist versus TNC. That's the game plan. That's why they were all smiles. It's like the people want it, they will have it. TNC versus Blacklist round 1.
We can't escape it. It is just tradition at this point. It's going to happen every single time from now on. I love it, John. You know what's even better is you and I are casting as well. For some reason, we get blessed with a series like that. Spoiler alert, John and I are casting that series tomorrow. So there you go. Happy days.
It should be happy. And again, this matchup should be fairly happy. I'm wondering what Wonder Boy and Lloyd can kind of get done to get into WS's head, because it feels like he's been the best part of Talon. Him and Akashi have been really good, but WS's performance on offlane has just been such a big part of what's been giving Talon some power to qualify for some tournaments as well. We'll see if that carries through here. It's been a mix of disappointment. It almost feels like Geek Fam, where they make it so far only to lose into the qualifiers. And again, that maybe necessitated that change for Mikado to come in. Still, we should be able to see that draft relatively soon as our game has kicked off. So it shouldn't take us too long to see what these players have in mind to kind of prioritize. I don't think we're seeing anything too different this time around, Mike. It does feel like Witch Doctor has to be first phase banned. Phoenix has to be first phase banned, along with SF and TA. So I don't see that changing too much. Maybe stuff like Weaver going in and out is something that changes, maybe the DK, but beyond that, those are pretty much the most straightforward busted heroes in this patch.
Yeah, we will have the draft on screen very, very soon, so we can see exactly what the bans are. But it certainly is a bunch of broken heroes being banned out right now. It is Witch Doctor in particular. Can I just say I had the displeasure of playing against that hero a couple times, and my God, how disgusting of a hero is that right now? Just not even going for paralyzing cask anymore. You just max heal, and it's just like you win. You level 1, you have half a radiance, John. Why not? Let's just give Witch Doctor half a radiance at level 1.
Yeah.
That heals it, by the way, because that happened. Why do we do that?
Why not?
Why did we do that?
Why
5
not?
seconds remaining.
It's so good. I love it.
You know what Earth Spirit
love
got,
it.
John? He got rocks.
Rocks. You got rocks.
Rocks.
Why are you complaining that he is a rock? Yeah, I guess Tiny didn't get rocks, so you
so
have
is Tiny.
cause to complain, I suppose.
Yeah.
What if
You know
Tiny?
what Tiny got? He got 2 broken facets, Jonathan. 2 broken facets.
Yeah. What if Tiny got a facet where he doesn't grab a tree, but makes his rock arm bigger? I don't know what difference it would make.
Oh,
Slower attack speed?
there it
There you
is.
go. There's a Tiny coming out for Salvation. Speaking of the devil, does show up.
yeah, go on.
I'm wondering where
Someone
they run
choose Earth
this for
Spirit.
Salvation. No, please don't do that, Talon. You do not want to go into the lower bracket. I swear, the lower bracket is scarier. And then the upper bracket is, to me, for any team that drops down. Stuff like IHC, Prism,
5 seconds
TNC,
remaining.
YG. Feels like those teams had an argument to be in for a direct invite. So no, probably do not mess with the Earth Spirit. Yeah, do not go for the stones here. We'll see what the solution is. I'm wondering what Salvation does with the Tiny as well. Whether or not they want to run that on support or on core, as it does feel viable on the pause one for sure, but it's not too bad in support either. I think mid is somewhat dead, although we've seen that a couple of times in some other qualifier games. You see the Darkseer coming out for Talon already, so that's going to be, should just be a WS Darkseer on the off lane. Not something we tend to see him play with, to be fair. You know, when you think of WS, you think of like Mars, maybe the Centaur. Axe is also pretty
10
big for
seconds
this, but
remaining.
Darkseer works. I mean, it's still a strong hero. If you're
5
expecting
seconds remaining.
it's one, you can lane into that pretty well with just the Iron
Dire
Shell.
team
You have a strong Lucian to form as well. It's a good foundation for team fight. So you can't really fault Talon for going into this. It's just a very safe opener.
It certainly is. Going back to that Tiny, by the way, John, I initially thought when the new Tiny came out, I thought it was literally just going to be POS 1 Tiny, but that
10
crash landing
seconds
facet,
remaining.
that extra toss damage, like at the toss destination, like 40%
5 seconds
toss damage
remaining.
at the destination, it's kind of ridiculous. I feel like it even adds a 2.5 second slow just for even more utility, because Tiny apparently needed an emergency way back into the patch, because God forbid we see any more Tiny games, John. But you know, it's just the viability of Tiny right now is literally the flexibility. You know, you can run it carry, you can run it support. I personally think mid is still somewhat viable, but we haven't seen it quite as much. But support and carry certainly looks pretty good.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, support and carry does look really, really good. And again, we've already seen the impact of that Tiny
5
in
seconds
the Open
remaining.
Qualifiers and some of these other qualifiers as well for other third-party tournaments. So it does make sense here for Salvation. I still wonder if that's something, which one they prioritize, whether or not it's the pause one or the support for Drick. Like, it's either a Drick hero or a Young God hero. I'm trying to recall if we've seen a lot of Young God pause one Tiny from like TNC times. I'm sure there were a couple of pause one Tiny games for Young God. I don't recall it being one of his best heroes, though. So there is that. So we'll see which direction that goes. Still waiting for the last bans here for Talon. I did hear a pause. So I think we did go in and out. It did look like Talon did fully disconnect.
Oh,
So we are waiting.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it looks like some connection issues here. Classic Southeast Asian pause in the draft, Mikey.
I'd like to. I don't know if I should be saying this. One of the enemy teams of Talon just unpause the draft there for a second, but that's all right. You know, you got to take every advantage you can get. I appreciate that. Can I just ask as well, John? Because I don't play Darkseer very much. This quick wit facet. So you can't. His whole innate ability is you can't have int lower than strength and agility. But his base int is lower than his strength to start off. So are you telling me his int goes up to 22 at minimum?
Yeah, he gets bonus int. So you can just stack strength, stack agi, you get int back just to match it, the lower value between the two. And then you play with quick wit, you get free attack speed. So it's a funny cycle of just great stats to play with
But
for Darkseer.
It's a universal hero. Why did
Yeah, exactly.
they do that? This
Why
is
not?
literally the first time here. I haven't read any of Darkseer's. I don't play this hero, John. But why did a universal hero and they want to give him stat bonuses on top? Like, just hey, guess what? Your int can't actually be lower than your strength or agi. So just don't ever pick up int stats. Like, why would you?
Why
And
not?
by the way, you're universal, so you can pick whatever you want.
Yeah,
Who cares?
yeah, it's cool. Why not? That's what I say. Why not?
Who decides? Who made these buffs?
You dare question Ice Frog?
Oh,
In the
he's-
road to the international, you dare question
I
Ice
do.
Frog here?
I do. I've had enough, Jonathan. I do question Ice Frog. I do dare to question Ice Frog. You know, we've seen Pango back after being buffed for whatever reason. For what? I don't know. You know, I feel like at this point you can choose any hero and fly across the map, and yet I still can't press Q on Earth Spirit and stun people. Like, what the hell is the problem, Jonathan? It can't be that broken. It can't be that broken. We're still paused, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. The draft is not continuing. That's why we're talking absolute garbage right now.
I see Talon
Go on.
relaunching. It looks like the backup is up.
Who cares?
Maybe it was a power
Earth
interruption.
Spirit. Who cares? Like, Pango's back in the meta. For what reason, I don't know. Like, well, what's happening, John?
He just doesn't like you, Mike.
Oh,
The frog doesn't like you. What can you do? You know?
I don't like it.
So he can cry
don't
all
like-
you want.
You know,
But you're not the
you know how much
chosen one.
MMR I lost? This new patch, I've already lost 800 MMR. I'm not even joking. Look at my history, John. 800 MMR.
Yeah, I
was
know.
lost
I've
in
seen
this new
it.
patch.
I've seen it. I've seen the medal. I've seen the crash. I'm
I'm
like,
not happy.
holy, what happened to you, Mikey? You're not a happy fella, you know.
I just woke up and I was like, oh, I'll have a couple games of Dota on the new patch. I'm sure it'll be fun, as we do have a Monkey King pickup. Oh, and Talon might be doing the same thing we saw Shanks do, right? Like, just jump through the tree line with no cooldown. And just snipe all the couriers.
That is pretty much what I'd want to see. The lane as well, Darkseer Monkey King's not too bad. Down the line, if you actually want the lane here for Jokam. So I'm interested in seeing how far Jokam will want to push it if he does take it there. Of course, Akashi can play Monkey King 1 as well. Kind of ties in nicely with Darkseer with Wukongs. It plays quite well. Vac Wall into the Wukongs. Just need some additional hold coming out, if ever. That's what you're going for in 1, but should likely be just Jokam. So setting up on the offlane quite nicely early on. We will go into the Slaughter pickup here for Salvation Gaming. So a lot of minus armor stacking already to play with for Salvation. Some pretty strong lanes. Like, if you will go Tiny 4 now, Slaughter Tiny lane is really strong. Like, lots of chain stunts, level 3 spikes going to feel good here to try and run down and burst down anyone comes too close. Maybe the Ponyo here is going to be punished heavily for the most part. So I like this from Salvation. It's looking to play fast early to get a save in the Shadow Demon as well. It could now consider even just flexing Tiny into that core, run the Shadow Demon 4. Shadow Demon Slaughter lane still strong. Good stacks to come out here on the Dari side as well. So either direction works. Salvation are keeping it really open here.
I think it's just a nice counter as well to the Darkseer pickup, right? Like Disruption, Purge against the Surge, not going to feel very good. I think you could just run the Shadow Demon against the Darkseer just for the sake of not having Surge do anything during the laning stage. So we'll wait and see what Talon want to try and do and what Salvation will do. As we are looking for a third pickup here for Talon. Again, we saw that last game of Darkseer was pretty much just non-existent throughout the whole game. There's Talon picking up a Razor, which is another hero that just hasn't really been nerfed out of the meta quite yet. Still seems very, very strong. Obviously very good against heroes like the Slaughter to boot during that laning stage.
Yeah, it gives you a good solution as well for the Tiny. If it is a core, you can just kind of static link him and try to chase him down with a BKB. So you can take some of the bite of the core Tiny away if that's the route that Salvation will take. It will go into the Treant Protector as well. Their team fight potential now in Talon is quite overwhelming. Vac Wall, Overgrowth, Wukong's on top. There is a lot of ways to kind of play this here from Talon's end. And your lanes are looking pretty good. Again, you're likely running into the Razor Treant Protector lane, which is durable. Has some good slows, can set up for some early static link chase downs here for Akashi. They will go into the Quap pickup for Salvation, which is interesting because they don't know their mid matchup. So it does leave it fairly open now for Talon to kind of look for options. Puck being banned out is probably the biggest one on the mid lane, but you still have stuff like, say, Lesh if you want to go that route. Pangolier still an option somehow as well, so it would be a shame to have Mikado come back to Talon and instantly start playing Pango again on the road to the international, but hey, sometimes that could be the way it goes.
It is what it is. You gotta do what you gotta do here, Makoto. You know, just don't ask too many questions. It is good to see Talon taking Makoto back, by the way. You know, it's just I couldn't believe he was a free agent for that long. I'll be frank with you. You know, it just felt really weird to me that a player that talented was
10
just left
seconds remaining.
alone.
No.
I don't know.
So the way it worked was he took a break before
seconds
joining
remaining.
Bleed, right? So
Okay.
he wanted that personal break, and then he joined Bleed.
Okay.
That was part of his, I think, his transfer condition to Bleed was that he'd take a break. So yeah, and then goes back to town, like full circle here for good old Mikado. We'll see. His time on Bleed, to be fair, wasn't the best of times there for Mikado. But then again,
No.
I think Bleed in that period was not doing as well as they are now in the road to the international that we have seen 2-0 over Neon. Very hard fought one, but we'll see if Mikado can kind of bounce back, being back in the Talon bootcamp. I guess it's familiar, you know. The bootcamp's nice. I'm wondering what he'll
It is
pick
a nice
mid
bootcamp.
again. It is.
Dire
But
team back.
you know, you head back, you rode to international, then you have to play Pango again. It's like, all right,
Yeah.
sure. I'll look at that. Pilai Die on Ponyo seat. What a treasure.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And that's the room we were casting out of as well, Jonathan. Right behind Pilai Dine.
Right behind.
Look at that.
Hell yeah.
10 seconds
That's where we were. For
remaining.
Wallahia. That is a fun time.
Oh, it was.
5 seconds remaining.
Wallahia.
Salvation, final ban out. Still looking for some mid ban outs here against Makoto. Is that a check behind
Rupido.
Rupido? Rupido's still got a
Yes, the
check.
APAC. Yeah, APAC check. Right behind Rupido.
Hey boys, we found the check. We know where the money went, boys. Don't you worry.
Grand champion. Yes, you are, Rupido. Yes, you are, my boy.
The highlight of Rupido's career is right behind him. There you go.
Oh, don't do Rupido dirty like that. He has more
Hey.
highlights to come, Mike.
He's the one that put it up, John, not me. I don't save checks, I cash them. That's all I
I
do.
think it's literally he doesn't have anywhere else to put it. I think that might be it. There's nowhere else in the house that he can actually lay it on.
That was we went to your house in Davao City, and I could not
Yeah.
believe how small your room was. I couldn't believe it. Like there's literally no room for John to sit. Like he is at the maximum at all times. Like he is.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
like literally like half a meter of space. That is it.
No, I think you don't understand, Mike. My room and my house, while small, are actually quite big by our standards here, okay? It's actually quite a sizable house. You're laughing. Look at this foreigner laughing at Filipino homes. It's a big house for Filipinos, okay? I'm blessed. I'm not looking down my home. It is tiny, but
It was a nice.
you know,
house.
it's perspective. It's perspective. It's not the biggest.
Nice house, John.
It gets the job done. There's just no space. The Ursa does
You're
come
good.
out now for
You came
salvation
to my
as
house,
well.
you'd lose your mind. You'd be like, "Oh, there's a
Oh, yeah.
bathtub."
It's a
Holy, there's-
bloody mansion. There's a bathtub. Oh, you live like a king. You can afford the water bill?
10 seconds
What?
remaining.
Air
I love the
conditioning?
Philippines.
Oh, no
Can I just-
way.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
love the Philippines, by the way, just so everyone's aware. You know,
It's great.
a very, very fun time. You know, eventually our content will be online, Jonathan. One day, it's final pickup, rather. Talent.
You may now
Oh, look
select
at that!
your heroes.
Ember Spirit will come out here for Makoto.
I like seeing this. It matches up against the Quap decently enough. That is still slightly Quap favored, but this is something Mikado really shines on, especially on, again, Old Talon. This is something he knows the ins and outs of. It's something he can play make, kind of tell the rest of Talon to play off of him. So I like seeing this for Talon's end. It shows some confidence out for Mikado. Up against draft of Salvation, I do think Salvation has some really strong scaling potential. Their team fight might not be as clean. There's a lot of reliance here on Rupido getting some good Slytherin crushes off, some good blink timings coming out from Lloyd as well with the Avalanche Toss to get control. Whereas in comparison for Talon, you're looking at Vac Wall, you're looking at Overgrowth, you're looking at Wukongs as well. You've got the multiple chains Mikado can have with his facet as well, though he is going for double impact, so he wants more damage on the Sleight of Fist, which can feel good in the mid lane matchup. I think that's the one place where it does make sense just to win out your lane. It's pretty massive, so I wouldn't mind that in a tougher matchup here for Mikado. I would lean towards Talon in terms of draft, just off the back of this overwhelming team fight. You pick Ursa into a Razor as well, so it gives Akashi a really good target to just lock in. There's a lot of kiting potential for this Ursa on top of that with all of the hold you do have on Talon's end. And I think for the side of Salvation, there's some pressure to play quick. You know, there's some pressure for Young God to get this really good farm going. Maybe take a pick off into Roshan and play off the tempo that the Roche gives you over and over again. If Salvation can get that done, I think they have a good shot in getting that early power spike to ride through game 1. But if it drags on, I think this just gets easier for Talon as it goes on.
Oh, I'm just watching Joe Camp just pounce between trees right now in our game number 1 here between Talon and of course the Dire end of things. It's this Monkey King, it's so dumb, man. Oh, just look at this crap. Look at this. Look. What are we, man? What have we become? What is this? Do you imagine being a Dota 1 player coming back to this and being like, what have we done? What happened to Dota?
I'm just imagining you now singing Hurt. You know, the
What?
John Cash version of Hurt.
No,
What
I
have
don't know that,
I
John.
become? No? You don't know it? No? Really?
Do
How
you wanna keep
cultured
singing,
are
John?
you, Michael Phoenix? No, I'm
you
not
wanna
going to
keep-
get his copyright strike.
To battle.
No.
Maybe. Let's not get too cocky here, John. Your voice wasn't that good for the AI to play. Copyright. That's the best joke I've heard all year, John. Copyright strike.
The year is young, Mike. We're only halfway through. Only halfway through. Oh,
Don't
oh,
remind me, John.
what's Joe
The
Camp
battle
doing?
begins.
He's jumping,
Doing,
John.
buddy.
He's chasing. It's a 2 for 2 on the bounties. WS could actually pick up a third one, but he will not go north. So it will be allowed to be picked up here by Young God. And as per usual, Jonathan, we can start off with the mid lane where you are going to see Wonderboy up against Makoto. So the Quap vs Ember matchup used to favor the Ember Spirit. I believe it's still perfectly fine here for Makoto. Wonderboy, we'll see what he gets done here, but I dare say the Ember should have a decent time.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too rough for the Ember Spirit. Again, Quap does have the range advantage, does have the spam with the Shadow Strikes, and does have lane control with the Scream, so it is maybe a little bit more awkward for Makoto to try to play around that. He did go again for the double impact, Sleight of Fist, and we do actually have the Masochist on Wonderboy. This is going to be funny. The reflected damage back to herself is always going to be fun. This is going to be interesting from Wonderboy. The spell amp is huge, but that self damage can be it can lead to some really awkward circumstances here for the Quap sometimes.
I have played Quap a couple times in this patch. I only go for the Masochist facet because I'm a real man, Jonathan. I don't go for the other facet. I don't even know the name of it because I don't care. I only go for Masochist. It can be very awkward though. I have killed myself a couple times using that using my spells. So not gonna lie, Wonderboy, maybe be a little bit more careful, sir.
Yeah. Have to see how it pans out. Still taking a look up top, you do have Jokam sitting in the lane. So he is not going crazy. I like what the side of Salvation is doing, just cutting the tree line, giving Jokam less space to play his game of jump. And that does make it a little bit more awkward, but there is still good laning presence here with Darkseer and Monkey King, right? With Iron Shell up, there's some good damage. Double melee lane as well to walk into. Once WS has level 3, this can really get going.
I mean, they're going right now. Sadly, Joe Camp, I mean, he hit the level 2 mark, but didn't actually hit it in time. Now does go for the Boundless Strike, but it's all too late. Still, very good pressure being applied already by WS. Just on his own, really. I mean, Joe Camp hasn't been doing too much in the laning phase at all. It's been mostly just this Darkseer, but Joe Camp does move in at the right time every time, and it seems though it's working out pretty well for them. As, of course, we can talk about the final lane as well. You've got bot lane where you're going to see Rupido and Drick against Akashi and Ponyo. Lloyd seems like a pretty... Oh, they got him. Lloyd is gone.
Yeah. It's this pouncy Monkey King. Just gets on top. He's so damn quick. And again, you've got some good damage. It's double melee into the Darkseer. And Jokam still snaps the courier after anyway. So the
As soon as he
shenanigans are
sees-
still there.
As soon as he sees it, he can close the gap instantly. Like, there's no escape.
Gotta love it. Peak gameplay right there, Mikey. Still taking a look at the other
This-
lanes. Again, down bot. Yeah.
This is the
It's
most
so-
broken thing in the game. It's so dumb. Like, he actually can't lose any couriers. Bottom lane, Ponyo might drop. And he does. Rupido's still trying to force the fight, but Akashi's just sapped all the damage away. Gets the bash to the deep, but it won't matter. Rupido is indeed down. So a nice little trade there for the side of Talon down at bottom lane. But I think if MK stays the way it is with this facet, it's going to be literally the most busted support in the game.
I think it is. It's got to be banned. Would you say it's more busted than Witch Doctor? Would you rather
Yes.
ban Witch Doctor or Monkey King?
In my pub games, Witch Doctor, but in pro games, like you can't play against this. Like you're
I think you
playing
have
with
to
no
ban both.
couriers in your.
It's got to be banned. It's both of them. So that's 2 bans already eaten up by second pick. It makes it rough. The first pick is in such a strong position because of all these instant bans that have to come in. Gives much more first. Still, again, a pretty strong start coming out for Talon. Their lanes are going well. Mid lane for Mikado, looking back at it, is still in a pretty good spot. Does go for a 0-2-2. Is working Sleight of Fist with the double impact quite nicely to pressure onto Wonder Boy. Mind you, Wonder Boy is not lagging too far behind and is pulling ahead in CS. So you do have this launching point again off the Quap, but you do have Jokam sniping careers. He's again finding that impact on the Monkey King.
Yeah, in the span of the last 30 seconds, I just want to say, by the way, maybe even 20 seconds, he took a Watcher, secured a Water Rune from Makoto, and sniped his courier. That was, I want to say, maximum 15-20 seconds. That was what Joe came, and that was all the way from the top lane. Like, he went all the way from the top lane, did all that stuff, and killed his courier on top. What a stupid hero.
Yeah, it's like Monkey King has a WTF cheat code with Blink. Right?
Yeah,
it almost
that's
feels like
literally
it.
it.
It's kind of insane. It's funny though. It's very funny. It's not as funny as when Shanks did it and just sat in base and sacked his off lane.
You know, do you see why he's heading up top, by the way, John? Look, his ward's just seen that courier of the Ursa. Like, okay, he's going to get his items, but guess what? I'm going to get all that bonus gold, plus you're not going to have a courier for the next minute and a half. Enjoy your game, Mr. Ursa. Now, that courier is as good. There is no escape for that courier. It is as good as dead.
It almost feels like Marcy is a counter to Monkey King. Just because of the added level in the courier, right? The added hit point. That's taking
the
a bit too
counterplay.
far.
Pick Marcy.
Pick Marcy.
Your couriers will run faster.
I don't think that could come into play at some point. You know, we could actually see Monkey King versus Marcy at some point in this qualifier. And we'd be like, wow, that level up on the courier sure saved its life with an additional HP point. Whoa.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, Monkey King, Spirit Breaker support duo. Throw Monkey King in the pos 5. Screw him. Like, give Spirit Breaker pos 4 with the XP bonuses on the innate ability that Monkey King can always catch up. And with the vision you get with Tree Dance, you always have a backup target with the charge. I'm telling you, that is the most broken.
That is true.
It's got to be the
It's
got to be the combo of TI13. I guarantee it.
That is true. That is true. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward if any of these teams figure that out. So you get the go ahead. Salvation has fixed their connection. Of course, shout out to Young God. I believe he is playing from home, which means he's playing in Davao City. Shout out to everyone watching from Davao City. I don't know why I just did that, but they're my homeboys, mate. And I have an excuse
Davao.
because there's someone here. It's a nice city.
I like that.
Quaint.
It was a nice
I don't know if
city.
you'd call it quaint, but I think it's quaint.
It was my wife's
Is it quaint?
favorite city in the Philippines, so I'll give you that.
Really?
It was.
Ah.
She liked Davao the best.
Fascinating. I thought you'd like Mikado a little bit more. Still down bot. They're nothing like this.
They're moving in. Rupido, he's going to be alright, but Drick probably not so much. Drick's like, wait a minute, I just saw Joe Cam up the top lane just a second ago. How did he get here? But here he is. Off he goes.
Just like that. Yeah, I like the shake-up from Jokam. It's the full potential of what the Monkey King could be, right? Not just focusing on career sniping and winning the lanes that way, but just using this vision, using this mobility to look for these pickoffs. They've got a good solo lane for WS to play with, although he's in a bit of trouble right now with the Surge gone.
He's in a lot of trouble. Problem is Rupido's in even bigger trouble. And they still find a great trade across the map. Like, you kill off WS, sure, but Rupido will drop on the slider, and even Wonder Boy's being watched now. Is Joe Cam going to be spotted by the vision of Tree? He just gets a D-ward. He just D-wards immediately. He was just standing there watching Drick push that ward down. So now there's no ward for the mid lane, and Drick's going to die on top of it because why the hell not? Joe Cam's trying to move in. Watching out for Wonder Boy, of course. Drick still okay. Wonder Boy is going to eventually move in, I think, as they will miss the Primal Spring. Joe Cam's still being spotted out, does have to back off, but now Wonder Boy's in trouble. He'll find at least the Tree and Protector, and does actually make it away. For now, but Joe Cam's still chasing them down, by the way, here, John. He's not done yet, but he has no trees to jump to, so he has to leave.
That's actually pretty big for Salvation to manage to snag away the amp damage rune from Mikado as well. And Kashi's all alone.
Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. They found the Pos 1 Razor. I mean, maybe these shenanigans, I mean, they might be distracting just a little bit for Talon as well. You know, Joe Camp's still hanging around mid lane here with Makoto.
I do feel like this target prioritization is correct. Just try to pressure this Quap, prevent the early build-up. Wonder Boy is rushing a Dagon. So wanting to really play with that spell amp you do get with a Masochist, which is a nice solution overall. But I'm keen to seeing how much it can get done here for Wonder Boy, all things considered. You are still having a decent time for Akashi despite the death. He is still up there in net worth. You are getting a much freer lane for Young God up top at the least. So there is that. Like the solo lane up against WS, you can just sit back and farm. I'm wondering how confident Talon is in just allowing this Ursa to farm. They should know that this is going to be a Battle Fury build anyhow, so it will take time anyways for the Ursa to really be a threat with Battle Fury blink timing. And that's something they can capitalize, maybe look for the tier 1 top while some pressure is applied bot, as it looks like Salvation is starting to clump around that bot area now. Kashi already hanging back to just keep the farm game, and they will just seemingly go for the tower trade, although there is an opportunity onto Mikado, but the wards are still protecting. No sentries on Lloyd. It's not like they can really jump onto that Ember at the moment. I wonder what power rune he gets. No amp damage opportunity. Maybe an Arcane could give Mikado a lot of play here? Nah.
It does get a regen. Not the action rune you're looking for here, but it's something, as they are going to find Lloyd. I saw the cutest thing, by the way, John, from Durkam. I'll tell you in just a moment, as Lloyd. Nice little toss from onto Makoto, I suppose. Wonder Boy probably not too happy about it, though, as Makoto eventually just going to be able to retreat. And again, he does have a regen rune available, so doesn't really care about all the damage that was dealt to him. Just pops the regen, and he'll be perfectly fine to stay in the mid lane. And I saw Joe Camp for a moment press the twin gates, and I was like, why? Just run across the map, sir. It's cheap.
Yeah.
Here we go, look at this.
Point.
Wonder Boy. In case you weren't aware, sir, the MK could be here at any moment. They're going to bring to support him. They've got the Monkey King. They'll toss him back to Wonder Boy. Joe Camp will finally pay for his sins, or maybe not, as Makoto was trying to move in to secure the kill, but not quite. They'll get the Monkey.
And they get the freebie. It does take, again, quite the attention on mid. 3 years mid, just find Monkey. Freeing up top, Young God.
Young God, that's a big pick-off. He'll try to make the run, but once the Drage is off, it doesn't really matter. Akashi will have his way with him. And suddenly that top tier 1 tower, of course, just not going to last. It's gone. Nothing you can do about it. Even Wonder Boy in the Quap doesn't really have any rotation plays to make either. Like, it's kind of the thing with mid-Quap at the moment. You just need so many levels and at least one core item before you can really make these big rotations happen. He is going for the Dagon, by the way, which makes enough sense because it will basically ruin the outgoing spell damage reflected here on the Quap with the spell lifesteal of the Dagon, but before that Dagon's up, he doesn't really have any game.
He might be able to punish WS.
Tosses up, WS. Does have a TP to play with. He can actually just TP away, and Boundless will ensure they have no follow-up. No Sonic Wave to come out. Beautiful Boundless strike from Joe Cap, and that's going to be about it. WS is fine.
And this Monkey King's doing way too much. This hero just does way too much across the map. This movement he has is... It's definitely going to get nerfed at some point for sure. I think you just can't have that. Like, feels like a free kill. WS is solo, suddenly it's not. You can scout out these stacks, spotting out Drick.
He's had a pretty rough time as it is here on the Shadow Demon, but will once again go down. Makoto able to pick up his second kill of the game already. Wonder Boy, mid lane, currently being watched. Keep in mind they only have level 2 chains on Makoto, but that could be enough to actually lock him down. It won't though, Makoto won't bother throwing it up, but they can just look towards the mid tier 1 tower. Siege creep available. They've got plenty of vision being provided by Joe Camp. And that tier 1 mid tower, it's as good as gone. And this is just surgical so far from Talon, it really is. Like there's just, you know, the laning stage has gone absolutely horribly here for the dive.
There's not much play. Again, the best lane they had was probably Wonder Boy's mid. And the Dagon is slowly forming up, so there is that burst to play with a spell lifesteal to offset that reflected damage, as you mentioned. I just don't think you're finding enough in Young God, right? Like, this Battle Fury is still 2 parts away. Not too bad in the recipe, but to play more certainly is going to take more time. After that, you're going to need Blink, you're going to need a BKB perhaps on top of it. Akashi's already on his way to his Manta, so he's going to feel a little bit more protected. You've got level 6 up already as well on Ponyo, so the Overgrowth is available on hand. They are smoked out here on the side of Salvation. One big thing, again, like we talked about in draft, Tiny does feel like you need that Blink to really be effective. And although I suppose with a Shadow Demon, you can start with the Disruption first.
Under attack.
Well, the problem is they're just not leveled enough, I don't think. They're 5k behind already. Lloyd is the first one to get caught, though he will go for a toss play into Makoto. Makoto is actually blown up. Alright, Makoto is completely annihilated here by Rupido with the toss back setup. So a very nice start for the side of Salvation Gaming. The rest of Talon, of course, not looking to go too much further, but they will at least get the stacks away here in the triangle of the Dire. And so ultimately, you lose your Ember, you find a Tiny, not the greatest trade, but you still get a lot of farm for yourself. And for the side of the Dire, I mean, Wonderboy might just be dying here because he just blinked right into them, not realizing they were right behind, and he is gone. Very bad news for this Dire end of things. The Salvation Gaming will lose their own mid lane.
Yeah, and it's actually Mikado to find that as well. So a nice little pickup. I think his illusion actually managed to get the last right click off that was chasing earlier. And that offsets it. 9-6, 6k lead for Talon. Smooth going so far. Again, this is a lot of space out for Young God on the Ursa, but this has to pay off. Like, once this Battle Fury's up, the farm has to accelerate into at least the Blink, and then try to look for a pickoff into a quick Roche. And that's the point when Salvation can start to feel like they're back in control of this game. Still, Lloyd?
Chase is on now for the Tiny. And poor old Lloyd, I mean, he's got no help. Not really. Joe Camp's here, I think he spotted the courier. Lloyd, he's gone. Nothing he could have done about that, as Makoto in the meantime on the right side of the map actually just taking on Rupido on his own. Wonderboy and Drick are both around Mikoto, forcing out the Demonic Purge, but he's okay to just run it out of them. So Purge is on cooldown for nothing really. That'll be unavailable for another minute. And now suddenly you've got Joe Camp hunting down Wonderboy once again. Rupido's right around the corner and there is a blink away. So Wonderboy's fine. Talon, they're already onto that tier 2 mid tower. Just no chill right now from this Radiant end of things.
Just slow, progressive gameplay, taking the objectives, finding these wins, cutting off map control from the side of Salvation. Salvation all clumped up by that tier 2. Again, this is space for the Ursa, but not space for anyone else. Rupido, his progression, will have the Blink soon. And that gives you more options here. Ideally, you'd want to tie that in with a tiny Blink, but still a ways off for Lloyd, considering the slower game. For Talon's part, you already Mage Slayer up in Mikado, cutting off a lot of burst damage you want to play with on Wonderboy. So that kind of takes off that facet entirely. You've got, again, Akashi already up with Manta, going into a Linken's just to protect from the Demonic Purge. They're keeping all the lanes shoved in. They're making it hard to access across the map for Salvation. They're making it hard to even just play in your own jungle here for Salvation Gaming as well. And it's all down to all of this vision and movement that you have with an Ember and Monkey King.
Still waiting very, very patiently here, Salvation. It's just very hard to find an opening. There's just none to come. They'll get a scan off onto WS, but can they even get the jump in? I mean, Rupido's going to blink up, but this is still very risky. He'll go for it eventually, but it's very, very half-hearted. Now the Wukong's command will come out, the wall is dropped. Youngblood is going to try and jump in, but there's the overgrowth out now from Ponyo. They'll drop a huge Sonic Wave onto 4 heroes, but Younggod's been left behind. It's just so forced. Wonderboy trying to run, blink up in 1 second. He does get it away, but Joe Camp can just hunt him down. There's really just no escape. He gets the blink, but the Spirit Vessel's still going. And again, Joe Camp's going to give you all the vision. They don't even need it. it was just a very forced fight. Like, you could tell Rupido did not want to jump in. He does it, you know, unwillingly, it almost looked like, and it does cost them 3 heroes.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on Salvation. You know, I get what's happening to them. Like, they feel like things need to happen. They feel like they need to be able to take this fight into Roshan, try to retake control of the map. They feel like they have decent information. They did have some good wards spread set up, but Talon has their own wards as well on the ramp. So they knew the angle being taken. And again, when it comes down to these wider team fights for Talon, it's Overgrowth, Wukong's back wall. It's just so much easier for Talon to play a big 5v5 engage, whereas for Salvation, they need to look for pickoffs. And if you're looking for pickoffs, this Darkseer with an early Guardian Greaves, it's not the target. It's just too tanky for you to get that first play off and hope that you can retreat in time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
CT top tower just slowly being chipped away at. Like, there's just nothing that these boys can really do about it at the moment. Salvation desperately just trying to get some initial farm going on their calls, but it's still just such a stretch for them.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Like, you've got the Battle Fury up on the Ursa, but he's just trying to get towards that Blink to actually be able to be active. You're still always going to have the issue of Akashi on this Razor just being an absolute menace towards this Ursa in the middle of a fight. It's going to be a two-man smoke here from the side of Talon. But we'll kind of just leave this, trying to bait the other side in. Lloyd will move in on the Tiny, and so will the Queen of Pain.
Radiant are scared.
Young God's going to show up in the mid lane, and this could be actually bait from Salvation's end of things, but it doesn't seem like it's going to really be taken. Talon instead going to head back up top, allow Akashi to just take that tier 2 top tower, and well, there'll be no fight to come. Like, just take the top tier 2 for free.
Yeah, it's very, again, very stable, calculated game out from Talon. Salvation just looking for this catch-up, looking for these timings, looking for that additional blink on Lloyd and on Young God, which is fairly close, to be fair. But they are losing a lot of ground. Some really sneaky wards coming out here as well, watching in the deeper jungle up top from Ponyo. None of the tier 1s falling yet because you are up against a Treant Protector who can just shove out these lanes. Heck, no living armor up to even heal these towers. Just good clearance. Like, you haven't had room for Salvation to even cross the river. At 18, 19 minutes in, all of these towers are still fairly healthy. Even if you get these blinks, I'm not sure if you can really find Roche off the back. You will need kills. They are trying to move in.
There is vision here from the Radiant end as well, don't forget. Dakota standing right on top of his waters. They do try to jump in, but a nice slide and fist, and now the back wall! Oh, they caught 4 of them! They have caught all 4! Lloyd is already gone. Everyone else just needs to get out. It is not safe, and Makoto will continue hunting them down. He'll miss out on Rupido, but it won't really matter. Now they're looking at the mid-tier 2 tower. This isn't exactly a draft that you expect to take tier 2 towers this early on, but they are just dominating the game so much so that they will.
Yeah, it's just uncomfy. Salvation. They have no teamfight options outside of a huge crush or a huge avalanche out. And beyond that, it's almost all single target focused. So they can't fully commit for these fights. Overgrowth is still available for Talon as well. And the options are just very limited. They need to have that confidence on Rupert to jump in with Wonder Boy and burst someone down.
Oh my god. Lloyd is going to toss in Ponyo, but Ponyo's easily going to go for a nice overgrowth out, killing off Lloyd. Wonder Boy will run. Drick's in trouble. Wonder Boy still being chased down here by Akashi. The blink range was not quite long enough, but it won't matter. They'll go after Drick instead. Take down the easier kill on the Shadow Demon. And at this stage of the game, it's really starting to just feel like Salvation Gaming. I mean, they can't even get out of their base at this point, John.
No.
Like, you go past that T2 tower, you're just dead.
You pretty much are. We've got the full auras up in WS, full pipe now ready. So even that AoE burst that can come out from Wonder Boy is not going to feel as amazing. And Talon just have complete control. They haven't gone back to their side of the map. Another smoke out for Talon. See if they find anything. Salvation trying to go for a long smoke, trying to sneak a Roshan now with that blink on Young God. And this can be a factor. It doesn't take too long with a Corrosive Haze once that's applied here. And that can catch Talon off guard, but I think in a vacuum, 2 lives on the Ursa isn't the biggest threat. Not yet. Not without BKB.
No, it feels like you're more so denying the Aegis away from Talon than anything. Right, like, because, yeah, the double life on Ursa means nothing at the moment for Young God. If anything, it's just going to be a farming Aegis. WS, in fact, might just find him in a moment. The Darkseer narrowly missing out as Young God does decide better than going for that rather the small camp. It's about to call it a young camp for a second. I guess, in theory, it is a young camp, John. You know, they are young boys down there.
That is fair, but that just makes Young God sound like a monster. The Young God coming to the young camp, killing the younglings. That's quite the vision, Mike.
It is very satisfying.
What do you think of, Mike, at night? What do you dream of?
I
What
don't
sneak?
think
Why do these thoughts intrude on your mind, Mike?
my dreams died long ago, Jonathan, when we started casting over 2 years. I'll tell you right now. I haven't dreamed ever since. Let me tell you.
Oh, Lloyd?
Yeah, Lloyd's had a tough time. So is Rupido. Ponyo's going to have a great time overgrowthing both these boats in just a second as he does only find Rupido, but that's the main target you want anyway. You remember that Monkey King that wasn't laning, John? Joe Camp's actually doing a lot of damage right now as Lloyd's in trouble, and Lloyd is probably set to fall. He'll go for a quick toss away. Ponyo's still in the chase, gets the root off, hands up here from Lloyd. At least he has a, he's got a good attitude here, John. He'll have a laugh with himself. This bottom lane, I believe they saw the Ursa there for a second, but he does TP away in time. But in the meantime, of course, mid-tier 2 tower does drop here thanks to Talon. And the only outer tower left standing is actually the bottom lane, where you will see Akashi already making his way up.
Yeah. It's a rough time for Salvation. Again, not even any tier 1 from Talon falling down. 18-7 in Talon's favor. Just feels like these timings have not lined up. They're still waiting for Lloyd's blink. You've almost got an Orchid up in Rupido, which can maybe catch Mikado off guard. You've also got the full BKB almost completed in Young God. Maybe by then, some of these fights can go better, and they will try with the smoke out. Rather curious they use the smoke now instead of just waiting for this BKB from around 800 gold. See if it pans out.
They're going to try for something. They've still got that Aegis up for another 2.5 minutes on their Ursa, but you just kind of question how much impact that's going to have here in this game number 1. I mean, for now, it seems like they're actually just going to try and push out some creep waves in the mid lane. Talon are showing on the map. I mean, they're all down at that bottom lane, just hitting that tier 2 tower. Apart from maybe Ponyo, who's just pushing out the top wave. And this smoke is really just a farming smoke. Like, they'll just relocate across to the safer side of the map, farm where they can, and just avoid Talon altogether because there's no fighting them at the moment, even with the double life up.
Yeah. It's just a time to try to recover, try to hit this timing back. And Talon, at the very least for Salvation, they are starting to cross the river a little bit into that triangle.
Oh, they've at least found Ponyo there for a moment, but Ponyo's actually going to survive as now Akashi gets a static link up onto Wonder Boy, who tries to blink away, but he blinks right by the base. Oh, and Akashi knew he was within perfect range for the plasma field. Like, you had to go for a different kind of blink, like any other direction.
Oh,
anyway, it doesn't really matter. Top lane, Young God, he's alright, he'll barely make it out. But it's just such a stretch to see them making a comeback now as it's a 16k advantage, Jonathan. It's pretty rough.
Yeah. It's hard to see it. They do have that BKB on Young God, at least all finished up. Whether or not that's enough, I don't think so. Not really. You still have to worry about being linked up by this Razor. They've got Lincolns coming out on Talon, already have it on Akashi. You've got Mikado with his fully done as well. So the Demonic Purge is not going to be as much of an issue. You got the Gleipnir coming out for Mikado on top of that. I mean, it's just very clean from Talon. You know, not giving any openings, not playing too brash. Playing it safe. Playing to their advantage, although... Oh?
Lane. They're going to find a Yule Scepter off onto the Ursa. Young God will get locked down by the chains. The Plasma Field to connect. Young God actually just dying to the chip damage as he does actually lose his first life. Still, they will toss in Akashi, but Akashi's perfectly fine to turn around as now a big back wall. WS finding another 3 targets. They'll buy back on their Shadow Demon, but what's Strick going to do? There's nothing to be done here, John. There's no defense to be had.
No, there really isn't. Again, it's this lack of team fight. They need these pickoffs to work out. It's Talon that's jumping them every single time. Oh,
They're going. Static Link out onto Wonder Boy. He'll be able to blink away just barely. But they're tier 3 mid tower. They've only given more damage to Akashi now, so Akashi takes it even faster. Still waiting to find a way to jump in and start a fight. Here is the side of Salvation. Makoto is actually just doing so much damage chipping away with the Sleight of Fist. And that's your mid-racks down at 26 minutes in. Nothing can be done to stop them.
no. Again, it's just down to how this draft works. It's very focused on just finding pickoffs, playing off of that advantage, playing off of that tempo, going into Roshan, using that to keep that tempo up. And Talon never given him the opportunity. Jokam's been such a disruptive beast on Monkey, and the coordination from Talon to get all of these teamfight setups, find every single piece of control every single time, has just held the side of Salvation back. Again, they haven't taken a tier 1 here, Mike. 22-7, 21k lead, and the Radiant side of the map is just clean.
But it certainly is right how it's
Trying to think, what can you find here that simplifies this? Like, Drake is going for a blink. Again, you still have this Orchid from Rupido into a BKB. I just don't know if BKB save you. If Ponyo just plays it patiently with his blink, Overgrowth still ruins you. Static Link doesn't care for BKB either. It's just... It feels like you have to somehow get forward vision, smoke into that spot, and punish. But that's all easier said than done. There's just no way you can sneak out of the space right now.
It sure doesn't feel like it, John. Just continue to control the map as Talon. See Wonder Boy in the mid lane. Wonder Boy's going to be very careful. Boundless Strike is out. They've already committed the chains, so Wonder Boy will be okay. The one who cleanse was out from his Shadow Demon just in case he needed it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Still trying to buy Young God more and more time to give themselves a chance back into this game 1. But the bottom tier 3 is now being forced in as Makoto does land another chains out onto the Queen of Pain, but the Yule Scepter will be there. Wonder Boy now getting a static link off onto Lloyd will mean that Lloyd is just immediately dead. And that tier 3 tower, of course, is really not going to last. I mean, they've got a creep skip or something. They'll get the TPs off to try and defend. Looks like they did actually take one creep wave out, but that's not going to be enough. T3 tower's gone. Onto the bottom racks they go.
And they did manage to get a pick off on Jokam at least, but it doesn't change the outcome of this fight. It's some good gold to get onto Young God. He does have the Basher fully done with the BKB. Just doesn't feel like the Ursa can fully commit. Like, okay, he jumps in. If Ponyo just sits back with Overgrowth, you're still going to be kited around. Like, the solutions are just hard to find for Salvation. Another rack's taken. Talon play it safe. Need to repair top first before looking for that push. They could look for next Roshan as well. Akashi just getting some Eye of the Storm armor stacks done onto the Fermenter and just going to clear it out solo. Very nice. Free shard for Jokam as well. He's going to be happy. Even more mobility for a Monkey King here with Boundless. And he's going for the Nullfire. He actually has the gold to just finish up this Nullfire. He has more form than Rupido.
He's the same level as the mid-quad. That's how badly this game's going for Salvation. The Monkey King that wasn't laning is the same level right now. Here we go. Talon, they're moving in again. Smoke out. They want to go for that final lane of barracks, and they're going to find Drake. Drake does get the Demonic Cleanse off, but the Boundless Strike actually just doing so much damage. He almost just dies to one Boundless as Drake is gone. Akashi in the meantime does get a link off, however he's in a bit of danger. Akashi, no, the back wall! WS again!
Oh my god.
Not allowing it, not giving the opening. Oh boy, another wipeout here for Salvation as they call the GG. My goodness, a dominant game 1 to say the very least here against Salvation Gaming. Well, do I dare ask what you think that Salvation need to change up here in this game number 2 coming up, John?
I feel like the draft ideas need some work. I think just this lack of team fight into what Talon picked up early, right? They get the Darkseer, they get the Treant, they get the Monkey King. There's so much team fight already with just the opener and Darkseer alone. And if you pick your offlane really early with a Slardar, it just provides you this opportunity to go into that Razor pick for Akashi. The Quap pickup really early on as well, allowing Mikado to just get the Ember. It's all these things. It's all these ideas in draft that are kind of lacking from Salvation. To be fair to Salvation though, again, this is a roster that has stuck together for a long time, but they are pretty much almost just like a stack, right? Like they don't have as much information gathering behind them. They don't have ways of like really developing their draft outside of their thoughts individually as players. So that is one aspect that makes it hard up against a team like Talon with, with Coach, Pilot Eye on hand, and with some of these established teams with people dedicated to kind of understanding and how to build around the draft. It feels like you are stuck kind of considering more individual outplay and Salvation, and I think it's just hard. When Talon wants to play teamfight, you have to be either able to punish, look for these pickoffs, or just take the teamfight as well. And again, this draft just didn't have options to take this teamfight back from Talon. So maybe, I don't know, it's hard to say what to correct in draft, because as a pickoff draft, this draft was pretty solid. Maybe just banning out Monkey King could help, but that leaves so many options for Jokam, right? Like stuff like Hoodwink, we haven't seen too much today, is still an option, and something Jokam loves. Can still play really nicely and aggressively, not as much of a nuisance in terms of these early rotations, to be fair. But I think you also have to just look how Talon's playing. It's just much more coordinated. I think Salvation has to step up to that level of play, and I'm sure they can at their best, but they've got to bring that out here in Game 2.
And they absolutely do. And I can't say it was too much of a drafting issue either here, Dylan. You've got to go with some confidence, just try to outplay the side of Talon here, I think, as we are going to, of course, see the scoreboard. Joe, I mean, who do you think the MVP is, John? What are you thinking?
Either WS or Jokam, really. It feels like both of them did a lot. And, I know we meme on the Monkey King, but Jokam was actually laning for quite a fair bit up top. He made that lane a living hell for Young God with WS. And WS, of course, just going for the right builds, going for the auras, finding the right times to get these vac walls, being there to back up his teammates when they do get committed on, and made it hellish for the side of Salvation to look for a turnaround in these team fights. Like just the vac wall into the Overgrowth, into the Wukongs, with all of that setup, felt impossible for Salvation. So WS, he did a ton of work for his team. And again, he managed that solo lane pretty well. It's not the toughest lane into Ursa. Melee into Darkseer is still playable, but he was left alone for a while and still managed to pressure really well. I want to see how Salvation resets here.
Well, let's find out, John. We do have a short break to go to, but right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Talon Esports and Salvation Gaming. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our game 2 here between Talon Esports and Salvation Gaming, and it is in MLP Dota on Gen X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1, a pretty rough affair for Salvation, I would argue, as they were getting raxed at 25 minutes in, basically, so it was, I dare say, a pretty rough affair. Game 2, I don't think it was a drafting issue, John, but I'll ask you anyway. Is there anything in the draft you'd like to see changed up here by Salvation?
Maybe a Monkey King ban. It does feel like that hero has to go now after what we've seen today from our 2 series. Like, it just gives way too much information out, gives way too much play across the map early on, and it does too much. Like, it scales up still pretty nicely. Like you mentioned, Jokam was just picking off people despite not laning for a little bit of time after helping out in lane. So probably just a Monkey King ban, force talent to play something else, and I'm not sure, because it felt like the drafting idea was fine. I think the order was maybe a little bit off, right? Like, going for the tiny early, not flexing it into core, going for the quap instead of your last pick for the mid up against Mikado also just made it pretty tough. So I think just maybe the draft order, what they prioritize, should be up to change, and we'll see if that's the way they adjust. But with the way Talon's playing, it looks pretty sharp. It looks like this team has been motivated. Again, they did take a loss in a third-party tournament recently, to Prism in this qualifier. Prism in that tournament was Team Tough, named Team Tough. So we'll see if Talon can kind of, it looks like Talon has learned from that and aren't taking anything to chance here.
Very, very good. It did certainly feel like a very dominant game here for Talon, at least for game number 1, though. I'm sure Salvation had a bit of a chat and try and figure out what exactly went wrong. And I do agree with the point you initially made, John, which is just ban Monkey King, because Monkey King it certainly feels like the most busted support and just overall most busted hero in the game right now, at least in the pro meta. So unless you have first pick and you can take it yourself, I dare say it's probably a very good idea to just ban it out, because it just does make your life an absolute living hell. Like, there's no two ways about it. It's just ridiculous. I can only imagine, by the way, because the draft has not begun, in case anyone was wondering, I can only imagine how they intend on nerfing that facet. Like, what are you going to do with that facet to nerf it? Is it going to be a 100% HP pool to allow the cooldown to be that low? Like, well, what are we doing, John?
Maybe you keep it the same, but you change the tree dance range, so it balances out, right? He can keep jumping, but he's going to have to jump quite a few more times, which means that he might have to jump through lane, be revealed for a little bit longer, makes it easier to catch. I think that's the one way to do it without, like, taking away what makes that facet strong. At the same time, it still sounds fairly strong depending on how far you nerf it. So I think a nerf to tree dance range on that facet makes sense, considering, again, it's no cooldown, and it still will allow you to fundamentally play the same way. But I don't know if that's enough. That's my question. I think fundamentally this facet is just busted. So I think it needs a severe rework to actually get that balanced out. We'll see. Again, that's still down the line. Does look like there's a couple of issues with our players in the lobby. I'm seeing a lot of people on my friend list reconnecting from town. So we will be here waiting a little bit longer, Mike. You know, the Philippines, you know, our internet, Mike. It's not the best sometimes.
Casual flex from John X5. Just all his quote-unquote friends reconnecting, John. Nobody reconnected on my friends list. So, oh, they are. Oh, you meant the guys in this game, John. That's what you meant, not your other friends. So, oh, no. Very humble of you, Jonathan. No. Very humble of you to brag about that. How dare you? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong? I'm having allergies. My nose is really red. I'm having allergies, Mike. My eyes are itching to hell. I shouldn't scratch them, but you know, I'm struggling. It's my nose is so red. It's like it's Christmas Day already. Jeez, I'm just glad the neighbors aren't burning stuff. You know, that and allergies. That would be a combination.
It's not that bad, John. I mean, now I'm staring at it, to be fair. It is
pretty red, isn't it? Yeah.
on
not as red as the shirt. Not as red as the shirt, at least. We're not that bad
yet. You get it
yet.
there, John. You get it. Good on you.
Not too far gone yet. We'll see.
Is the nose usually red, John, or are you just a bit of a clown?
Red only for you, Michael Phoenix. Red only for you.
Yeah.
I was thinking, you know, we didn't get to stick these punchlines in from the Blacklist versus Execration match. Do you reckon with the Tusk pick, you know, Tim's was sending a message, hey, you know, it's not just gonna be one player that gets this in. I'm gonna have some words with his Tusk, with my fist. You know, to be
Oh,
fair,
man.
Gabby's a good sport about it. You know, he makes fun of it as well. Again,
Yeah.
he joked about it. It's like, oh, you don't say punch around me. Still traumatized.
Oh, got it.
Oh, oh.
Anyway, we do have
I'm
draft number. We have
Yep.
draft number 2 underway. Go on, John. What is it? What are you sure of?
No, I'm just sure everyone's excited for content. That's the game plan. Blacklist, very generous people. They know we can't wait for TNC to climb all the way in the lower bracket. Heck, maybe, Blacklist was like, we're just going to win upper bracket anyway. Might as well get this done on the lower bracket and give TNC what they want. Give Grandmaster Cuckoo the showing he wants. That will have to wait. Again, we do have our Game 2 draft slowly coming up. Should be able to take a look at what these players have in mind.
I'll put the draft on screen. John,
if
what's
they-
wrong with you? Put it on screen. Why
I-
you always lag like this?
My mouse is gone, my keyboard's gone, my nose is itching. What do you want me to do, Mike? Okay, I'm using a touch screen to actually watch, okay? It's not even the PC
There you
screen. I have it streaming onto my phone, alright?
Radiant
So,
team
there we go.
All right.
It's
Thanks
set,
for bringing
it's
it
set,
up.
okay? No problem.
right.
You know what else still there as well to bring up here? Monkey King's not yet
10
banned.
seconds
They
remaining.
banned out the
Oh.
Witch Doctor and the Clockwork. So if
That's
the
not
Monkey
very
King's there,
smart.
I'm sure Talon will be
5
very happy to
seconds
pick it up
remaining.
first. They have first
Doesn't
pick
it-
overall as well, so it has to be Salvation that bans it.
You can't let this happen again.
No.
Like you can't. It's too much. You can't. I mean, just let Clockwork go through. Like what?
Radiant
They're gonna
team
ban it.
back.
There's no way. They'll ban it. I'm gonna ignore that SF. They're gonna ban it. There's no way they're not gonna ban MK.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, do you ban MK or the TA core?
5
Right? Like, I think that's what's still on
remaining.
their
TA core
mind.
got banned by
Was-
Talon. No, Talon
Okay,
got banned. Talon banned
That's
it.
fair, that's
That's
fair.
okay.
What else is there? Phoenix? That's been fairly annoying as well.
Not
Those
as
tend to
annoying
be
as
the highest
MK.
priority. I agree. But I'm saying that's probably what they're considering here. There you go.
Talon
Most banned.
Esports turn
Maybe
to
the DK.
ban.
Yeah, there you go,
Oh.
the DK. So the Monkey King's
Oh.
there. Talon has first pick. Talon can just open with Monkey.
I can't believe that.
10 seconds
I-
remaining.
I refuse to believe any of these
5
six heroes
seconds
are
remaining.
worse than Monkey King right now. I refuse.
Yeah,
Like,
I agree. Look
Witch
at Mikado.
Doctor is
He's so-
arguable.
Esports turn to
Witch
Yeah,
Doctor is
I-
arguably. Whoa! They go for the. Never mind. They'll go for the Phoenix anyway. So they gave the choice. Do you want Phoenix? Do you want MK? But now surely Salvation will take the Monkey King.
Yeah, I think it still works, yeah. Trying to remember. I do
10
believe we've seen
seconds
Lloyd play it
remaining.
before, no? Lloyd or Drake play it a lot before in support. Can't fit in. No, they'll go
What?
Snapfire to deal with the egg instead.
What?
I mean, it's a solution for egg, but I wouldn't
Yeah.
rate Snapfire that highly.
Egg isn't really the problem anyway. It's the Sunray
No.
that's doing all the
10
damage
seconds
these
remaining.
days.
Oh, yeah.
5
I don't know about
seconds
this.
remaining.
The Drake can't believe his eyes. He's what the hell's going on here? Can't believe it. John.
To be fair, if you run your Snapfire 4 here, you have something aggressive on 5 melee for
Talon
Rupido. I think it can pan out.
Esports turn to
Stuff
ban.
like Mars is still available. If it does slide through here for the side of Salvation, you can take that away from Talon, who would want to tie that in with the Phoenix. So you can have what? Kisses into Arena can be big. And again, you take it away from WS, take it away from that strong combination.
10 seconds
There is that.
remaining.
But I don't know, like Snapfire's
5
facets
seconds
are
remaining.
all right. I think the full bore is interesting. It can be nice. Its range is so damn long though, and so narrow. The trade-offs are weird. I love that Mikado is just so chilled out. He's just having some fries by his desk.
Radiant team back.
He's like, yep,
Well, why not?
you guys take care of it. What fries do you think that is, Mike? We didn't do a fry review when you were here. Do you think
They're
that's John's
French-
or McDonald's fries? No,
They're
no,
French
not
fries.
French fries. Yeah. Like, do you reckon he's a McDonald's guy or a John's guy? What
Well,
fast
he's
food do you
dipping
think he
in
likes?
he's dipping it in garlic, John. I'll give him not garlic, so gravy is what I was meant to say.
Ketchup.
I'm gonna-
It's ketchup.
Is it
sure it's
ketchup? I
ketchup.
can't. I'm literally
saw it.
watching
I
this
think
on
I
a
saw it.
50-inch TV screen and I still can't see. My,
You're good.
I
You
can't
need some
make
eye
this-
10
surgery as well,
seconds
Mikey.
remaining.
I
Yeah.
think I actually do. Let's see. Go, Makota, go on. Take a bite.
5 seconds
What is it?
remaining.
Take a bite. Come on now.
No, that's the face of a man who realizes, oh, I have to play against Pango again.
Talon Esports turn.
That's
What is that?
what
Down
is
there.
that?
It's
Is that
miscolored ketchup. I think it's just the lighting, probably.
okay?
If not
That-
some sort of a meat dip, I don't know.
That looks like a crunchy chip. Mayonnaise
Yeah.
is what our producer's saying.
Oh,
Maybe mayonnaise.
okay.
10
Perhaps.
seconds remaining.
It could. Oh yeah,
Okay.
actually, I can see it at the maybe at the bottom. All right.
Oh,
There's the
look at this,
Spirit Breaker
Jonathan.
coming out.
There's my
Hello?
boy.
Radiant team.
This is I think this is one of the most broken heroes, as we do see an Ember Punch coming
Ooh.
out. I think
Ooh.
Spirit Breaker is one of the most busted heroes in the game right now, John. I don't want to see it nerfed, but I think it is so broken.
Yeah, it can be really annoying to play into, and like you mentioned, right, the facet can be the
10
innate can be quite nice. His facets are also pretty good, although I would say the added move
One of
speed
them.
post
5
charge is probably the
seconds
best.
remaining.
Yeah, the additional knockback is interesting.
Weird.
I don't know in what circumstance that's good. Like maybe another strike into Force Staff into your team, but that's very niche.
If you
So,
have Bat Rider in your
probably
team,
not.
basically.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, probably the best one. It's like, I'm interested in what Salvation's doing, right? They are going for what seems to be the Rupido offlane Pango, which we know Rupido plays a lot, but we haven't seen the offlane Pango as much. We did see it a lot today, but again, I attributed that to an anomaly on Zeal. But Rupido will bring it out. A Snapfire Pango lane, it's not too bad. There's a lot of damage to pump out there. So they can make that lane more annoying for Akashi to deal with. The Young God Pudge is the interesting one. I mean, I'm assuming Young God Pudge. I don't think we've ever seen support Pudge come out in a long time. There's an argument that you could run at support now, but I'm not seeing it as much as they will go into the Monkey
Oh,
King now as well.
What
For
did
Talon's
I
end.
tell you? What did I tell you, John? This is the most busted combination. I'm telling you right now, this is going to be a broken combination. Although,
Yes.
in fairness, I don't think it's a
Should be a plus
support.
one.
Wait,
10 seconds remaining.
no, hold on a minute. If we go offlane Spirit, no, we can't because there's a Beastmaster, isn't there?
5
Oh.
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
No.
Yeah, it should be a
I'm
plus one.
I'm gonna try to do this for you. How about
Theory craft,
offlane?
John.
Yeah, offlane Beastmaster mid. Hear me out. Mid Phoenix.
Okay, okay, I'm listening. You've got my
You
attention.
go Monkey King support with Spirit Breaker, and you go a nice big ranged core for Akashi. Not sure what's left that's really good. I mean, Razor still kind of works here if you really want it for Akashi, anyhow. It's
I think-
it's super weird. I don't know if that really works out, but
Radiant team ban.
I mean, I'm just thinking about what Talon want to pick up for their mid lane for Makoto. I mean, I think the obvious choice to me is Zeus, even though Zeus did get nerfed quite a lot with his right click build, but I think Magic build is still completely busted. You may not want to play it against Ember Pudge though. That's kind of the risk is against Ember Pudge and even the Pango.
5 seconds
Zeus can
remaining.
feel pretty lackluster Magic build, but the thing is, when you combine it with a Spirit Breaker, it is pretty stupid how many kills you can secure across the map.
that it is. There's also potential for Makoto to just play Monkey King mid versus Ember. I think that
That's a good
matchup
point.
is okay, right? Like, it's not a bad matchup for Monkey. It's not that bad for Ember either. So there's a little bit of play there for Wonder Boy, but again, should be fine as well for Makoto, and you can get something else for Akashi safe. The options are open for Talon. They can run that 1 or 2.
Ban.
It does look like Salvation are thinking extra hard about what to ban. Yeah, they are expecting the Monkey King to perhaps just end up mid, banning out Akashi's Faces Void. There's still stuff like Lifestealer looks really good if they're allowed to kind of pick that up here on Talon's end. Granted, quad melee. It's not too bad.
10 seconds
Quad melee into a Pango can be awkward, but at least you have Roar. So you can
5
still get that
seconds
done.
remaining.
Like Lifestealer Infest Bomb on Spirit Breaker. Plays nicely with your Phoenix, with Hotspot, getting max healing, percent-based healing from
Turn to
afar.
ban.
Yeah, they banned Morphling, so they just take care of the Akashi specials. Tell them, is there any
mean, I-
big plus-wise standing out? They're expecting, yeah, just the support. What is it? On 5. Breaks this
I
up.
actually,
10 seconds
yeah, I'm not
remaining.
100% sure, but it does seem like Makoto's going to be playing mid Monkey King here,
5
which is
seconds remaining.
that's kind of concerning if yourself. I mean, really, like they've got so much in the way of just destroying you across the map. If Makoto is playing mid
Talon
MK.
Esports.
I don't know what Pos 5 is going to save the draft here for Salvation. I just think it's a very rough affair already with these combos they've got. However, even the innate of Spirit Breaker, when you've got a Phoenix who is going to fall behind an XP as a Pos 5, you know, like an XP hungry hero like Phoenix with that plus 50% XP if you're the
10
lowest hero
seconds
with the
remaining.
Spirit Breaker, like that. I think Spirit Breaker should be in every draft, if I'm
5
honest with you, John. I
seconds
think it's one of the most busted supports right now. It really is. It's so stupid.
Yeah. It just gives way too much. It'll go to Puck, so we will end up with the Akashi Monkey King in the end. And that is a nice way to tie into the egg. Lots of team fight to come out, some scaling as well from Mikado. Not the hardest hold from the side of Salvation to keep this Puck down outside of like Chains Dismember. So Mikado is free to
10
play around the way he'd
seconds
want until like a blink timing comes out here on your Pudge to really get
5
that instant
seconds
disable.
remaining.
Yeah, I don't see a 5 that really fixes all of this for Salvation. I don't know, like... I can't see it. Like, I'm not sure what you go for. I mean, you have this good lane with Pudge, but CM and Venom were taken out. Kind of want to try to run down. It is a good lane to bully out this Beastmaster for sure. But at the same time, WS can play back, play with the Axis. What's Lloyd going to be picking up? They're digging heavily into the reserve time. Again, there's a very cheeky play they can do and just run support Pudge, but I don't know if that's really something you want to experiment with on such a big game in terms of your qualifier life here.
Well, they're thinking about it. I do believe this should be a Pos 1 Pudge we're looking at anyway, so Salvation, I mean, arguably still looking at a Pos 5 for themselves, but it's just... Oh, we'll see what the idea is. I mean, you know, John, I've played against a few Pos 1 Pudges. It does seem pretty strong, you know?
Don't get me wrong, it is strong. And his facets are great. The meat hook facet is nice. The dismember facets, they are actually running support Pudge, so they will go for the troll.
Okay. I don't know how I feel about it as a support. I'll be like,
Yeah.
I like the plays hook facet. I think the facet is actually ridiculous because like it's kind of bonkers how much damage you can deal with that facet as the game continues. But as a support, you really need to be like a god tier hooking punch in this patch. I think. I there's no two ways about it.
Yeah. This is definitely going to be the Flair's hook. I mean, the dismember is nice, but that is, again, banking on like very quick blink timing here for Lloyd, which Pudge could find, but I don't know. Like, I don't think the support Pudge solves your issues. It does give you at least a way of like saving your troll. That's some good synergy with your shard. Dismember when he's low on battle trance and it's running out. You have a bailout here on the side of Salvation. Their team fight issues, I don't think, are resolved from the last game. Right? You're looking at Dismember, Chains being your hard stuns. Maybe you get a lucky route off with Young God, and you can try with a roll, but none of it is like snappy stuns, and Mikado is going to be able to dance around that quite nicely. I think on this Puck, I don't know. Like, there's scaling potential here for sure on Salvation. Troll can feel nice into the Monkey King as the game goes on, but I'm not fully convinced. I think the same issues still stand here for the side of Salvation. It does feel like early on you are looking more on pickoffs. They've got to line that up. At the least, you know, you don't have to worry about the Monkey King joining in very early on, as Akashi, again, is just going to be farming up. So you don't need to worry about the Monkey King just randomly showing up in the map and trying to get kills all across very early on. But I'm very curious about this. WS already saying nice hero to, again, his former teammates. Akashi already trash talking. What? He said they brought out your look. You brought out your lookalike.
Oh, he's talking to the Pudge. That's all right. Oh, Lloyd. Look at that. Lloyd's got him. Ponyo. Here we Chris timeout. He's all right. That is not nice from Akashi. My goodness. How dare he?
Nice skill build level 1.
Oi. It's starting to look like my pubs. It's, every time you escape, they're like, yeah, but wrong skill, idiot. XD. Anyway.
Oh, God.
30 seconds to battle.
You know what really annoys me? when you skill up Greater Bash level 1 and your teammates ping it, like you're meant to level up charge, every time they try to go for a first blood, they get upset that you didn't level up level 1 charge. It just really, really annoys me. Because it's not good. Greater Bash is much better, especially during the laning stage.
I mean, it is, but no, there are some circumstances.
No, there's
Some
not,
very
John.
niche circumstances. We have seen that, have we not? Seen level 1 charge before?
If I see it right now, I'm going to get upset. Joe Cam, get the hell out of there. Get out of there. We're alright. It is going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the banner, so nice even start. Yes, we've seen it sometimes, John, but it's, you know, very, very niche.
Yeah. I'm saying maybe that niche circumstance is what you found yourself in, Mike, you know?
WS?
Perhaps.
Lloyd! Lloyd, he pump faked the hook like 3 times. Why? I mean, I guess for the added range? He could have gotten that hook on WS, but I guess he wanted the range for the sake of the facet doing more damage.
Yeah. That's the one awkward thing. If you want to try to maximize it. Still, we'll see how much they can get out in that lane. Looking at mid for a little while. Probably the most stable lane. Wonder Boy up against Mikado. Ember versus Puck. Very straightforward for both sides. Shouldn't be too bad for the Ember. Puck can have some play, but this is definitely a little bit better for the Ember Spirit overall.
What?
As
The bot lane,
happened?
he just lost half his creep wave. Joe Cam tried to go for a pull. He lost half the creep wave. It randomly lost aggro on Joe Cam, and now it's been pulled to a large camp thanks to Lloyd. This bottom lane is just such a weird kind of affair right now. As Young God's being chased down now by WS. Young God will be alright, but I mean, I don't think we caught it anyway. But Joe Cam just lost vision, lost aggro for no reason on a full creep wave. It was very strange.
Oh, what can you do? Happens sometimes, I suppose. Losing out to the denies as well. That's pretty clever from Lloyd to just get the camp and just cut off. So you're not getting the free XP you'd want to here on Jokam, and that can hurt quite badly. You are getting a nice lane so far for Young God. So the laning start in terms of just CS across the board, much better for Salvation. Their lanes do feel a little bit stronger with what they do have to offer, especially bot. And WS does have the axis ready, can start to spam out, but he's playing so cautiously. He's hugging these creeps, trying to hide from hooks up top, of course. Did have Kashi and Panyo laning up against Rupido, as we see Mikado a little bit low on mid. You are getting a lot of work out for Wonder Boy, but the top lane should be the lane where you can maybe play a little bit more. You could try to run down with Jingu. You've got the Fire Spirits up now for Panyo. There are opportunities, but you do have to respect the full bore on Drake. Can get some free easy harass from a mile away without clearing out too many of the creeps. Can snipe out the range creep as well every single time, if need be. Although Akashi is dodging decently enough here, to be fair.
WS going to chase down Lloyd bottom lane. Young God's going to try and help out with the slows out onto WS, but even he's going to be a little bit cautious as the damage output is kind of ridiculous. So the hook from Lloyd only going to land onto the Hawk, sadly. There's one thing for Lloyd, like, even if he lands nice hooks, like, onto WS it's going to be rather hard with those Hawks being available.
It is. Circling around, you have to get your timing right. Does make it just a little bit more painful. But again, you are getting this good lane out for Young God. Just a much slower lane for Talon. Double melee into Troll Pudge. You're not able to get the pulse off as well for Jokam.
Nice hook.
Good hook though.
Very
That's
nice
finally
hook.
connecting WS.
They got him. Not going to help. In fact, it might mean he just... it seems like Young God will just prefer the creep wave anyway. But a very nice hook from Lloyd. He was looking for the angle for quite a while. In fact, he wants another. He's got it off cooldown now. Joe Camp. Oh, they've got no vision. He's alright. Meanwhile, top lane. Bit of a chase onto Drick, but Drick is going to be just fine. Akashi could not really keep up the chase. And so far, so good, I'd say, for the side of Salvation here, John. A much better start compared to Game 1.
And they're playing it a lot better in the lanes. They're keeping control, especially on the mid, quite nicely. And they're doing a pretty fantastic job. They even take away the water rune from Drick, slowing down Mikado. I think this mid lane is really where the big difference will be. Wonder Boy actually has a game. He does have early level advantage over Mikado. He's got a lot of damage. Mikado can't really get rotations in because of how much more constrained the side lanes are in comparison to game number 1. And again, Wonder Boy has control. So it is going to be a little bit tougher for Puck to try to collapse onto the side lanes. There are opportunities for Wonder Boy, especially as he approaches 6. start to threaten onto Mikado even solo. I think that is something to watch out for. Overall, this draft from Salvation, this flex on the Pudge, is paying off pretty nicely. It is making the game really awkward for Talon. The top lane's a little bit slower for Akashi. These initial timings will be met from Salvation, and the one great thing about Salvation's draft is it can also have some presence and push, right? Like maybe the team fight's not as great in comparison to Wukong's egg protection with Dream Coil down the line, but you have some siege with your troll, you have really good single target control with Hook Dismember. As long as you can keep landing that, you have a lot of play here.
Chase onto WS, but they think better of it. Charge even onto the Pudge now. Rotations coming in as well from Ponyo to help out, as Young God's going to be the big target. Level 4, so he has no way out of this one apart from the hook from Lloyd, but it does not help. He is down. Lloyd will also drop by the looks of it. They might get Joe Cam as a trade, or they may just not. WS will take the kill. Joe Cam will survive. And it's happy days once again here for Talon. And sadly, if you are Lloyd, I don't think you can really afford to run up and try to rot your way to a kill. I think you have to rely on the hook to start these fights. And, well, it doesn't work out.
No, not quite. Again, good read from Talon to have Ponyo go through the gate, get that punishment. That's a big target you want to slow down. As again, Young God has been getting a lot out of his lane. Still number 1 in net worth, but does balance out a little bit more with the rest. They do snipe out Wonder Boy with a charge out.
It's certainly good. Lloyd getting a nice hook, but it's going to cost his life. And, well, you know, it's one of those things with hooks. You don't always want to land them, even if you can, as they do get Ponyo. Lloyd is actually still running, actually making it out for now, as they'll ignore Drick altogether, still trying to pick off the Pudge, and they will. So 1 for 1 of the supports, not really the biggest deal either way. Lloyd does kind of force his teammate to rotate over to ensure that they do get some form of a trade, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's still stronger for Mikado, and I think overall you're kind of happy Ponyo dies. Free bottle refill as well for Mikado, so it does get to stay in this lane. They have been getting full value out of this mid ward. They did manage to get the D ward as well, with the sentry still standing. They are at least keeping the information game to their advantage here on Salvation in the mid. All these movements have opened up the top lane for Akashi to again overtake and farm now. Our Monkey King having a grand old time just laning solo up against Pango. The 1v1 matchup, definitely not something the Pango wants to sustain for too long. And 2-4, a much closer game in terms of the first 10 minutes at the very least here for Salvation. They are playing this one a lot stronger. Coordination is there. Slowly reaching into the level 6s as well. And once you've got Dismember, and once you've got Roll, the options to take these fights open up a lot more. Got some good stacks as well for Rupido to clear out with Drick's help. It does hit 6 off the back of that, so some timings are being met. For Talon's part, again, it does feel like this is a slower game for Talon overall. You're just going to have to wait for Akashi to farm. He's going Battle Fury. It's going to be a long process for the Monkey King. Mikado is trying to go for the typical Witchblade on the puck. Nothing too different here. You still need more levels on your supports as well. So it is pretty much a waiting game. As WS
WS going to be in a bit of danger, but he does actually just run. Still the cookie and the Scatter Blast from Rick going to be more than enough to help secure the life of WS. Nice little pick off here from Salvation Gaming once again. I mean, most of the supports here from Talon were actually hanging around Makoto, but now they're heading down towards the southern side of the map where they're going to find Lloyd. Lloyd's going to be alright. I mean, they could think about going after Young God or Drick, but they're going to need WS to be back in the lane before they even try for it, I think. I mean, they'll hang around the area, they'll try to get some D wards off, but that's going to really be about it. Not much is going to come out of this yet. It's a hook from Lloyd, not going to land onto Ponyo. Ponyo now going to turn on Lloyd, but Lloyd does have help around him. The cookie narrowly avoiding the cliff somehow. So they'll be okay. Here comes Makoto, though, to make matters even worse for Salvation. They will lose Drick. Lloyd looking for a hook. Beautiful hook. Gonna find Joe Cam. Joe Cam has no charge. It doesn't matter. He's fine. Wonder Boy.
Wonder Boy?
Here we go. The Ember wants a bit more. Charge up from Joe Cam. He's gonna fight. In fact, the Dream calls out. Makoto, he's back in the fray. They found the Ember, and they've even got Lloyd. Oh, that's a horrible scenario now for Salvation. That is a terrifying scenario. As WS now keeping vision on Young God. The Hurricane back. Do they have a stun? They did, but they can't get it off in time. Oh, the roar, just the cast animation is a bit too long.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just came off cooldown as well for WS. If he had it a second earlier, he might have been able to find that. Still, 3-7. Talon starting to find their groove as well in this game. Salvation just kind of overextending in some of these fights, these opportunities, overcommitting for what seems to be easy pickoffs. Does take a huge blow. Almost finding a hook onto Mikado, but almost is not quite enough. Will at least get the haste out for Wonderboy. So again, denying off some resources for Mikado. I think the big thing that is missing is that all of this action happens bot mid. So top is just completely free. And Akashi's just free farming his way into Battle Fury uncontested. Whereas for Young God, Maelstrom's almost done. The Monkey King, once Battle Fury's up, will have that farm pace down to Pat. Smoke out from Talon are starting to wanting to find more up top, relieve this pressure. They see the rotations come in. Coil is back up as well, and they've got Nether Strike now for Jokan.
Here we go. Nice hook out onto Akashi, but Akashi's got help right behind. A beautiful Dream Coil now locking onto 2. Egg dropped as well. Rupido's trying to rob, but there's nowhere to go. See you later. Rupido's down. No two ways about it. In comes the cavalry. They're going to try and fight this one out with a big Mortimer's Kisses, trying to pick off Akashi. Though Akashi, he's still okay. They will try to slide a fist. They'll take him out, but Wonderboy's out of remnants. Can he make it out himself? Oh, he gets charged. He'll find a double. Wonder tips out here from Young God. And Wonderboy does make it out indeed. They cannot secure the kill. By the way, John, may I just add, I don't know if you and I have pointed this out yet, but they actually went for the Nether Strike, the imbalanced facet on Spirit Break.
That's an interesting one to take.
I think
Maybe just wanting to knock people out of Dream Coil?
I think that might be
Or not.
because remember you can ult cast Waning Rift to actually push people in and out. So Nether Strike into that, and you basically knock them out of Dream Coil. Maybe even just Nether Strike.
Yeah. I feel like that is the only reason I see that. So see if the impact is felt. It does make it easier to try to get a jostling on December, I suppose. And that's a pretty big win for Salvation overall. Still. Oh, another hook.
Can be easiest hook of his life. Wonderboy still able to pick up the Illusion Rune. I mean, it did cost them 5 heroes, basically 4 heroes rather, to rotate to ensure Wonderboy got that, but they will. Plus a kill is always going to feel nice that there is a rotation now from WS. Into the mid lane he'll go. Wonderboy is around Lloyd to help out. The WS still having a gander. No roar available, mind you, so they've got to do it the old-fashioned way. But they'll be just fine in doing so. They'll get him.
Trading supports in the end have a little bit of an opportunity to shove mid if they so wish for the army. WS is just going for the Overlord. And old teammates, tipping each other. As Lloyd will tip WS from their old times. I keep forgetting which team. I feel like it was Atlantis or something like that. A long time ago, like 2-3 years back. And they all reunite. Him and Ponyo, actually. And Akashi having history with Urukura and Trick is also... It's quite funny how all of these players are interlinked, isn't it, Mike?
It is. It's kind of the T2 scene in a nutshell. Going into the Tier 1 scene, isn't it? Just everyone knows each other. It's nice, John. I like seeing it, especially when these teams get to land and they get to have a chat with each other. Maybe have a couple beers. Yeah. I like it. No, not that anyone speaks to me, John. They all come to you, of course. God forbid they speak to the non-Pinoy person in the duo, but, it is what it is.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
When we ran into White One and Zephyr, they're like, John X-Fire?
Yeah. They called me John X-Fire. Even though they also called you John X-Fire. And they were correct the first time. Makoto.
Oh, Mikado!
Very nice Rolling Thunder. Nice dismember. Makoto locked down. Makoto's got no chance. Lloyd with a beautiful setup here with the hook to throw out as WS now being chained up by Wonderboy. He'll try to heal up through this, though he's completely surrounded. WS just unable to walk his way out. Eventually will fall. Mike, you don't have anything like the Sunray available yet on Ponyo either, so there's no way he can actually heal him up. In fact, he went for the Dying Light facet anyway, so Sunray probably wouldn't have been enough anyway.
Yeah, I do feel like this facet does make sense in that it's pretty much all melee cores. Only really the snap fire that does count as ranged, maybe the troll in range form as well, so you do get a lot of value from the Dying Light and Egg. But losing out in this healing does make it hard to take some prolonged fights, and again, we lack some save options. Mikado has to respect the hooks. They've got some good vision, they've got some good positioning. Lloyd has been showing that he can land these big hooks when need be. The game, 9-10. Still slightly in Talon's favor. They've got some massive stacks for Akashi to look for with his full Battle Fury up. So the full farm of the Monkey will kick into gear soon. But I do feel like you're finding enough here on Salvation. Like, you're getting a lot of space for Young God, going for the Gleipnir. Wonder Boy has been a menace with that full Mage Slayer up, just showing up in these fights. And the repositioning that they have with a hook has been hard to predict. I think that's the key thing for Talon. It's been pretty hard to get a read as to where Lloyd's hiding out. Their vision game isn't the best defensively as well. It is fairly far out. So they're not going to be able to like counteract when Salvation are the ones to make moves on them. Still making their way onto the top tier 1. Should be able to find that. Talon just setting up a bot to keep shoving in. And they are buying space away from where WS and where Akashi is playing. Although there is a smoke play now from Salvation.
They're moving from the top lane down towards the bot lane. Akashi's going to show himself in this bottom tier 2 tower, so they'll at least know where the most valuable hero on the map is right now. Ping's coming right out towards Akashi, but of course he can just tree dance his way out of there, no problem.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And meanwhile, Ponyo actually dies on the Phoenix, so not the biggest kill in the world, just another support Phoenix kill to come out. Nobody really cares too much, though I'm sure Salvation Gaming will enjoy the kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Talon just kind of back to the objective game. They're just farming and taking towers. No pressure.
Dire are scanning.
Just getting that build up, working onto further items for Akashi, working onto... Well, you already have the full Overlord now for WS. You have the Ancient Creep that can show up. I think the big thing is just waiting for, I guess, when Mikado feels ready to playmake as well. He does have the blink with a Witchblade, so he does do quite a fair bit of damage. Has some angles to play with now. Are looking for defense on mid, or at least just preventing any move out. We'll go for the smoke. Again, Egg is ready, another strike's there. Coil is ready as well. Just need to find the right targets here.
I mean, Rupido's a pretty nice target if they can get him. Ponyo's going to break his smoke here on Rupido. Joe Camp, charge, eventually does come out, but the T2 tower is where Rupido will hang out by the blink, and that'll be enough for them to just retreat. Instead, though, I mean, WS can just freely take this bottom T2 tower. It's basically already dead. They'll force the glyph out. Won't really matter. WS will stick it around. Meanwhile, mid lane, you've still got Makoto and Ponyo hanging around Rupido, though Rupido going to play it safe and does avoid showing on that creep wave. And indeed, Talon do get away with the bottom tier 2 tower. There's no real punishment for this either from the Radiant end of things. I mean, they could try for Roshan. The pings are coming out towards the pit. So it seems as though that's what they're going to try for. They'll try for the Roshan attempt, perhaps.
It's a pretty dangerous area to be in if the Egg is in a good spot and the Wukong's in a good spot as well.
I think better of it anyway, because Wonder Boy was getting charged. They are looking to move in now. Salvation obviously retreating, but Akashi is straight up moving right towards the pit. And I don't really blame him for starting it himself. They are still the stronger team in all of this, especially around the pit. Very hard to take a team fight here as Salvation unless they land some nice hooks. And they've already left the building anyway. They're not going to hang around the Roshan pit at all. They're just going to give it away for free.
It's going to be a big loss for Salvation. Could have tried to make a gamble with the troll on hand. It doesn't take that long to clear out Roshan. Are just going to hang back and farm. Are going for the full SNY on Young God. Have a little bit of that stat res. Rosh falls fairly quick. Secondary life up now on Akashi. Going for his BKB into the Ags. So he's looking to be just frontlining for his team. They did pop Egg.
They did.
Bit of a misclick, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you could make the argument he wanted to get his fire spirits off cooldown. You know, efficient farming. It's fair enough. I can respect that.
4 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
But yeah, I mean, you can make the argument he wanted to get his fire spirits off cooldown. You know, efficient farming. It's fair enough. I can respect that. I'm not going to lie, John. I've done that a
That's-
couple
that's-
times myself. Not on purpose.
You're that efficient in farming, huh, sir? All right, fair enough, fair enough. Happens to the best of us, Michael Phoenix.
It does, and I
If
am
you did
the best.
actually do that for farming, I also wouldn't be. I wouldn't be surprised if you actually did that for farming. To be fair, I would not. Be. Like you do it legitimately.
Like, my team's garbage. I need to farm faster. Press R.
Yeah, exactly. That's the mindset grind set, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, 90% of that was true. I do call my team garbage pretty often. Not to their face, you know. In private, behind my monitor, I'm not toxic. Smoke up the cup. Torment is being taken. They are very low right now, and Lloyd might just be sacrificed here by Young God. And Lloyd, run! Oh no! Oh, the hook! Lloyd saves. No, he doesn't. Yeah, it's a beautiful dream call from Makoto, Jonathan. Lloyd trying his best to save his carry, who had kind of thrown him to the wolves anyway. But nonetheless, Karma, it cannot be stopped.
No. For Mentor for your core, probably not the best feeling in the world there. Slow siege again from WS. And the creep army doesn't take too long to find another tier 2 for free. Inside of Talon again, just slowly building up this lead. 4k up. Going into that BKB for Akashi as mentioned. Going for a full Maelstrom for Mikado. Perhaps into his own Bleipnir here for a little bit more hold as well. Be one way to go. Do still manage to snag the Wisdom Rune away. Good block from WS to use the boar to block the hook onto the Wisdom Rune. Rupido.
You're in a bit of danger. Hope you're right. Lloyd's got the bite up, so he can dismember his teammates now, and he's actually going for the Aether Lens build up, which, you know, as much as I can't believe I'm saying this, Aether Lens Pudge is actually viable now with the Facet, plus, of course, the shards. As they do jump the Ember, Roar is out, but the Cookie will allow them to get away. Rupido, in the meantime, he is being charged, but they will surely cancel the charge. No, never mind, they're going in. Joe Camp just rushes right into them. Dream Coil out from Makoto, only connecting on one, but they've got the Troll Warlord. He'll break the coil, the hook away. Lloyd will try and save with the bite, and he does get him out of there for now, but Young God's just going to try to get the hell out. Just run. There is just no fight to be had.
No. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Yules.
Oh.
That's a hook, but the hook's missed time. Cookie, Akashi trying to mischief dodge, will miss out. Does still have the Aegis, mind you, so Akashi, he's going to donate one life away. Lloyd's got another hook available. Times it perfectly, a lot of damage being dealt. A Dismember out, Akashi is got his BKB in time, but Akashi's still in huge danger. They'll pop the Battle Trance. Akashi does actually go down, but the Egg does explode, and now the charge to come in. Young God is gone. Drick in trouble. They'll go for the Emperor instead, lock him down. Wonder Boy will hook him right back up, but Makoto's still going, takes down the Ember. Can he make his own way out? He's going right back in. Makoto. Oh, this member's going to lock him down. He's gone. Meanwhile, Rupido trying to run, but another Roar available. Well, how long was the team fight?
Long enough. Long enough for it to get back on. Not the longest cooldown in the world. Tip out for Akashi as well.
Yeah, I mean, what's
Akashi
Mikado doing?
I don't know. I do not know what they're doing anymore. They're having some fun.
Akashi's Filipino, isn't he?
Yes.
I mean, Makoto can't tip him like that, John. We saw what happened last time. You can't just, you know, you can't do that. Suddenly you might have a couple more Filipinos in talent. They're just, you know, gotta be careful. Didn't Savage teach him anything, John? What happened?
No. He's all good in the hood. You know, Talon?
No.
Yes.
He's protected.
I don't know.
He's a protected asset in Talon.
He's a protected asset. Yes. Of course. Still, the high ground should start to get protected here as well from Salvation. No outer towers left. Talon, a little bit messy. Admittedly, you know, this is not a clean game. Salvation are finding openings. They are making this draft work. They are kind of utilizing what they have well. For some reason, I just had some sort of brain bug in me, Mike. This is probably not viable, but I really want to see Drick get an Ags. For Lloyd to eat Young God, and then they get spat out. I don't know why I want to see that. I still want to see it. You know, as they find one.
It's a respectable wish. Ponyo's going to die. Charges out. Joe Cam does eventually cancel it off, but he really likes to get really quite on the edge. Makoto. Whoop. Well, not drawn forward though. Actually, you know, ooh, another nice hook. Lloyd setting up once again. The BKB not going to help through the dismember. The Makoto doing a hell of a lot of damage on his own. But ooh, that Rubido, he's out with the Rolling Thunder, but the Jukes are there for Makoto. Hook off the mark. And Talon, they've got to retreat. I mean, they've lost 2 supports here. Not really well advised to stick around after that.
Certainly not. Again, you are finding some good ways of balancing this game out from Salvation with these hooks and with the Yules to set up. They have amassed 2 Yules for themselves just to get that done. It is paying off quite nicely here for Salvation. And for Talon, they still have room to grow. You are going into the Ags for WS and for Akashi. All Ags as well for Mikoto to play with the right click. So you will have a lot of output in those team fights once that's up. But they have to cut these losses on the hooks. Again, you have to really respect Lloyd. All these Yule setups they have made for themselves here. Are eyeing Young God just a bit.
He's got his BKB up at the very least here, John. So like he could actually take a fight. They're just keeping vision on the troll anyway. Not ooh, Young God. Okay, it's all right. They cancelled the charge. And he's got Lloyd behind him anyway. To be fair, the dismember is always going to be quite useful here for the troll.
And is. I'm wondering what Lloyd's going for next. He has the Ag Shard queued up again, but you already have your Ag Shard, sir. Maybe a Blink. Wouldn't be too bad if you do want to use it offensively. And again, get a good angle in if someone's jump. Get the save with the Dismember. Have seen that change the way some of these fights break out as well. So wouldn't mind that too much if he gets room to find that full Blink. Still
Why is he
around 300 gold away. Exactly, I don't know. Double Shard. Double the Dismember to fit in yourself, perhaps.
I don't think that's how it works. Did you see how much
Should be a Blink.
The hook plus the facet does, by the way? Like
It
max
is
range
a
hook,
lot.
It took half Hakashi's HP disappeared with the max range hook. Well, it's pretty ridiculous how much damage you can do.
It is. It is a ton of damage. Something that you have to respect. They've basically been winning off the back of this fudge in terms of holding on here.
Oh, straight up, Lloyd's kept them in the game for sure. But if you had a Bloodseeker Rupture plus that hook, I think you actually one-shot me. No?
Yep. Yeah, no, 100% they're just dead. They're dead.
That's amazing. We finally
Would
found
be
a use
funny.
for Bloodseeker. Go on, John.
I'm wondering if Blade Mail is a legitimate counter to that strat. Wouldn't they kill themselves as well?
True. It's a fair point, Jonathan. I like your thinking. Yeah, I'll try, John. I'll pick a
We'll
Blade
never
Mail
see
up.
it.
I'll see if I can... I mean, you got to time it with
Pick
the
a
hook,
Blade
to be
Mail.
fair, John.
Yeah, pick a Blade Mail stancil when you see the hook, pop it on.
Genius.
Smoke out here?
Absolute genius from John, as far as usual. Young God going to find the ancient creep for himself. They didn't actually find WS. Ooh, WS.
That is massive range.
It is a massive range with the Aether Lens. Don't try this.
Aether Lens and a Vizier.
Oh, Charger, Lloyd, in trouble. They want the punch straight off the bat. They don't want to mess around. The Rupido's going to try and help out, but they'll drop the egg. Rupido's going to be very cautious. What is that?
It's the facet.
How far can you knock them back? It's like Joe Camp's playing baseball now.
No, he's playing bowling. He got it in all the pins, Mike. His teammates. That's a strike. Very well played, Joker.
You can't cast this shit properly, man. Like, every time we try to cast the game, something stupid happens.
No, yeah, no, we can't. No, we can't. No, we had a banger first series for ourselves. The shenanigans from Talon.
I looked in the Roshan pit, I saw Akashi as Roshan. I literally thought there was 2 Roshans for a second. I was like, wait, what's going on?
You really need those eyes checked, Mark. I know a guy here in Davao if you want some eye surgery done. You can wear the shades.
Yeah, I could wear the shades, you're not wrong. Roshan, gonna go the way of Talon now. Aegis up, nice and easy. I actually considered getting that LASIK surgery, by the way, John. My eyes have been very bad as of late.
You don't even wear glasses. What do you mean? You're not going to be eligible if you can still somewhat see without glasses.
Well, why would I wear glasses, John? I've got eyes. You know? If my eyes don't
Yeah.
work, then so be it. I'll live the way it is.
You're amazing.
Be a man.
Really, your
Be a man,
upbringing,
John.
Mike, really reflects your
man.
outstanding upbringing. It's really showing off. You have such a good background, Mike. This is very much inside jokes. I apologize to everyone else, but Mike, he's a wonderful fella, and he had a wonderful life. Guys. That's all you need to know.
I did. Yeah.
You were in the movie. You're old enough to be in that movie. It's a Wonderful Life, are you not, Mike?
I don't think I've watched that movie, John.
No, I'm not.
You know what I did
surprised,
watch as of
but
late? I watched
What?
Mad Max as of late. That was a very good movie.
Furiosa?
No,
haven't seen it
the
yet.
first one. And I watched Furiosa recently in the cinema. Very good.
Wait, you mean like Mad Max, like the first one? The actual
mean
first, or
I mean the one
Fury
recorded
Road?
in Fury Road. Yeah, Fury Road.
Ah, I was very confused. I'm like, what? Mike's watching a film from the 80s? I'm sure it's Australian, but it's out of character for you, Mike.
I was saying, it's a great movie.
It is good.
I liked it.
The guitar guy is definitely the MVP. I feel like I feel like there should be a Dota 2 hero like that, you know? I mean, you know, Beastmaster's something like that. But you know, he's not flamboyant enough with the drums. I still feel like the guy needs a drum animation.
Now, I can't believe they didn't.
Can you imagine
add
if there was a band?
My feet, peasant.
They should literally do the Arcana to be the gorilla, like the Cadbury chocolate gorilla. It'd be like it's the best idea that we've.
What do you... Cadbury Chocolate Gorilla.
Wasn't that the ad?
I
you not see the
actually
ad,
don't
John?
know what you're talking about. No.
Oh my god. I'll send you a link afterwards, John.
All right. No.
You missed out.
What I have in mind, no, you've got drums on Beastmaster. That's fine. We need a guitarist. No, I guess Hoodwink plays the harp or whatever, the lyre on her immortal. That's fine, but we need a guitar player. No, we need a guitar player. We need a bassist.
Doom plays the guitar, John.
has a guitar. Yeah, should have some sort of
Hook.
AOE.
Kashi's gonna dodge out the hook. I should have never brought up that movie, by the way. I knew you'd never shut up.
Imagine if the Doom cosmetic with the drum, with the guitar, had him playing the guitar while Doom was up.
Kisses.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Dakota's gonna jump in. Battle strike out. I didn't listen to a word you said just so you're aware, John. I'm focusing on the focus down there, but the Beastmaster. WS doesn't get caught, but he's got the drop from Slom John. He can heal through this. WS, he
Oh,
just mans
God.
up. Look at this. Look at this. He just manned up against Younggod. Younggod's
Oh
gone.
my god.
No, it's just, you hook him into the tier 4 towers and he just says, "Excuse me, sir. I'll go for that fight."
Has the cheese usage as well, still able to sustain the fight. And they get the one buyback on Lloyd, but no buyback on Young God. Didn't even manage to pop the battle trance. Great egg out from Ponyo to make that fight really hellish.
Well, does not miss, does not connect rather. Makoto, he'll orb away. Still chasing. I mean, they're very desperate here with this chase. As charge cancelled off here from Jokam. Wukong's command is out, really landing on nothing, but Boundless Strike does land onto Wonder Boy, so now he's in danger as the Ember. Jokam, charge, doesn't have the vision. Still, Makoto just continues to chip away. He just does not give a crap. Maybe you're out again onto WS, but I actually don't think you can kill him right now.
Knock back. No
What
way.
is that distance? What is that distance? Maybe
No
it is
way.
broken. Maybe the facet's broken.
Oh my god.
Rupido's down. How are you meant to play against them? Like Jokam, he can literally nether strike you, and they've got no idea how far they're going to travel. Like it's
No.
too much.
It's way too much. Tips out for Apache for whatever reason here. As Talon do take the 2-0. A day of 2-0s here. But you can see the happy faces. You know, they had fun on Talon, and I'm sure Salvation tried to have as much fun as they can as well. As they do get a continued ride on the upper bracket for a road to the International 2024. What a game. Again, a little bit more showing from Salvation there. The Pudge pickup for Lloyd actually paying off early on, but just not enough. I think Talon still managed to get a little bit too much in the tempo that they were finding, and it did feel like this emphasis down almost onto the mid and bot did cost the side of Salvation heavily. Just allowing this free farm and the Monkey to scale up. Having all of these team fight options again for Talon made it harder for Salvation to hope for the 5v5. Again, the way they've been drafting has been very much focused on single target and outplays, and they were finding a little bit more of that in this game, just not enough. Once the game boils down to a team fight, it's just not there.
I just don't know what to think about this facet with Nether Strike. I'll be frank with you, John. I'm trying to figure out whether I like it or not. I mean, I trash talked it the whole time. Here we go. Look at this. WS gets hooked in, but they forgot he has Drops of Slob, so he takes no damage, and suddenly your troll is dead. Like, how stupid does that look? He gets hooked into 3 heroes underneath 2 T4 towers, and the enemy carry does.
No problem. Looks balanced to me. This one.
Look at this.
Yeah. That is sad. I mean, that is rough for Young God. He just bought back. He got knocked back, bowling alley down. He just dies off. I mean, I hope we'll see more of that fast now. You know, it does look busted in a good situation.
If you're approaching high ground, like this is the problem every team has. If you approach high ground, you see the carry defending, you Nether Strike him to the low ground, he's just dead. It's actually maybe the way to go. Speaking of, we've got the scoreboard, Jonathan. We've got an MVP to give out eventually once you've decided. I mean, who do you give it to? Like, is it just? I want to say Makoto. All jokes aside, because I feel like the puck was just doing, Makoto was just doing Makoto things as usual. What do you think?
I'd agree. I think Makoto did a lot. Like, again, his mid lane is not the best into the Ember Spirit. He still managed to recover. Hits this good timing with Witchblade Blink. Gets active very early on puck and starts setting up these team fights. Again, the team fight for Talon, it's not like it's like the easiest to execute. It's basically Dream Coil and good egg positioning with Wukong's on top, but they did manage to get it to work. And in most cases, they didn't even need the egg from Poniard. It was a little bit of an added bonus. So Mikado, again, his return to Talon has been looking good for Talon overall. They get a nice ride 2-0 into upper bracket round 2. And for Salvation, they're not out. Again, this is a team... I mean, we're talking about them, getting outplayed by Talon, getting out-coordinated, but this is a team that's basically, I believe, a stack, right? Like that has stuck together for a while, that has been developing, and I think it's... They did manage to put up a good fight in Game 2. Maybe not so much in Game 1, and again, the drafting ideas are still very individual-based rather than team coordination, so I think that's one thing they can look to improve as these qualifiers go on. But, I think there's a lot to learn from this match, and for Talon... It was straightforward, but there were a couple of things to learn from there as well. Not the cleanest game, too, as there were some openings that the side of Salvation did abuse. But quite the day one here, Mike. We had some amazing matches, We got Blacklist versus Execration. We got the spiciest timeline, with Blacklist going to the lower bracket. I mean, who would have gone into day one of the road to the international Southeast Asian qualifiers expecting that outcome? As we can take a look at our results today.
Look at this.
2 O's across the board. Blacklist and Execration, man. That's the one that stands out.
It sure is. I mean, I can't say I was overly shocked because, again, new patch, Blacklist Rival, they've got to get it together here, John. This is TI they're fighting for, And this happened in a previous qualifier too. It was a bit rocky for them, as we are going to see the brackets. John, it's a long bracket. It's a lot of games you have to play through the lower bracket. It is not a fun time. If you're in the upper bracket round of 2, like if you're any of those 4 teams right now, you're 2 series away from qualifying. You win the next 2 series, you're done. You get straight through to the road to the international. You get knocked down to the lower bracket. I mean, it's like a billion miles you've got to walk.
That it is. I know what it is. I know how kind the players of Blacklist are. I know how generous they are. It's content. It's content. Because they're like, if we win through here, I don't... TNC, I don't know if they beat Execration. We'll just head down, find them. We can ride through the lower bracket. We can get that content out. We can show Bosku who's the real boss, Have that classic Rambulan coming in. As we can also take a look at our schedule for tomorrow with some of those exciting matches on the lower bracket lined up there again. The lower bracket is so interesting, right? Because it feels like all these teams that slogged through the open qualifiers are actually, I would argue, a credible threat to have a deep run in these qualifiers. You've got Manta versus Prism, you've got Neon versus IHC, Blacklist versus TNC, and Salvation up against Yangon Galacticas as well. So, It's quite a packed game. I would say these are very even matchups. I think Prism might be the more one-sided match. I would favor Prism heavily. I think they have done amazing. That stack is quite potent as a Filipino-Mongolian stack. It's Bob and his friends, basically, and it does seem quite interesting. But day one, just like that, going into day two with Blacklist TNC, I don't know how I can fall asleep tonight. I don't think I can.
It's going to be a tough one. I'm very excited. Of course, we are going to be back tomorrow for all those games as well on the same stream. So if you are looking forward to those games, do come back in about 14 hours from now to see that first series between Manta Esports and Prism begin. If you did want some more Dota as well, there is the EU qualifiers, I believe, happening right now on twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2. So go ahead and check those out to boot. Apart from that, though, Jonathan, that is it for all the Dota for this particular stream. So we will catch you all again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Setting tension.